On the water blue star at Modu University in the Xia Kingdom, a figure in a white t-shirt flew like a broken kite crashing straight into the white wall of the male dormitory. Bang! The immense impact made Wang Dong writhe in agony. At that moment he felt as if his internal organs no longer belonged to him. Damn it! I'm giving you a chance to join my team, and you're still putting on airs. The burly Liao Jun roared as he looked at Wang Dong, who was dazed and confused from the fall. Beside him were his 5 companions who echoed his words. Among them a pretty girl with a delicate face and a hot figure walked up to Wang Dong and said condescendingly, "Wang Dong, why do you have to be like this? Now there are monsters everywhere outside. If we want to survive, we have to stick together." That's right. Another boy immediately played the sycophant. The world has changed. Hiding in a corner is just waiting to die. Brother Jun has awakened as a knight, and he can lead us to survive. Lead us to survive. Wang Dong, enduring the sharp pain in his abdomen, sat up and sneered. Huh. You're just after the food I've stockpiled, aren't you? Why dress it up so nicely? Oh, you see right through us. But knowing that doesn't help you. In this world now might makes right. Besides, the sycophant said this, glanced around, then picked up a pack of instant noodles from the nearby table and asked teasingly, "Is this food yours?" Hearing this, Wang Dong gritted his teeth subconsciously. No, the food was not his. Because the apocalypse had come suddenly, and he had just transmigrated into Wang Dong's body at that very moment, so he had gathered these supplies from other dormitories in the chaos. But, enough. Why are you wasting time with this dog? Get these supplies moved downstairs. Liao Jun, seeing the considerable amount of food in the dorm, grew impatient. In his eyes, Wang Dong was just a rich kid's lackey at school. Not to mention that Wang Dong was now a useless person who hadn't awakened anything even before the apocalypse. Liao Jun looked down on someone like Wang Dong. You guys pack these over here. Yes, boss. Take everything from these cabinets, too. Got it. Under Liao Jun's command, everyone began to loot the dorm supplies. A boy named Zhu Kai pulled Liao Jun aside, a hint of worry in his eyes. Brother Jun, is there really no problem with us doing this? This guy used to be with young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Hearing this name, Liao Jun was visibly startled, but only for a second before he came to his senses and looked at Wang Dong with disdain. What's there to fear about a useless rich kid who doesn't study? Not to mention whether that guy is dead or alive now. Even if he's alive, do you think he would come after me for the sake of a useless person who hasn't awakened any profession? 3 days ago, Earth was digitized by a mysterious force. Some humans turned into zombies, and a large number of monsters appeared out of thin air. According to the rules introduced by the system, anyone with a normal brain could foresee the direction of the future world. In peacetime, Wang Dong's flattery of young Master Qin might have pleased him. But in this dangerous apocalypse, an ordinary person like Wang Dong had completely lost his value. So Liao Jun wasn't afraid that the other party would come to him for Wang Dong's sake. That's true. Hearing this, Zhu Kai no longer hesitated and began to help the other classmates loot the dorm. Boys generally don't like snacks as much as girls, but this dorm still had quite a bit of food. Instant noodles and ham sausages were the main items. Chips, bottled water, drinks, and biscuits were secondary. Anything edible was packed into their backpacks. Soon they finished looting, and the sycophant slung a backpack over his shoulder. All packed, boss. Then let's go. Seeing that they had gathered enough, Liao Jun gave the order and was the first to open the door and leave. He didn't bother with Wang Dong on the floor. After all, only 3 days had passed since the apocalypse. For college students like them, fighting and stealing was the limit. Killing a defenseless classmate, that was almost impossible. Hey, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Before leaving, the sycophant didn't forget to mock Wang Dong. The pretty girl with the hot figure also shot Wang Dong a contemptuous glance, cursed idiot, and then followed Liao Jun out of the dorm. Only another girl in the team felt a little pity. Before leaving, she secretly left a bottle of water and a bag of chips on the dorm table. Soon everyone was gone, leaving only Wang Dong, who was clutching his abdomen and sitting alone in the corner. He had only taken a heavy kick and still had some mobility, but he hadn't stopped them at all. Because the 6 people who came in were all combat type awakened. Once you become a combat type awakened, even if you're just a mage, your physical fitness is still a cut above ordinary people. So, even though his soul was 27 years old, and even though his body wasn't weak, he had to swallow his pride. Looking at the last bottle of water and the bag of chips on the table, a trace of despair involuntarily appeared in Wang Dong's eyes. As an Earth transmigrator who had read a lot of web novels, he had thought he would become the chosen one of this world. Even if he didn't awaken some system, he should at least get a golden finger like a ring old man. But reality was cruel. He had just transmigrated into Wang Dong's body, hadn't even fully absorbed the memories when the gamified apocalypse suddenly descended. With an ethereal electronic voice, all humans who hadn't turned into zombies and were over 18 years old directly awakened. Those who awakened successfully got a system panel similar to a game, which contained basic information about the individual and the game like apocalypse. Based on observations over the past few days, the awakened professions could be roughly divided into 3 categories: combat type, support type, and life type. Each profession had its own hierarchy. There were trash combat types, powerful support types, and even god-level life types. But the awakened profession was random. Some people who were naturally frail became brave warriors, while some who were strong and sturdy became element-wielding mages. And some who couldn't cook at all became chefs. Liao Jun had awakened as a knight with physical fitness that crushed ordinary people. The pretty girl with the hot figure had awakened as a mage capable of throwing fireballs at targets. Of course, some people had failed to awaken. Wang Dong didn't know the probability of awakening failure, but he knew he was one of those failures. Damn it. When others transmigrate, they become the protagonist or the villain. But I transmigrated to be a lackey. And a lackey who hasn't even awakened any basic ability. How am I supposed to get by in the future? Wang Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cursing heaven's injustice in his heart. In this world, if you don't become an awakened, you are at the mercy of others. Not to mention the monsters in the fog outside, even those frail classmates, as long as they become combat type awakened, can easily take food from me. So, what should I do now? Am I really supposed to be a dog and grovel to join their team? Ding. The choice system is online. Detecting that the host meets the requirements for system implantation. System connecting. Please wait. Ding. System connection successful. Dear host, since this system has two completely different versions built in, you need to choose a suitable system version to install before use. Note, once the system version is confirmed, the other version will automatically disappear and cannot be modified. Please choose carefully. Choice 1. Become the protagonist sidekick. Reward Slacker System 1. High-level Profession Awakening Scroll Self-Selected 1. Normal Novice Gift Pack 1. Note, following the protagonist requires a fearless heart for love and justice, and you don't need too high combat power, otherwise you'll steal the protagonist's spotlight. Choice 2. Become the villain's sidekick. Reward Fate-Changing System 1. Unique Hidden Profession Awakening Scroll Self-Selected 1. Dark Novice Gift Pack 1. Note, choosing to become the villain's sidekick means you will oppose the protagonist, so you need strong combat power to back it up. Wang Dong, whose food had been snatched, was still contemplating strategies in his mind when he suddenly heard a series of system notification sounds. In that instant, he froze in place. After an unknown amount of time, he finally snapped out of his daze. Damn. A string of expletives expressed his inner excitement. System. A system beyond the post-apocalyptic game system. The golden finger every transmigrator must have. My golden finger has finally arrived. So I am indeed the chosen one. But the two options given by the system are both follower roles. Am I born to be a follower? Calming down, Wang Dong said helplessly, forget it, I don't care. Now the situation was urgent, and Wang Dong had no time to think further. He quickly dragged his exhausted body to close the dormitory door. The dormitory door of poor quality had already been damaged by Liao Jun and his group. With no other choice, Wang Dong could only find a random stool to block the door. After blocking the door, he returned to his bed. The experiences of the past few days since his transmigration flashed through Wang Dong's mind. He remembered that the apocalypse had begun 3 days ago at exactly 10 in the morning. After the data integration, the entire Shuelon star was shrouded in a layer of white mist, and a large number of monsters appeared out of nowhere within the mist. In Wang Dong's school, most of the monsters were green-skinned creatures about 1 meter tall, with pointed ears and fangs in their mouths. Yes, they were goblins. They wielded crude weapons like bone daggers and wooden spears, directly attacking humans. Due to the disparity in weapons and the sheer number of monsters, the school, once filled with laughter and joy, instantly turned into a living hell. Wang Dong had managed to escape because he was returning to his dormitory during the second break to get something. Having read many post-apocalyptic novels, he knew that in this cruel world, relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. Therefore, after sensing a bit of safety, he risked his life to gather food from several nearby dormitories. At that time, there were few students in the dorms, so his collection went smoothly. However, the scarcity of resources and the disparity in strength still made him a pawn for Liao Jun and the others. Neighbors store grain, I store guns. The neighbors are my granary. This was the true portrayal of Wang Dong's situation. Only Wang Dong was the neighbor storing grain, and Liao Jun was the one storing guns. Become the protagonist's follower, reward lazy fish system, and high-level class. Become the villain's follower, reward fate-changing system, and unique hidden class. Although I don't know how much stronger the unique hidden class of the villain's follower is compared to the high-level class of the protagonist's follower, just hearing it I know this reward is more awesome. Moreover, becoming the protagonist's follower not only means low strength, but also having to sacrifice oneself for love and justice. Only a fool would choose that. Wang Dong muttered to himself and quickly made a decision. From the system's prompts, he could deduce that this was a world with a protagonist and a villain. If it were a peaceful urban society, Wang Dong would definitely choose to become the protagonist's follower. Because protagonists are usually people with strong luck protection, as long as you follow the protagonist, even if you can't become rich and powerful, you can still gain a lot of benefits. But now is the apocalypse. Becoming the protagonist's follower requires having a fearless spirit of sacrifice for love and justice. To put it bluntly, it means being the protagonist's cannon fodder. With a system, would he still be cannon fodder for others? How could that be possible? Even if the other party was the protagonist, Wang Dong couldn't do it. Besides, protagonists in the apocalypse are usually not good people either. So, rather than entrusting his fate to others, it's better to firmly grasp it in his own hands for peace of mind. I choose the second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing the fate-changing system. Do you want to install it now? Yes, no. Yes. Fate-changing system is installing, please wait. Ding! Installation complete. Congratulations, host. You have received unique hidden class awakening scroll self-selected X1, a dark newbie gift pack X1. System data loading. Please wait. Data loading complete. Please check the system's functions by yourself. Ding! Detecting that the host has not yet awakened any class. Do you want to use the unique hidden class awakening scroll self-selected to awaken a class? Yes, no. Unique hidden class awakening scroll self-selected. You can freely choose a unique hidden class that is currently not occupied by other players to awaken. Use successful. Please select the class you wish to awaken from the following options. 1. Holy Enlightener Support, 2. Dragon Slaying, War God Warrior, 3. Elemental God Mage, 4. Star Slaying, Sniper God Shooter, 5. Interstellar God Slayer Assassin. On each class name, there is a downward pointing arrow that can be clicked to reveal the class description. Based on Wang Dong's experience from playing games in his past life, mages had powerful skills and many area effect attacks, making them the fastest leveling class. Summoners were the easiest for grinding monsters, supports were team-oriented, and other classes were more inclined toward PvP. But the essence of the apocalypse game was not a game, it was the apocalypse. Fighting monsters could kill you. So if he could choose freely, a ranged class or a summoner class would be relatively safer. However, Wang Dong studied the 5 hidden classes in detail. There was no summoner among them. The other ranged shooter class required aiming to attack enemies, which seemed very skill dependent. With my current abilities, choosing melee would be suicide, so a ranged mage is the best choice for now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing Elemental God. Class awakening in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host. Class awakening successful. Received all stats 5, free attribute points 10. Received exclusive talent skill Primordial Power of the Elemental God. Received mage talent skills Arcane and Meditation. Received mage basic skill Fireball. Primordial Power. You possess the most primal magical energy of the entire universe. Not only can you learn and use all magic in the universe, but you also do not need to channel any elemental magic except forbidden spells. Under the effect of Primordial Power, you have unparalleled understanding and control over magic. Under the effect of Primordial Power, you have extremely high resistance to elemental magic. Under the effect of Primordial Power, you can cast one spell without cost every hour, and your energy recovery speed Arcane skill effect, and the energy contained in each point of mental power are all 10 times that of an ordinary mage. Arcane, as a mage who masters the natural mysteries, mental power is the foundation of your survival. This skill can permanently increase your base mental power by 10, amplified to 100 by Primordial Power. Meditation. A mage can replace sleep by sitting in meditation, accelerating the recovery of mental power and energy. Energy recovery speed is approximately 1 per hour when resting, 5 per hour when sleeping, and 10 per hour when meditating. After amplification by Primordial Power, they become 10, 50, and 100 respectively. Note: energy recovery effects may vary due to physical condition and external influences. Damn, I'm flying now. With a series of system prompt tones, a warm current surged from Wang Dong's heart, spreading throughout his entire body. Nourished by this warm current, the pain from the kick Liao Jun had landed on his abdomen seemed to subside. Gazing at the exclusive talent skill granted by his profession, even Wang Dong, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Master all magical energies. Skills below forbidden spells require no channeling. Mental power increased by 100. Mana pool and recovery speed 10 times that of other mages. What does this mean? It's equivalent to an all-attribute instant cast turret with nearly infinite energy. It's even the movable kind. It's virtually infinite firepower. As time passed, the warm current in Wang Dong's body gradually faded. He clenched his fists. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. This feeling, so great. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Wang Dong, age 21, height 179, weight 142, profession elementalist, personal information can be hidden. Level 1, experience 01000, health 100130, energy 120001, 2000, physique 13. The standard value for a healthy adult male is 10, affecting health, stamina, and resilience. Strength 13. The standard value for a healthy adult male is 10, affecting strength and melee physical attack power. Agility 14. The standard value for a healthy adult male is 10, affecting coordination, dodgeability, and ranged physical attack power. Spirit 40. The standard value for a healthy adult male is 10, affecting brain reaction speed, magical skill power, and energy storage limit. Free attribute points 10 skills, source power, arcane, meditation, fireball. The functions of skills and attribute points are clearly described on the system panel, so I want to elaborate further here. It is worth mentioning that before awakening, Wang Dong's physique, strength, and agility were all below the standard of a healthy adult male. Because most people nowadays are in a sub-healthy state, and he was no exception. The original 15 points of spirit were only above average due to his transmigration. However, now that he had awakened as the elemental god, all attributes had surpassed the standard of a healthy adult male, and his spirit had reached as high as 40 points under the amplification of source power. Furthermore, besides attributes and skills, it seems my height has increased by 3 centimeters. That's a good thing. Looking at the personal information where the height column read 179, Wang Dong was very satisfied. As a henchman of the villain, although he had a face as delicate as in his previous life, his height was not outstanding. He was only 176. He didn't expect that after awakening there would be an extra surprise. He decisively added all 10 free attribute points to spirit. The advantage of a mage lies in extremely high magical damage and area effect output. If you're not going to invest all points in spirit to increase damage, why choose a mage? For an ordinary mage, 1 point of spirit equals 30 energy points. But Wang Dong's energy value under the effect of source power was amplified tenfold, so 1 spirit gave 300 energy. Additionally, the arcane talent provided a 100 boost to base spirit. So after adding the 10-point spirit directly increased from 40 to 60, and energy from 12,000 to 18,000. Terrifying indeed. This is. Just as Wang Dong was about to continue familiarizing himself with the system he had acquired, he suddenly noticed that the thick, white fog outside the dormitory was now stained golden by a glimmer of light in the sky. What? The golden color kept changing over time. Gold, green, blue, red, yellow, and so on. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Dong, but all the survivors near the university were shocked. Holy shit, what's going on? A natural phenomenon. How is that possible? Could the awakening temple be nearby? And someone just obtained a rare profession. After the data-based apocalypse descended, only humans aged 18 and above could undergo awakening. Not even a day less. Those who turn 18 after this time cannot awaken on their own. They need to find a place called the Awakening Temple to undergo awakening. The Awakening Temple is hidden in major cities and must be sought out. This is information that everyone has in their minds. Rare profession. Are you fucking kidding me? The scale of this phenomenon, I'm pretty sure it's a hidden profession. Upon seeing that comment, someone immediately refuted it. The professions awakened by people also have a hierarchy. The combat, support, and life categories can basically be divided into 4 levels: common, special, rare, and hidden. Although special professions are not necessarily stronger than common ones, and some are even inferior to common professions. But rare and hidden professions are generally stronger than common ones. Therefore, whenever someone awakens a rare or hidden profession, a phenomenon appears in the sky. The wider the phenomenon's coverage, the rarer the profession. The phenomenon now covered a wide area, so it couldn't be just a rare profession. Hidden profession. Awesome, bro. The big shot who just awakened a hidden profession. Please add me as a friend. Is the one who awakened a hidden profession a brother or a sister? If it's a brother, please take me along. I'm 158 centimeters, are cute, lowly, and can warm the bed. Bro, stay at the Awakening Temple, don't leave. I have meat cans and self-heating hot pots here, just want to be friends with you. Which brother awakened a hidden profession? Drop your coordinates, little bro. I'm a level 4 archmage, I can help you level up. Holy shit, a big shot. Level 4 in 3 days. How did you do it? Awesome, my bro. I'm a medical practitioner, 169 centimeters, 96 kilograms, black-stocking mature lady, looking for a big shot to carry me. Apart from some basic personal and apocalypse information, the system panel also has special functions. For example, chat channels. And the chat channels are further divided into many subcategories: world, national, local, city, guild, party, trade, private, etc. Speaking in the world, national, and trade channels requires special items. Speaking in the local city channel costs 10 copper coins each time. These copper coins are not ancient copper cash, but a currency recognized by the system after the database apocalypse. There are many ways to obtain them currently known to drop from monsters. Other channels require corresponding conditions. The comments just now all belong to the local city channel. Ha, a bunch of idiots wasting copper coins on chatting at a time like this. Do you really think this is a game? At a street corner about 10 kilometers from Modi University, a young man, holding an axe, sneered while watching the scrolling local city chat channel. When food runs out, you'll be crying. As soon as he finished speaking, a green-skinned goblin appeared in the young man's sight. The goblin had picked up a cleaver from somewhere and charged at the young man menacingly. Bang! The young man was exceptionally agile, easily dodging the attack, while simultaneously kicking the goblin away, then rushing up to chop it dead. The black character's death above the monster's head flashed and disappeared. Successfully killed sturdy goblin LV2. Reward EXP 20 copper coins 2. Alas, the experience from level 2 monsters is too meager. I must find higher level monsters. Upon seeing his system notification, the young man let out a helpless sigh. The higher the level, the more experience required to level up. Therefore, theoretically, killing higher level monsters would yield faster progression. However, reality was not a game. The higher the monster's level, the stronger its combat prowess. Thus, even he had to tread carefully. Glancing up at the sky, which had returned to normal, a trace of doubt flickered across his brow. How come I don't recall anyone awakening a hidden class at this time? Could I have misremembered? Never mind. After all, class and level don't define combat strength. If one is inherently useless, awakening the mightiest class still leaves them a waste. They'll first reach level 10A, then deal with the Qin family trouble. Yes, that's the plan. Having made up his mind, he tightened his grip on the axe and strode toward the Magic City World Trade Center without looking back. Changing character fates and plot directions grants me fate-altering points. Fate-altering points can be used to increase attributes or draw skills and supplies. The chat topic was indeed lively, but Wang Dong, already 3 days behind others, had no interest in reading other players' conversations. By the time the young man headed to the World Trade Center, he had already familiarized himself with the system and the world through the loaded story and data. Yes, host. Good, I understand. Wang Dong nodded slightly. The situation was largely as he had guessed. Overall, this was a novel world with a protagonist and a villain, not a parallel world as Wang Dong had initially assumed. The plot was cliché. An underdog protagonist had his girlfriend stolen by a rich second generation, then was hunted down by the rich family's forces in the apocalypse. Now the underdog had been reborn, vowing to conquer the entire apocalypse with his past lives' experience and abilities. The rich family's forces naturally became his primary target. In this data-driven apocalypse, the awakened were collectively referred to as players. Players could enhance their strength by hunting monsters for experience and treasures. Wang Dong, however, had an additional method of powering up fate-altering points. These points could be directly used to increase attributes, with 100 fate-altering points equaling 1 free attribute point. They could also be used to draw random rewards, 100 points for one draw, or 1,000 points for another. Naturally, the quality of the prizes varied. There were only 2 ways to obtain fate-altering points. 1. Find a villain. As long as the villain survived, you would receive 100 fate-altering points daily as a basic reward. 2. Change character fates and plot directions to randomly obtain 100 to 100 fate-altering points. The more crucial the target character was to the plot, and the more changes made, the more points awarded. Friendly reminder: the system can only function normally after binding a villain. Each time the plot is altered, subsequent events will be revised to a degree. Continuous plot modification is required to maximize benefits. Currently, the villain boss bound by default is Qin Shiji, son of Qin Guangyao, chairman of the Magic City Hongbang Group. This wealthy scion was Wang Dong's boss in this world, the same Master Qin Liao Jun had mentioned. As long as Qin Shiji lived, Wang Dong would receive 100 fate-altering points daily as a basic reward, plus additional points for changing character fates and plot directions. Though this protagonist is ridiculously strong based on the current plot, Qin Shiji won't die anytime soon. So I should level up first. Whether for self-preservation or to obtain more rewards from Qin Shiji, he had to enhance his own strength. Hey, wait, I seem to have a Dark Novice gift pack. Just as he was about to go level up, a thought struck Wang Dong. He quickly opened his system panel and clicked on the Dark Novice gift pack in his inventory. Ding! You have received Novice Staff 1, Primary Healing Potion 1, Primary Spirit Potion 1, a Dark Novice gift pack, exclusive skill book, Impure World Reincarnation modified. What? Impure World Reincarnation. The other rewards were insignificant. Only the last skill book caught his attention. Truly, systems were unreasonable. They even pulled out skills from anime. Impure World Reincarnation was a skill from a popular anime series in Wang Dong's world. Its function was to resurrect the dead to fight for the caster. It was somewhat similar to a necromancer's resurrection skill. Though neither was true resurrection, beings revived by this skill had infinite mana and were unkillable. Only the caster's voluntary dispelling could allow the dead to rest in peace again. Impure World Reincarnation modified. This modified version can resurrect a deceased person for your use. The revived cannot disobey the caster's commands. Note 1. No separate coffin is needed for the resurrected unit, but a relatively intact corpse or a living sacrifice is required to perform the resurrection. Note 2. The resurrected must be human. The quality of the sacrifice does not affect the combat strength of the revived. Note 3. For every 50 points of spirit attribute, you can resurrect 1 additional deceased person. Current resurrection capacity 01. The modified version doesn't necessarily require a living sacrifice. A relatively intact corpse works too. With this ability, I can resurrect someone to shield me while I unleash attacks from behind. Damn, this makes me even more invincible. Wang Dong was thrilled. What posed the greatest threat to humanity in the apocalypse? It wasn't the monsters in the fog nor the armed players, but the invisible enemies. Among these unseen threats aside from malicious human players, there were also friends, family, and siblings. The human heart was treacherous. One day a brother might stab you for food or treasure. Now with the resurrected beings completely loyal, he could eliminate a major safety hazard. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Dong quickly thought. If I remember correctly, there's a relatively intact corpse in room 706 next door. After stuffing the last pack of chips and bottle of water into his stomach, he decisively opened the dormitory door. The male dormitory where Wang Dong resided had only 7 floors with 16 rooms on each level. He lived in room 702 on the 7th floor. When the apocalypse game first began, malevolent goblins massacred humans. Many students were merely slashed and did not die instantly. Several injured classmates desperately fled upstairs hoping to use the height to evade the monster's pursuit. However, due to severe wounds and the inability to bandage themselves in time, they bled to death. Wang Dong had witnessed this while scavenging for supplies. It was late May, and the weather was somewhat hot. As soon as he stepped onto the corridor outside the dormitory, a foul stench assailed Wang Dong's nostrils. Fortunately, Liao Jun and his group had set up their base in another dormitory building, so the corridor was devoid of both living people and monsters. It was late May, and the weather was somewhat hot. As soon as he stepped onto the corridor outside the dormitory, a foul stench assailed Wang Dong's nostrils. Fortunately, Liao Jun and his group had set up their base in another dormitory building, so the corridor was devoid of both living people and monsters. Presumably, Liao Jun and his men had covered the corpse with a blanket to prevent the smell of blood from attracting monsters. Wang Dong paid it no mind and quietly closed the door before crouching beside the body. The deceased male student was named Wu Bing, the vice class monitor of Wang Dong's class. Because the former Wang Dong had merely been Qin Shiji's lackey, Wu Bing had always looked down on him, and they had rarely interacted. Wang Dong let out a long breath and slowly pressed his right palm onto the empty ground beside the corpse. Although a player's skills existed only within the system panel, they were not activated by mental commands. Instead, there was a specific method to channel them. Memory implantation was straightforward and crude. Though Wang Dong was somewhat unskilled using his ability for the first time, executing it was not overly difficult. As Wang Dong activated his impure world reincarnation skill, rings of black runes spread outward from the center of his right palm. Soon the black runes expanded into a circular magic array, 2 meters in diameter. Wu Bing's corpse lay precisely at the center of the array. Energy value 170,001,8000. Using impure world reincarnation once consumed 1,000 energy points. Not bad, acceptable. Buzz. The runes of the magic array lit up, and Wu Bing's corpse along with the blanket covering it was swallowed into the black hole of the array. Within 5 seconds the magic array spat Wu Bing back out. However, this time Wu Bing was standing, his body and clothes intact, free of bloodstains and stench. His personal information also appeared on Wang Dong's system panel. Name Wu Bing. Class Warrior. Level 1. Constitution. Strength 14. Agility 13. Spirit. Note 1. Units revived by impure world reincarnation possess infinite vitality and cannot die, but they still require rest. They are considered summon units and cannot form normal parties with other players. Note 2. Units reincarnated without a sacrifice can use weapons and equipment normally, but cannot learn new skills. So he's a warrior. Not bad, not bad. Seeing Wu Bing's data, Wang Dong was somewhat surprised. It must be said that Wu Bing was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate that he had awakened a combat class. Unfortunate that he was killed by monsters before he could react. Ding, congratulations on using impure world reincarnation to revive the passerby Wu Bing. You have earned 100 fate-changing points. Huh, that works too. A mere passerby netted 100 points. Then if he changed the main storyline. WH. What's happening? Am I not dead yet? Wu Bing's confused voice interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts. Wu Bing was the class vice monitor, similar in height to Wang Dong, but with a leaner build. On the day the apocalypse began, he had planned to return to his dormitory to grab some money, but the apocalypse struck as he reached the dormitory building. 6 goblins materialized beside him. Outnumbered 6-1, he had no room to fight back. His abdomen, shoulders, back, and thighs were all slashed open by the goblins' bone daggers, flesh and skin torn apart. Blood gushed out relentlessly like water from a squeezed bottle. Given the chaotic scene, the lower floors were far from safe. Driven by adrenaline, he could only endure his injuries and flee back to his own dormitory for shelter. The outcome was predictable. Before he could even bandage himself, he collapsed from blood loss and fainted in his room. In the end, he bled to death while unconscious. Now resurrected, his skin appeared somewhat pale, and the whites of his eyes had a grayish tint. However, if one did not look closely, it was hard to tell him apart from a normal person. Gazing at the familiar dormitory surroundings, Wu Bing's expression was dazed. But upon seeing Wang Dong, he seemed to grasp something, and his look shifted from confusion to astonishment. Wang Dong. Did you revive me? Revival. For people before the apocalypse, it was a fantasy. But for those after the apocalypse, it was not so extraordinary. Besides many precious items that could aid resurrection, a priest's resurrection spell, a light mage's rebirth art, and a talisman master's soul-reviving incantation could all achieve revival. Yet witnessing Wu Bing, once covered in blood and stench, come back to life in the early stages of the apocalypse, Wang Dong still marveled at the wonder of creation. Who else? How? How is that possible? Resurrection. Wu Bing clearly found it hard to believe. Coming back from the dead was simply too incredible. With a world like this, what's impossible? Hearing this, Wu Bing glanced out the window at the thick fog, a flicker of gloom in his eyes. Enough with the chatter, get moving and lead the way. Lead the way. Wu Bing snapped back to reality and squinted. For what? To go out, of course, Wang Dong replied matter-of-factly. If I don't go out and kill monsters, how am I supposed to level up? Wang Dong, have you lost your mind? We're not even close, why should I be your scout? Wu Bing was clearly irritated. In the past, he was the vice-class monitor, while Wang Dong was just a lackey to Qin Shiji. Although Wang Dong had revived him and was technically his savior, he still refused to be cannon fodder. Heh. Hearing this, Wang Dong curled his lips into a cold sneer. Vice monitor, that's not for you to decide. Ruthlessness was essential to stand firm. This world was inherently one where the strong preyed on the weak. After the apocalypse, this law of the jungle would only intensify. Just like Liao Jun before. 3 days ago they were schoolmates, 3 days later he led his men to rob Wang Dong of his food. So at this moment Wang Dong harbored no misplaced compassion. As Wang Dong issued the command, Wu Bing immediately felt his body slip out of his control. Only one thought remained in his mind: clear the path for Wang Dong. His body involuntarily picked up a wooden stool and headed for the door. Wang Dong, you were already dead. Before Wu Bing could finish, Wang Dong cut him off coldly. You have no right to negotiate with me. Just obediently lead the way. Damn it. When one was under someone else's roof, they had to bow their head. With a single mental command from Wang Dong, Wu Bing had to comply. Unable to control his body, Wu Bing had no choice but to shut his mouth. As Wu Bing pushed open the door, Wang Dong retrieved his novice staff and followed behind. Novice Wand Spirit 5. The novice wand's attributes were quite ordinary. Its exterior was nothing more than a thumb-thick 70-centimeter-long branch with a rough, uneven surface. Yet in a critical moment, it could be wielded as a melee weapon. Thus it was better than nothing. Let's clear this building first. Facing this apocalypse fraught with danger at every turn, Wang Dong dared not be careless. He resolved to first sweep through the dormitory building where he was staying. Otherwise, being caught between two fronts would be rather unpleasant. But it had already been 3 days since the apocalypse began. When Liao Jun and his team scavenged for food, they had already taken all the survivors from this dormitory building and cleared out the monsters. Thus, aside from 2 half-eaten corpses and some bloodstains, Wang Dong found nothing. Stepping out the back door of the dormitory, the ground was littered with blood and shredded flesh, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Wang Dong saw few human or monster corpses, because most of the human remains outside had been devoured by monsters. As for the monster carcasses, bloodstains, and weapons, they would vanish automatically within an hour, just like the corpses of monsters in a game. The fog outside gives visibility of only about 5 or 6 meters. Wu Bing, let's take this way. Wang Dong made a rough assessment of the current situation, then directed Wu Bing to head in the opposite direction from Liao Jun's group. He had only just awakened, and even if his awakening was a unique hidden class, he was no match for Liao Jun and his men. So surviving and developing first was the way to go. Wang Dong, just the 2 of us going out to level up? Aren't you afraid we'll be wiped out? Wiped out? Wang Dong paused, then shook his head. Impossible. You're an undying body now, you can't be killed. Undying body. Heh. Hearing those 4 words, Wu Bing was stunned for a moment, then a bitter smile crept onto his face. Though he didn't know if Wang Dong's words were true, he figured Wang Dong had no reason to deceive him. If only I had been undying before. Wu Bing began to let his mind wander, but Wang Dong didn't give him long to think. A sharp shout interrupted his reverie. Monsters are coming. Wu Bing followed the sound and saw 4 green figures with bared fangs emerging from the fog around the corner of the dormitory building. Common Goblin, LV1. Physique 8. Strength 6. Agility 8. Spirit 5. Description: an extremely evil and despicable creature fond of meat, surviving mainly through hunting and plundering. Strong Goblin, LV2. Physique 12. Strength 8. Agility 10. Spirit 6. Description: stronger than the common goblin, handle with caution. Every player can see the basic stats of monsters within 5 levels of their own. In front of them were 4 goblins, in total 1 level 2 and 3 level 1. Their faces bore sinister grins, and they carried weapons like bone spikes, wooden clubs, and rusty daggers. They chattered in a language no human could understand. Hee, I smell food. 2 more walking delicacies. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without much communication, the 4 goblins lunged directly at Wu Bing. Low-level goblins were quite small, only about 70 to 100 centimeters in height. Even with weapons, they were no match for a human Unknown. But they were nearly as fast as humans and had the advantage of numbers. Moreover, other awakened ones had no novice weapons, so Wu Bing, armed only with a wooden stool, was no match for these four monsters. Fuck you, will fight you all. Controlled by Wang Dong, Wu Bing had no choice but to steel himself and fight the monsters. Bang! Thud! Slash! Wu Bing smashed one goblin with his stool, sending it flying with green blood spewing from its mouth, but at the same time, he was struck by the other two goblins. One drove a bone spike into his lower back, while another slashed his thigh with a rusty dagger. The last one charged at Wang Dong. Fear asking for death. Though Wang Dong's physical condition was poor, and the spirit boost from his weapon did not affect his arcane skill, his spirit attribute still stood at 65 points. His reaction speed, far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowed him to precisely predict the goblin's movement trajectory. He quickly raised his right hand, wand in hand. Boom. A fist-sized flame ignited at the tip of the wand, rapidly expanding under Wang Dong's will. In less than a second, it became a fireball 1 meter in diameter. Holy shit, that big. Wang Dong was startled by the fireball he had conjured, as he remembered other mages' fireballs were only the size of a basketball. But he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly hurled the fireball according to the magic activation method. Energy 184-901-9500. A fireball 1 meter in diameter only cost 10 energy points. Not bad. Boom. The fireball, carrying immense force, not only struck the goblin, but also sent it flying. The goblin let out a scream, and soon black characters reading death appeared above its head. Successfully killed common goblin, LV1. Gained EXP 10 copper coins 2. One-shot kill. Wang Dong was taken aback. Fireballs were constructed from energy, so they didn't disappear upon impact, they continued to burn for a while. Wang Dong had initially thought to conserve energy, expecting after the fireball hit he would just need to finish it off with a few kicks. But he hadn't expected that under the influence of the source power, the fireball's power would be so great. Coupled with his doubled spirit, it actually achieved a one-shot kill. Then you guys are totally screwed. With a rough understanding of his attack power, Wang Dong's confidence soared. Boom, boom, boom. 1 meter diameter fireballs rained down on the remaining goblins. Successfully killed common goblin, LV1. Gained EXP 10. Successfully killed strong goblin, LV2. Gained EXP 20 copper coins, 3. Not every monster dropped copper coins. That was nothing unusual. Moreover, according to the system data, awakened ones resurrected through the Edo Tensei were considered Wang Dong's summons and could not team up normally with other players. Thus, when fighting monsters, they did not split Wang Dong's experience. Level 2 strong goblins can't be one-shot, but they can be completely incapacitated, needing only a simple finishing blow. As Wu Bing finished off the wounded goblin, Wang Dong gained a clearer understanding of his magic's power. Just then, he heard Wu Bing's exclamation. Holy crap, am I really undying? Staring at the bone spike stuck in his body and the rapidly healing wound on his thigh, Wu Bing was completely dumbfounded. In this world there was no Naruto, so he had never seen this skill. Now, not only did he not bleed, but he also felt no pain. After pulling the bone spike from his lower back, both the clothes and the wound beneath them healed at a visibly rapid pace. Isn't that obvious? Hurry up and keep moving. Wang Dong dared not waste any more time, and immediately urged Wu Bing to continue forward. Knowing he was undying and felt no pain, Wu Bing shed his previous fear and took the lead, wooden stool in hand, walking ahead of Wang Dong. Successfully killed common zombie, LV2. Gained EXP 20. Successfully killed common goblin, LV1. Gained EXP 10. Successfully killed goblin soldier, LV3. Gained EXP 30 copper coins 4. Successfully killed strength zombie, LV3. Gained EXP 30 copper coins 5. It looks like there's equipment. After killing a large zombie with a fireball, Wang Dong noticed a gray light orb the size of a baby's fist on the zombie's corpse. He instinctively touched it. You have obtained shoddy hand axe 1. A hand axe. This is good. Here, Wu Bing, you have a weapon. Wu Bing, with a look of resignation, dropped the wooden stool and took the axe Wang Dong handed him. Damn, getting a piece of equipment is really not easy. Indeed, it was no easy feat. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. When killing monsters, experience points and copper coins were obtained directly. In a team, no matter how many members, the experience and copper coins would be divided equally, a rule that no one could alter. However, equipment and other items required manual looting, and their drop rates were extremely low. According to Wang Dong's fate-changing system, the probability of ordinary monsters dropping equipment and items was less than 1. Fortunately, I have an immortal body, otherwise those 2 level 3 monsters would have been quite a challenge. Taking the axe, Wu Bing marveled at the terror of the 2 monsters. Zombies were transformed from humans. According to data from the fate-changing system, at the instant of the apocalypse, zombies accounted for roughly 20 of the total human population. Their abilities were similar to those in movies: immense strength, slow movement speed, and a virus that could infect and assimilate humans. Of course, they could also evolve on their own. The strength zombie from earlier was a student from the neighboring dormitory building with a rather burly physique. Moreover, it had evolved to level 3, moving almost as fast as an ordinary person. With just one slap, it shattered Wu Bing's sternum. If Wu Bing's body hadn't been able to self-repair, he would likely be a corpse by now. Hearing Wu Bing's words, Wang Dong couldn't help but smile. Hard. Not at all. I can kite them. He had to admit this exclusive hidden class was truly incredible. Leveling from 1 to 2 required 1,000 experience points, meaning 100 level 1 monsters. An ordinary mage at level 1 had an average mental power of only 25 points, equating to 750 energy points. With such mental power, they would need at least 2 or more fireballs to take down a level 1 goblin. Moreover, an ordinary mage required 20 energy points and about 2 seconds of casting time for fireball technique. Without help from other classes, even 2 goblins could injure or kill them. If leveling alone, an ordinary mage could at most gain half a level per day. The energy consumed would require 10 hours of meditation to fully recover. But Wang Dong had 19500 energy points, and a fireball costing 10 energy could instantly kill 1 monster. Even a level 3 goblin soldier wearing a simple leather armor had only slightly higher defense than a level 2-1 E2 fireballs were still enough to burn it to death. Coupled with his terrifying energy recovery rate, his leveling efficiency was on a completely different dimension compared to ordinary mages. By the way, isn't your class a bit overpowered? Not only can you revive me, but 1 fireball can kill a monster. I get used to it. Let's go. We continue leveling. After a few battles together, Wu Bing had adjusted to his new identity. Facing Wang Dong's orders, he had no complaints. Successfully killed ordinary goblin LV1 EXP 10. Successfully killed strong goblin LV2 EXP 20 copper coins 2. As time passed, Wang Dong's experience bar began to grow rapidly. With the hand axe, Wu Bing's combat power also improved a notch. Although fighting level 3 monsters was still somewhat challenging, his immortal body made him perfectly suited for the tank role. Combined with Wang Dong's devastating fireball technique, their monster clearing speed was simply absurd. It took less than an hour. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 2. All attributes 5, free attribute points 10. He also allocated all free attribute points to Spirit. Name Wang Dong. Class Elementalist. Level 2. EXP 102,000. Vitality 145,180. Energy 264,002,8500. Constitution 18. Strength 18. Agility 19. Spirit 95. Free attribute points 0. Skills: Origin Power, Arcane, Meditation, Fireball Technique. Vitality was not the same as health points. This value merely reflected one's state. But if vitality dropped to 0, one would die. Wang Dong's vitality was not full because he had been kicked by Liao Jun earlier, and the continuous battle prevented his stamina and state from staying at peak. Moreover, vitality and energy could not regenerate naturally during combat. Even leveling up only increased the values of new attributes. Therefore, he had previously worried about running out of energy during prolonged battles, subconsciously thinking about conserving it. Now it seemed completely unnecessary. Leveling up, including the free attribute points, increased mental power by 15 points, which after origin power amplification became 30 points, translating to 900 energy points. The energy gained from leveling alone was enough to cast 900 fireballs, allowing him to level up many times. Now even level 2 goblins should be one-shotted. Let's go continue. Wang Dong led Wu Bing in rapid leveling. Meanwhile, near the teaching building close to the male dormitory, several teams were also leveling. In one team of 6 men and 4 women, the leader Zhou Bin was directing the others in battle. Wang Zhong, you're the warrior, take the rear. Okay, teacher Zhou. Other melee classes surround the archers, mages, and support in the middle. Everyone be careful, don't let the formation break. A 10-man squad from Teacher Li's team was surrounded by over 20 goblins because of carelessness. Surrounded? No. No way. Really? Teacher Zhou, don't scare us. Why would I scare you? These monsters are cunning. Then after being surrounded. What happened? What else? Out of 10 people, only 3 fought their way back, the other 7 all died. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Because Teacher Li's team consisted mostly of boys, and the 7 who died were all awakened. Male players generally had higher combat power than females. If even they couldn't withstand the monster's massacre, what about their own group? Fortunately, we have Qinya. As long as we're careful, it should be fine. Yet Qinya is our trump card. The 2 girls spoke one after another, their words filled with a sense of security. As if with Qinya around, they were invincible. Hearing this, several boys also subconsciously glanced at Zhao Qinya in the middle of the crowd. The girl named Zhao Qinya had delicate features and skin as smooth as cream. Her tight white t-shirt and dark jeans perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The campus belle is indeed the campus belle. Even after 3 days in the apocalypse, she's still so beautiful. Tisk, not only is she beautiful, but her awakened ability is also a rare class. She's just too overpowered. Before I could only admire from afar, but now I get to team up with the campus belle. Wow, if Zhao Qinya can grow, her future prospects are limitless. The thoughts of the male students surged like waves. According to the data in Wang Dong's fate-altering system on the day the apocalypse descended, aside from the 20 who became zombies and those under 18, only half of the remaining humans could become awakened. Among this half of the awakened, only half could awaken combat or support classes. As for rare professions, roughly 1 in 1,000 combat or support class individuals would manifest one. So looking at these statistics, combat class players were the dream of ordinary people. Rare professions were also the envy of other combat class players. Don't let your guard down. Zhou Bin's grave voice pulled everyone back to reality. This is the apocalypse, not a game. We understand. Got it, Teacher Zhou. Speaking of which, Teacher Zhou, as they continued their slow advance, a girl with a decent figure and face suddenly spoke up. These monsters are endless. Why do we keep killing them? Isn't it better to wait for official rescue? In this world, most people were unwilling to risk their lives in this game. Especially some girls, pampered and spoiled, suddenly forced to risk their lives fighting these monsters. Even if they became combat type awakened, they were reluctant. Hearing the girl's words, Zhou Bin said irritably, "Wait for rescue. Didn't you see the system panel's info? All wireless signals are cut off. Modern thermal weapons are useless. Waiting for them to rescue us. Who knows when that'll be?" The girl fell silent, and the others' expressions darkened. "Yeah, Lily, the world has changed. We can only rely on ourselves," another girl comforted. "Without modern thermal weapons, the military's combat effectiveness would drop several levels. Plus the limited troops stationed in each city. Waiting for them to organize a rescue. At least in the short term, it's impossible. Rely on ourselves? I don't want to work so hard." The girl named Lily muttered disdainfully, then glanced at Zhao Qinya. Beautiful women always had advantages. In peaceful times, playing competitive games, if they revealed their gender, plenty of pros would carry them. If she was even prettier, wore thigh highs, and posted a photo, there would be a swarm of simps. Now in this apocalyptic game, it was the same. Lily didn't believe that with her looks no man would be willing to carry her. But Lily's muttering went unheard by the others, and those nearby who did hear didn't care. Everyone had their own path. There's movement ahead. The sudden alert made everyone tense. Due to the thick fog, they couldn't see far, and they didn't know if what approached was a person or a monster. So at the sound of movement, their hearts were in their throats. Bang! A dull thud reached their ears. Then a goblin scorched by flames flew into their view from the fog. Is that a level 4 goblin warrior? Has it lost its ability to move? Before they could react, whoosh! Boom! A fireball of immense force slammed into the fallen goblin warrior. Successfully killed goblin warrior LV4. Gained EXP 40, copper coins 5. Holy crap, that fireball. Is that huge? Seeing this, even Zhou Bin couldn't help but curse. And the impact is so strong. This is too exaggerated. The girl named Lily's eyes lit up. Their team has a high-level mage. A level 4 goblin warrior had strength far surpassing an adult male. And its speed was much faster than an adult male. With its armor, steel sword, and shield, even their entire team wouldn't dare underestimate it. Yet now, hey classmate, there are only 2 of you. When the other side finished killing the monster and appeared before them, Zhou Bin was even more surprised. 2 people dared to go out and level up. What was going on? Weren't they afraid of death? 2 people level up faster, Wang Dong casually said, glancing at the survivor group ahead. Monsters weren't endless. After killing one, they had to find another. Searching for monsters was dangerous and time-consuming, and everyone's kill speed varied. So if you were confident in your strength, solo grinding was definitely faster than grouping. Classmate, this is very dangerous. Zhou Bin couldn't help but warn. Who didn't know that fewer people meant faster leveling? But monsters didn't act alone. If a team had only 1 or 2 people, even trained soldiers could easily be overwhelmed and killed by a group. It's fine, teacher. We've practiced before, Wu Bing said, tugging at his clothes to hide his still healing wounds. Even if you've practiced, you can't be so reckless. By the way, did you come from the boys' dormitory? Yeah. How's the situation over there? Don't know. We weren't with the others. Wang Dong said this, then before Zhou Bin could react, he quickly added, anyway, we're busy leveling, teacher. With that, Wang Dong prepared to leave with Wu Bing. Everyone, what the hell are we playing the same game? We're experiencing the apocalypse. You're treating it like a game. 2 classmates, wait. A clear, pleasant female voice called out to the departing pair. They both turned back to see the girl with the decent figure and face stepping out from the crowd. Wang Dong recognized her. She was from the sophomore dance department. She was pretty and had been rumored to be involved with several guys, so he had some impression. Something. You're holding a staff, so you must be a mage, right? What level are you? Is this woman's brain malfunctioning? Asking someone's level right off the bat. Where's your manners? Seeing Wang Dong silently, Li was a bit embarrassed, but still put on what she thought was a charming smile. It's okay if you don't say. But classmate, since you're so strong, how about joining our team to carry us? Look at our group, we haven't even reached level 2 yet. With 10 people in a team, if they only killed level 1 monsters, it would take 1,000 kills to go from level 1 to 2. Add in the time to adjust to the apocalypse, and not reaching level 2 in 3 days was normal. Carry you. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes. Do you think that's possible, eh? Not to mention he was only level 2 himself. Even if he were high enough level, why would he slow down his own leveling for them? Why not? Lily said matter-of-factly. Even if you don't carry the others, at least carry me and Qinya. I'm a healer, and Qinya is a rare class light priest. We're useful to you, and once we level up, everyone's safety is better guaranteed, right? That still doesn't. Huh, Qinya. Occupations are divided into 4 grades: common, special, rare, and hidden. Most players awaken to common occupations. Leaving aside life-related ones, there are only 6 common occupations in the combat and support categories: knight, warrior, archer, mage, thief, and medic. After 3 days of unkempt appearance and prolonged battle, Wang Dong's face and body were covered in dust. Wu Bing was much the same. The two looked utterly disheveled. But Lily didn't care about that at this moment. After all, she had never intended to have anything happen between them. Moreover, she was clever. Knowing that her own weight might not be enough, she brought Zhao Qinya along as well. But, Qinya, Zhao Qinya. Hearing this name, Wang Dong then noticed that there was a graceful figure standing in the opponent's team. Although ordinary schools don't officially select campus beauties in every school, there are always 3 to 5 attractive girls whose physiques and looks are acknowledged by most male students. Such girls naturally become what everyone calls the campus beauties. Zhao Qinya was one of them. Not only did she have a great figure and beautiful appearance, she was also the daughter of Zhao Guanyuan, the chairman of the Zhao group. Most importantly, she had another identity: the protagonist of the story. How about it, you two handsome guys? Need any help? Seeing Wang Dong stunned, a hint of smugness flashed in Li Li's eyes. 2 gorgeous women standing in front of him. What guy wouldn't be dazzled? Moreover, the reason she gave was so reasonable. Not to mention Zhao Qinya, even Zhou Bin and the other teammates couldn't find any fault. Way of survival: as a medic priest who saves lives, the longer you survive, the more people you can save. This skill permanently increases your physique and spirit by 5. Life recovery: you are blessed by the god of life. This skill allows you to slowly recover your stamina and some minor injuries while resting. These are the basic talents of the 2 professions, medic and priest. The initial skills of both professions are similar. One is called healing art, the other is cure art. The priest is an advanced version of the medic. Once leveled up, they can not only heal teammates, but also buff them. The light priest's abilities are even superior to those of ordinary priests. Power of light: all positive status effects and healing effects are amplified by 50 on top of the original. In addition, they can learn many skills of light mages. Therefore, even if they only level up once, their healing effects will be significantly improved, and their contribution to the team will naturally be greater. Medic and light priest. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dong had an answer. These 2 professions are indeed useful to me, but sorry, I can't help you. Let's go. After saying this, Wang Dong left without looking back, taking Wu Bing with him. Seeing this, everyone was frozen in place. Geez, no way. He just left like that. How can he be so selfish? Is there really a guy in this school who can resist Qinya's charm? Unbelievable. He's playing hard to get right. Everyone chattered, criticizing Wang Dong's behavior. Even Zhao Qinya herself, watching the 2 leave, showed an incredulous expression. Although Zhao Qinya had been well brought up and had never truly been in love since childhood. While the protagonist can't be judged by common sense. But with her powerful family background and attractive figure and looks, she had lived a life surrounded by stars since she was young. Ordinary guys couldn't even speak clearly when they saw her. What made this guy so special? Zhao Qinya felt a bit hurt, and Li Li also stomped her foot in anger. This guy, isn't he just a bit higher in level? What's he so arrogant about? Li Li was furious, but anger aside, the other party had already gone far, and they had no choice. They could only continue leveling up step by step. Hey Wang Dong, are you out of your mind? On the other side, after Wu Bing killed a goblin that was biting his arm with his axe, he couldn't help complaining. That's Zhao Qinya, one of the 4 campus beauties of our school. And you didn't even bring her. Bringing her would have my leveling speed. Wang Dong said calmly. On the surface, his team had 2 people, but in reality, it was only Wang Dong alone. Bringing Zhao Qinya would indeed slow down his leveling speed by half. Besides, he still had a bottle of basic healing potion to replace the healing skill, so he didn't need a support for now. But that's Zhao Qinya, the girl countless guys dream of. Aren't you tempted at all? I'm not a saint. How could I not be tempted? Wang Dong casually explained, but this world has changed. As long as your level is high enough and your strength is strong enough, what kind of woman can't you have? Besides, ding, the female protagonist Zhao Qinya's mentality has slightly changed. The plot has been slightly affected, gaining 200 fate-changing points. Besides what? Nothing. Let's find a place to rest first. Wang Dong was about to say, besides, I'm not a simp, but the system notification interrupted him. This female lead, her mentality seems not so good. Just because he didn't take her leveling up, her mentality was affected. With such mental fortitude, how can she be the protagonist in the future? He shook his head and stopped thinking, then reached his hand toward the corpse of a goblin soldier in front of him. On the corpse there was a white light orb the size of a baby's fist. You have obtained Novice Iron Sword 1. Equipment in the Apocalypse game also has grades. The grades from low to high are no grade black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, etc. The previous crude hand axe and this Novice Iron Sword both belong to the no-grade weapons. He casually found a corner to sit down and took a look at the attributes of the Novice Iron Sword. Novice Iron Sword Strength 3, Agility 2. Weapon grade none. Required level 1. Class restriction none. Durability 1010. Description: a fairly sharp iron sword, it works quite well against monsters without defensive capabilities. Low-quality weapons add no attributes and have very low durability, making them easy to break. Intact no-grade weapons add a few attributes and have higher durability. Let's use the fate-changing points first. In the early stages, strength is too weak. We shouldn't be stingy with these means of enhancing power. Wang Dong made up his mind and looked at Wu Bing. Keep watch for me, I'll rest for 2 minutes. Okay. He walked to a corner of a teaching building, sat down, and closed his eyes, directly entering the consciousness space. Fate-changing points can be directly exchanged for attributes. Exchange rate 1001. Wang Dong currently has 300 fate-changing points. Directly exchanging for attributes is not very cost-effective, so he planned to check other rewards first. The consciousness space was dim with only 3 altar-like objects emitting faint glimmers of light. The 3 altars were arranged from low to high grade, each more luxurious than the last. Without a doubt, Wang Dong could only use the lowest grade one. Basic summoning altar. Each use requires 100 fate-changing points. Do you want to use 100 fate-changing points to summon? Yes, no. Summon successful. Choose one of the following rewards. 1. Free attribute point 1. 2. Canned pork case 1. I choose the canned pork. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment before making his choice. 1 attribute point is useless. Congratulations. You have obtained canned pork case 1. Detected that the host has no storage equipment. It has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Whether it's the fate-altering system or the Doomsday game system, both have a system backpack. Each backpack contains 24 slots. These slots can store items produced by the system or the Doomsday game, but cannot store real-world items. For example, if you try to put a bag of rice bought from the supermarket inside, it won't work, but the rice rewarded by the fate-altering system can. It's a bit biased, but that's the rule. Wang Dong noticed that identical items in the system backpack could stack up to 99. Continue summoning. Summoning successful. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1 bottled cola case 1. 2 Archer skill book barrage. Skill book, no explanation needed. Skill books are physical entities, just like equipment. They cannot be understood through ordinary reading, they can only be learned through system reading. Although every combat class awakens with 24 innate skills and an initial skill upon awakening. Don't think this makes obtaining skills easy. Because regardless of whether you are a regular class or a hidden class, after awakening you will only automatically learn a new skill upon successful class advancement at level 10 and level 60. At other times, skills must either be self-comprehended or obtained by defeating bosses. Self-comprehending skills requires first awakening a comprehension-type talent skill, which is even rarer than rare classes. Thus most players obtain their skills by defeating bosses. However, there are hundreds of classes, and the drop rate of skill books is low. Even 10 or 20 years into the Apocalypse skill books remain extremely precious. Flying Stone Mage initial skill learnable at LV1. Summons a flying stone to attack the enemy. Not bad, not bad. Although it's an initial skill, at least it adds another attack method. Wang Dong, something's up. You. Summoning successful. Please choose one of the following abilities. 1 free attribute points 2. 2 Mage skill book Flying Stone. Is there even a choice? Congratulations. You have obtained Mage skill book Flying Stone. Flying Stone Mage initial skill learnable at LV1. Summons a flying stone to attack the enemy. Not bad, not bad. Although it's an initial skill, at least it adds another attack method. Wang Dong, something's up. Wu Bing's alert voice interrupted Wang Dong's contemplation. What's the matter? Before Wang Dong could fully return to reality, he heard shouts and curses. Holy crap, run. Damn, how did so many monsters end up here? Who the hell knows? Xiao Yong, clear the way up front. Understood. Young Master Qin, this way. Damn it. Young Master Qin. Hearing these voices, Wang Dong's eyes instantly lit up. He glanced at his experience bar. Level 2. Experience 1870200. Almost at level 3. Let's go check it out. Shuelon Star was not the Earth Wang Dong came from. In this world, the authority of the Summer Country's government was far inferior to that of Summer Country on Earth. Some major aristocratic families and clans could even train their own private armies. The Qin family, to which Qin Shiji belonged, was one such clan. And as a villainous rich second generation, his behavior at school was naturally not conventional. Although he usually maintained decent social relations and prestige, the moment he encountered the protagonist and heroine, his IQ would drop instantly. Qin Shiji's awakened class was Storm Warrior. The Storm Warrior was a variant of the Warrior class, gaining the power of storms in the later stages with higher attack power and attack speed than ordinary warriors. It was a type of rare class. With a powerful background and a powerful class, he immediately formed several quality awakened teams after the apocalypse descended. Frontline, backline, and support, everything was available. However, to level up quickly, Qin Shiji only formed a team of 4. All 4 teammates were students. Apart from Qin Shiji himself, there was a shield knight, a priest, a summoner, and a fire mage. After leveling up, the shield knight had higher tankiness than an ordinary knight, making it a solid tank class. The fire mage compared to an ordinary mage had a 50 increase in power when using fire magic. Both were advanced classes among the ordinary classes. Their team was very capable, and the number of members was not too large, so they naturally leveled up faster than ordinary people. They were now basically at level 2, almost level 3, and each had a decent weapon. Today they had gone out as a team to level up, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush by a goblin legion. Over 20 goblins fearlessly charged at the 5 of them. "Fuck off, get away from me. Hurry up." The shield knight covering the rear was named Tao Lin. He carried a backpack on his back, and was being besieged by 5 goblins unable to fend them off. After killing 2 with his axe, he was stabbed in the butt by a goblin, and his shoulder was bitten hard by another goblin that jumped up. With no time to think, he quickly broke free from the 2 goblins' grip and, gritting his teeth against the pain, caught up with the team ahead. Bang! At the front of the team, Qin Shiji, holding an iron sword, looked pale, and his steps were unsteady. At a corner of a teaching building, he was suddenly knocked down by a dark shadow. What the? Qin Shiji was dizzy from the collision and let out a string of curses. "Young Master Qin." Xiao Yong, who was following behind, was startled and shouted, wanting to go to his aid. He was a summoner of special class. His initial skill could summon an adult ferocious wolf to help fight. The ferocious wolf was quite capable. At level 2, it could single-handedly defeat a level 1 goblin without taking damage. But just as he was about to command the wolf to take down the enemy, he suddenly saw a monster that made his blood run cold. The thing that had knocked down Qin Shiji was neither a scrawny goblin nor those disgusting zombie classmates. Instead, it was a terrifying creature, standing a full 1.8 meters tall, covered in muscles. It was half-man, half-beast, with fangs protruding from its mouth. It also held a large wooden club that was 1.5 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh. Orc warrior, LV5. Constitution 75. Strength 50. Agility 18. Spirit 7. Description: a half-human, half-beast warrior with formidable strength. Requires some melee combat skills to defeat. If the team has ranged attacks, they can try to kite it. Xiao Yong was stunned with fear. Qin Shiji, having regained his senses, also went blank at the sight of this terrifying monster. This location was near the exit at the back of the school. They hadn't been here in the past few days and had no idea such a monster existed. At that moment, the orc warrior also noticed Qin Shiji on the ground, and a bloodthirsty gleam flashed in its eyes. It let out a strange roar and swung the large wooden club toward Qin Shiji. Holy shit! Qin Shiji, being an awakened, managed to react at the critical moment. He performed a clumsy roll and barely dodged the attack. Boom! The huge wooden club smashed into the spot where Qin Shiji had just been, producing a loud thud. The hard cement floor even emitted smoke from the impact. At that instant, the teammates behind them and the goblin army also caught up. "No, I can't die." Qin Shiji, lying on the ground, looked at the orc warrior blocking the way ahead, then at his companions and the goblin squad behind. He knew he couldn't get past the orc warrior before the goblins arrived. "Sorry, but I have no choice." Qin Shiji gritted his teeth, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. But just as he was about to get up and shove the fire mage in front of the orc warrior to buy himself a chance to escape, boom! A fireball 1 meter in diameter with tremendous force slammed into the orc warrior's back. Roar! The orc warrior in pain roared and raised its club to retaliate. But unexpectedly, boom, boom, boom. Fireball after fireball, like a magical machine gun, gave the orc no chance to counterattack. Its movements in swinging the club became sluggish under the scorching of 4 fireballs. Thud! Thump! An axe took the opportunity to strike its head, delivering a fatal blow. The orc warrior crashed to the ground. Successfully killed. Orc warrior, LV5. Gained experience 50 U copper coins 9. Oh, another piece of equipment dropped. You have obtained octagonal hammer 1. Wu Bing. Qin Shiji was somewhat surprised to see Wu Bing holding an axe like a savior. Before he could react, Wang Dong appeared in his line of sight, staff in hand. Boom, boom, boom. Without any pause, Wang Dong, who had obtained the octagonal hammer, began supporting others with fireball spells. The few entangled by goblins, still bewildered, saw the monsters before them blasted away by a massive fireball. What the hell? Reinforcements? A fireball that big? And it's a one-hit kill, eh? Seeing the word death appear above the goblin's head after being struck by the fireball, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they had killed 5 or 6 goblins, the monsters still had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Coupled with the Halfirk warrior blocking the path, it seemed inevitable that at least 1 or 2 of the 5 would die here. But these fireballs directly turned the tide. Not only were they larger than ordinary fireballs, their casting speed was also fast, and a single fireball could incinerate a goblin. Wait, how can his fireball be so powerful and yet cast so quickly? That's impossible. Ding, congratulations. You have reached level 3. You have gained 5 to all attributes, 10 free attribute points. Soon over a dozen goblins, ranging from level 1 to level 3, perished under the bombardment of fireballs. The remaining goblins, sensing danger, fled in panic into the thick fog. A familiar warm current surged again. Wang Dong allocated all free attribute points to Spirit. Name Wang Dong. Class Elementalist. Level 3. Experience 363,000. Vitality 150,230. Mana 318-503-7500. Constitution 23. Strength 23. Agility 24. Spirit 125. Level 3. Nice. Ding, you have saved Qin Shiji's team and prevented Tian Hongwei's death. The storyline has been slightly altered. You have gained 500 fate-changing points. Just as I expected. This trip wasn't in vain. Wang Dong, is that you? When Qin Shiji saw Wu Bing, he was only slightly surprised. But when he recognized the man wielding the staff and casting fireballs as Wang Dong, his expression was simply indescribable. Shock, relief, and disbelief. The shock came from the fact that Wang Dong had been alone in the dormitory when the apocalypse struck. Not only had he survived, but he had also brought Wu Bing all the way here. Relief came from the realization that if Wang Dong hadn't arrived in time, he would have had to sacrifice the flame mage to escape. That would have allowed him to survive the chaos, but it would severely damage his prestige within the team, possibly even leading to isolation from his teammates and followers. As for disbelief, it was because Wang Dong now stood taller than before, covered in dust and blood from head to toe. He couldn't believe that this resolute, fiercely combat-capable man was once his lackey. Bro, thanks. Wang Dong. Damn, it's you. Brother, what class did you awaken? Your fireball is amazing. Yeah, it doesn't even need channeling. After the immediate danger subsided, the other four came over to chat with Wang Dong. Of course the priest didn't idle. After a brief greeting, he used his remaining energy to heal the others. Had just luck. Wang Dong smiled casually. Awakening classes was random, so Wang Dong's strength could indeed be attributed to luck. Haha, anyway, thanks. Don't mention it. Let's find a place to heal first. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Shiji suddenly spoke. We'll talk after we're safe. Alright. Except for the newly arrived Wang Dong and Wu Bing, all of Qin Shiji's team members were injured, so continuing to level up was out of the question. They found an empty classroom on the ground floor, closed the door, and the priest continued healing everyone. The priest was named Chui Liangping, and like the summoner Xiao Yong, he was a classmate of Wang Dong. The shield knight Tao Lin and the flame mage Tian Hongwei were seniors from the 4th year. Wang Dong had seen them before, but wasn't very familiar. Wang Dong, thanks for earlier. After sitting down, Qin Shiji let out a long sigh, turned to Wang Dong, and offered a sincere thanks. He wasn't thanking Wang Dong for saving his life, but for arriving in time to prevent his persona from crumbling. No need to be polite, Qin Xiao. Oh. Hearing Wang Dong call him Qin Xiao, Qin Shiji was momentarily taken aback, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Before the apocalypse, Wang Dong called him Qin Xiao because the Qin family held immense power in Magic City. Following Qin Shiji meant a decent job after graduation. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, jobs were irrelevant, yet Wang Dong, who had awakened such a powerful class, still called him Qin Xiao. Qin Shiji wasn't exceptionally smart, but he wasn't foolish either. In just a moment he grasped the reasoning. What class did you awaken? Can you show us? All personal information in the attribute panel could be hidden. Once hidden, unless you were 5 levels higher or the other person voluntarily showed you, you couldn't see any of their details. Hearing this question, the others also looked over, eager to see what kind of abnormal class Wang Dong had awakened that allowed him to wield fireball to such an extent. Of course, Wang Dong didn't refuse. His class had been modified by the fate-changing system, and his purpose in coming here was precisely to get close to Qin Shiji, using his status to gain more fate-changing points. Naturally, he didn't mind showing his class. Of course, only the class. Elementalist. Damn. When Wang Dong displayed his class through the system, Qin Shiji's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. Elementalist. What class is that? Never heard of it. Could it be? The others, after recovering from their shock, were all filled with astonishment. The flame mage Tian Hongwei in particular had envy written all over his face. Everyone's panel contained basic information about classes, so they could guess what elementalist meant. According to the data, mages could generally be divided into 3 types: ordinary mages, advanced mages, and rare mages. Ordinary mages could only use the 3 elements of water, fire, and earth. Advanced mages could amplify a single element like Tian Hongwei the flame mage. Rare mages could use some rare natural elements. For example, metal, wood, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, snow, magma, and so on. As for elementalist, it wasn't found in their data at all. Only hidden classes were not displayed in the data. Therefore, Wang Dong's elementalist must be a hidden class. Wang Dong, how about you stick with me from now on? After witnessing the profession Wang Dong had awakened Qin Shiji, couldn't help but extend an olive branch. This was an elementalist for crying out loud. Among a million combat-type professions, not even one such hidden class might appear. It was a consensus among all players that those who awakened hidden professions would surely become outstanding individuals. Under such circumstances, how could he resist? Follow you. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing. He had thought he would need to put in some effort, but it turned out to be so easy to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Seeing Wang Dong's expression, Qin Shiji thought he was unwilling and quickly added, "Of course. Wang Dong, don't think that just because the apocalyptic game has descended all humans are back on the same starting line. I tell you that's impossible. The power of my Qin family is beyond your imagination. Moreover, fighting alone is not a long-term plan. As long as you're willing to continue following me, I promise you'll live a life of luxury. Fast cars, beautiful women, whatever you want." Qin Shiji painted a rather grand picture, as if he hadn't been the one trying to sacrifice his companions to escape just moments ago. Yet Wang Dong actually gained a new perspective on this rich, second-generation heir, who said villainous rich kids were stupid. His skill in winning people over was actually quite good. He glanced at the two unfamiliar classmates in the classroom, probably recruited by Qin Shiji, using the same method, right? That sounds pretty good. Then it's settled. Seeing Wang Dong's interest, Qin Shiji quickly sealed the deal. We were brothers before, and we'll be brothers still. Brothers? Come and chop you. Chop me. Qin Shiji was taken aback. The history of Water Blue Star's Xia Kingdom was the same as Earth's, but many modern things were different. So this meme clearly went over Qin Shiji's head. Nothing, I just suddenly recalled an advertisement slogan and blurted it out involuntarily. Hearing Wang Dong's explanation, Qin Shiji looked suspicious. What advertisement slogan? I've never heard of it. That's not important. What matters is whether what you just said can be counted on. Wang Dong deftly changed the subject, displaying the awareness expected of a proper lackey. In his past life, he was an orphan struggling at the bottom of society for over 20 years, unable to afford a house or get married. After getting drunk alone in a rented room, he had crossed over into this world. The Wang Dong of this world, aside from having a single father, was much the same as his former self. Both were the type who would stop at nothing to get ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured others' strange looks to become Qin Shiji's lackey. Of course, hearing Wang Dong's words, Qin Shiji knew he had agreed and quickly patted his chest to assure, "Have I ever gone back on my word, Qin Shiji? And you must have family too, right? I promise you, once my father's men find us, I'll have Uncle Feng help rescue your people immediately." Qin Shiji was the son of a wealthy family. Of course, Qin Guangyao wouldn't abandon him after the apocalypse. Sending people to rescue him was entirely reasonable. And Uncle Feng was one of the Qin family's most powerful retainers, rumored to have once been the leader of a renowned mercenary group. I see. All right. Wang Dong pretended to ponder for a moment, then decisively nodded in agreement. Since you've put it that way, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Good brother, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Having recruited Wang Dong, Qin Shiji was visibly excited and quickly turned his gaze to the side. Wu Bing, what about you? Want to join? He didn't know what profession Wu Bing had awakened, but since he could come here with Wang Dong alone, he couldn't be a total pushover. Me? Wu Bing hesitated, then a hint of dimness flickered in his eyes. How I don't seem to have anywhere else to go now. Then come along. We're all in the same class anyway, so familiarity will make things easier. Fine. Great, from today on we're a team. Anyone who dares bully our team members is messing with me, Qin Shiji. Come on, let me introduce you to the team members. These two slackers need no introduction. Just get familiar with their abilities. Liang Ping awakened as a priest, and Xiao Yong awakened as a summoner. I didn't expect you two to have such decent awakened abilities. Hearing the professions they had awakened, Wang Dong teased them with a smile. He had been classmates with these two, and before the apocalypse they had all followed Qin Shiji. So the three were very familiar with each other. However, back then their status was equal, but now. Damn, you call that decent? It's nowhere near as good as yours. Ya stop rubbing it in, man. The two had been quite satisfied with their awakened abilities, but Wang Dong's appearance made them feel heaven's injustice. Alright, let me finish introducing before you catch up. Qin Shiji cut off their banter and continued. This brother is named Tao Lin, profession Shield Knight. He's Tian Hongwei, profession Flame Mage. Both are very powerful classes. Hello, I'm Wang Dong. I'm Wu Bing. Hello. They exchanged greetings and handshakes, officially getting acquainted. But just as Tao Lin finished shaking hands with Wu Bing, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Holy crap, man, why are your hands so cold? It was late May. If not for the apocalypse, everyone would be wearing short sleeves. How could a man's body be cold? His awakened ability is a bit special. Wang Dong silently cursed his slip and quickly covered it up with an excuse. I see. Hearing Wang Dong's explanation, the others didn't think much of it. After all, no one could imagine that the living person before them had been a corpse just that morning. By the way, Boss Qin, do you have any food on you? Wang Dong swiftly changed the subject. He had been robbed around 11 in the morning, and now it was past 3 in the afternoon. High-intensity combat consumed a lot of energy, and he had only eaten a bag of chips and a bottle of water today. So even though he was a mage who didn't expend much physical energy, he was now starving. Food, eh? Qin Shiji looked at the two in surprise, noting they had brought nothing, and asked with some confusion, "You go out to level up without bringing food?" Now the whole world was shrouded in thick fog. Going out to level up meant encountering danger at any moment, possibly being trapped by monsters somewhere, just like what happened to Qin Shiji's group today. So most teams would bring some food and water when going out to level up, just in case. It's not that we didn't bring any or we couldn't. Our stuff was taken by Liao Jun and his crew. Oh, taken by Liao. What? Taken by Liao Jun and his crew. Qin Shiji did a double take, staring at Wang Dong and Wu Bing in disbelief. The others were also stunned. Bro, your awakened abilities are so amazing, how could you get robbed? Yeah, you're kidding, right? Ahem, no need to lie to you. They outnumbered us. Wang Dong coughed twice and briefly recounted the incident. Liao Jun, like Wang Dong, was a junior, but they were in different departments, and he was also on the school basketball team. Someone as outstanding as him naturally looked down on Wang Dong. However, after obtaining the fate-altering system, Wang Dong learned of his other identity. A dog at the side of... After Wang Dong obtained the fate revision system, it implanted all plot information into his memory. Thus Wang Dong knew every character in the story. The protagonist, named Yi Feng, was originally just an ordinary employee of a company. After experiencing 10 years of the apocalypse, he was reborn to the time before the catastrophe. As the apocalypse's protagonist, Yi Feng's return was naturally meant to be a path of slaughter. In the original plot, Yi Feng planned to first eliminate the Qin family after enhancing his strength. Later, passing by this school, he suddenly remembered that Qin Shiji was a student here, so he came in along the way. Here he not only gained two loyal followers, Liao Jun and Pan Lei, but also met the female Li Zhaoqinya. Although neither Liao Jun nor Pan Lei followed, Yi Feng willingly, their existence indeed accelerated the downfall of the Qin family. Let Qin Shiji help deal with Liao Jun, and while I'm at it, see if this move earns me any fate revision points. This was what Wang Dong thought. A lackey should have the awareness of a lackey. With a backing like Qin Shiji, why not use it? At that moment, hearing Wang Dong say his food had been snatched by Liao Jun, Qin Shiji didn't think much of it. He only assumed Wang Dong's mind was still stuck in the pre-apocalypse era, afraid of legal consequences, thus not daring to use player skills to fight others. Damn it, that Liao Jun is asking for death. How dare he steal from my brother? Qin Shiji, with an indignant expression, patted Wang Dong on the shoulder. Don't worry, he'll get revenge for you. Tao Lin, give them some food first. Sure. Tao Lin responded without hesitation, agreeing readily. For a villain like Qin Shiji, before being suppressed by the protagonist, there was no shortage of food. Besides, Wang Dong had just saved them. So Wang Dong soon received a carton of milk, 2 slices of bread, and 2 sausages. As for Wu Bing, he was a corpse himself and no longer needed to eat. His energy source, like that of zombies, came from absorbing natural energy in the air to sustain his bodily functions. As long as he rested for more than 8 hours a day, he would be full of energy the next day. So he casually made an excuse that he had already eaten. As Wang Dong feasted heartily, the team's atmosphere became harmonious. Amidst casual chatter, they added each other as friends. The game apocalypse had descended. Communication base stations and satellites were destroyed by some special force, but walkie-talkies could still be barely used over short distances. Moreover, the apocalypse's system panel had a friend add function. Once added as friends, they could send messages to each other through the system. Of course, since everyone's names might have duplicates, adding friends with real names required face-to-face interaction. As for whether Wang Dong, having chosen the villain's lackey, was doomed to be Qin Shiji's underling, not necessarily. The fate revision system was highly flexible, and a novel could have more than one villain. Not to mention his unwillingness to be Qin Shiji's lackey. Even if he killed Qin Shiji and defected to the protagonist, Yi Feng, the system would impose no punishment. However, the fate revision system needed to bind to a villain to function, and each villain faction could only bind one person. If he truly killed Qin Shiji and went to Yi Feng, the system would stop working. To restart it, he would have to find another villain faction. Thus, killing Qin Shiji was definitely detrimental to him now. Steward Tian, where is Chun Zhong now? As Wang Dong wolfed down the bread inside a luxurious villa in the western part of Magic City, an overwhelming sense of oppression filled the entire living room. On the living room sofa, a man who appeared nearly 50 with some wrinkles on his face asked in a low voice. He was Qin Guangyao, the helm of the Qin family. The Magic City in this world was like the Shanghai on Earth, the most economically developed city in Xia country. And the Qin family, under Qin Guangjiao's control, ranked among the top 3 in the entire Magic City's wealthy circles. A figure of such magnitude just sitting there exuded a powerful presence. Before him stood an older steward wearing a tailored shirt and trousers with graying hair. Hearing Qin Guangjiao's question, the old steward promptly replied respectfully. Master, the team, led by Chun Zhong, has reached the sports park, about 3 kilometers from the young master's school. Good, tell them that if the young master has awakened a combat class, there's no need to rush back. Help him level up first. Qin Guangyao truly lived up to his reputation as a man of ambition. On the first day of the apocalypse, he quickly familiarized himself with the new rules and dispatched 2 rescue teams to save his son. Chen Zhong belonged to the first echelon. Yes, you may leave. Qin Guangyao waved his hand casually, and Steward Tian departed respectfully. After the steward left, he leaned back on the sofa, stared at the ceiling, and let out a long sigh. After the data-driven apocalypse descended, all firearms became unusable, but some people were naturally stronger than ordinary individuals. Soldiers, fitness enthusiasts, amateur boxers, and average athletes could achieve stats of 15 to 30 points in physique strength and agility through training. Reclusive masters, elite special forces, world champions, and world-class athletes, those gifted and fond of exercise, could even reach an astonishing 30 to 50 points. Thus, the private soldiers nurtured by these wealthy families were inherently stronger than ordinary people. If they became awakened, it would be even more formidable. You are my only son, you must not die. Gazing at the chandelier-hung ceiling of the villa, Qin Guangyao murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the classroom where Qin Shiji and the others were, Wang Dong wiped his mouth contentedly after seeing his health bar restored 196,230. Oh, it's been days since I ate this well. And now that you're in our team, you won't lack food anymore. I hope so, but it seems after leveling up the demand for food increases too. Eating all this, I feel only half full. Normal, given the physical exertion. Ding. Player Qin Shiji invites you to join the team. Accept. Decline. Decline. Wang Dong, what do you mean? You don't want to team up with us? Seeing the system feedback, Qin Shiji couldn't believe his eyes. He had just sent Wang Dong a team invitation only to have it rejected. He was the boss, Wang Dong was the lackey. How dare a lackey refuse the boss invitation? Too many people in the team slows down leveling. Wang Dong repeated the same reason. But this reason made Qin Shiji displeased. However, we are now a team. Shouldn't team members advance together? He had gone to great lengths to bring Wang Dong into his team, not only for Wang Dong's potential, but mainly to speed up his own leveling. Now Wang Dong's refusal to team up was clearly a slap in the face. Advancing together is right, but we need to be strategic, right? Wang Dong began his persuasive spiel. Right now we have few skills, and the monster's numbers and experience are low. Even if I join the team, it won't boost leveling speed much. Instead, it's better for me and Wu Bing to level up faster. Once we're higher level and learn some area effect skills, we can take you to farm higher level monsters. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Huh, that actually makes some sense. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Qin Shiji suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. Admittedly, though Wang Dong's argument was somewhat persuasive, it indeed made sense. When a team's strength is sufficient to eliminate ordinary monsters, adding a mage capable of instantly killing them doesn't significantly enhance their effectiveness. After all, monsters are not an endless stream. I think that's reasonable too, agreed Tian Hongwei the Flame Mage. If I could cast spells as fast as Wang Dong, I would also go solo. You, forget it. Tao Lin scoffed. If you were that impressive, we wouldn't have been so distressed earlier. Hey, how are you talking? Am I wrong? Damn you. Enough, stop arguing. You guys take your time resting. Wu Bing and I will go level up first, and we'll come back for you later. Wang Dong interrupted their quarrel. Alright. Qin Shiji nodded, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, Wang Dong, the direction where we encountered the goblin squad earlier should have a boss. We can't take it on now, but if you think you can handle it, you might want to check it out. Although they had recovered from their injuries with Chui Liangping's help, their physical stamina and condition could not be restored through mere healing spells. Therefore, let alone fighting a BOSS, even normal leveling required extreme caution. Boss. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Qin Shiji. He was clearly puzzled as to why Qin Shiji would share such important information with him. After all, a boss not only yields high experience points, but also surely carries treasures. As a villain, what reason would he have to keep this to himself? But after a moment's thought, Wang Dong understood the logic. Qin Shiji's party was not only physically exhausted, but also had different classes from him. Different classes meant no competition for equipment. Rather than hiding the information, it was better to do a favor, hoping to perhaps gain some goodwill from him. After figuring this out, Wang Dong chuckled. Hey, I understand. Qin Shiji heard this and laughed as well. Indeed, his decision to continue courting Wang Dong was correct. As long as he maintained a good relationship with him, then in the future. Wait, something felt off. Qin Shiji suddenly sensed a discrepancy. Shouldn't it be Wang Dong who should be ingratiating himself with him? Why was he thinking of building a good relationship with Wang Dong? He was the leader, damn it. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier LV3, gained EXP 30, Copper Coins 4. Successfully killed Normal Goblin LV1, gained EXP 10. On the other side, Wang Dong was unaware of Qin Shiji's thoughts. After leaving with Wu Bing, he immediately entered a frenzied leveling mode. Although player skills had no levels or proficiency, frequent use was still necessary to improve accuracy, projectile speed, and attack range. Wang Dong's fireball technique could reach a diameter of 1 meter thanks entirely to his source power. However, the maximum size of this fireball was 1 meter in diameter. To acquire more powerful magic skills, he would need other skill books. Haha, I finally leveled up. After the duo eliminated several goblin squads, Wu Bing suddenly burst into laughter. The combat type awakened of the Earthen Reincarnation had a separate experience bar, so they could also level up. Without other players stealing kills, an assist alone was enough to gain full experience. That meant in the few hours since Wu Bing's resurrection, they had participated in killing about 70 monsters. Nice. Wang Dong nodded and glanced at Wu Bing's stats. Name: Wu Bing, class warrior, level 2, constitution, strength 25, agility 21, spirit. Wu Bing's attributes were automatically allocated with no free stat points. However, these stats likely included the passive bonuses from the warrior class. Wang Dong paid it no mind. Following the location given by Qin Shiji, he cautiously advanced with Wu Bing, soon finding the suspected boss area. This was the school's green corridor flanked by lush plants. At the junction at the end of the corridor, there were numerous goblin soldiers and goblin warriors clad in green leather armor. The distribution of these goblins was noticeably denser than elsewhere. Let's pull the small ones first and kill them, then focus on the big one. Wang Dong hid at the corner of the road, quickly making up his mind. Anyone with even a bit of online gaming experience knew to clear the minions before taking on the boss. Alright, Wu Bing did not hesitate. He nodded and went out to lure monsters with his own flesh. Fortunately, visibility in the thick fog was still only 5 or 6 meters. Although these goblins would swarm upon detecting an enemy, they only relayed information to nearby companions. Those farther away, even if they heard the noise, could not see Wang Dong, and thus could not reach the battlefield immediately. So Wang Dong had enough time to clear the minions. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior LV4, gained EXP 40 Copper Coins 6. You obtained Novice Leather Armor 1. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier LV3, gained EXP 30. Armor. Equipment was roughly divided into 3 categories: weapons, armor, and accessories. Only one weapon could be equipped. Armor consisted of 5 pieces: helmet, bracers, cuirass, leggings, and boots. Accessories comprised 4 items: necklace, waist pendant, and a pair of rings. Equipment did not need to be worn manually. It could be dragged from the system interface to the corresponding equipment slot. Moreover, once in a player's inventory, the equipment would automatically adjust to fit the player's body size. Wang Dong examined the stats of this novice leather armor. Depending on the class, armor could be divided into 3 types: heavy armor, light armor, and robes. Heavy armor suited warrior classes. Charging into battle. Robes were for magic-using classes, and light armor was suitable for physical damage dealers like thieves and archers. Armor did not provide additional offensive attributes like strength, agility, or spirit. It only increased defensive attributes such as constitution, physical immunity, and magic immunity. This leather armor was light armor, offering only basic protection with no additional stat bonuses. However, equipment below black iron rank had no class restrictions, so it was better than nothing. As Wang Dong dragged the leather armor from his inventory to the equipment slot, he was instantly covered in a long-sleeved green leather armor. Tisk amazing. But even though the material is temperature regulated, wearing an extra t-shirt still feels hot. Wang Dong then removed the armor, took off his t-shirt, and discarded it, then put the leather armor back on. Much better now. He looked at Wu Bing with satisfaction and tossed him a weapon. Wu Bing, take this. That inferior axe had become too dull to use, but Wang Dong still had an iron sword with strength 3 and agility 2. Wu Bing discarded the axe, took the iron sword from him, and continued his monster-luring routine. The two fought while pulled while fighting. A flood of kill notifications appeared on Wang Dong's system interface. With Wu Bing acting as cannon fodder, as long as he didn't pull more than 5 monsters at once, Wang Dong, hiding around the corner, didn't even need to focus much. He could just hurl fireballs reflexively and burn them all to death. Even if he pulled 10, he could rely on Wu Bing to delay them and kite them all. However, just as Wu Bing had lured the remaining 7 or 8 goblin soldiers and warriors ready to clear them and take on the BOSS, several surprised voices rang out from behind a flower bed on the other side of the boss area. Hey, looks like there's a boss here. Holy crap, it really is. Ha, we're so lucky. Quick, melee classes tank up front, support and damage dealers fall back. Let's clear those 7 or 8 minions first. This was a 7-member awaken team led by a man named Pan Lei. He was a senior in college, the vice president of the student council. As a student wielding real power, forming an outstanding awaken team was almost too easy. However, this boss appeared quite formidable. For a team like theirs with perfect coordination, they could only barely manage to kill it. To ensure everyone's safety, they had to deal with the minions first. Wait, Lei Gu, it looks like someone over there is pulling the boss's minions. As Pan Lei was about to order the team to start fighting the BOSS, a thin man quickly reminded him. Hearing this, Pan Lei narrowed his eyes. The visibility in the thick fog was still low. But through the white mist, not only could he hear faint sounds of battle, but he could also vaguely see the bodies of 2 goblin soldiers lying on the foggy ground to the right. There really is someone. What do we do, Lei Gu? Should we fight? Don't rush. First go see who's pulling the monsters. Pan Lei had also played online games and knew what it meant to steal someone else's boss in a game. For the sake of a small BOSS, offending someone he couldn't afford to offend would clearly be a loss. Alright, I'll go right away. The thin-looking student nodded, and then circled around the boss's position, moving toward the right side of the fog. As time passed, he soon saw Wu Bing, who was slashing the last goblin to death in the fog. There are only 2 of them. I don't recognize this guy either. He seems like a sophomore, or maybe a junior. The moment he saw Wang Dong emerge, the thin student grinned. Hee hee, if there are only 2 of you, then we won't be polite. In an online game where you level up and fight monsters, stealing bosses is a common phenomenon. Players often encounter such scenes in games. A common player finally meets a BOSS, works hard to fight it for a long time, and suddenly a few wealthy players with high levels and full of legendary gear show up. They don't even bother to talk, they just kill the common player and the boss together. This kind of bandit behavior leaves common players utterly devastated. So with this painful experience, the thin student immediately made a judgment when he saw there were only 2 opponents. In his mind, there were generally only 2 possibilities for 2 people pulling monsters here. One possibility was that their awakened professions were average, but they had trained regularly, so they possessed combat power beyond ordinary people. The other was that their professions were relatively strong, and the 2 of them relied on complementary skills to level up alone here. But regardless, killing so many monsters consumed a huge amount of time and stamina. Those 2 were no match for them. So stealing the boss was a no-brainer. As for whether stealing someone else's boss was immoral, come on, the world had already turned into such a mess. Why talk about morality? One more treasure meant one more chance of survival. At a time like this, how could you possibly hand over the treasure to someone else? Especially 2 strangers you didn't even know. What? Only 2. And you don't know them. Then forget about them. Hearing the thin man's report, Pan Lei couldn't help but smile. Everyone get ready. Once they pull those minions away, we'll go straight for the boss. Alright, Lei, go. No problem. Hee hee, they're unlucky to run into us. Hearing Pan Lei's decision, the others also showed smug expressions. Goblin Captain LV5 BOSS Constitution 100 Strength 50 Agility 35 Spirit 15 Skills Javelin Throw. Description: the Goblin Captain is the strongest selected from Goblin Warriors. Not only does it possess formidable melee combat ability, but it also has ranged attack methods. You need to be wary of the javelins it throws. The Goblin Captain's stature was already close to the average height of an adult male. About 1.6 meters tall, with total attributes 50 points higher than a half-orc warrior. It wore a set of heavy armor, a helmet on its head, a round wooden shield in its left hand, a javelin in its right hand, and a quiver of javelins on its back. A standard javelin thrower's attire, clearly different from ordinary goblins at a glance. They seemed to be starting to pull the monsters. Hey, what the hell? As everyone held their breath and waited, 7 or 8 goblin warriors were led away by Wu Bing. However, those 7 or 8 goblin warriors were close to the BOSS, and when Wu Bing pulled the monsters, he also pulled the boss along. Seeing this, Pan Lei quickly spoke. Li Jian, go pull the boss back. Alright. Actually, he didn't need to say it. The man named Li Jian had already charged forward. His profession was archer, and he held a composite bow. His range was farther than an ordinary mage's, and archers also had their own talent skill. Precision: when using a ranged weapon to attack a target within 20 meters, as long as you focus a little, you can increase your accuracy by at least 50. Based on the experience of the past few days, these monsters were similar to those in games. They all harbored an unparalleled hatred for those who attacked them. So as long as the boss was hit by an archer's attack, it would turn around and relentlessly pursue that archer. Wang Chao, go cover him. Understood. The boy named Wang Chao didn't say a word. He raised a round wooden shield similar to the boss's and charged forward. Damn it, Wang Dong. I pulled the boss. On the other side, Wang Dong was far away and focused on fighting, so he hadn't noticed Pan Lei and the others. Hearing Wu Bing shout from the thick fog, he hurled a few fireballs in the direction he sensed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 huge fireballs grazed past Wu Bing's body, repelling the 3 goblin warriors behind him. The armor of a level 4 goblin warrior had higher defense than the leather armor of a level 3 soldier. So Wang Dong at level 3 couldn't one-shot them. However, Wang Dong's skill required no channeling, and by the time those monsters charged within 5 meters, he had already flung out 7 or 8 fireballs. Feeling the distance was close enough, Wu Bing gripped his longsword and turned to slash at the wounded monsters. Hey, where's the boss? Wu Bing, who had just cut down a goblin warrior, looked around in confusion, seeing that the boss that had been following him was nowhere to be found. In the moment of his daze, a goblin warrior thrust a wooden spear into his body, and another goblin warrior wielding a machete chopped off his left hand. But Wu Bing ignored it. Coming to his senses, he used his remaining arm to kill another monster. Soon, with their perfect cooperation, all 7 or 8 goblin warriors were wiped out. Wu Bing's severed arm also turned to ash and then reformed onto his body. It had to be said, the impure earth reincarnation body was truly this awesome. Didn't you say you pulled the boss? Looking at the identical goblin warriors in front of him, Wang Dong asked in confusion. All the monsters had the same appearance, experience, and level. There was no boss. Wu Bing was also dumbfounded. He pulled the wooden spear out of his body and said I did pull the boss. It was following me at first, but I don't know why it didn't come along. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes, then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that someone snatched the boss? What? Snatched the boss? Damn it. Wu Bing was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. He turned around and ran toward the boss's previous location. Front line, hold him back. Don't let the boss break through to the back line. Understood. Watch out for its javelin. Fang Ming, Li Jian, keep up the damage. Got it. Wang Dong caught up with Wu Bing. The two had run less than 20 meters when they heard the shouting of Pan Lei and his group. Realizing that their boss had indeed been stolen, the scene of being robbed of food by Liao Jun and his men earlier that morning flashed through Wang Dong's mind. A surge of rage welled up in his heart. I slogged to clear the boss's minions, and you steal the boss. You're asking for death. Wu Bing, let's get the boss back first. Alright. Whether it was a boss or a normal monster, the rules for item ownership were the same. It wasn't determined by who struck first or who landed the final blow. Instead, the party or individual that dealt the highest damage secured ownership. Experience points and copper coins were distributed proportionally according to damage dealt. The distribution ratio could be precise to single digits. Pan Lei's team of 7 were all male, 1 support, 2 ranged, and 4 melee. Given the boss's 4-dimensional attributes and the 7's levels, the 4 melee classes could only provide some restraint, unable to inflict substantial damage. The real damage came from the team's archer and mage. Damn, this monster's armor is too obstructive. The arrows can't fully penetrate. Don't panic, take it slow. We'll wear him down. The thin man, a rogue, was locked in combat with the goblin captain while soothing the team with words. The others echoed his sentiment. Attributes alone didn't determine one's combat power. True combat power was a combination of attributes, weapons, armor, skills, and treasures. So as long as they made good use of their weapons and numerical advantage, they could grind the boss down. But just as they were fervently kiting the BOSS, a blast of scorching hot air dispersed the thick fog and appeared beside the thin man. What the hell? Sensing danger, the thin man cursed and rolled to the side. Boom. The fireball struck the boss and ignited it, drawing an unprecedented scream from the goblin captain. Which bastard cast a fireball? The thin man hadn't even gotten up before he started cursing, apparently having forgotten about Wang Dong and Wu Bing. But Wang Dong gave them no time to react. The moment the thin man's words fell, he sent a basketball-sized flying stone hurtling toward the boss. Bang! The goblin captain, being a BOSS, possessed top-tier resilience and reflexes. Bearing the searing pain, it used its round wooden shield to block the flying stone. The stone struck the shield with a dull thud. Though both fireball and flying stone were basic mage skills, flying stone was mostly physical damage. Thus, after blocking the flying stone, the goblin captain staggered back a few steps, and the wooden shield cracked. At that moment, Wu Bing's figure appeared in everyone's sight. As a summoned being, Wu Bing could receive Wang Dong's telepathic commands and naturally knew whom to attack. Drawing his long sword, he bypassed the boss without a word and charged straight at the archer and mage in the back. Dodge! Pan Lei snapped back to reality and shouted. But the distance between them was at most a dozen meters, a mere 2 seconds at full sprint. The two ranged classes had their attention fixed on the boss. How could they react in time? Too late. Wu Bing coldly shouted, kicking the mage to the ground. A bunch of stupid dogs stealing the boss. Steal my ass. Wu Bing had clearly identified himself and Wang Dong as a team. That kick carried 9/10 of his strength. What the? Seeing the mage slam to the ground, the archer Li Jian immediately grew furious. Though he couldn't fathom how the two had arrived so quickly, he had no time to ponder. Raising his bow, he aimed it at Wu Bing. Still pointing arrows at me. Looking for death. Seeing this, Wu Bing's face twisted with fury. Ignoring the mage on the ground, he drew his sword and charged at Li Jian. Li Jian had never intended to kill, but in the face of danger, instincts took over. As Wu Bing, having just kicked the mage, came barreling toward him with murderous intent, Li Jian released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air and embedded itself in Wu Bing's shoulder. But instead of incapacitating him as expected, it only fueled his rage. Ignoring the arrow, Wu Bing reached Li Jian and swung his sword. Li Jian, dumbfounded, scrambled to dodge. Damn! Is this guy a monster? Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! While Li Jian was stunned, the other battle had concluded. Scorching fireballs and flying stones rained down on the goblin captain in rapid succession, precise, swift, and indiscriminate. Pan Lei and the other two melee fighters had already distanced themselves from the boss to stay safe. But before they could react further, the boss crashed to the ground, and several glowing orbs of different colors emerged from its corpse. Successfully killed goblin captain. LV5 experience 376, copper coins 67. Ding, congratulations on achieving the first kill of this boss. Reward experience 1000, warrior skill book charge, /1, mage skill book rock, shield 1, priest skill book energy bolt 1. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 4. All attributes 5, free attribute points 10. It's dead already. Seriously. staring at the goblin captain that had fallen in under 20 seconds. Pan Lei and his team were stunned. When they had stolen the BOSS, they assumed Wang Dong and Wu Bing would still be dealing with the minions, and they'd be nearly done. Even if the duo noticed and came, they'd have to swallow their anger. But not only did they arrive so fast, they snatched the boss's ownership in a few moves. Was this something an ordinary awakened could do? Boss experience was 10 times that of normal monsters of the same level. That meant their 7-person team had only earned 124 experience, while the other two, no accurately, just Wang Dong alone, had only Wang Dong attacking the BOSS, yet he gained 376 experience. What the hell? Boom. Another scorching fireball flew over. This fireball stunned everyone again. Wang Dong hadn't even picked up the boss's drops yet, he was directly attacking them. Dodge! Pan Lei was the first to snap out of it, shouting loudly, but the others clearly hadn't reacted. Off. One of them, who wasn't wearing armor, was engulfed in flames and let out a scream. Holy crap. This guy. Watching their comrade burn, the others finally came to their senses. No. Ding killed passerby. Zhou Peng obtained fate-altering points 100. Seize the boss first, then kill the people. Wang Dong acted decisively without any hesitation. The black character's death appearing above Zhou Peng's head made the others realize the severity of the situation. They killed Zhou Peng. How could this happen? Whoosh. Thud. Their minds went blank, but the fireballs and flying stones in the thick fog were still hurtling toward them at terrifying speed. Seeing this, the 6 who had intended to argue with Wang Dong and his companion turned pale instantly. At this stage, the awakened individuals were still low-level, lacking combat experience, and had no strong armor or defensive skills. Facing Wang Dong's instant cast magic, they had no means to defend themselves. Boom. Bang. The fireball struck Skinny's shoulder, and the flying stone hit Li Jian's thigh. Though reluctant under Wang Dong's mental control, Wu Bing drove his long sword into the mage's heart. Ding killed passerby. Fang Ming gained 100 fate-changing points. 7 awakened individuals, 2 dead and 2 injured in an instant. Run now. Wait for me. Facing the duo who attacked like madmen, Pan Lei was terrified and immediately ordered a retreat. Their skills were powerful and fast, leaving them with no means to fight back. Alarmed by the warning, the others panicked and scattered in all directions. Brother Lei, don't leave me behind, don't leave me. Help. Reality was not a game. The mage's skills also required accuracy. Skinny and Li Jian, who were not hit in vital spots, did not die immediately. After losing mobility, seeing their companions flee, they cried out in terror for help. Stop shouting, they're already gone. Wang Dong emerged from the thick fog, staff in hand, staring coldly at the 2 lying on the ground, wet with fear. Brother, a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to steal your boss. It was Pan Lei. Pan Lei made us do it. Seeing Wang Dong's icy gaze, Skinny panicked even more, quickly shifting the blame to Pan Lei. Li Jian quickly chimed in, yes brother, it's not our fault. Pan Lei ordered us. Pan Lei. Fine, I get it. Hearing the name, Wang Dong nodded, then turned his cold gaze to Wu Bing. Give them a quick death. What? Everyone was stunned. Wu Bing, who was already reluctant to kill, felt his heart tremble. The apocalypse had only been here for a few days. Though most had witnessed bloodshed and slaughter, killing people was still rare. And now, just because someone stole his boss, Wang Dong would kill them. After killing 2, he wanted to kill the remaining 2. What the hell? Wu Bing wanted to ask Wang Dong for a reason, but the power of impure world reincarnation forced him to obey. Facing 2 defenseless classmates, he could only raise his longsword. Skinny and Li Jian would not resign themselves to death, but in their state, how could they match Wu Bing? Don't kill me, boss. Boss, I don't want to die. No. Moments later, their screams echoed from the fog. Ding killed passerby. Li Jian gained 100 fate-changing points. Ding killed passerby. Mao Nian gained 100 fate-changing points. Their screams might attract monsters. Carry the 4 bodies into the classroom ahead. After venting his anger, Wang Dong calmed down, feeling uncomfortable from his first kill. He quickly pointed at the 4 corpses and ordered Wu Bing. When players die, they randomly drop some money and equipment. But early on, players had nothing valuable. Aside from weapons, the 4 only dropped a bit over 100 copper coins. Wu Bing was startled at first, then quickly understood and began to act. Wang Dong suppressed his own discomfort and swiftly picked up the drops from the boss, and the 4 items dropped by monsters had a 5-minute protection period. Within those 5 minutes, even if Wang Dong didn't pick them up, no one else could. He glanced casually. There were 5 orbs, 2 black, 2 white, 1 transparent. Gray orbs were damaged or inferior equipment, white were common grade, and black were naturally black iron grade. As for the transparent one, that color belonged to consumable items. You obtained refined iron leg guards, black iron 1. You obtained strength necklace, black iron 1. You obtained basic healing potion 1. You obtained novice leather boots 1. You obtained novice leather armor 1. 2 black iron pieces and a basic healing potion. Not bad. Wang Dong was fairly satisfied with the loot. Black iron gear not only had superior defense compared to common equipment, but also had a higher chance of granting extra attributes. Moreover, such items only dropped from bosses and instance dungeons, not from regular monsters. As for the basic healing potion, don't think it's common just because it's basic. Though healing and mana potions were basic recovery items in games in reality, they were life-saving resources for players. There were only 3 ways to obtain them. First, buy from public shops. 1 gold coin for 1 basic potion. 1 gold 100 silver, 1000 copper. Second, buy from alchemists. Alchemists sold potions cheaper than hidden shops, but the quality varied. And at this stage, which alchemist would dare venture into the wild to gather herbs and brew potions? So for now, players could only get them by defeating bosses. But the chance of encountering a boss and successfully killing it was abysmally low. Until alchemists matured and teams had healers or priests, basic healing potions were indeed life-saving treasures. After Wang Dong collected the boss drops, Wu Bing had carried the 4 bodies into the classroom. Wang Dong took the 3 weapons followed and checked his fate-changing points. He had gained 500 points for saving Qin Shiji earlier and another 400 for killing 4 passers-by, totaling 900. He was no murderer, not killing for a mere 100 points. But he was no pushover either. Blocking someone's fortune was like killing their parents. In the apocalypse, stealing another's loot was no different from cutting off their livelihood. Wang Dong didn't believe they stole the boss by accident. Thus, facing these classmates who tried to bully him with numbers, Wang Dong, fueled by rage, showed no mercy. Unfortunately, he only had Wu Bing by his side, unable to keep them all, or he would have spared none. Looking at the equipment, the refined iron leg guards and strength necklace had level requirements of LV5 and LV8, so Wang Dong could only swap his sneakers for the novice leather boots. The boots were black with no extra attributes. They looked similar to military boots covering half the calf when worn. Name Wang Dong. Class element, level 4. Experience 244,000. Health 236,280. Energy 351-504-6500. Physique 28. Strength 28. Agility 29. Spirit 155. At level 4, Wang Dong's spirit exceeded 150, allowing him to revive 3 underlings with impure world reincarnation. Besides Wu Bing, he could revive 2 more. After careful consideration, Wang Dong revived the warrior Zhou Peng and the archer Li Jian. As for the mage Fang Ming and thief Mao Nian, he only collected their blood, planning to revive them later with sacrifices. After all players revived using sacrifices could equip gear and learn new skills. Skilled thieves and mages would be more useful to him. With the familiar glow of the magic circle, Zhou Peng and Li Jian were swallowed by it. Soon restored to their prime, they were spat out before Wang Dong and Wu Bing. Welcome both of you to my It must be said that the impure world reincarnation skill is truly a divine ability for apocalypse players. An indestructible physical shell allows any class to always serve as the frontline tank, thereby greatly ensuring the safety of the summoner. Without this skill to assist, even if Wang Dong had awakened a unique hidden class, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to level up from 1 to 4 in such a short time. But now with 2 undying warriors blocking the front, Wang Dong's damage output environment becomes much safer. Of course, for an extra like Zhou Peng, Wang Dong could only obtain the fate traversal points once. Killing them and resurrecting them again would not yield a second set of points. Wang Dong was not entirely clear on the judgment mechanism, so he could only set this question aside for the moment. Li Jian, where did you get this bow? Looking at the compound bow beside him, Wang Dong asked. This bow was completely black, exuding a metallic texture, and couldn't be stored in the system. It was definitely not an apocalypse game equipment. We got it from the school gymnasium. Li Jian gritted his teeth and replied. Like Wu Bing, Li Jian and Zhou Peng felt deeply unwilling, but they had no choice but to obey Wang Dong's commands. Gymnasium. No wonder. Hearing this answer, Wang Dong suddenly understood. Did you get the arrows from the gymnasium too? Yes. Yes. Keep this bow for now. Let's continue leveling. Real-world weapons and equipment, aside from not adding attributes, were equivalent to uncategorized weapons and were perfectly fine for early use. Zhou Peng was also a warrior wielding a thick-backed broadsword. With 2 fearless warriors blocking the front and an archer using a modern compound bow assisting from the side, Wang Dong's leveling speed became even faster. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier LV3, gained EXP 30, copper coins 4. Successfully killed Strong Goblin LV2, gained EXP 20. A torrent of system notifications scrolled endlessly in Wang Dong's interface. Although he was now level 4, the armor defense of a level 4 goblin was truly high, so he still couldn't one-shot the level 4 monsters. However, a single fireball could still severely deplete their combat capability, and with the coordination of Wu Bing and the others, they could also take down one with a single skill. After some observation, Wang Dong discovered that the experience of Wu Bing, Li Jian, and Zhou Peng was not shared. Moreover, whoever landed the first hit would receive the full experience from that monster. No matter how much the other 2 fought, they would only be working for nothing. To ensure their levels wouldn't fall behind, Wang Dong basically never used 2 skills on a single monster. Ding, congratulations on advancing to level 5. Gained all attributes 5, free attribute points 10. Around 6:30 in the evening, Wang Dong easily reached level 5, while the other 3 had also advanced to level 3, nearing level 4. In his backpack, there were 3 more pieces of defensive equipment: novice bracers, leather pants, and leg guards. After equipping the bracers, he glanced at his system backpack. Strength necklace black iron required level LV 8. Strength 10 refined iron leg guards black iron required level LV 5. Constitution 3. Finding a secluded corner, he took off his jeans under the cover of the thick fog, put on the refined iron leg guards, and instantly his appearance became more imposing. Leather armor, leg guards, leather boots. Combined, they made him look like an elite soldier from ancient times. Although none of these were mage equipment, who would care about that in the early stages? As long as it could boost combat power, just stack them on without hesitation. Mage skill book: rock shield mage earth element skill can be learned at LV 5. Summons a rock barrier in front of the body to block incoming attacks. Note: without receiving sufficiently strong attacks, the skill lasts up to 10 minutes. Learn. In the Apocalypse game, mages had no defensive skills like magic shields. Therefore, a defensive spell like rock shield was extremely important for mages. Level 5 in one day. Not many people can match my leveling speed, right? But after level 5, leveling will slow down significantly. After learning the skill, Wang Dong murmured to himself. The experience required to level up after level 5 was not 5,000, but directly doubled to 10,000. The number of monsters to hunt naturally doubled as well. For an ordinary person who hadn't practiced before the apocalypse and hadn't awakened a special skill, just going from level 5 to level 6 would probably take several days. Let's go, we're heading back. Wang Dong stretched his arms and clasped his hands together. Although leveling was the priority in the early stage, it was still important to balance work and rest. In late May, Modu generally became completely dark around 7 p.m. According to system data, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., not only did the darkness make hunting more dangerous, but monster attributes doubled while experience was halved. Therefore, the period from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. was not suitable for players to level up. Buzz. With Wang Dong's skill activation, the space before him rippled, and 2 coffins materialized, enclosing Zhou Peng and Li Jian. Then the coffin lids disappeared. Zhou Peng and Li Jian vanished as well. What a divine skill! Wang Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Impure World Reincarnation was one of his trump cards, so aside from Wu Bing, he didn't intend to expose the others to the public eye. Damn, Wang Dong, you've got a full set of gear. As expected of a hidden class, you took down the boss with just 2 people. Awesome. Brother Dong, looks like our future equipment depends on you. Qin Shiji and the others were grinding monsters on the playground when Wang Dong contacted them through the friend system. Seeing Wang Dong fully armed before them, Tao Lin Shui, Liangping, and the others were astonished. Xiao Yong even directly called him Brother Dong. When Wang Dong left, he had no defensive equipment at all. Now he returned fully armed. Any fool could tell that these items were looted from the boss. In fact, even Qin Shiji's eyes flickered with a hint of envy. The 5 of them had worked their tails off for 3.5 days, only obtaining a single bracer, a robe, and 2 pairs of boots. Wang Dong went out for just a few hours and nearly had a full set of novice gear. That would make anyone feel a bit unbalanced. And no problem, no problem. Master Qin, this is for you. Wang Dong casually exchanged pleasantries, then took out the spare novice leather armor, novice leg guards, and the warrior skill book, handing them to Qin Shiji. After equipment entered the system in the form of light spheres, it could be materialized from the system. This was a feature of the Apocalypse game. The 3 skill books from the first kill reward were all usable only at level 5. Seeing these 3 items, Qin Shiji was first stunned, then became extremely excited. Haha, Wang Dong, I was right about you. The combat power of students could never compare to trained individuals like bodyguards or soldiers. Their physical fitness was generally below par, and they lacked sufficiently powerful weapons. Even though the game had descended for 3 days, that boss was killed for the first time only now. Wang Dong had even received a first kill reward. As for the others, their weapons and armor were mostly scavenged from the real world. Of such game armor, Qin Shiji's group of 5 only had 4 pieces. Seeing Qin Shiji's excitement, Wang Dong smiled and said casually, "It's just a skill book, no big deal." He needed to build a good relationship with Qin Shiji anyway, and the boss information provided by Qin Shiji was worth these items. So Wang Dong didn't feel any reluctance. How is it not a big deal? Qin Shiji said earnestly. Wang Dong, from now on you are my best brother. When I have meat to eat, I will never let you just have the soup. And then thank you very much, Master Qin. After an afternoon of battles, Qin Shiji and his group had also reached level 3. Such a level was higher than the average player, but compared to a freak like Wang Dong who had reached level 5 in a single day, they were on completely different dimensions. Moreover, Wang Dong possessed a hidden class. Therefore, whether feigned or genuine, Qin Shiji genuinely wanted to win Wang Dong over at this moment. However, just as he was about to pocket the 3 items, something suddenly occurred to him. Don't be polite, but Wang Dong Wu Bing's awakened class is also a warrior, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better to give him these 2 pieces of armor first? Although Qin Shiji really wanted to take all 3 items for himself as the leader of the team, he needed to consider the feelings of his subordinates and how to maximize the team's benefits. At least that was the case when there was no life-threatening danger. Giving the equipment and skill books to Wu Bing and Wang Dong first could better ensure their safety, thus allowing them to obtain more equipment and items. Wang Dong's awakened ability and his performance today led Qin Shiji to subconsciously ask for his opinion. No, Wu Bing is a self-healing warrior. He doesn't have such a great need for armor. Wang Dong casually remarked. What? Self-healing warrior? No wonder you 2 dared to roam around freely. So that's how it is. Tisk, a self-healing warrior paired with an elementalist. Absolutely perfect match. The self-healing warrior was a variant of the warrior, also a rare class. Although its offensive capability was no different from a regular warrior, its formidable self-recovery ability was unmatched by most other classes. As long as the head and heart were not critically injured, other parts could recover on their own. So when they heard Wang Dong say that Wu Bing was a self-healing warrior, everyone not only harbored no suspicion, but instead found it all the more reasonable. Because only a self-healing warrior could ensure their own safety without a support, while buying the most time for the elementalist to output damage. In that case, I won't be polite. Brother Dong, is there anything for us? Seeing Qin Shiji obtain so many items, the others grew restless. Chui Liangping was no fool. He knew Wang Dong had a limitless future, so he quickly followed Xiao Yong and called out, Brother Dong, with a fawning expression. Wang Dong understood and glanced at his system backpack. I have a pair of novice pants here. Give them to Tao Lin. He's a melee class, so it's more appropriate to give him the extra armor. Thanks, bro. Tao Lin didn't decline. You're welcome, Liangping. Hey, race a priest skill for you. Charged bolt. The priest Chui Liangping was first stunned, then also excited. Holy crap, Brother Dong is awesome. From now on, you're my real brother. There's nothing else. Wang Dong ignored him, adding, but we're a team, as long as we work together, we'll have everything in the future. Wang Dong is right. Qin Shiji quickly chimed in. If we all unite, we'll have everything in the future. Let's go, it's getting dark. We'll head back first. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin. Since most students were in class, when the apocalypse struck, Qin Shiji's temporary base was in a teaching building. The monsters around had been cleared by other players, and as soon as Qin Shiji and his group returned, a large number of students greeted him. Judging by their titles and expressions, Qin Shiji held considerable prestige here. Qin Shiji nodded slightly, then led Wang Dong to one of the classrooms on the 3rd floor. The classroom was spacious with doors and windows sealed by everyone using books and newspapers, and housed about 40 students. Half male and half female. They had used desks and chairs to enclose 2 harbor-like areas for nighttime rest. As soon as Wang Dong entered, he caught a faint smell of feet and sweat. No help for it. The weather was hot, and there was no place to bathe. No matter how clean one usually was, they had to endure it now. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly fell silent as Qin Shiji and the others entered. Qin Shiji put his arm around Wang Dong's shoulders, walked to the center of the classroom, and raised his voice to speak. Let me formally introduce him. His name is Wang Dong. From today on, you all will call him Brother Dong. What? Brother? Brother Dong. At these words, everyone was astonished. Especially those classmates who knew Wang Dong. They were even more shocked. Wang Dong used to be just Qin Shiji's lackey. When had he ever been so valued by Qin Shiji? Now that Wang Dong had reappeared by Qin Shiji's side, and was being given such a grand introduction, it could only mean one thing. Wang Dong's awakened class was so powerful that even Qin Shiji couldn't help but try to win him over. Thinking this while inwardly lamenting Wang Dong's dumb luck, everyone quickly called out respectfully, Brother Dong. Brother Dong. Hello, Brother Dong. Hello to you all. The feeling of being flattered was pleasant. Even though Wang Dong knew these people were just doing it out of necessity, he still enjoyed it. No wonder some people always love to vie for power and profit. So this is how good it feels to have power. Wang Dong sighed inwardly. Qin Shiji, however, didn't care what Wang Dong thought. After introducing Wang Dong, he also introduced Wu Bing, then pulled the 2 over to the next classroom. The air in this classroom was much better. Besides Qin Shiji's squad, it housed only 10 people. 6 men and 4 women. The women were in charge of logistics, while the men stood guard. After introducing the 2 according to custom, Qin Shiji turned his gaze to the summoner. Xiao Yong, you explain our situation to Wang Dong. I'm going to the restroom first. Okay, young Master Qin. Qin Shiji left, and Tao Lin, Tian Hongwei, and the others began handing over tasks to the 6 men and 4 women in the room. Xiao Yong, following Qin Shiji's instructions, pulled Wang Dong and Wu Bing over to find a seat. After some understanding, Wang Dong got a general picture. The teaching building had 5 floors each with 3 classrooms and separate male and female restrooms. For safety, the 1st and 2nd floors were unoccupied. On the 3rd floor and above, 2 classrooms were used for accommodation and 1 for storing supplies. Each floor had a leader and several managers. This building had over 800 students, and only 300 survivors remained. On the day the apocalypse struck, some students turned into zombies directly. Before others could react, many were bitten to death or assimilated, plus the goblin raids. Even without Xiao Yong finishing, Wang Dong could imagine how bloody and brutal the rest of the story was. When people turned into zombies, the more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Not only the students in class, but even the teachers in the offices had died in large numbers from the combined assault of zombies and goblins. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel somewhat fortunate that he had been in his dormitory when the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, he might have become one of the zombies like the others. Brother Dong here. Chui Liangping brought over a steaming cup of instant noodles, interrupting their chat. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel somewhat fortunate that he had been in his dormitory when the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, he might have become one of the zombies like the others. Brother Dong here. Chui Liangping brought over. It's not surprising that the team has instant noodles, since there is a small shop not far from this teaching building. But hot water. Why not? Chui Liangping said matter-of-factly. Don't forget the school cafeteria is not far away either, and our team has a water elemental mage and a water purifier, so we won't lack water. Oh, a water elemental mage and a water purifier. Hearing this, Wang Dong nodded in understanding. The villain camp never lacked talent. A water elemental mage would have an additional initial skill water ball compared to ordinary mages. Although the water summoned by water ball might not be clean, when combined with the life profession water purifier, there would be no shortage of water. Plus, with the school's water tower and the cafeteria's gas tanks, bringing a couple back to boil water would be perfectly fine. With that thought, Wang Dong didn't hesitate anymore. He opened the instant noodle lid and wolfed it down. The noodles smelled delicious, and there was even a sausage added. Having not eaten hot food for days, Wang Dong's appetite was voracious. Wu Bing, yours. I ate before I came back. Give it to Xiao Yong. Seeing Chui Liangping hand him a cup of instant noodles, as well, Wu Bing quickly made an excuse. Corpses don't need to eat, which was also a problem. But hearing Wu Bing say that, Chui Liangping didn't insist. Xiao Zhou, bring another cup of instant noodles for Brother Dong. Seeing Wang Dong eating so ferociously, Xiao Yong, with good judgment, ordered a boy in the distance. Okay, Brother Yong. The boy named Xiao Zhou didn't dare to say anything more, and quickly went to the corner of the classroom to fetch a new cup of instant noodles. He opened the noodle cup, tore open the seasoning packet, poured in boiling water. The movements were smooth and fluid. It was clear he had done this many times before. Wang Dong indeed hadn't had enough to eat, so he didn't stop him, only inwardly marveling at the importance of being an awakener. If he hadn't awakened the system today, not to mention someone helping him make noodles, even if he begged them tearfully for food, they might not give him any. Shaking his head to stop idle thoughts, Wang Dong began to contemplate the current situation. Among the more than 300 survivors in the entire teaching building, only about 70 or 80 belonged to the combat class. Moreover, the food in this building was not as plentiful as imagined. Even though Qin Shiji had led people to loot most of the school cafeteria and the surrounding shops, the number of survivors was still there. Barring any surprises, they would run out of food in a few days. However, Wang Dong, who was familiar with the plot, wasn't too worried, because he could not only draw food through the fate-altering points, but also knew that within at most 2 days the Qin family would come to the school to find Qin Shiji. They had hoarded a lot of supplies outside, so there was no need to worry about food. Remember, after the Qin family finds Qin Shiji, Yifeng will also arrive hot on their heels. At that time, Qin Shiji will. Damn it. Thinking of this, Wang Dong couldn't help but curse inwardly. The fate-altering system needed to be bound to a villain to function properly, and so far Qin Shiji hadn't done anything to wrong him. Therefore, whether for the fate-altering points or for his future happiness, Qin Shiji must not die. However, the profession that the protagonist had awakened, although not a unique hidden profession, was still a type of hidden profession. Moreover, he had 10 years of combat experience and a god-level talent skill after his rebirth. For himself to grow to the level of being able to deal with the protagonist in just a few days was almost impossible. And why was I thinking about fighting the protagonist unknown? A flash of insight struck Wang Dong's mind. Fighting to the death with the protagonist is something the villain should do. I'm just a villain's sidekick. Why should I duel the protagonist? Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. He was just a filler character. Why not just provide an assist to the villain? There was no need to confront the protagonist head-on. Realizing this key point, Wang Dong was suddenly enlightened, and his thoughts became clear. Brother Dong, what's wrong? Chui Liangping handed Wang Dong the newly prepared instant noodles, interrupting his thoughts. Nothing. Am I going to sleep here later? Wang Dong came back to his senses and changed the subject. Sleep. Brother Dong, don't you need to meditate to recover energy? Oh, right, meditation. Wang Dong snapped back to reality, responding a bit awkwardly. Although Wang Dong didn't need to meditate, and meditation wasn't as comfortable as sleeping. But when someone approached, he could wake up from the meditative state in time. Therefore, in the post-apocalyptic game, most mages used meditation to replace sleep for their own safety. Seeing Wang Dong's awkward expression, Xiao Yong and Chui Liangping were a bit curious, but didn't think too much. After all, no one would have guessed that the profession Wang Dong had awakened was not elementalist, but elemental god. Although the unique hidden profession only added the word unique to the hidden profession, it was a far more powerful existence. Unique meant that Wang Dong was the only one in the world. Unless Wang Dong died one day, no one else could ever awaken the elemental god profession. As time passed, Wang Dong ate his fill, took a wet tissue, got some water, went to the toilet, washed his face, and then wiped the dust off his body. He looked at himself in the mirror. Clear eyes, a high nose bridge. Although not outrageously handsome, he had a clean-cut look with a hint of charm. With a figure and face like this, if I had a powerful background ID, probably be very popular with girls, right? Wang Dong muttered to himself, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Returning to the classroom, he found a random spot and began his first meditation in life. Wu Bing, holding the sharp longsword, sat down beside him. He had killed someone for the first time today, and there was still much discomfort in his heart, but upon reflection, in this world, a single careless moment could cost a life. Besides, he was already a dead man. So he didn't say much and silently acted as Wang Dong's guardian. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. Since monsters hunted humans by following sound and light, the classroom doors and windows were sealed to avoid attracting their attention. When people used flashlights to go to the bathroom, they had to go in groups and be very careful. After midnight, the 100 fate-altering points from Binding Qin Shiji were credited. These points were settled every day at midnight for the previous day. Adding the 900 points earned during the day, he now had exactly 1,000 points. Without a word, Wang Dong initiated a mid-tier summon using 1,000 fate-altering points. According to the fate-altering system's description, the basic summon altar had a chance to produce basic skill books for common professions. The mid-tier summon, on the other hand, could produce mid-tier skill books for common professions and basic skill books for rare professions, and even had a very low chance of producing special skills like impure world reincarnation. For Wang Dong at the moment, basic skills were sufficient, so if he had enough fate-altering points, a mid-tier summon was more appropriate. Middle-tier summon altar each use requires 1,000 fate-altering points. Do you want to use 1,000 fate-altering points to summon? Yes, no. Yes. Summon successful. Choose one of the following rewards. 1. Assassin Skill Book, Forced Stealth Technique. 2. Psychic Mage Skill Book, Rare Telekinesis. Telekinesis Psychic Mage Initial Skill learnable at LV1. Uses materialized spiritual power to control object movement. Note the objects moved can only be inanimate. The number and weight of objects moved are related to spiritual power. Approximately every 10 points of spiritual power can support the movement of an object weighing 1 gene. Control radius, every 10 points of spiritual power equals 1 meter. Class restriction, only magic classes with psychic talent can learn this skill. Though there are no special skills, obtaining a rare one is still quite good. Wang Dong possessed the talent of an allument mage, and he had originally aimed for rare skills. Since he could learn them, he naturally would prioritize doing so. Telekinetic movement was nothing special. It simply involved moving objects with the mind. According to the skill's description and Wang Dong's current spirit attribute of 185, he could control any object weighing 18.5 gene within a range of 18.5 meters to launch a single attack. However, if the object weighed only 9 gene, he could control 2 at once. If the object weighed only 6 gene, he could control 3 simultaneously, and so on. Yet each controlled object consumed 10 energy points. That meant controlling an 18-gene object cost 10 energy, while 3 6-gene objects required 30 energy. This seemed somewhat unreasonable, but skill consumption was based on the number of activations, not the quality of the release, so it was understandable. The most suitable weapons for this skill are throwing knives or nails. After learning it, Wang Dong had an idea in mind. Ordinary weapons had too large a target, making them easy to spot and dodge. Beyond 18.5 meters, Wang Dong couldn't control them. Needles, though easier to manipulate, were too thin. Even with telekinetic assistance, their speed and lethality were utterly insufficient. Thus, throwing knives or nails were a good choice. However, there was no chance to try them tonight. Wang Dong would have to wait until tomorrow. Calming down, he tallied today's gains. In just one day, he had risen from level 1 to level 5, acquired a full set of novice equipment, and obtained the telekinetic skill. It was a bountiful harvest, and his future looked bright. Brother Lei, let's disband this team. I'm planning to join Brother Jiang's team. Damn it, why is this happening? Why? In contrast to Wang Dong's bright prospects, Pan Lei was in the opposite situation. Recalling the words of Wang Chao and the team's healer, a surge of rage filled his heart. His awakened class, like Tao Lin's, was that of a shield knight. Such a profession was considered quite formidable among ordinary awakeners, and he thought so too. Originally, he had planned to rely on numerical superiority to snatch the other party's boss, expecting them to swallow the loss even if discovered. But unexpectedly, the other party not only possessed absurdly strong skills, but also refused to reason with them. Without even seeing their faces clearly, they had lost 4 members. Such straightforward slaughter left an indelible shadow on his psyche, preventing him from daring to go out and level up for the entire afternoon. Are those two even students? Pan Lei was terrified, and this night he was destined to spend it in fear. At 7 a.m. The next day, after a night of accumulation, the refreshed monsters once again filled the entire campus. After enduring a few days of the apocalypse, humans had grown accustomed to the monsters' emergence patterns. Coupled with the fact that most players had leveled up, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world was quite easy as long as one became a combat class player and found a few trustworthy teammates. 10-person survival team seeks 2 range professions. Click to join if interested. Search party needs an auxiliary, supplies split equally, healers and priests wanted. Strong leveling team seeks 2 high damage dealers, only 6 members. Message me privately for fast leveling. Today's breakfast consisted of bread and boxed milk. Just after eating, Wang Dong saw a flood of team-up requests in the nearby chat channel. If not for the hellish experiences of the past few days, he might have thought this was truly a game. Wang Dong, I plan to lead the team back to the dormitory today. Want to join? Qin Shiji approached him as soon as he woke up. The teaching building had nothing, not even a place to sleep or use the restroom safely, making it unsuitable as a temporary base. Previously, they lacked the strength to fight their way back, but now that their levels and experience had increased, they naturally wanted to give it a try. Wu Bing and I will clear the path ahead for you. After a moment's thought, Wang Dong gave his answer directly. After all, leveling was the same wherever they went. Alright, but we need to coordinate with students from other teaching buildings first. If you're free, help clear the monsters on the way. Sure, let me use the restroom first. Wang Dong nodded, stretched, picked up his staff, and pushed open the classroom door. With Wu Bing leading the way, those minor monsters posed no threat to him at all. Someone's in the women's restroom, next door. The stench of a toilet that hadn't been flushed in 4 days was utterly unbearable. After holding his breath and finishing his business, Wang Dong suddenly heard shouts from the women's restroom. Damn bitch, acting so innocent. How many men have you secretly hooked up with? What, slapping you isn't enough? You dare complain to teacher Huang? Looking for death? Fuck off. Complain again and he'll fucking kill you. Fuck. Inside the 3rd floor women's restroom, 7 or 8 girls in various outfits were beating and cursing a single girl. 2 of them were Wang Dong's classmates. Wang Dong stood at the door watching without any intention to intervene. The apocalypse had brought about the collapse of civilization. Beating people, or even killing, was a common sight. Just yesterday, he had killed 4 classmates over a boss dispute. Yet just as he was about to leave, he caught the expression of the girl being beaten. The girl wore a pair of yellowed sneakers, her hair covering half her face, obscuring her features. Wang Dong could see her hair had been cut and scattered on the floor. Her faded white jeans and torn disheveled blouse were covered in footprints. Silent and still, she was being slapped by her hair curled up in a corner of the restroom, clutching a canvas bag tightly to her chest. One sharp-eyed girl spotted the bag and snatched it away. Clatter! The slightly sour steamed buns and pickled vegetables inside spilled out. Damn, you stole our food. You bitch, you're asking for it. Smack! Another slap landed. The bullied girl's lips were already bleeding, but her expression was numb, devoid of tears, like a soulless puppet. Her indifferent look struck a chord in Wang Dong. He had experienced the despair of being bullied during his past life in school. Orphaned and quiet as a child, he had been a wallflower in class, a target for bullies. Even in this world, Wang Dong had tasted the same despair when Liao Jun and others forcibly took his food. Thus Wang Dong chose not to stand idly by. With a cold expression, he stepped into the women's restroom. Startled by his entrance, the girls fell silent. Though not particularly muscular, Wang Dong wasn't frail either. Coupled with Qin Shiji's loud introduction the day before, they knew one thing. This man had young Master Qin backing him and was not to be trifled with. The 2 female classmates who knew Wang Dong quickly explained his situation to the others. Inside the restroom, Wang Dong cast a cold glance at them and spat out a single word, icy and sharp. Get lost. The cold voice sent several girls into a state of shock. They glanced at Wang Dong, not daring to utter a word, and after exchanging looks, they hesitantly left the girls' restroom. Once the crowd had dispersed, the bullied girl quietly adjusted her shirt, which was covered in shoe prints. She then picked up a canvas bag, intending to collect the crushed buns and pickles off the ground. Don't pick those up, they're no longer edible, someone advised. In the apocalypse, food is indeed precious, but getting an upset stomach can be a serious issue. Moreover, at the early stages of the apocalypse, joining a team meant that food was not so scarce. Hearing Wang Dong's voice, the girl's hand froze in midair, and a tear unexpectedly rolled down her previously indifferent face. Thank you. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but she gave up on the food on the ground. Do you need help? Wang Dong continued to ask. The girl shook her head, clutching the canvas bag, and ran out of the restroom. Wang Dong felt it was not the right moment to say anything more. At the corner of the restroom, Cui Liangping happened to be walking toward it, and was puzzled to see the girl rushing out with her clothes in disarray. Then he spotted Wang Dong behind her, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Wow, Brother Dong is impressive. Even while taking a bathroom break, he can charm a girl. What happened? Did he not succeed earlier? Although the apocalypse had only begun 4 or 5 days ago, human nature's baser instincts were already starting to show. Thus, when Shui Liangping saw Wang Dong behave this way, he was surprised, but not particularly shocked. Succeed? What are you talking about? Wang Dong knew what he was implying, but was too lazy to explain. Just go to your restroom. I'm leaving now. Haha, I didn't expect Brother Dong to unleash his primal instincts so quickly. This is interesting. But, should I tell young Master Qin about this? Shui Liangping muttered to himself as he quickly finished in the restroom and sought out Qin Shiji. What? Playing with girls in the restroom? Upon hearing this, Qin Shiji pondered for a moment and then waved at someone in the crowd. Xiaozhou, come here. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior LV4, gained experience 40, copper coin 5. On the other side, Wang Dong was unaware of what Qin Shiji was up to. For him at this moment, leveling up was the top priority. Why do I feel like there are fewer zombies? After eliminating a few goblins, Wang Dong was somewhat curious. Logically, with 20 of the human population turning into zombies, even if not infecting others, the number of zombies should not be small. However, from yesterday until now, he had taken down fewer than 10 zombies, which felt a bit strange. Hearing this, Wu Bing instinctively replied, they must have been taken down by other players. But what about the bodies? It's unlikely they were all eaten by monsters, right? Forget it, a leveling up is more important. Wang Dong still found it strange, but he had a good quality. He didn't dwell on things that didn't affect him. If something was not impacting him, he simply didn't care to ponder it. As time passed, Wang Dong quickly cleared several pathways leading to other teaching buildings. I heard that Qin Shiji and his team are planning to return to the dorms. Yes, I heard that too. Let's gather our things and return together, someone suggested. What? Return together? With so many monsters outside, can we really make it back? Everyone's strength has increased a bit, and as long as we have sufficient weapons, it should be fine. Indeed, being able to unite is key to making it back. This operation is organized by Teacher Li. We can only trust Teacher Li. At 9 a.m. in another teaching building, survivors were discussing the return operation, each sharing their thoughts. Hearing their chatter, Li, who had just finished clearing the downstairs area with other players, felt a bit anxious. Teacher Zhou, I want to switch to a stronger survival team. Our team has only reached level 2 in 4 days, which is just too slow. Aside from Zhou, the combat capability of the rest of the team was quite low. I think it's a bit slow too. How about we disband the team? I mentioned before we formed the team that if anyone finds a better team, they can leave at any time. Zhou said calmly. He was just a teacher, not a saint. In this apocalyptic environment, he couldn't save many people, nor could he change others' minds. Upon hearing Zhou words, Li sighed in relief. She had already contacted 2 strong teams through earlier news and was waiting for their response. She felt a bit guilty about abandoning her teammates, but after Zhou said that her mental burden was lifted. However, before leaving, she still pulled Zhao Qinyao aside to ask, Qinyao, do you want to find a strong team? No way. Zhao Qinyao replied without much hesitation, giving her answer immediately. Why? With your profession, many teams should want you. The reliable teams now are mostly made up of guys. Do you want me a girl to team up with a bunch of guys? I might as well stay with my current team. That's true, but you could team up with someone you like. There were so many who pursued you before, surely one of them is suitable. I remember you liked that Gao Yugong, right? Gao Yugong. Forget it. Mentioning Gao Yugong made Zhao Qinyao a bit gloomy. Gao Yugong was a senior in his 4th year, handsome and well-built, as she indeed had liked him before. But before the apocalypse, Gao Yugong had been beaten up by someone and had never dared to appear before her again. Zhao Qinyao was quite speechless at the time. It wasn't until later that she learned the person who beat him was named Qin Shiji. Oh, is young Master Qin here? Just as she thought of him, he arrived. Although Zhao Qinyao wouldn't have a boyfriend before meeting the protagonist, she did have someone she liked. Many liked her, and Qin Shiji was one of them. With his powerful family background, he drove away all her suitors. After the apocalypse began, he relied on his strong team to locate her. At this moment, while other players were cautiously leveling up by fighting monsters, Qin Shiji had already brought his team here. It seems that high-level mage from yesterday is also here. Wang Dong didn't pay attention to Zhao Qinyao and greeted Qin Shiji before disappearing into the thick fog with Wu Bing. At this moment, other players either lacked sufficient defensive equipment for melee classes or had insufficient attack frequency for range classes. Thus, their attempts to level up came with life-threatening risks. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, aided by Wu Bing, enjoyed unmatched attack power and defensive gear. As a result, he faced monsters effortlessly and without pressure. Qin Shiji envied Wang Dong's leveling method, but what could he do? After Wang Dong and Wu Bing left, he approached Zhao Qinyao with a hearty laugh. Qinyao, ha ha ha, I knew you weren't dead. Did you really want me dead? Zhao Qinyao shot a glare at Qin Shiji. Their families had no business dealings, but even before the apocalypse, Qin Shiji had been pursuing her. Thus, they were somewhat familiar with each other. However, as a rule, the female lead could never fall for the villainous rich second generation, and Zhao Qinyao was no exception. The type of guy she disliked the most was someone like Qin Shiji. Of course not. I'm just happy you're safe. Qin Shiji said nonchalantly. By the way, I heard you awakened a rare profession too. Want to team up with us? Team up with you? Yes, my team is very strong. Qin Shiji proudly raised the iron sword in his hand and patted his leather armor with a look of satisfaction. At this time, having a set of defensive equipment was certainly rare, so Qin Shiji had the grounds to be proud. Noticing his demeanor, Zhao Qinya glanced at a few of his companions, then turned her gaze toward where Wang Dong had left. Was that high-level mage just now part of your team too? Knowing Zhao Qinya didn't like second-generation rich kids, Qin Shiji never brought his lackeys when pursuing her. Thus, she didn't recognize Wang Dong. High-level mage. Qin Shiji was momentarily taken aback, but then realized, you mean Wang Dong. He's my brother, not currently in my team, but he's definitely not a mage. Not a mage. Then what is he? You don't need to know that. The sudden system prompt caused Wang Dong's mind to go blank for a moment. What the hell? He hadn't done anything yet the plot had already changed. According to the system, after altering the storyline and gaining Fate Revision points, the plot would automatically correct itself. Only by continuously participating in the story could he earn more Fate Revision points. So did Zhao Qinya joining Qin Shiji's team have something to do with him? Wang Dong found it rather fascinating, but he didn't have much time to dwell on it, as he was currently standing among a group of monsters testing his telekinetic abilities. A fruit knife is too thin and tends to dull after 2 or 3 uses. Even if a nail hits the head, it's not as effective as throwing a stone. So, what's the point of this skill besides looking cool? Wang Dong said helplessly as he watched the 2 fruit knives and 3 nails float back into his hand. The telekinetic ability seemed quite impressive. With just a thought, any object within his line of sight would levitate. The fruit knives and nails were all found in the teacher's office, but the test results were far from satisfactory. Forget it, my attack methods are sufficient for now. Let's go find Liao Jun and the others first. After killing a goblin with a fireball, Wang Dong muttered to himself. In his past life, Wang Dong was a man who never let a grudge go unanswered. Even if the gap in strength was enormous, he would find a way to make his enemies suffer. Now that he had mastered his abilities, he naturally wanted to seek revenge on Liao Jun. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 6. Reward, all attributes 5, free attribute points 10. 2 hours later, around 11 a.m., Wang Dong finally fought his way back to the male dormitory. He had reached level 6, and his backpack contained a few pieces of novice equipment. He checked his attributes. Name Wang Dong. Class Elementalist. Level 6. Experience 241-2000. Health 385,410. Energy 598-406-4500. Constitution 38-3. Strength 38. Agility 39. Spirit 210-5. He had a robe in his backpack, but since all the monsters dealt physical damage, heavy armor, though heavier and affecting movement speed, offered better defense than the robe. Returning to his dormitory through the back door, Wang Dong rolled his neck. To lower Liao Jun's guard, he changed into casual clothes, grabbed a backpack, and stuffed some food inside. He casually tossed the fruit knives and nails in as well. Qin Shiji, who had followed him back, saw Wang Dong's intention and waved his hand grandly. Come on guys, let's go help Brother Dong get his revenge. Hee, count me in. Daring to bully Brother Dong means disrespecting young Master Qin. Let's go teach him a lesson. Hearing Qin Shiji's words, Tao Lin and the others chimed in agreement. Wang Dong had not only saved them, but also given them armor and skill books. Coupled with their connection to Qin Shiji, they had long since become a tight-knit group. However, to secure absolute control, Qin Shiji had also brought along players from other teams. Wang Dong noticed this and turned to look at him. Young Master Qin, you seem pretty happy today. Qin Shiji was the boss, yet he was calling him Brother Dong, just like Xiao Yong and Cui Liangping. Was he crazy? Of course I'm happy. Do you know, Wang Dong, I've been chasing Qinya for so long, and she never gave me a good look. But today when I asked her to team up, she actually agreed. Hee, it won't be long before she becomes my girlfriend. Qin Shiji looked dreamy, as if victory was just around the corner. Zhao Qinya's conditions for joining the team were that he reveal Wang Dong's class, and that Qin Shiji's team take in her 2 roommates. Having 1 girl in a team wouldn't affect the leveling speed much. With all the girls from Teacher Zhou's team gone, that team could level up faster too. Qin Shiji naturally agreed to those conditions without hesitation. But, was that it? Hee, congratulations, young Master Qin. Let's get your revenge. It was common knowledge that Qin Shiji liked Zhao Qinya, but Zhao Qinya had never responded, which frustrated him greatly. Now with Zhao Qinya agreeing to join his team, it was a qualitative leap forward for Qin Shiji. Damn, there's not a single biscuit left. These guys are so selfish they didn't even leave us a bite to eat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liao Jun was leading 7 teammates to search for supplies, unaware that Wang Dong had returned to the dormitory from another entrance. They stared at the ransacked convenience store, cursing the selfishness of other students. Due to the timing of the apocalypse, there weren't many survivors in the male dormitory, and players were also scarce. By the time they organized enough combat power to leave the dormitory and search for food, most of the supplies had already been cleared out by other players. Brother Jun, what do we do? Should we ask other students for some? Borrow. At a time like this, who would be stupid enough to lend us food? That's right. Luckily, the food we saved earlier can last a few more days or things would be troublesome. Hey, why are there so many people outside today? Classmate, where are you heading with all that stuff? Back to the dormitory, of course. We've been living in the teaching building for a few days, and we're practically growing mold. Back to the dormitory. Liao Jun was surprised and quickly asked for details. Upon learning that several teachers had organized a large group of students to fight their way back, he nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Goblin monsters were cunning and treacherous, but they couldn't beat a same-level player in an unknown fight. Moreover, except for the boss army, it was rare for goblins to gather in groups of more than 30. So, as long as human players united leveled up to 2 or 3 and stockpiled weapons, they had the ability to counterattack. Hey, Brother Jun, isn't that Wang Dong? Zhu Kai's voice pulled Liao Jun back to his senses. Everyone looked in the direction and saw a figure in casual clothes with a backpack moving swiftly through the thick fog. Looks like it. Hey, you there, stop. Hearing someone call him, Wang Dong stopped and turned around. Wang Dong. Huh, it really is you. So you're here. Seeing who it was, a smile curled at the corner of Wang Dong's mouth. Due to the angle and the thick fog, he hadn't noticed Liao Jun and the others. He hadn't expected these guys to deliver themselves right to his doorstep. Hearing Wang Dong's words, Liao Jun didn't care and instead focused on the backpack beside Wang Dong. Cut the crap. What's in your bag? Wang Dong. Damn, Brother Jun is talking to you. Are you deaf? Hand your backpack over for Brother Jun to see. Are you addicted to bullying people, eh? Wang Dong was already level 6, while Liao Jun's group was at most level 3. Even though Wang Dong was a mage, his physical condition was no worse than theirs. So despite the close proximity, there was no trace of fear on Wang Dong's face. However, his tone and expression only irritated Liao Jun and the others. Fuck, is that how you talk to Brother Jun? You looking for a beating? The sycophantic guy and 2 others blocked Wang Dong's retreat, weapons in hand, their threat all too clear. The girl with a delicate face and a fiery figure walked up to Liao Jun and sneered, "What a clueless bumpkin. Who do you think you were talking to us like that?" Exactly, this guy still hasn't figured out the situation, has he yet? Huh. Brother Jun, it looks like there's food in his bag. The simp named Feng Zhou was the devoted dog of that hot-bodied girl. His eyes were sharper than usual. When he stood behind Wang Dong, he caught a glimpse of a green potato chip bag through the gap in the backpack zipper. Hearing this, Liao Jun's eyes lit up. What? There's food. Haha, Wang Dong, I didn't think you worthless bastard had it in you to actually find something to eat. Alright. Hand over the food now. It's the apocalypse. We should all help each other. You can't just hoard it all for yourself. Exactly, as a human being, I advise you to be kind. Led by Liao Jun, the crowd threatened Wang Dong with a chorus of voices. Wang Dong wasn't the protagonist, nor did he possess any sort of taunting aura. But in Liao Jun's eyes, Qin Shiji was just an arrogant rich second generation who often bullied his classmates. And Wang Dong, who hung out with Qin Shiji, was naturally no good either. They believed they were doing the world a favor. Hey, don't you think you're going too far? The girl who had left Wang Dong some food yesterday couldn't stand it anymore. This food was hard-earned by Wang Dong. Yesterday we already. Su Yao, what business is this of yours? Before Su Yao could finish, the hot-bodied girl cut her off coldly. Her name was Deng Yuding, 169 centimeters tall, with a delicate beauty, one of the school's 4 campus queens. From her appearance alone, she certainly qualified as a campus beauty. But her blatant love of wealth and disdain for poverty made her disliked by many girls who knew her well. Asking him to hand over the food is for his own good. Otherwise, do you think he can survive this apocalypse with his ability? Having said that, Deng Yuding ignored Su Yao and turned her impatient gaze to Wang Dong. Just hand it over now. Maybe we'll let you join our group. If you don't. Yeah, Wang Dong, don't be so ungrateful. Huh. Hearing their words, Wang Dong laughed in fury. He had originally intended to give these guys a quick end, but now he changed his mind. Laugh your ass off. Fuck your mother, you're asking for death. Seeing Wang Dong's mocking smile, Feng Zhou and the others immediately flew into a rage. Liao Jun tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to teach Wang Dong a lesson. Who was this ant to dare laugh at him? But just as he was about to step forward, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. Who dares to touch him? As the words fell, a fully armed young figure appeared in everyone's sight. Qin Shiji. Damn it, Liao Jun, are you tired of living? How dare you touch my people? Seeing this arrogant rich second generation show up, Liao Jun and the others were stunned. Before they could react, over 20 weapon-wielding players surrounded them from all directions. Wang Dong took the chance to break free from their encirclement. Seeing so many armed players suddenly appear, Liao Jun and the others were dumbfounded again. What the hell? Qin Shiji wasn't dead, and he had brought so many people back. Fortunately, Liao Jun reacted quickly and stammered. Young Master Qin, it's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. Qin Shiji cut him off with a loud curse. You think him deaf? You dare to bully my brother? Who gave you the guts? Liao Jun's forehead began to sweat, but he still mustered the courage to say, Young Master Qin, the world has turned into this. You don't need to make such a big fuss over a Wang Dong, do you? He was a combat type awakened while Wang Dong was not. This was one of his trump cards. By normal logic, it was indeed unnecessary for Qin Shiji to deal with him for a waste. But he didn't know that Wang Dong was no longer the same. Yeah, young Master Qin. Deng Yuding quickly stepped forward, grabbing Qin Shiji's arm in a coquettish voice. Wang Dong is just a useless lackey by your side. Do you really need to? Slap. Before she could finish, Qin Shiji gave her a vicious slap across the face. Young Master Qin Yu. Holding her pale cheek, Deng Yuding's eyes were filled with disbelief. She was the campus queen pursued by countless simps. When had any man ever struck her like this? This Qin Shiji must be insane. She wanted to rage, but rationally remembered that this man was the eldest son of the Qin family, who could run rampant in the capital. So she forced down her anger. Motherfucker, can't you understand human speech, you bitch? Wang Dong is my brother, not some lackey. Say one more word, and he'll show you why the flowers bloom so red. Qin Shiji's voice was icy with no trace of chivalry in his eyes. Though only a junior in college, he was a spoiled second-generation heir. With his background, he never lacked beautiful women. A woman like Deng Yuding, who could be bought with money and power, didn't interest him in the slightest. Seeing the anger on Qin Shiji's face, Deng Yuding covered her cheek and dared not say another word. Slapping Deng Yuding not only established his authority, but also showed his stance to me. This Qin Shiji is interesting. Wang Dong saw through Qin Shiji's little scheme, but didn't let it show. Liao Jun and the others, however, were starting to panic. If even Deng Yuding could be slapped like that, what right did they have to negotiate with Qin Shiji? Qin Shiji, ignoring everyone's thoughts, turned his gaze to Wang Dong. Wang Dong, should we deal with all 8 of them together, or? Wang Dong snapped back to reality and looked at Su Yao and the boy and girl beside her. You 3 can leave. Revenge has its targets. Su Yao might not be tall or pretty, but she had secretly left him some food yesterday and spoken up for him today. The other 2 hadn't come yesterday and hadn't said anything today, so Wang Dong decided not to trouble them. Hearing this, Su Yao and the others exchanged glances, then nodded gratefully. Thank you, Brother Dong. Thank you, Brother Dong. They were only temporary teammates with Liao Jun's group with no real loyalty. Besides, they disapproved of Liao Jun's methods, so naturally, they chose to retreat unscathed. As for the rest of you. Before Wang Dong could announce his verdict, Zhu Kai immediately put away his weapon and stepped forward. Brother Dong, I was wrong. Yesterday, I was blinded by greed and listened to Liao Jun's orders to rob you. We were all forced. Yeah, Brother Dong. Another boy named Huang Chaoqiang echoed, Zhu Kai shifting the blame. We didn't want to come, but Liao Jun is our boss. We didn't dare disobey. Bastards, you. Hearing them shirk responsibility, Liao Jun was furious. But before he could fully explode, Wang Dong's amused voice rang out again. You want me to let you off? Fine. You 2 go break Liao Jun's legs, and he'll consider it. Wah. What? The indifferent tone left Zhu Kai and Huang Chaoqiang frozen in place. They had begged for mercy, only hoping Wang Dong would let them go. How could they have anticipated that Wang Dong would force them to turn on each other? Dong, go this. Liao Jun is still our boss, you want us to. Bang. Get lost. Before Zhu Kai could finish, Wang Dong kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters. So fast. Such incredible force. Witnessing this, Liao Jun and his men were stunned, scarcely believing their eyes. A combat-type player's physique far surpassed ordinary humans. Even at level 2, it was difficult for unarmed commoners to harm them. Yet now, wasn't this man supposed to be unawakened? How dare you negotiate terms with me? Wang Dong perfectly played the role of a bullying henchman, swiftly retrieving a fruit knife from his backpack and crouching before Zhu Kai. Thud. He drove the blade directly into Zhu Kai's thigh, eliciting a howl of agony. Slap. As Zhu Kai screamed, Wang Dong delivered a heavy slap across his face. Shout again, and he'll chop your head off. The screams ceased abruptly. Tisk, how come I never noticed Dong Ge had such a brutal side? He is expected of Dong Ge. Witnessing Wang Dong's violent and bloody display, Cui Liangping and Xiao Yong showed no particular reaction, instead teasing him. Even Tao Lin narrowed his eyes. This Wang Dong is truly ruthless. They'll say it again, break Liao Jun's legs, or you'll end up like him. Wang Dong rose, casting a cold gaze at the other 2. Huang Chaoqiang and Fang Zhou were utterly petrified. By the time they snapped back to reality, Liao Jun could no longer contain himself. Damn it, don't go too far. Too far. Qin Shiji seized another chance to shine. Then let me show you what too far really means. Brothers, lend a hand. Break Liao Jun's legs. Leave the other 3 to Dong Ge. You got it. Leave it to us. Damn, we're all classmates, yet you dare bully Dong Ge. Looking for death. Brothers, charge. Thud. Liao Jun swung his axe into a leather-armored warrior's shoulder, then kicked him flying. Bang. The warrior crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, blood spattering the earth, the wound deep enough to reveal bone. Liao Jun seized the moment, shouting with a twisted face. Come on. Who dares step forward? They'll kill them. Oh, still resisting. Chui Liangping sneered, flicking a green orb of light toward the warrior. The green orb swept across the wound on the warrior's shoulder. The gash from the axe began to heal at a visible rate. The priest's healing spell. Even a fractured bone could mend effortlessly. However, Chui Liangping's current level was insufficient. Such a wound would require 2 or 3 applications. Whoever cripples Liao Jun gets the next set of equipment. Hearing this, and spurred by Chui Liangping's shout, the others were electrified. 2 players who already had novice armor charged to the front of the line. They had been following Qin Shiji anyway, and now with a reward dangling they fought like mad dogs. The outcome was inevitable. 19 against 1. Even if Liao Jun had been tougher than the average person before the apocalypse, he stood no chance against so many. Thus Qin Shiji's side subdued Liao Jun with only 1 minor injury, leaving him battered and bruised. The other 2 male students were also beaten bloody under Wang Dong's orders. Ding, male supporting character Liao Jun severely injured. The plot has been affected. Gained 300 fate-altering points. Only 300. What a waste. It's unsafe out here. Drag them back to the dormitory first. Yes, Mr. Qin. No one is allowed to heal them, but don't let them die either. Understood. Wang Dong, what about this woman? Well, level up first to deal with her tonight. Daytime was for grinding. Wang Dong had no intention of wasting all his energy on revenge. Fine. Qin Shiji nodded, then turned his gaze to Deng Yuding, threatening, scram on your own. If we don't see you here tonight, you know the consequences. Deng Yuding, already terrified, dared not defy Qin Shiji. She could only follow the beaten group back to their base. Wang Dong ceased to dwell on it, shouldering his food supplies and embarking on the monotonous path of leveling. He still soloed with Wu Bing, but after parting ways, he summoned Zhou Peng and Li Jian. Qin Shiji, meanwhile, sent the priest Chui Liangping to another leveling team and led the rest to find Zhao Qinya. Level 8.5. That was Wang Dong's achievement on the second day of grinding. Although the experience required from level 5 to 8 far exceeded the first 5 levels, Wang Dong's monster-killing speed and playtime had also increased significantly. Thus, reaching level 8.5 on the second day was entirely feasible. Moreover, today, he had collected 22 pieces of novice equipment. The only disappointment was that the goblin captain from yesterday hadn't respawned even after 24 hours. Shaking off stray thoughts, Wang Dong equipped the LV8 strength necklace, feeling an immediate surge in power. After assembling a full set of armor, he also outfitted Wu Bing with heavy gear and replaced the nearly depleted iron sword with a brand new hand axe. Finally, he handed over the remaining novice equipment to Qin Shiji. Holy crap, so many pieces. As expected of Dong Go. Haha, now our team's gear is sufficient. Tao Lin, this one's for you. Xiao Yong, this is yours. Liang Ping Hongwei, split these among yourselves. Brother, what's your name? While the others divided the equipment, Wang Dong turned his gaze toward a man in the dormitory with naturally curly hair. He was short, thin, with a languid look and a sleazy aura. Me, Im Xiang Fei. These pieces are yours. Wang Dong handed over a set of leather armor, coat, pants, and boots. Leather armor was light armor suitable for thieves and archers, and Xiang Fei's class happened to be a type of thief. Upon seeing the set, the usually lazy Xiang Fei snapped to attention. Holy crap, for real. You delivered that crucial kick to Liao Jun at noon, you earned it. Take it. Thanks, Mr. Qin, thanks, Dong Go. Xiang Fei accepted the equipment, grinning ear to ear. He was genuinely thrilled. Because in the real world, weapons were easy to find, but armor was exceedingly rare. Thus, to some extent, armor was what truly ensured survival in the apocalypse. Perhaps this was the reasoning behind ancient laws. Concealing a weapon was permissible, but concealing armor was a capital offense. Don't mention it. Come on, Xiang Fei, you'll walk back with you. Qin Shiji patted Xiang Fei's shoulder. Xiang Fei lived in another dormitory. Qin Shiji accompanied him merely to boost morale and strengthen team cohesion. Wang Dong paid them no mind. He was just a lackey. Managing the team was not his forte, nor did he care to. Monsters above level 10 won't drop equipment anymore. And if the player's level exceeds the monsters by more than 5, a no drops either. Even experience is halved. Looks like you'll have to hunt higher level monsters tomorrow. The goblins on campus were capped at level 4, with the goblin captain at level 5. So once Wang Dong reached level 9, level 4 goblin warriors would not only cease dropping equipment, but also grant only half the experience. Forget it, he'll use the fate-altering points first. He wasn't short on novice equipment anyway, so he stopped worrying. Checking today's fate-altering points, only 600. Even adding the 100 after midnight head still be 300 short for intermediate summon. So he couldn't be bothered to wait. 6 basic summons, let's go. A crate of Red Bull, 2 free attribute points, Mage Skill Book Water Ball, 2 free attribute points, Warrior Skill Book Basic Blade, Art Mage Skill Book Firewall, a skill that requires level 25 to learn. Firewall, a skill that requires level 25 to learn. Before level 60, as long as you have enough skill books, you can learn new skills every 5 levels. After level 60, it's every 10 levels. Wang Dong performed 6 basic summons and obtained 3 skill books. The probability was quite high. But this firewall. Wang Dong was a bit slow to react. Wasn't it said that basic summoning only yields low-tier skill books? How is there a firewall that requires level 25? Skill books below level 30, including level 30, are considered low-tier skills. Hearing the system's reply, Wang Dong was a bit speechless. He had thought that only skills below level 10 were considered low-tier, but it turned out the system considered anything below level 30 as low-tier. Alright, I was being shallow. Not enough level to learn Firewall, so he could only learn Water Ball first. You have learned the skill Water Ball. Ding, under the effect of origin power you awaken the ice element through water element and obtain the ice element magic Ice Spike. Ice Spike ice element mage initial skill learnable at LV1 who summons a highly penetrating ice spike to attack enemies. Wow, can it really do that? The origin power bestowed by the elemental god granted Wang Dong unparalleled insight and control over magic. This was one of the reasons his magical attacks were stronger than ordinary mages. But he never expected that learning a water element skill would automatically evolve into an ice element. How could other mages possibly compete? He allocated the 4 free attribute points he obtained, adding 2 points to Constitution and 2 to Strength, then glanced at his current stats. Name Wang Dong. Class Elementalist. Level 8. Experience 865016000. HP 521,560. Energy 672-308-2500. Constitution 53. Strength 50-10. Agility 49. Spirit 275. Skills: Origin Power, Arcane, Meditation, Fireball, Water Ball, Flying Stone Rock, Shield, Telekinesis, Ice Spike. Wang Dong's skill panel was much more extensive than that of an average mage. In addition to talent skills, there were also skills from the mental, spatial, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and other series. Each series of skills had a complete skill tree panel. Since the attributes of the skills differed, the attack effects naturally varied. Even among initial skills, the attack effects were distinct. Take Fireball. Although the casting motion was somewhat large, resulting in a longer interval between 2 fireballs, and the fireball's projectile speed was not fast enough, its 1-meter diameter gave it an extremely high hit rate. Flying Stone had a lower hit rate, but its flight speed and interval were better than Fireball. Ice Spike had an even lower hit rate, but it was also one of the shortest attack interval skills among all mage skills. Of course, the overall damage of these initial skills was roughly the same. Therefore, Wang Dong's excitement did not last long. As for why he allocated the 4 free attribute points he drew to Constitution and Strength, don't ask, just say it's OCD. Standing up and stretching, Wang Dong, who had just learned 2 more skills, felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body. Let's go, Wu Bing, come with me to see Liao Jun and the others. After all, it was still the early days of the apocalypse. Even if Qin Shiji was arrogant and domineering, he wouldn't directly kill someone for Wang Dong. So Wang Dong planned to take this opportunity to torment them. The male dormitory building where Liao Jun and the others were located was the one on the edge of the male dormitory area, not far from the female dormitory area, which was also why their team had quite a few girls. It was not yet completely dark and the monsters around the dormitory had been mostly cleared, so Wang Dong arrived at Liao Jun's place very smoothly. However, just as Wang Dong entered the dormitory building and was about to find someone to ask about Liao Jun's location, a familiar crisp voice came from the 3rd floor. Qin Shiji, you've gone too far. Why did you beat them like this? Looking at Liao Jun and the others lying on the dormitory beds covered in bruises and blood all over their clothes and pants, Zhao Qinya's face was full of anger. The apocalypse had arrived, and everyone was looking out for themselves. For the sake of your own safety, you could choose not to save others. But using your power to bully others was an immoral act. Ordinary people, upon seeing such behavior, dared not be the one to stand out. But Zhao Qinya was different. She was the young lady of the powerful Zhao family. Seeing Qin Shiji bring people to beat Liao Jun and the others, and not even let the healers treat them. Of course, she felt uncomfortable. Me going too far? Questioned by Zhao Qinya, Qin Shiji became even more displeased, asked them what they did themselves. What did they do? Before, when Brother Dong was alone in the dormitory, they took advantage of their numbers to rob him of his food. Cui Liangping spoke up to explain, and Xiao Yong, who had brought the fierce wolf, also chimed in. Bullying the weak, outnumbering the few. If you ask me, beating them up was lenient. Zhao Qinya had 2 female classmates by her side who had come with her from Zhou Bin's team earlier. Hearing this, one of the girls said, Exactly, Qinya, just leave it alone. They deserved it. But let's hurry back. If we don't go now, it'll get dark. After 7 o'clock in the evening, it would be dark with no visibility and monster stats would double. Therefore, most players chose to return to their base before 7 o'clock. What's there to fear about the dark? It's not like there's no place to stay here. Qin Shiji casually chimed in. On the first day of the apocalypse, many humans had died, so at least half of the dormitory rooms here were empty. No way. How could Zhao Qinya not know what Qin Shiji was thinking? She just rolled her eyes at him and went downstairs with the other 2 girls. She really wanted to intervene in Liao Jun's matter, but there was nothing she could do. because the Zhao family was inferior to the Qin family. Moreover, Qin Shiji could command far more players than Shi Zhaoqinya could. Everyone else said Liao Jun and the others deserved it. What could she do? The three girls going downstairs brushed past Wang Dong going upstairs without any exchange. But fate was so magical. Less than 2 minutes after they left the male dormitory, they came running back from the thick fog. Why are you back? Monsters. So many monsters. Zhao Qinya was panting heavily, her already fair face turning even paler from fright. The other two girls were also out of breath, gasping as they leaned on the corridor railing. Monsters? Weren't the monsters around here already cleared? Qin Shiji was puzzled. Zhao Qinya explained breathlessly, those monsters are huge, they look like orc warriors. Orc warriors? How is that possible? Hearing this, Qin Shiji found it even more incredible. Although the monster respawn time was random, varying from about 1 to 3 hours, the type of monsters that spawned was fixed. Previously, the area around the male dormitory was full of goblins. How could there be orc warriors? Could they have wandered over? Very likely. Then it's a bit troublesome. How about you just sleep here? It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began. How many players could handle an orc warrior after 7 o'clock in the evening? This? Zhao Qinya hesitated upon hearing this. After becoming players, male players generally had stronger combat power than female players. That was an undeniable fact. After everyone returned from killing monsters at the teaching building during the day for safety, they had been staying in mixed-gender dormitories with boys in one room and girls in another. So hearing this suggestion, Zhao Qinya shouldn't have been so conflicted. But if Qin Shiji was living in the room next to hers, then the outcome would be different. Qin Shiji was habitual, arrogant, and domineering. Now that the apocalypse had come, he might take this opportunity to force something on her, and she would have no way to stop him. In other words, if she wanted to preserve her innocence, she absolutely could not stay in this dormitory. But if she insisted on going back, how would she deal with those orc warriors on the way? Normally, even encountering a single orc warrior required the entire team to work together to defeat it, and now it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Not only were the monster stats doubled, but there were also multiple orc warriors. And the other side certainly wouldn't send an entire team to escort them back. Thinking of this, Zhao Qinya felt a bit desperate. Just then her peripheral vision caught Wang Dong, who was casually chatting with Cui Liangping and the others, and a thought suddenly struck her. Can you ask him to escort us back? Him. Hearing Zhao Qinya's tentative inquiry, Qin Shiji followed her pointing finger and saw Wang Dong not far behind him. You mean Wang Dong? If it was Wang Dong combined with Wu Bing, the self-healing warrior, he indeed had the ability to escort Zhao Qinya back. But, Qin Shiji, I know what you're thinking, but some things cannot be forced. Seeing Qin Shiji lost in thought, Zhao Qinya quickly spoke. After saying this, she paused, then enunciated each word. Don't make me look down on you. At these words, Qin Shiji was momentarily stunned, then feigned an angry expression. Zhao Qinya, what are you talking about? What kind of person do you take me for? I was just worried about my brother's safety. The apocalypse had only arrived a few days ago, and most humans still held onto their moral standards. Being called out by Zhao Qinya, Qin Shiji immediately felt embarrassed. Zhao Qinya knew he was looking for a way to save face, and didn't expose him. So can you ask him to escort us? I can ask, but I'm not sure he'll agree. Isn't he your lackey? How could he refuse? He's my brother. Qin Shiji stressed, then pursed his lips and turned to walk toward Wang Dong. Brother. Watching Qin Shiji's retreating figure, Zhao Qinya furrowed, her delicate brows, curiosity stirring within her. When did Qin Shiji change his tune? In her memory, only those of equal status to Qin Shiji were worthy of being called brother behind their backs. What was the deal with this Wang Dong? What? You want me to escort them back to the girls' dormitory? Are you serious? On the other side, Wang Dong, who had been about to torment Liao Jun and his crew, was equally curious upon hearing Qin Shiji's words. Although following the normal plotline, the villain Qin Shiji would never lay a hand on the female lead Zhao Qinya, this was a perfect opportunity for alone time. Why would Qin Shiji pass it up? It didn't fit his character. Qin Shiji looked embarrassed. If you can't do it, then forget it. It's not that I can't, I just think this doesn't suit your style, young Master Qin. Damn. Qin Shiji's embarrassment turned to speechlessness. Even you say that. What else? Then I have to escort them back even more. Don't ask why. I need to save face. Zhao Qinya's earlier words, don't make me look down on you, had stung deeply. Now with Wang Dong saying the same, he couldn't possibly do anything to Zhao Qinya. Fine. Since you put it that way, how could I not give you face? He had originally planned to torment Liao Jun and the others, but that would have to wait. Thanks. Don't mention it. By the way, let me tell you something. The girl you wanted to sleep with this morning is a freshman named Chen Suzhen. She lives in the dormitory building to the left of Chen Yas. You can go check her out when you pass by. Qin Shiji's playful smile left Wang Dong completely bewildered. The girl I wanted to sleep with this morning. Don't play dumb with me. Liang Ping told me all about this morning. We're both men. What's there to be shy about? You should learn from me. I was already in junior high when I Qin Shiji's condescending tone, like an elder lecturing a junior, suddenly made Wang Dong realize. Was he talking about the girl who was being bullied by others in the girls' bathroom this morning? But, Qin Sujin. Why did that name sound so familiar? Alright, I know you're impressive. We'll take them back now. Wang Dong didn't bother to explain and ignored the narcissistic Qin Shiji. Wu Bing, come with me. Okay. He led Wu Bing to where Zhao Qinya and the two other girls stood. So, your name is Wang Dong, right? Yes. I heard you awakened a hidden class. There's more than one orc warrior on the way. How confident are you? Wang Dong glanced at her, but couldn't be bothered to reply. She was indeed beautiful, fair skin, lovely face, long legs, and a slender waist. But her brain seemed a bit lacking. He had no relation to her. Why would he risk his life to escort her back without 100% guarantee? She was delusional. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Zhao Qinya and the other two had yet to recover from their shock. Oh my god, what was going on? How was Wang Dong's combat power so high? The orc warriors after 7 in the evening couldn't even get close to him before dying. Didn't monster stats double after 7? A level 5 orc warrior with doubled stats was equivalent to a level 9 monster, even if not quite level 10. And they were tank-type monsters. Even such monsters couldn't get near him. That was too exaggerated. Even when 2 or 3 came at once, it was the same. Only when 4 or 5 orc warriors attacked together could they approach Wang Dong. But Wang Dong not only cast skills quickly, he could also summon a rock shield. A few monsters getting close were no big deal. The rock shield had a maximum length and height of 2 meters and a thickness of half a meter. Wang Dong could easily use it to kite the monsters like a pro. With Wu Bing assisting from the side, a squad of 12 orc warriors was wiped out by Wang Dong and Wu Bing in just a few minutes. Seeing the admiring looks of the 3 girls, Wu Bing standing nearby felt like crying. He had been so brave. Why didn't they notice? Was it just because he wasn't as handsome as Wang Dong? Donga, do you have a girlfriend? Well, speak of the devil. The girl behind Zhao Qinya, staring at Wang Dong, who seemed like a god of magic, couldn't help but ask. Despite the many surviving players on campus, very few classmates and teachers actually had combat capability. Girls like her, even if they became players, were still weaklings. So finding a reliable boyfriend was the smartest choice. Not at the moment. Why? Then what do you think of me? Hearing Wang Dong's reply, the girl quickly volunteered. Birds of a feather flock together. Being friends with a campus belle like Zhao Qinya, she was naturally attractive. And Wang Dong was not only strong, but also handsome. If she could become his girlfriend, even if she couldn't rise to greatness, she would at least be well protected. Unfortunately, it was the apocalypse now. Wang Dong was only interested in beautiful women, not girlfriends. You're pretty, but not my type. Oh, I see. The girl was a bit dejected, but didn't want to give up. Can we at least add each other as friends? That I can do. Each person's system had a maximum of 100 friend slots, and leveling up didn't increase it. But Wang Dong's friend list only had Qin Shiji and a few others, so he didn't refuse. Ding player Lina requests to add you as a friend. Accept, decline. Accept. Successfully added Lina as a friend. Wu Bing, let's go. Take care, Donga. Stay safe, Donga. Faced with Wang Dong, who was handsome, powerful, and had escorted them back, the 3 girls displayed proper politeness and enthusiasm. Even Zhao Qinya felt grateful to Wang Dong. Yet as she watched his retreating figure, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Why do I feel this way? Zhao Qinya wondered, startled. Is it just because he didn't accept Nana's pursuit? Her heart trembled at the thought. She quickly shook her head, casting aside these unsettling thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had already led Wu Bing into the gray, dense fog. Modi University had many campuses. The one where Wang Dong and the others were located was slightly north of the city center. The campus was vast, with multiple male and female dormitory areas. Zhao Qinya's dormitory building was a distance away from the male dormitories, separated by at least 2 female dormitory buildings. Wang Dong was now in front of the middle one, a female dormitory called Qingwei Garden. Wang Dong, are we going back? I want to go see Qin Sujin. Qin Sujin. Who's that? Wu Bing had clearly never heard of this girl, but Wang Dong had recalled her on the way here. Qin Sujin, a female character in Yifeng's storyline destined for a tragic fate. When Yifeng came to find Qin Shiji, he happened upon Qin Sujin being bullied by other girls. As the protagonist of an apocalypse novel, Yifeng naturally saved her with his absolute power. But to display his cold-heartedness as a reborn survivor, Yifeng didn't take her with him after saving her. When he returned after killing Qin Shiji, he found Qin Sujin's corpse. She hadn't been killed by monsters. She had jumped to her death. In her mutilated hand, still clutching a letter written to Yifeng, which had been gnawed beyond recognition by monsters. Yifeng flew into a rage after reading it, and slaughtered everyone who had bullied Qin Sujin. On the surface, it was an ordinary apocalypse plot. But in Wang Dong's eyes, Yifeng was simply insane. When Wang Dong had saved her that morning, he at least asked, "Do you need help?" But Yifeng, when she begged him to take her, refused. He even hypnotized himself, saying that in the apocalypse no one could be trusted and she would be a burden. What? Had everyone lost their morals just a few days into the apocalypse? Either choose not to save her and be a complete bystander, or don't kill so many people for her sake later. If you care, don't abandon her just to act tough. You have time to kill and show off, but you can't take her to a safer place and settle her down. Would that really affect your leveling and get you killed? And when there's no resurrection skill early on, she's already dead, and then you go berserk. Was her being alive hindering your output? Wang Dong couldn't understand, but he didn't bother explaining to Wu Bing. You don't need to know. Just follow me. All the ground floors of the university dormitories had iron gates. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, the iron gates were now locked with chains. But since monsters included Halford warriors with weapons and great strength, 2 male players were stationed on guard duty behind the locked gate for safety. Hey, there's movement outside. Damn, you're right. Phew, they're not zombies. Who are you two looking for? The 2 male players who had been tense relaxed when they saw Wang Dong and Wu Bing fully armed at the door. After all, humans are social creatures. Without conflicting interests, they generally don't harbor hostility. I'm looking for a friend. Please open the door. Hearing this, the 2 instinctively glanced behind Wang Dong. Wang Dong understood their concern and spoke up promptly. Don't worry, we've cleared all the monsters around here. Cleared. Nice, bro. They were stunned at first, then eyed the 2's equipment with admiration. Anyone who can still be out clearing monsters at this hour is a beast. Judging by your gear, you must have awakened something special, right? Hedge is lucky. Alright, come on in. With a clatter, the male student unlocked the chain. Wang Dong led Wu Bing into the dormitory building, and the iron gate was locked again. Chen Suzhen, are you sure you won't reconsider? In dorm 416 at the end of the 4th floor corridor of Qingwei Garden, Bao Wei eyed the woman with hair covering half her face, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Bao Wei, 22, a senior. He had awakened as a warrior. He wasn't naturally good-looking, dark skin, average build, big mouth, slanted eyes, and a face full of acne. But before the apocalypse, his family ran a restaurant chain. Though not high-end, they had 4 or 5 branches over 200 square meters. Being a member of the student union as well, he was more confident than the average student. Now he had kicked everyone else out of the dorm. He came to find Chen Suzhen for one reason only, to make her his girlfriend. Chen Suzhen dressed plainly, never wore makeup, and was always seen in loose clothes, head down, speaking little. Even when she occasionally looked up, her long bangs hid most of her face. But one day, by chance, Bao Wei saw her true appearance. He never imagined that such a plainly dressed girl could have such a breathtakingly beautiful face. The moment he saw her full face, he was deeply captivated. He began observing her deliberately, and the more he saw, the more he thought Chen Suzhen was a rare gem, the kind that could outshine even famous beauties without any effort. So Bao Wei started approaching her, deliberately probing for information about Chen Suzhen. He had even bribed her roommate to get her phone number ready to launch a romantic pursuit. When the apocalypse struck, Bao Wei was frustrated but then elated. He discovered that when the apocalypse hit, Chen Suzhen was in the classroom next door. You have a girlfriend. Chen Suzhen sat on the lower bunk, hugging her knees in the corner, timidly making an excuse. She had never planned to date in college, and she didn't want to be bullied again because of such things. Indeed, the main reason those girls had bullied her earlier, besides her low self-esteem and reticence, was that Bao Wei liked her. Girlfriend? Huh? Bao Wei sneered. If you agree, I'll break up with her immediately. Seeing Chen Suzhen remain silent, his anger flared again after repeated rejections. But his remaining humanity forced him to suppress the rage. He sat down beside her and pretended to speak gently. Suzhen, just say yes. Even if I can't support you financially now, I can protect you with my awakened power. Chen Suzhen remained silent. Suzhen, trust me if you just agree. Bro Wei, why are you here again? Bao Wei still wanted to pester Chen Suzhen into being his girlfriend. Suddenly, a woman's coquettish voice interrupted their conversation. Jia, why are you here? Looking at the girl who walked in through the door, Bao Wei was momentarily stunned. There were 5 people in total, all of them girls. The leading girl, fashionably dressed, was his girlfriend Huang Jia. After entering, Huang Jia cast a cold glance at Chen Suzhen, then linked arms with Bao Wei and spoke. Can I come? Or, did I interrupt your little affair? What are you talking about, Jia? I came to find Brother Chow, but it turns out he's not in this dorm. Seeing that the girl didn't directly call him out, Bao Wei quickly seized the chance to change the subject. Come on, let's go back together. With that, Bao Wei quickly turned around and led Huang Jia out of Chen Suzhen's dormitory. Huang Jia's figure and appearance were passable, and before he had secured Chen Suzhen, he didn't want to break up with Huang Jia so soon. As for Huang Jia, before the apocalypse, she had been attracted to Bao Wei's family background. After the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary person. Therefore, she who needed Bao Wei's protection didn't dare to easily propose a breakup. Of course, as the leader of the 5 girls, she was not a pushover. On the surface, she pretended not to care, but secretly, she gave a meaningful glance to the other 4 girls. One of the girls immediately understood and spoke. Brother Wei, I'm going to the restroom. Me too. Wait for me. Huang Jia pulled Bao Wei away, and the other 4 girls made an excuse to return to Chen Suzhen's dormitory. Seeing the 4 girls return, Chen Suzhen sensed trouble, but how could she alone be a match for the 4 of them? Before she could make a move, two of the girls grabbed her arms and pulled her out of bed. The leading one seized her hair. Slap. A direct slap landed on Chun Suzan's face. Fuck you bitch, do you remember what we told you this morning? Can you do anything besides seducing other people's boyfriends? Bitch, don't think that just because that Wong Dong guy helped you this morning we dare to touch you. If we want to teach you a lesson we can kill you in a minute, believe it or not. Let's teach her a lesson. The four were Huang Zhejia's close friends. They had started messing around since entering university and picked up a hooligan attitude while working summer jobs at bars. Originally this hooliganism was a bad habit, but after the apocalypse it became their capital for survival. Chen Suzhen was slapped by them but didn't dare to fight back. However, just as they were about to continue slapping her, a familiar figure appeared at the dormitory door. I'm looking for Chen Suzhen. At this time the sky had turned dark and the campus, already lacking light due to the power outage, was even darker. With all doors and windows sealed it felt pitch black. Fortunately others had phones and someone helped give directions, so Wang Dong, borrowing a phone for light, didn't find it too difficult to get there. Hearing the voice at the door, Chen Suzhen found it familiar, but the darkness prevented her from identifying the person. The four hooligan girls interrupted, instinctively stopped their actions. Who are you? One of the girls asked, looking displeased. This was their turf and being interrupted while using violence naturally annoyed them. We met just this morning, forgotten so soon. Wang Dong, using the phone's flashlight, had already seen the situation inside the dorm. After saying this he walked in from the door with Wu Bing. It's you. The leading girl recognized Wang Dong through the light. Get the hell out in 3 seconds. Seeing that Chen Suzhen's lip was again split from their slaps, Wang Dong grew impatient. Why did he come to find Chen Suzhen? Not because he was nosy, nor because Chen Suzhen was exceptionally beautiful, and certainly not for some fate-changing points. It was simply because in Chen Suzhen he saw a reflection of his former self. Some people are healed by their childhood, while others spend their whole lives healing their childhood. Being bullied in school when he was young still made him gnash his teeth in anger when he thought about it. So even though he didn't know Chen Suzhen, yet he wanted to change this girl's fate. On what grounds? The leading girl mustered her courage to challenge. They had already slipped away dejectedly once this morning. If they left without a word, now how could they maintain their reputation? The other two girls chimed in. This is between us girls, what does it have to do with you? That's right, don't think just because you're with Qin Xiao. Slap. Before the third girl could finish, Wang Dong delivered a heavy slap to her face, followed by his icy voice. Get lost. At these words the four girls were collectively stunned, and the one who was hit was dizzy from the blow. Wah! You bastard, you hit a woman. Just wait. The girl felt her left cheek was numb, and it seemed 2 of her teeth had been knocked out. She quickly covered her face and ran out crying. The other 3 girls quickly followed. Wang Dong ignored them and turned his gaze to Wu Bing. Wu Bing, go close the door and keep watch outside. Don't let anyone else in. Damn. Wu Bing cursed inwardly but had no choice but to take his axe and go outside the dorm to close the door. After the door closed, the room immediately became pitch black. Wang Dong didn't mind. He slowly drew his right index finger across his pant leg. Whoosh. A small flame larger than a lighter's instantly ignited on his fingertip. This ability was exclusive to mages and it consumed almost no mana. Not to mention Wang Dong, even an ordinary mage could achieve this level with diligent practice. Wang Dong didn't first ask about Chen Suzhen's condition. Instead, he took the lead in asking a question by the firelight. Do you have any candles in this dorm? Yes. Yes. Chen Suzhen snapped out of it. Although her voice was still a bit hoarse, her hands didn't stop as she fumbled under the mattress and found a candle that had burned down to a third. Wang Dong took the candle, lit it, then melted a bit of wax to fix the candle to the desk beside him. After the candlelight filled the room, Wang Dong sat down opposite Chen Suzhen. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Dong. Do you know why I dared to hit them just now? Hearing Wang Dong's words, Chen Suzhen pursed her lips and didn't answer. Wang Dong continued, because I'm stronger and fiercer than them. Even without Qin Shiji, I'm not afraid of them coming to trouble me. Wang Dong's tone was heavy, leaving Chen Suzhen confused. She was even thinking in her mind she and this Wang Dong were strangers. Why was he telling her all this? Seeing that Chen Suzhen still didn't speak, Wang Dong sighed helplessly. Have you eaten anything tonight? I've eaten. As soon as she said it, her stomach betrayed her with a rumbling sound. Whether from embarrassment or shame, she quickly bowed her head. Damn it, Wang Dong said, somewhat irritated. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any food with me. Just as Wang Dong was about to take out some of his canned food and Red Bull drink for her, a rough shout reached their ears. Wang Dong, get the hell out here. Hearing this voice, Wang Dong was not alarmed, but rather pleased. How the person bringing food has arrived. Bao Wei knew Qin Shiji. Though their relationship was far from amicable, he had once treated Qin Shiji to a meal, and thus he also knew Wang Dong. In Bao Wei's mind, even if his own social standing wasn't as high as Qin Shiji's, he was still far superior to Wang Dong. What right did Wang Dong have to come to his turf and pick a fight? Especially after hearing that Wang Dong seemed to be looking for Chen Suzhen. That was utterly intolerable. Chen Suzhen was the treasure he had discovered himself. How could he allow any other man to lay a finger on her? At that moment, several makeshift lanterns fashioned from candles illuminated the entire corridor of the girls' dormitory. Bao Wei, flanked by 3 male students, and the 5 females from before, stormed toward the door of room 416 with a face full of fury. He let out a roar, his voice brimming with confidence. Wu Bing, clad in a full set of novice heavy armor and clutching a hand axe, was leaning against the doorframe feigning sleep. Hearing the roar, he lifted his head lazily and cast a glance at the approaching crowd. What do you want? You? Who are you? Confronted by this fully armed man, Bao Wei's arrogance instantly deflated. To possess a complete set of defensive gear at this stage meant not only awakening a sufficiently powerful class, but also slaying a substantial number of monsters. And Wu Bing's armor was uniformly heavy grade. What did it signify that he already had a full set of heavy armor at this point? It meant this guy had killed far more monsters than the average player, making him someone ordinary players dared not provoke. My name is Wu Bing, Guangdong's squad leader. It's dark and you should be resting. What are you howling about? If you attract monsters, who's going to take the blame? Get lost now. Don't come looking for trouble here. Wu Bing's impatience was feigned. In truth, he was trying to save Bao Wei and his group. He knew full well Wang Dong's combat prowess, his temperament, and the terrifying nature of his own undying body. As long as he stuck with Wang Dong, few players could stand against them. At least no one in this school could match up. But Bao Wei failed to grasp Wu Bing's intent. Instead, Wu Bing's words made him more defiant. What do you mean by looking for trouble? You come here, beat someone up, and now you think you're in the right. You have that guy Wang Dong come out. A grown man hitting a woman. Isn't that shameful? The male students chimed in one after another, each eager to play the gallant protector. By the faint candlelight, Wu Bing could see the girl's mouth still oozing blood, her left cheek completely swollen. It seemed that slap from Wang Dong had used at least half his strength. For a level 8 player to strike an ordinary person with half his power was already a brutal blow. Bao Wei, what are you doing here with so many people? Just as both sides were denouncing Wang Dong, and Wu Bing was about to take further action, a male voice rang out from behind the crowd. Hearing this, Bao Wei's face lit up with joy. He turned to face the newcomer and quickly recounted the whole incident. Brother Lei, you've come at the perfect time. Please judge for us. Alright, I understand. Pan Lei listened to Bao Wei's account while sizing up Wu Bing at the door. After hearing everything, he nodded slightly. He and Bao Wei were close friends, and under normal circumstances, he would have used his position as vice president of the student council to help Bao Wei and his group bully Wang Dong. But something about the helmeted figure before him seemed familiar. Bro, have we met somewhere before? Wu Bing, who had been scrutinizing him in return, spoke slowly. Yesterday, the Goblin Captain. The words, Goblin Captain, struck Pan Lei like a thunderbolt, freezing him in place. A chill engulfed his entire body, and fear began to creep into his heart. It's you. Brother Lei, do you know him well? Bao Wei asked, puzzled by Pan Lei's expression. Pan Lei had no time to respond to him. He simply stared at Wu Bing, his voice trembling. You. What are you doing here? What's it to you? Wu Bing sneered, and was about to curse him out when he suddenly received a command from Wang Dong inside the room. You're Pan Lei, right? Yes. Who's in charge here? Hearing Wu Bing ask this, Pan Lei felt a pang of fear. But with so many people around, he mustered his courage. I am. Got any food? Take me to get some. Wu Bing was direct and to the point with no hesitation. He acted as if he were the boss here. Food, eh? Hearing that word, everyone expected Pan Lei to fly into a rage, lead the crowd in mocking them, and then seek justice for the beaten girl by teaching these two arrogant fellows a lesson. But Pan Lei only paused for a moment before agreeing to the unreasonable request. You? Follow me. As he instinctively turned to lead the way, he suddenly remembered something and quickly cast his gaze over the others. It's nothing. It was just a misunderstanding. Everyone please disperse. Bao Wei, come with me for a moment. Hearing Pan Lei's orders, the crowd was bewildered. But out of respect for Pan Lei's usual authority, no one dared to question him openly. Brother Lei, what's wrong with you? As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Wu Bing followed Pan Lei to the storage room and got some food. Meanwhile, in room 402 of Qing Wei Garden Dormitory, the figures of Pan Lei and Bao Wei flickered in the faint candlelight. Looking at Pan Lei, whose body was still trembling uncontrollably, Bao Wei's face was etched with confusion. That guy hit Wang Xia, and you didn't even defend her. Instead, you agreed to give them food. Bao Wei, do you have a cigarette? Give me one. Pan Lei's answer was off topic and his voice was noticeably shaky. A cigarette? Here. Though puzzled, Bao Wei pulled a pack of soft peony cigarettes from his pocket and handed one over. Pan Lei took the cigarette with his trembling right hand, placed it between his lips, and fumbled for a lighter. He was so nervous that it took several attempts to light it. Not caring about appearances, he took a deep, satisfying drag. Only after the smoke filled his lungs and he exhaled did he manage to calm down a little. Bao Wei, do you trust me? Brother Lei Wei asked that all of a sudden. We've been brothers for years, asking that feels a bit distant, don't you think? How I suppose it is. Pan Lei gave a bitter smile, and continued, but I want to tell you this, don't go looking for trouble with them anymore. Why, people will die. 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 What do you mean? Hearing Pan Lei's words, Bao Wei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly made a connection. Could it be that yesterday it was them? Exactly. Pan Lei cut him off with a grave affirmation. He had known Bao Wei since their freshman year. They had been friends for 3 years now. That was why, apart from the two who had escaped with him, he had told no one about yesterday's events, except Bao Wei. Killing for classmates without hesitation. That was not something an ordinary person could do. At least for now, they themselves couldn't go that far. How is that possible? That Wang Dong kid is nothing but a lackey at Qin Shiji's side. How could he dare to do such a thing? How dare he? I fucking want to know too. But the bastard didn't give me a chance to learn the truth. Anyway, listen to me, don't you dare provoke them, Pan Lei warned again cautiously. Although he hadn't seen clearly who was hiding in the thick fog yesterday, shooting fireballs, whether it was Wang Dong from Chun Suzhen's dormitory. Judging by Wu Bing's attitude toward Wang Dong, he felt it was almost certain. Damn, how did this happen? Pan Lei's grave words made Bao Wei clench his teeth. The apocalypse had granted many undeserving people powers they shouldn't have. It also let many lowly individuals rise and sing triumphant songs. Wang Dong, a mere nobody, he had never taken seriously before the apocalypse, and yet he could awaken such power. Why? Bao Wei couldn't accept it. The thought of Wang Dong staying with Qin Suzhen at this very moment filled him with rage. Ding, male supporting character Pan Lei has developed a deep fear of you affecting the story plot. You gain 300 fate-changing points. Fuck. If I'd known Pan Lei was here too, I shouldn't have used up my fate-changing points earlier. Seeing this system notification, Wang Dong, who had never shown himself, couldn't help but complain. 600 plus 100 plus this 300, that would have been 1,000 exactly, wouldn't it? He had revived Wu Bing through the impure world reincarnation. So he could use Wu Bing's sight and hearing to perceive the situation outside. That was also how he had directed Wu Bing from behind the door earlier. He had originally planned to go out, but he truly hadn't expected Pan Lei to be here too. Pan Lei was a lackey of Yi Feng in the original story, and thus an enemy of Wang Dong. In the apocalypse, enemies should be wiped out completely. But aside from some psychotic killers, normal people kill only under the impulse of the moment. Yesterday, when the other party had snatched his boss monster, Wang Dong had indeed wanted to annihilate them. But now that he had calmed down, he felt it was unnecessary. As long as they didn't provoke him again, he didn't mind letting them live. So seeing Wu Bing take advantage of Pan Lei's control of the situation, he simply couldn't be bothered to show himself. Those 300 fate-changing points were completely unexpected. You're not short, why did they bully you? After Qin Suzhen finished her bread and milk and came back to her senses, Wang Dong asked. Ordinarily, school bullying victims tended to be smaller and thinner. But Qin Suzhen was at least 168 centimeters tall, not the petite type among girls. They said I was seducing Huang Jiejia's boyfriend. Qin Suzhen lowered her head and answered. Huang Jiejia's boyfriend. Bao Wei. Damn. Hearing this, Wang Dong cursed directly. With Bao Wei's caveman-looking face, where does he get the confidence? As he spoke, Wang Dong handed her a bottle of basic healing potion. Take this. The basic healing potion looked like a transparent glass test tube about 10 centimeters long and thumb-thick, filled with red liquid. This can heal wounds, and it also replenishes energy and most of the nutrients your body needs. This. Take it. Wang Dong's tone brooked no refusal. Qin Suzhen hesitated, then took it. Thank you. You're coming with me tomorrow. Wang Dong ignored her gratitude and stated flatly. Qin Suzhen's hand holding the potion froze in midair, not quite processing his words. Wang Dong continued. I promise no one will bully you anymore. Perhaps those words touched her nerves, or perhaps because he had saved her twice, making her drop some of her guard. In any case, after hearing his words, she hesitated, then bit her lips and spoke. I didn't awaken a combat-type class. The subtext was I might become a burden to you. That doesn't matter. We'll use an awakening scroll later. Awakening scroll. Qin Suzhen was even more unfamiliar with the Apocalypse game's information than the average player, so she naturally didn't know what an awakening scroll was. It's an item that can turn ordinary people and life class players into combat class players. It's not available now, but it will be in the future. Awakening scrolls were indeed rare, but for a major power like the Qin family, they weren't that hard to obtain. So as long as he could protect the Qin family, such items would never be in short supply. Hearing Wang Dong's explanation, Qin Suzhen still remained silent. Wang Dong seemed accustomed to her quietness. It's settled. Eat something and rest well. They'll take you tomorrow. With that, he stopped paying attention to her, mentally instructed Wu Bing to find a place to rest, and then sat down cross-legged on the spot. After the earlier commotion, it had become completely dark outside. Even he didn't dare to wander around blindly in such conditions. So, he would have to deal with Liao Jun and his men tomorrow. Wang Dong thought the night's events would end there, but after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt someone approaching him. Without a second thought, he opened his eyes and prepared for battle. Boom. A fist-sized fireball ignited instantly in his right palm. Chen Suzhen was so startled by the fireball that she fell to the ground. Seeing it was Chen Suzhen, Wang Dong looked puzzled. What are you doing? Chen Suzhen's face was flushed. She sat on the ground, legs pressed together, twisting, and unable to speak. By the light of the fireball, Wang Dong saw her awkward posture and grew even more confused. Then a thought struck him, and he asked tentatively, "You need to use the restroom." Chen Suzhen's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, and she didn't dare lift her head to meet his eyes. If it weren't for the total darkness, the candles burned out, and her phone dead, she would never have wanted to trouble Wang Dong. Wang Dong seemed to understand her predicament and was somewhat resigned. "Next time, just tell me directly. Don't creep up on me like that. Number 1 or number 2? Number 2. Come on, I'll take you." He didn't hesitate and walked ahead. The corridor outside was pitch black, but for a mage that was no problem. However, Wang Dong hadn't expected that even with the fire illuminating the way, Chen Suzhen was still terrified and clung tightly to his arm. Wang Dong could clearly feel her trembling. "Don't worry. This is the 4th floor. Monsters rarely come up here." Chen Suzhen nodded slightly, and her trembling eased a bit. Wang Dong let out a long sigh of relief. This woman hadn't awakened a combat class, which was indeed a hassle. But people's personalities change with their environment. So with a little training, she should be able to adapt to this apocalypse. "At least I've taken care of one piece of unfinished business," Wang Dong thought to himself. He escorted her to the women's restroom. Without any lights inside, he didn't dare stray too far. When Chen Suzhen came out, her face was even redder. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened on the way back. Pan Lei and Bao Wei didn't dare cause trouble, let alone anyone else. The night passed without incident. A little after 6 the next morning, Chen Suzhen, following Wang Dong's instructions, packed all her daily necessities into a backpack. At exactly 7, Wang Dong and Wu Bing set off. Chen Suzhen, carrying her backpack, stayed close behind Wang Dong. Watching Wang Dong lead Chen Suzhen away, Bao Wei gritted his back teeth until they nearly cracked. But what could he do? He couldn't beat them, and he had no excuse to rally the other students for help. So, altering the fate of female supporting character Chen Suzhen has affected the story plot. You gain 300 fate-changing points. Also 300 points. After this period of obtaining fate-altering points, Wang Dong had roughly figured out the pattern. For background characters like Wu Bing, who did not appear in the storyline by name, he could only gain 100 fate-altering points from them. As for named extras like Liao Jun, Pan Lei, and Chen Suzhen, by drastically altering their destinies, he could obtain around 300 fate-altering points from each. And for a female lead like Zhao Qinya, even the slightest interaction with her yielded fate-altering points. With this deduction, Wang Dong's thoughts became much clearer. Now 2 sets of 300 points plus the 100 points from binding Qin Shiji gave him a total of 700 fate-altering points. He should be able to save up 1000 points today. Wang Dong murmured to himself, then began seriously killing monsters. His combat strength was formidable now. Aside from the Halfrek warriors whose thick hides he couldn't instantly penetrate, all other minor monsters were eliminated with a single fireball. Thus, bringing Chen Suzhen along did not affect his combat efficiency. "Why are you guys so full of nonsense?" Wang Dong cursed with a laugh, dismissing them. Since his own dormitory door had been destroyed by Liao Jun and his crew, Wang Dong had moved to the 6th floor for convenience. He led Chen Suzhen to an "Why are you guys so full of nonsense?" Wang Dong cursed with a laugh, dismissing them. Since his own dormitory door had been destroyed by Liao Jun and his crew, Wang Dong had moved to the 6th floor for convenience. He led Chen Suzhen to an empty room next to his own, tossed her backpack onto the bed, and said, "You can stay here for now. I'll get you something to eat." "Thank you." Chen Suzhen's voice was still as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Wang Dong didn't reply. He fetched some food from the storage room, handed it to her, and then walked out, closing the door behind him. He shouldered the backpack of food from yesterday, took Wu Bing downstairs, and rejoined Xiang Fei and the others. After the events of the previous day, Xiang Fei had officially joined Qin Shiji's core team. He also realized that Wang Dong was the true powerhouse of the entire group. Seeing Wang Dong descending from the upper floor, Xiang Fei quickly offered him a panda cigarette with a fawning gesture. Wang Dong didn't stand on ceremony. He took it, placed it between his lips, and ran his index finger along his pant leg. A flame ignited at his fingertip. In his past life, he had been an orphan, never without the company of tobacco and alcohol. When he first arrived in this world, he had to abandon these bad habits for the sake of his survival. Now that the crisis had passed, he didn't mind indulging in a cigarette or two to relieve some stress. "I'm heading out. If you guys aren't going out, or if you get tired of leveling and want to come back, keep an eye on her for me." "Brother Dong, is that necessary?" Xiang Fei admired Wang Dong's way of lighting the cigarette, but asked in confusion, "She's on the 6th floor, and there aren't many flying monsters around." "Exactly. I'm worried about Bao Wei causing trouble." "Bao Wei? The one whose family runs a chain of restaurants?" "Yeah. Brother Dong, you can rest assured. This is Qin Shao's territory. Even Tin Bao Weiss wouldn't dare cause trouble here." "That's true too." Wang Dong nodded thoughtfully. He had confidence in that point. The villainous rich second generation lacked nothing, but had enough influence to deal with petty thugs. Brother Dong, where are you planning to level up today? Seeing Wang Dong with a backpack and Wu Bing fully armed, Xiang Fei casually asked. Today, I'm going to find the Job Change Temple. Job Change Temple. Hearing this term, the group was first stunned then astonished. Damn, Brother Dong, you're already level 10. That's incredible. So fast. Brother Dong is truly something. Tisk, look at his leveling speed, and then look at ours. I really want to find a piece of tofu and just crash into it. Everyone chimed in flattering Wang Dong. After reaching level 10, players needed to go to the Job Change Temple to advance before continuing to level up. Today was the 6th day of the apocalypse, and most student players were only a little over level 3. Even efficient teams like Qin Shiji's were just under level 5. So when they heard Wang Dong was looking for the Job Change Temple, how could they not be surprised? When I get a higher level, I'll level you up. Wang Dong casually made an empty promise. Although they knew it was just a polite remark, it still lifted their spirits. Hell, we'll thank Brother Dong in advance then. Wang Dong was actually not yet level 9, but finding the Job Change Temple would take time. That time should be enough for him to reach level 10. However, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting of wood. Although the school campus was vast, the terrain was open and simple, and the players were more united than elsewhere. So as long as they survived the initial zombie outbreak on the first day, the school was not as dangerous as one might imagine. What the outside world was like, no one knew. To be safe, Wang Dong decided to find 2 more helpers before setting out. Cigarette dangling from his lips, he roughly oriented himself and walked toward Liao Jun's dormitory. At that moment in Liao Jun's room, the group was discussing their next move. Brother Jun, what do we do now? First, we need to find a way to get out of here. If that bastard Qin Shiji finds out we're healed, he won't let us off. Liao Jun clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. Yesterday, Qin Shiji not only had his men beat them, but also forbade the healers from treating their wounds. If it weren't for last night, when they discovered Wang Dong hadn't returned and seized the chance to beg the healer upstairs to cure them, they would still be lying in bed groaning. Then where do we go? The world is vast, there's no shortage of places. No matter what, let's leave this school first. Brother Jun is right. We can't stay here. Who's willing to come with me? You can sign up now. Brother Jun, I'll go with you. I'll go too. Count me in. Yuting, are you coming with us? Liao Jun looked at the curvaceous Deng Yuting beside him, hope flickering in his eyes. Liao Jun was on the school basketball team and was decent looking. But Deng Yuting was one of the 4 school beauties. If the apocalypse hadn't struck, he wouldn't have stood a chance. So he hoped she would come with him. Hearing Liao Jun's question, Deng Yuting hesitated only for a moment before gritting her teeth. I'll go with you. That bastard Qin Shiji hit women, showing no gentlemanly demeanor at all. Staying behind would only make her his punching bag. Good. Since you're all willing to follow me, let's forget our past grievances. From today on, we are a team. I, Liao Jun, swear that I will lead you all to survive this apocalypse. Liao Jun made a solemn vow, calming the uneasy hearts of the others. Everyone had already packed their belongings, so there was no need to waste time. But just as they were about to grab their bags and leave the dormitory, the villain's henchman appeared at the door with his own follower. Oh, where are you all headed? You've even packed your bags. Wang Dong. Everyone was astonished to see Wang Dong standing at the door carrying a backpack and dressed in casual clothes. Wang Dong, however, maintained an arrogant demeanor, sweeping his gaze over the crowd and saying, "Tell me what's going on with you. I seem to recall that young Master Qin forbade anyone from treating you. How did your wounds heal?" As soon as he said that, sweat began to form on everyone's foreheads. Indeed, the worst fear had come true. Wang Dong was Qin Shiji's lackey, and they had offended him. Relying on Qin Shiji's backing, this guy simply didn't want them to have a good time. How did they heal? Go back and tell Qin Shiji that I, Liao Jun, will be his enemy from now on. You, go to hell. Liao Jun reacted quickly, feigning agitation. While speaking, he casually approached Wang Dong. When he reached a certain distance, he suddenly whipped out a dagger from his system and stabbed directly at Wang Dong's heart. The attack was sudden and without any warning. Wang Dong had been leveling solo for the past 2 days, so aside from Qin Shiji and a few others, very few people knew his class and level. However, Wang Dong's kick to Zhu Kai yesterday had made Liao Jun and the others suspect that he was also an awakened. Although they didn't understand why Wang Dong having awakened his class would allow them to take his food at this moment, nothing else mattered anymore. Since Wang Dong had discovered their escape plan, he had to die. Otherwise, once Wang Dong reported their situation to Qin Shiji, their lives would be worse than death. Unfortunately, the power Wang Dong now possessed was beyond their imagination. Before the others could react, Liao Jun used his formidable strength to drive the dagger into the target's heart. For players at this stage, a dagger to the heart meant certain death. To increase the power of the strike, Liao Jun even slammed his other hand onto the dagger's hilt. The dagger sank another 2 centimeters deeper. But instead of the anticipated scream of agony, a teasing voice came. Liao Jun, I didn't expect you to have the guts to kill someone. Hearing this, Liao Jun was stunned and instinctively looked up. To his shock, the person he had stabbed was not Wang Dong, but Wu Bing, who stood behind Wang Dong fully armed. The sharpness of the dagger and his own strength had even pierced through Wu Bing's heavy armor. But what was going on with this guy Wu Bing? He actually used his own body to take the knife for Wang Dong. Hey wait Wu Bing. Liao Jun suddenly realized something, and every hair on his body stood on end. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet. His eyes fixed on Wu Bing were filled with terror. Though it seems slow in description, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From Wang Dong's appearance to Liao Jun's assassination attempt, no more than 20 seconds had passed. Earlier Wu Bing had been standing behind Wang Dong, wearing a novice helmet on his head. Thus no one had noticed who the person behind Wang Dong was. At this moment Liao Jun was in a lunge, having thrust the dagger into Wu Bing's heart, while the others were completely caught off guard. Staring at the figure before him, Liao Jun's shock was beyond words. What the hell is going on? Isn't this guy Wu Bing the vice class monitor of Qin Shiji's class? How did he end up here? I remember his corpse had already begun to stink, hadn't it? I was the one who covered him with a blanket. But now, why is he here to take the knife for Wang Dong? Get out! Bang! While Liao Jun was lost in thought, Wu Bing kicked him flying. Brother Jun! Brother Jun! The others snapped out of their daze and let out a shocked cry. Deng Yuding, a mage, had a quicker mind than the rest. When she saw Wu Bing, who had been stabbed in the heart, yet remained unscathed, a chill crept into her heart. What is going on here? Go and cripple Liao Jun's limbs. Wang Dong ordered Wu Bing lightly. Liao Jun and the others, having been severely beaten by Qin Shiji and his crew, had missed their leveling time and were currently only at level 3. Wu Bing, on the other hand, possessed an undying body, and with Wang Dong's assistance had already reached level 7. A level 7 undying warrior against a level 3 human knight. Although level didn't fully determine combat power, when everyone's skills and battle experience were similar, even a slight gap could decide the outcome of a fight. Moreover, the level gap between them was more than double. Fortunately, upon hearing Wang Dong's command, Liao Jun regained his reasoning at the critical moment. What are you all standing there for? If we don't kill Wang Dong, well, all die. Since they had decided to strike, they could not hold back, otherwise once the enemy recovered they would be the ones to die. Fang Zhou, Zhu Kai, and Huang Chaoqiang, the 3 male students, instinctively felt that Liao Jun's words made sense. Kill him. Go to hell. Given their current situation, if Qin Shiji found out, they would be skinned alive, even if not killed. So without much time to think, they grabbed their weapons and charged at Wang Dong. But just as Wu Bing pulled the dagger from his heart and charged at Liao Jun, while Zhu Kai, Fang Zhou, and Huang Chaoqiang attempted to kill Wang Dong, to divert the attack, a chill suddenly enveloped the entire dormitory. This chill was not just a sensation, it was physically real. Ice spike. An ice spike as thick as a baby's arm, carrying immense piercing power, shot out from the magic circle above Wang Dong's shoulder. The spike was pointed at the front and thicker at the back, about a foot long, and its release and flight speed were astonishingly fast. Even though Zhu Kai and Fang Zhou reacted quickly, they couldn't dodge completely. Thud! Thud! Zhu Kai and Fang Zhou were hit by 2 ice spikes, one striking the abdomen and the other the shoulder, sending them flying. Huang Chaoqiang, on the other hand, managed to rush to Wang Dong with a chopping knife, but Wang Dong was now level 8. Even though he was just a mage, his strength and agility surpassed Huang Chaoqiang's. He easily sidestepped Huang Chaoqiang's crucial slash, then raised his hand and aimed. Flying stone. Bang. Although Huang Chaoqiang wore light armor, how could a level 3 character withstand a skill unleashed by a level 8 elemental god? The moment it struck, he was hit in the side by the basketball-sized flying stone and sent flying. But just as Wang Dong was about to finish them off with another attack, a wave of scorching heat that dispelled the cold suddenly appeared in the dormitory. Was it Deng Yuding's fireball? Ha, playing magic in front of me. Wang Dong sneered coldly, not even bothering to look. As he retreated swiftly toward the dormitory door, he quickly hurled a water sphere toward the direction of the heat. The water sphere was not as large as the fireball, but bigger than the flying stone. It was about half a meter in diameter. However, although Wang Dong's magic didn't require guidance, Deng Yuding's skill had been cast earlier, so the water sphere and fireball collided almost right in front of Wang Dong. Boom. Bang. Hiss. Water naturally counters fire, and Wang Dong's water sphere was also larger than Deng Yuding's fireball. The result of their collision was predictable. The half-meter-wide water sphere instantly extinguished the basketball-sized fireball. After emitting a cloud of vapor, a significant amount of water still crashed toward Deng Yuding. Deng Yuding cried out in shock, drenched by the remaining water. The water sphere's power had been weakened by the fireball, so she wasn't seriously injured. But by the time she realized it, Wang Dong was already in front of her, roughly grabbing her hair. Have you figured out how you want to die? How could this be? This guy, Wang Dong, facing 4 opponents alone, won instantly. And in such a short time he used 3 schools of magic: ice, earth, and water. Realizing this, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. 2 days ago they had robbed Wang Dong of his belongings. At that time he didn't even fight back. What's going on today? At this moment Liao Jun's hands and feet had been broken by Wu Bing with an axe, and he was in such pain that he was about to faint. Zhu Kai and Fang Zhou had ice cones piercing their shoulders and lower abdomen, losing most of their combat ability. Huang Chaoqiang was hit in the side by a flying stone, nearly paralyzing his lower body. Deng Yuding was also held from behind by Wang Dong, her left hand restrained, and her hair pulled, leaving no chance to release a second fireball. Wu Bing closed the door. Okay. Click. The door was shut by Wu Bing. Wang Dong swept his eyes over the four lying on the ground, and a sudden smile appeared on his originally cold face. Liao Jun, originally, if you had behaved well and willingly become a dog by my side, I might have considered letting you live. But now it seems even if I give you a chance, you're useless. Liao Jun was already in agony, but upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and replied, Bastard. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Wang Dong was momentarily stunned, then asked curiously, When you robbed me, didn't you know who I was? Liao Jun. He originally wanted to say you are not Wang Dong. The Wang Dong I knew couldn't possibly use so much magic. The dead Wu Bing couldn't have suddenly resurrected. But on second thought, saying these things now seemed meaningless. Wang Dong saw that he hadn't discovered his identity as a transmigrator, so he ignored him and instead scrutinized Deng Yuding before him. It had only been 5 or 6 days since the apocalypse began, yet this woman had not stopped grooming herself. There was not much dust on her. She had no weapon in hand, only a green novice robe on her body. The novice robe was long and form-fitting, and although she had no matching magical pants, she wore a pair of ultra-short shorts of a similar color. The green robe, ultra-short shorts, and fair thighs gave her a unique charm. If judged solely by figure and appearance, she could definitely be considered a goddess. Unfortunately, I heard, are you Liao Jun's girlfriend? The sudden question made Deng Yuding, who was already scared, even more terrified. Her voice trembled. I was indeed planning to date him, but we were still in the flirting stage, not officially together. You're not lying to me, are you? Wang Dong squinted at her fair neck. I hate it when people lie to me. I'm not lying to you. I really. With Liao Jun. Deng Yuding didn't finish her sentence, but suddenly realized something, and quickly looked at Wang Dong warily. Whether Liao Jun and I are dating or not, what does it have to do with you? Of course it does. Wang Dong gave a playful smile. If you have an emotional foundation, then when I kill Liao Jun, I'll have to kill you too, after all, to eradicate the root of trouble. What? This statement shocked everyone, especially Liao Jun and Deng Yuding. The apocalypse had only been a few days, and this guy dared to kill. No way. Don't be nervous. I was just joking. Besides, I've already changed my mind. Wang Dong paused here, then looked at Liao Jun and Feng Zhou. Liao Jun, Feng Zhou, don't you both like this woman very much? You? What do you want to do? Hearing this, the two had a bad feeling. Wang Dong didn't beat around the bush. His smile became even more sinister. Nothing much. I just want you to watch with your own eyes how your goddess is tamed. You dare? Wang Dong, you bastard, you're inhuman. If you have any guts, come at me. Let Yuding go. Seeing Wang Dong's devilish smile, Liao Jun and Feng Zhou shouted in fury. Especially Feng Zhou, who looked like an enraged lion. He was Deng Yuding's groveling simp, obsessed with her to an outrageous degree. Even if Deng Yuding wanted to watch a movie with her boyfriend, he would be willing to buy popcorn and cola for them. But now, bang. Following Wang Dong's instruction, Wu Bing stepped on Feng Zhou's ankle. The powerful force caused Feng Zhou to let out a scream. Come at you. Can you even handle it? After sneering, Wang Dong turned his gaze to the woman in his arms. Deng Yuding, I know you look down on me. I don't. Sensing Wang Dong's ruthlessness today, Deng Yuding had long lost her previous pride and reserve. Even though tears were welling in her eyes from fear, she quickly tried to defend herself. Whether I do or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I need your cooperation now. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask. Very good, that's the attitude I want. Wang Dong curled his lips, released his right hand that was grabbing her hair, pinched her chin, and kissed her. In normal times, faced with such a forced kiss, Deng Yuding would definitely dodge. But now, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare. Bastard. Wang Dong, you bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Wang Dong's unrestrained actions once again agitated Liao Jun and Feng Zhou. Liao Jun was relatively better off, though after all he was good-looking and a member of the school basketball team. Deng Yuding was just a bonus to him. But Feng Zhou was different. To him, Deng Yuding was his everything. Now his goddess was being toyed with by the bastard Wang Dong right in front of him, and he could do nothing. This feeling was worse than death. Seeing the two hysterical, yet powerless, Wang Dong released his lips and smiled evilly. Can't take it already. There's more exciting stuff. Come on, call me master. Master. Wang Dong, I'll kill you. Wang Dong ignored him completely and continued to have Deng Yuding cooperate with him. At one moment, he placed his hand on her chest, at another, he made her crawl and bark like a dog. Then he made her kneel and call him master. Every command and action drove Liao Jun and Feng Zhou to the brink of insanity. However, after making Deng Yuding perform several actions, Wang Dong began to lose interest. This is boring. I have some business today, so I won't play with you anymore. But to prevent you from rising again, I'll have to kill you. What? You? Are you really going to kill them? Wu Bing was stunned. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary person. After being resurrected by Wang Dong, he had already killed several people. He didn't expect Wang Dong to kill again now. What do you think? From the moment these guys first forcibly took his food, Wang Dong had already harbored killing intent toward the leader Liao Jun. But at that time his strength was insufficient, so he had to swallow his pride. The second time, needless to say, even if he didn't kill them, Wang Dong would definitely make them wish they were dead. Just now Liao Jun incited the others to resist, which made him completely lose patience. So Liao Jun had to die. Brother Dong, don't kill me, don't kill me. Seeing the cold glint in Wang Dong's eyes, Liao Jun finally panicked. I'm willing to be your dog. The most loyal dog. From now on you tell me to bite, I'll bite. You tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Please don't kill me, ah. An ice cone pierced his back, making him instinctively let out a painful scream. Killing is against the law, Wang Dong you. Oh. Liao Jun tried to argue further, but the next ice cone stabbed into his shoulder. Don't kill me, I beg you. I don't want to die. As ice cones pierced his body one after another, Liao Jun's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, the whole world sank into darkness. Liao Jun deceased. Wang Dong's spiritual power was exceptionally high, at such close range missing was impossible. He had chosen this method to kill Liao Jun solely to vent the fury burning within him. As they witnessed Liao Jun's death in this manner, the few others in the dormitory were utterly petrified. Especially the sycophant Fang Zhou. Ice shards piercing into his back one by one, causing him to die slowly from blood loss. What a torturous way to die. The toadying instincts within him were instantly diluted by terror, and without time for further deliberation, he hastily pleaded for mercy to Wang Dong. Brother Dong, I'm sorry, it was our fault before, please don't. Unfortunately, Wang Dong paid him no heed. In merely a moment, he too collapsed into a pool of blood. Ding killed extra Fang Zhou obtained 100 fate-altering points. Earlier when Wang Dong had Qin Shiji gang up on Liao Jun, he had already gained 300 fate-altering points from Liao Jun. Thus killing him this time did not yield any more points. However, Fang Zhou contributed 100 fate-altering points. This indicated that extras could only provide Wang Dong with these 100 fate-altering points after experiencing life-and-death situations. As for named supporting characters like Liao Jun, it sufficed to have them exit Yifeng's storyline. Of course, Wang Dong's killing of Liao Jun and the others was not for the sake of fate-altering points. It was a personal vendetta. At this moment, seeing Wang Dong instantly slay two men, the other three's minds went blank and a foul stench of urine suddenly permeated the dormitory. Clearly the three had wet themselves in terror, even Deng Yuding was no exception, yet they had no time to dwell on their current disgrace. Now it's your turn. Brother Dong, please don't kill me, I beg you. Huang Chaoqiang and Zhu Kai snapped back to reality. The will to survive overpowered their fear. But Wang Dong still had no intention of sparing them. However, he did not take their lives immediately. Instead, he first had Wu Bing knock them unconscious. After the two fell to the ground, Wang Dong glanced at the disheveled Deng Yuding nearby. Wu Bing, take this woman to an empty dormitory and keep an eye on her. Although given Deng Yuding's current state, she likely wouldn't run off even if left alone for safety's sake, Wang Dong decided to be cautious. Alright. Wu Bing nodded helplessly. Get up now, or you'll die here too. Hearing Wu Bing's kind reminder, Deng Yuding came to her senses and could only suppress her inner terror trembling as she followed Wu Bing out of the dormitory. Outside the door, some survivors were watching the situation in this dormitory. But only a few players remained in the dormitories now. With just a reprimand from Wu Bing and the door shut again, they abandoned the idea of coming in to investigate. After Wu Bing left, Wang Dong wasted no time and immediately activated impure earth reincarnation. This was the main reason he had come here early in the morning. However, this time he decided to use sacrifices. Two magic arrays, each 1 meter in diameter, were evenly arranged in the dormitory under Wang Dong's manipulation. By now Zhu Kai and Huang Chaoqiang were unconscious. Wang Dong first tossed Fang Zhou's corpse and Huang Chaoqiang aside, then dragged Liao Jun's body to the left magic array and Zhu Kai to the right one. Immediately after, the impure earth reincarnation skill was activated. Liao Jun's corpse and blood instantly turned to dust, rapidly converging onto Zhu Kai. The unconscious Zhu Kai, once possessed by this dust, immediately contorted in agony, letting out a scream as he struggled. Soon the screams ceased. Ding killed extra Zhu Kai obtained 100 fate-altering points. The corpse of Liao Jun on the left side of the magic array vanished, while Zhu Kai on the right had become Liao Jun. The awakened Liao Jun was bewildered, but before he could think too much under Wang Dong's control, he stood aside and witnessed the revival of the thief Mao Nian. Ding killed extra Huang Chaoqiang obtained 100 fate-altering points. Only 270 spiritual power, enough to revive 5 people. The impure earth reincarnation technique allowed the revived to be replaced at will. However, during replacement, not only did one fail to obtain fate-altering points, but the replaced individual could never be revived again. Monsters only drop bows, not arrows. Without finding a public shop to buy arrows, the archer class isn't very useful. and Feng Zhou is a warrior which is more useful to me than an archer out of ammunition. It seems I'll have to let the archer Li Jian rest in peace. Wang Dong muttered to himself, then began his operation. A minute later the knight Liao Jun and the thief Mao Nian were revived as sacrifices. As for the three warriors, Zhou Peng Wu Bing and Feng Zhou, they were revived without sacrifices. As for Li Jian, he had been laid to rest forever, and even Wang Dong could not revive him. What the hell is going on? Wasn't I dead? The revived Mao Nian's mind was short-circuited. He had previously teamed up with Pan Lei to steal Wang Dong's BOSS, then was killed by Wang Dong, and after that he remembered nothing. But now, Liao Jun and Feng Zhou, recalling the state of Wu Bing earlier, immediately realized something. Is Wu Bing also? Damn it, what kind of monster are you? What kind of monster I am you'll find out later. But for now, smack. Before finishing his words, Wang Dong clapped his hands together. The space within the dormitory suddenly fluctuated and 3 coffins materialized out of thin air, encasing the 3 men. Then, the coffins vanished and the dormitory returned to calm. Looking at the few remaining urine stains on the floor, Wang Dong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This technique is powerful and can destroy evidence, but it's truly cruel. Sacrificing the living, witnessing them writhe in agony and die. Even if they were enemies who had once stolen his food, Wang Dong felt he couldn't bear it. If he grew accustomed to such deeds, he feared he would lose his humanity. As a human being, if you completely lose your humanity, life becomes meaningless. So, I should try to avoid using living people as sacrifices from now on. Wang Dong muttered to himself, then suddenly thought of something. Looks like I have exactly 1,000 fate-altering points now. He used them without hesitation. 30 seconds later. Sword Spirit Exclusive Skill Book, Shattered Stone, Sword Chi. Talisman Master Exclusive Skill Book, Soul, Recall Talisman. What are these things? Upon seeing these 2 rewards, Wang Dong couldn't help but curse. Although the skill books this time dropped as cleanly as the last time, both summoned items were skill books. Yet none of these skill books were for him. After level 10, every class needed to undergo a job advancement. After level 10, warriors could choose to continue on the warrior path or switch to the warrior or swordsman path. Each path had distinct skills and weapon usage. Sticking with the warrior path allowed the use of swords, blades, spears, halberds, axes, and hammers, but overall it was mediocre with no standout features. The warrior could only use axes and hammers, but possessed greater strength and resilience. The swordsman could only use swords but attacked faster and moved more gracefully. However, this sword spirit was not a class change from swordsman, but a rare warrior subclass. Though 1 in 1,000 combat type awakened got a rare class, there were so many rare class types that finding 2 sword spirits among 100 rare classes was quite good. So what use was this sword spirit skill book? The Talisman Master is a special class, at least more common than sword spirit, and the Resurrection Curse is an even more precious life-saving skill. Wang Dong muttered to himself and quickly made a decision. So I choose the Resurrection Curse. Resurrection Curse Talisman Master Exclusive Skill Book, learnable at LV 50. Revives players whose death time does not exceed 24 hours and whose body is relatively intact. Note: players who died naturally cannot be revived. The resurrection skills of support classes were all similar and all were learnable at level 50. So Wang Dong wasn't surprised. Having dealt with the Liao Jun group, Wang Dong had avenged himself. He kept Deng Yuding for 2 reasons. One was to continue venting his anger, the other was to satisfy his own needs. In his previous life, Wang Dong, though an orphan, had a girlfriend. The innocent romance before age 20 was nothing to mention. After turning 20, he had a serious relationship that lasted 3 years. But when he was 23, they broke up amicably due to personality differences. After that, Wang Dong didn't have the means to find another partner. Thus, the type of woman that Qin Shiji had grown tired of, Wang Dong, who had always lived at the bottom of society, had never experienced. Now that he had transmigrated to this world and possessed great power, he naturally wanted to enjoy everything he had missed in his previous life. Through his mental link with Wu Bing, he found Deng Yuding. Deng Yuding's heart was filled with terror now. The oath Liao Jun had sworn before everyone now seemed like a joke. If they didn't resist, perhaps everyone might survive. But now, Wang Dong's cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Stay here obediently and wait for me to return. If you behave, I might spare your life. But if you're ungrateful and seek help or try to escape, trust me, you'll die a gruesome death. Okay, it'll be good to listen to you, Wu. Please don't kill me. Let's go. Deng Yuding finally cried in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably. Wang Dong didn't bother with her anymore and left the dormitory room with Wu Bing. His needs had to be addressed, but leveling up during the day was more important. After Wang Dong left with Wu Bing, some boys who knew how to cherish women and some gossipy girls rushed over to ask Deng Yuding what happened. Some busybodies even called 2 teachers. But facing the teachers' kind inquiries, would Deng Yuding dare to tell the truth? No. She believed that if she spoke, Wang Dong would surely kill her. Wang Dong, aren't you being too ruthless? On the other side, after following Wang Dong to an empty classroom, Wu Bing couldn't help but speak. The apocalypse had arrived, only by uniting could humanity see hope. But this guy Wang Dong had killed 4 people the day before yesterday, and another 4 today. Could a college student do such a thing? Ruthless. Wang Dong retorted, if they hadn't provoked me, would I have struck them down? Again, Wang Dong was no murderous maniac, but neither was he a saint. I won't attack unless attacked. If attacked, I will retaliate no matter how far. During peacetime, laws and morals restrained everyone, and people tried to control their emotions. They used words rather than fists. But in this apocalypse, everyone was releasing their dark side. If he wasn't ruthless enough one day, he would die at someone else's hands. Pan Lei and his group had snatched his boss monster, causing him to kill in a fit of impulse. And Liao Jun and his group had tried to steal his food multiple times. What reason did he have not to fight back? Besides, Liao Jun and his men had wanted to kill him before. So Wang Dong had no psychological burden in killing them. After hearing Wang Dong's story, Wu Bing fell silent, unable to find a counterargument. Slap. Thump 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 thump. As Wu Bing pondered, 4 vertical coffins rose from the ground. The next second, creak, bang. The lids of the 4 coffins fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then the coffin lids vanished. The 4 revived puppets looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Wang Dong, you bastard. Shut up, you stupid dogs. Wu Bing, protect me from behind. The rest of you lead the way. The impure world reincarnation was a forced control. Liao Jun and his men couldn't resist. Unless they had higher spiritual power than Wang Dong while alive, they would never be able to break free from his control. So under Wang Dong's command, apart from Wu Bing, the other 4 didn't even have the right to speak. The Job Advancement Temple was specifically for players to advance their classes. This building appeared together with the auction house, the Awakening Temple, and the public shop. Depending on the city's size, the number of buildings varied. First-tier and new first-tier large cities generally had 4 sets of buildings located in the east, southwest, and north of the city. Second and third-tier cities usually had 2 sets located either east-west or north-south. Fourth and fifth-tier cities typically had only 1 set at the city center. Wang Dong's school was located in the northern part of the magical city, so he headed for the North City Job Advancement Temple, which was closer. With 5 reincarnated puppets, he fought his way to the back gate of the school. As soon as they left the school, the potholed streets came into view. Newspapers fluttered in the wind, fallen billboards and shattered glass doors were everywhere. Abandoned vehicles tilting and wrecked blocked the originally filthy streets. Dried blood and chunks of flesh on the ground emitted a foul stench. Wang Dong found an Audi key in the chaotic street. Using it, he opened a relatively intact Audi A6 parked by the roadside. He tried it, the car could still run. But the roads were completely blocked by abandoned vehicles, so it was useless. A motorcycle might work, but with so many monsters on the road, he'd have to stop every few steps to clear them. So the best way is to walk. Damn. Roar. Warriors, eliminate these humans. A sudden beastly roar interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts. 5 or 6 half-orc warriors holding large wooden clubs appeared in their sight. Shut up, you damn things. Kill them all. Wang Dong initially intended to further torment Liao Jun and Feng Zhou, for instance by whipping them or deliberately letting the monsters devour them. However, both had lost their sense of pain, making physical torture pointless. Now at Wang Dong's command, the 4 led by Liao Jun began to engage the monsters in battle. The monsters outside were similar to those within the school, mostly goblins and orcs with an occasional zombie. Although goblins and orcs roamed in packs, goblins feared the orcs' strength, and orcs had no interest in goblin flesh. Thus, unless necessary, these 2 species rarely attacked each other. Goblins were insignificant. The highest level 1 encountered so far was the level 5 boss, the Goblin Captain. Orcs, however, came in various types: warriors, berserkers, axemen, javelin throwers, cavalry, and so on. Their ranks ranged from low to high. Level 5 warriors and level 6 berserkers were common, while higher level variants were rarer, often appearing only once or twice in a squad of 12 orcs. Wang Dong studied them carefully. Orcs sometimes seemed to wander alone. The one Qin Shiji encountered earlier had likely strayed in through the school's back gate after being separated. Damn, honey, look downstairs. What the hell is going on? Their combat power is insane. Handsome guy, can you come up and give me some food? I have 100,000 followers on Douyin. If you feed me, you'll be your girlfriend. A pockmarked woman with a round face leaned out of a second-floor window by the roadside, shouting at Wang Dong's group as they passed. She hadn't eaten in 2 days and was starving. Wang Dong looked up, saw her mooncake-like pockmarked face, and felt a wave of revulsion. With a face like that, she dared claim to be his girlfriend. Was she trying to repay kindness with enmity? Shut up. If you attract too many monsters, we'll be in trouble. Then will you come up and give me food? If not, I'll keep shouting. Oh damn it. You dare threaten me. Wang Dong's gaze turned icy. Without a second thought, he hurled an ice spike. Thud. The ice spike pierced her head. The pockmarked woman was dead. When mages used magic attacks, most physical attack spells emerged directly from a magic array. Skills like Fireball didn't rely on impact to harm enemies. But physical attack skills like Flying Stone and Ice Spike needed sufficient velocity to injure monsters. Thus, when conjuring an ice spike, a small magic array would appear on Wang Dong's shoulder. The small magic array would release an ice spike at incredible speed toward Wang Dong's predicted target. In other words, the ice spike began accelerating before it even left the array. The round-faced woman, trying to coerce Wang Dong into giving her food, never saw it coming. The spike struck her through the nose. She wasn't a player unlike Zhu Kai and Fang Zhou, who had defensive gear, so the attack pierced her skull, killing her instantly. Yet Wang Dong was curious. Killing her yielded no fate-altering points. What the hell was going on? He quickly asked the system for details. So resurrection and killing bystanders have different restrictions. After querying the system, Wang Dong was speechless. In pure world, reincarnation could revive any bystander as long as he didn't kill them himself or needed to replace a former subordinate. But saving or killing a bystander required them to be relatives or teammates of a named story character. Of course, the bystanders here referred to players. Ordinary people didn't count. For instance, Pan Lei and Liao Jun appeared in the story. Their teammates were also players, so killing them earned fate-altering points. But this pockmarked woman wasn't in the story, and she was an ordinary person. Killing her naturally gave no points. Why do I feel the urge to kill so easily these days? Have I become numb to murder? Coming to his senses, Wang Dong felt puzzled. He had lost his reverence for life, and he didn't know if that was good or bad. But he knew that woman's actions had threatened his life, so he killed her. Yes, I was right. Finding psychological comfort, Wang Dong continued advancing. The magic city was vast, and the terrain outside was complex. To ensure his absolute safety, he inspected every building along the road. This slowed his progress drastically. At this pace, when the hell will I ever find the job change temple? Why did I forget this? He was about to complain when he suddenly slapped his own head. Although the Apocalypse game was set in a post-apocalyptic world, it was still a game, wasn't it? Why search slowly for the job change temple when he could just ask in the chat channel? Local chat cost 10 copper coins each time, and Wang Dong, nearly level 9, had plenty to spare. He checked his system inventory. Copper coins 8657. Good enough. Copper coins had to be exchanged at special locations for silver and gold, so Wang Dong didn't worry about the quantity. Taking advantage of a moment with few monsters nearby, he found a safe spot, sat down, and opened the Apocalypse game system to enter the local chat channel. The system could be displayed for others to see or projected directly onto his retina. Projecting it onto the retina worked similarly, with the advantage that others couldn't see it. Wang Dong chose the latter. Detected that you have no social nickname yet. Please enter a new one before chatting. Social nicknames can be used in public areas like chat, trading auctions, and guilds. Numbers, symbols, Chinese characters, English, and other languages are allowed. Up to 15 Chinese characters. Note: to protect privacy, it's not recommended to use real names. Damn. Seeing that he needed a nickname for chatting, Wang Dong felt a headache coming on. Had always struggled with naming in games, often taking ages to come up with one. And now in the Apocalypse, this again. Forget it, I'll pick something simple. Let's go with Shura. Your nickname is already taken. Wang Dong. Someone else was as Chinibu as him. Since it's taken, he'll try another. He typed a few more words. A legendary man. Your nickname is already taken. How about Sheeman Bleeds? Your nickname is already taken. Rainy Night Butcher. Your nickname is already taken. Little Boy Selling Missiles. Your nickname is already. Man of Widow Village. Surely no one took that. Your nickname. Damn. After entering several nicknames, all taken, Wang Dong's composure shattered. But calming down, he realized the Apocalypse game was global. Even if only Chinese people used Chinese characters, there were still 7 or 800 million Chinese, so nickname duplication was normal. I refuse to believe this. Wang Dong stubbornly persisted, quickly typing "I love" one stick of firewood into the nickname field. Congratulations, nickname registered successfully. Wang Dong. In this world there was no Stephen Chow, so the name "I love a stick" was beyond anyone's imagination. However, Wang Dong, who had successfully created this nickname, felt not the slightest joy, but instead could not help cursing. A normal nickname is repeatedly unavailable, but this vulgar one gets approved immediately. Forget it, I don't care anymore. It's just a nickname after all, I'll change it later when I get the chance. Nicknames could be changed, but only with a name change card. Although this item only dropped from BOSSES, Wang Dong had the backing of the Qin family. Would he ever lack something like a name change card? Absolutely not. Does any senior know where the job change temple in the north of the city is? If you know, please DM me. Thank you. The moment the message was sent, it was instantly drowned by the flood of other messages. There was no helping it. Modu was such a huge city. Even without counting the surrounding towns, the number of surviving players was at least over 5 million. 5 million people sharing a single chat channel. It would be a miracle if the screen wasn't flooded. Wang Dong had no choice but to keep spamming, but this time he added a sentence at the end. Does any senior know where the job change temple in the north of the city is? If you know, please DM me. Thank you. If the information is accurate, there will be a generous reward. All the hustle and bustle of the world is driven by profit. Even in this apocalypse, a certain amount of benefit was needed to motivate strangers to help. However, after sending this message, it was still buried under the sea of countless others. Wang Dong did not give up and kept sending. After 11 identical messages in a row, someone finally DM'd him. I am Lightning Bro, are you looking for the job change temple to change your class? Are you level 10? Kidney deficient Taoist, a reward. What reward? Do you have any pre-skill books? Candy super sweet, you can move freely outside. That's amazing. Can you come save me? I can pay you. Can't worry, very annoying, what the hell is your nickname? I can't figure it out. Private messages had their own dedicated channel with no restrictions. You just needed to click on the person's nickname. Replies from friends appeared in red font while those from non-friends were in blue. After reading these messages, Wang Dong prepared to reply to the first one. The others seemed like nonsense, and only the first message was somewhat uncertain. But just as he was about to type, another private message popped up. Call me Queen, it should be at the 10th People's Hospital. Other messages were all rambling and didn't get to the point. This message directly gave the address. Wang Dong was a bit surprised and quickly opened it to reply. I love a stick should. You can't be sure. Call me Queen, I met a group of soldiers yesterday, and they told me that. I love a stick, then it should be fine. Let's add each other as friends. They'll come find you after I locate the job change temple. Wang Dong sent a friend request. Whether you admit it or not, when calamity strikes in the Xia Kingdom, the most trustworthy people, besides your parents and family, are the soldiers. This world was no different. So upon hearing the word soldiers from the other party, Wang Dong didn't suspect anything. Even if he had doubts, they would be about whether the person was lying, not about the accuracy of the information given by the soldiers. Call me Queen, come find me. Why? I love a stick, I said there would be a generous reward. I have some beginner gear here that might be useful to you. Call me Queen, there's no need for a reward, it's just a worthless piece of information. But we can add each other as friends. By the way, are you already level 10? I love a stick more or less. Successfully added, call me Queen as a friend. When adding friends face-to-face, if the other party didn't intentionally hide their name and info, the system would display their real name. When adding friends via the chat channel, only the nickname would appear in the friend list. Call me Queen, you've reached level 10 in less than 6 days. Looks like your job is pretty good. 6 days. Could Wang Dong tell her he had only used 2 days? I love a stick, just lucky. Call me Queen, alright, I'm going to level up. Good luck. Wang Dong didn't reply, but having obtained the information he wanted, his mood improved considerably. He immediately led the others to advance toward the 10th People's Hospital. Meanwhile, northeast of Modu, in a hotel near the sports stadium, hundreds of survivors had gathered here. Among them, hotel employees, customers who had been dining there, and passers-by who had fled to safety. The sudden arrival of the apocalypse had brought these unrelated people together. Now in the center of the hotel lobby, a very peculiar team was discussing something. They were only 6 in number, 2 women and 4 men. What made them peculiar was that in this apocalypse, where men were the main fighting force, this team was actually led by the 2 women. The 2 women, one had a voluptuous figure dressed in a stylish yellow dress. The other was noble and cold with a stunning figure. At a glance, her legs were full of brains. As for the 4 men, they were their bodyguards. These bodyguards were not ordinary. They were private soldiers trained by their own families. Going out with private soldiers. That was enough to prove the identity of the 2 women. At that moment, the woman in the yellow dress, who was fashionably dressed, saw her companion with the stunning figure finish a system conversation and couldn't help but be curious. Hey Yanran, who were you chatting with just now? You seemed so serious. Her name was Zhou Jingxuan, and she was Yanran's aunt. Since she was the youngest sister of Yanran's biological mother, the 2 were close in age and had a very good relationship. When the apocalypse struck, the 2 were having custom clothes made at a high-end boutique when they were trapped inside by monsters. To better deal with the monsters, they had their bodyguards escort them to this hotel for refuge. Probably a dark horse, Yanran murmured to herself. A dark horse. This world has already changed drastically. No one knows what it will become in the future. It's always good to get to know more strong people. Hey, you're much more farsighted. Unlike your brother. Don't flatter me. No matter how capable I am still just a woman. In the end, the family matters will fall to my brother. Come on, let's go level up first. Miss your bow. A bodyguard promptly handed her a compound bow and a quiver full of arrows. The compound bow and quiver were also found by them from the nearby sports stadium. Its lethality was stronger than the one from the school gymnasium. The woman took the compound bow expressionlessly and led the group out of the hotel. On the way, they encountered an orc warrior. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, a mass of freezing cold energy emanated from her right hand, enveloping the entire arrow. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow, wrapped in cold energy, pierced the air with a sharp sound, striking the orc warrior's shoulder with precision. The cold energy exploded, instantly shrouding the orc. Under the effect of the cold energy, the orc's movement speed and attack speed were drastically reduced. Clearly, this was another rare job. In this apocalyptic game world, rare professions are not actually that rare. With a probability of 1 in 1,000, there are over 5,000 such individuals in Shanghai alone. And different people, even with the same profession, can exert vastly different effects. A person who is inherently weak even if they awaken a rare profession and level up to 5 still cannot defeat a special forces soldier who only awakened the warrior profession at level 1. Conversely, if a special forces soldier were to awaken a rare profession, they could leave ordinary players far behind. Thus, level and profession do not fully represent combat power. This woman named Yenran was neither a king of soldiers nor a boxing champion before the apocalypse, nor did she possess exceptional combat skills. However, she had once won the provincial women's archery championship. With such talent combined with a rare archer-type profession, ordinary players are no match for her. Successfully killed common goblin LV1, gained experience 5. Successfully killed goblin soldier LV3, gained experience 15. Successfully killed half-orc warrior LV5, gained experience 50, copper coins 11. Successfully killed half-orc champion LV6, gained experience 60. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up to 9, gained all attributes 5, free attribute points 10. Few level 9. Fortunately, this gamified apocalypse has no insect invasions, though otherwise, even becoming a hidden player might not guarantee survival. Looking at the monsters on the street around 9 a.m., Wang Dong let out a long sigh. In this apocalyptic game, monsters that can be struck with cold weapons are not truly fearsome. What is terrifying are those tiny insects that cannot be cut down, even with blades. Dense and countless humans have no choice but to find ways to evade them. Shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Wang Dong continued advancing forward. Along the way, he encountered several survivor teams, but there was no interaction or conflict between them. Wang Dong roughly observed that the leveling speed of these ordinary players was utterly incomparable to his own. For adults in society, the awakened profession and strength are secondary. The most difficult challenge is finding teammates worthy of trust. In the face of such a calamity, the most united forces are undoubtedly the military and firefighters. Next in line would be groups among police officers, close friends and family, and dormitory classmates with good relationships. For others, due to their life circles, it is truly hard to trust anyone else. This applies equally to colleagues and neighbors. Strangers need not even be mentioned. Even if they manage to overcome the issue of trust among teammates, they dare not venture too far from their base. Moreover, their stamina is limited. Low-level melee profession players can only kill a dozen or so monsters before exhaustion, while higher-level ones manage only 30 or 40. When they become too fatigued, they must find a place to rest for a long time, otherwise encountering monsters could lead to total annihilation. Another issue is that they are prone to injury. After being injured, can they trust the team's healer? Even if the healer treats them, blood loss can still affect their stamina. The more injuries they sustain, the greater the blood loss and the faster their stamina depletes. To conserve the healer's energy, they must be cautious while fighting monsters. Once the healer's energy is exhausted, most players have to give up leveling for their own safety. Such numerous restrictions lead to extremely slow progress for ordinary players. However, none of this concerns Wang Dong. He is a mage, and killing monsters consumes almost no physical stamina. As long as Wu Bing and the others get 8 hours of rest each night, their daytime stamina is virtually unlimited. Therefore, cautious exploration and resting after fighting monsters. These concepts simply do not exist in Wang Dong's dictionary. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up to 10, gained all attributes 5, free attribute points 10. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Dong, relying on his exceptionally high damage and 5 loyal followers, raised his own level to 10. He glanced at his system. Name Wang Dong. Profession Elementalist. Level 10. Experience 050000. Health 420,630. Energy 8923-010-0500. Constitution 63. Strength 60-10. Agility 59. Spirit 335. Your level has reached the maximum of 10. Please find the class advancement temple to accept the Black Iron advancement quest. Before completing the advancement, the experience you gain will be stored with a 20 loss. Currently stored 37 points. He had obtained many novice equipment pieces, but none worth replacing. After equipping Liao Jun and the others, there were still 5 or 6 spare parts. He had not encountered any bosses, and many monsters had halved experience, so otherwise Wang Dong's leveling speed would have been even faster. Although experience is stored before advancement, it is reduced by 20 from the original amount. It seems leveling up too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. Wang Dong couldn't help but mutter. Whatever. The 10th People's Hospital is not far away, though I shouldn't waste too much experience. Hey, you guys, hold on a moment. Just as Wang Dong was about to continue advancing with the 5, a pleasant, yet rude female voice rang out. They instinctively turned around. A woman in a white mage robe revealing a pair of jade-like legs was walking out of the Yiming Western restaurant with 2 lightly armored female warriors. The color of game equipment is not fixed. It has nothing to do with the equipment's attributes. Obtaining a certain color is purely a matter of luck. You have something. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes at the somewhat impolite woman before him. Wu Bing and the others, however, stared wide-eyed, looking utterly inexperienced. The woman appeared to be around 24 or 25 with stunning features and a perfect figure, her deep brown waves casually draped behind her. Like Dang Yuding, she wore no leggings, her snowy white legs exposed beneath the white mage robe. At a glance, she seemed to be wearing a white slit cheongsam. As she swayed her hips toward them, her chest bounced with each step. Seductive and charming with a slender waist and fair legs exuding femininity. That was everyone's first impression. Even Wang Dong couldn't help but admire inwardly. Those legs. So white. Can you help us with something? The white-legged woman's direct voice snapped Wang Dong back to reality. What kind of help, eh? We want to return to the south of the city and need some strong teammates. We saw how cleanly you guys dealt with those monsters. South of the city. Sorry, we're busy right now. Although this white-legged woman was extremely attractive, graceful, seductive, and exactly Wang Dong's type. He was in a hurry to reach the class advancement temple for his advancement. Why would he have the leisure to escort them back to the south? I can pay you a reward. Though she was asking for help, the woman's tone and demeanor exuded arrogance and condescension. Wang Dong didn't understand what there was to be proud of in the apocalypse. He merely snorted in response. Reward? Huh? Do you think I care about your paltry reward in a world like this? He lacked neither combat power nor the backing of the Qin family. What reward could possibly tempt him? What do you want? The white-legged woman remained aloof, her words brimming with confidence, as if there was nothing in the world she could not provide. But her condescending attitude only made Wang Dong more irritated. In my past life I was nothing but a bottom feeder. But this time I've become so formidable, and you former social elites still want to look down on me. If you really want me to escort you to the south, well, give yourself to me, and I'll consider it. How dare you? The moment Wang Dong uttered these words, before the white-legged woman could speak, the lightly armored female warrior behind her opened her mouth to berate him. How dare you flirt with our madam? Seeking death. This lightly armored woman seemed to be an impulsive type, and as she spoke, she moved forward to challenge Wang Dong. Fortunately, the white-legged woman reached out in time to stop her. Flirt? Are you insane? This brief encounter caused Wang Dong's goodwill toward these women to vanish completely. He no longer wished to waste time with them, and turned to leave with his group. If you're asking for help, you don't act like that. I offered my terms, and not only did you refuse, but you accuse me of flirting with your madam. Madam? What a strange title. It doesn't sound like an ordinary rich woman either. But did I flirt? Still, this woman was truly beautiful. Perhaps after finishing his business, he could come back to take another look. Stop right there. The lightly armored female warrior, enraged by being called insane, trembled with fury. But Wang Dong completely ignored her. Seeing that Wang Dong showed no sign of stopping, the lightly armored female warrior again wanted to teach him a lesson, but was once more stopped by the white-legged woman. Xiao Qiong, don't be impulsive. The lightly armored female warrior's breath caught, and she quickly turned to the white-legged woman, bowing her head respectfully. Madam, let them go. These people have rather special abilities. There's no benefit in clashing with them. But that brat. Get back. The white-legged woman's command brooked no argument, and the lightly armored female warrior dared not say another word. Before entering the door, however, the white-legged woman cast a glance in the direction Wang Dong and his group had departed. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving, Wang Dong didn't dwell on it, and led Wu Bing and the others quickly toward their target. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the food in roadside restaurants and supermarkets hadn't been cleaned out. Wang Dong had no extra transport, so he simply grabbed a few climbing bags from a roadside store and handed one to each person. As they scavenged their way along, 3 hours passed quickly. Around 6 in the evening, everyone's backpack was stuffed with food. Looking at the 10th People's Hospital just ahead, Wang Dong let out a long breath. Damn, we finally made it. The distance from the school to here was less than 10 kilometers, yet it had taken an entire day. If we hadn't arrived soon, not only the climbing bags, but even the system backpack would have been filled to the brim. Good thing my energy is almost limitless, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to walk this far. Whoa, why are there so many people in this hospital? Arriving at the entrance of the 10th hospital, seeing the bustling crowd inside, Wu Bing was astonished. He had died the moment the apocalypse descended and had been resurrected in a puppet form, so he knew nothing of the apocalypse's details. This is a safe zone of the apocalypse. Of course, there are many people. A safe zone. Such a thing exists. Monsters drop equipment now. What's so strange about that? True. Wu Bing gave an awkward laugh. But if this is a safe zone, can we also stay here? Do you think we can stay? Wang Dong glanced at the 2 imposing blade-wielding guards at the hospital entrance and replied with a rhetorical question. The 2 guards stood on either side of the door, clad in extraordinarily thick, heavy armor, their helmets completely covering their faces. At their waists hung a cleaver with a peculiar luster, like NPC guards in a game. He checked their attributes. Name: blade-wielding guard level. Constitution, strength, agility, spirit. All attributes were question marks. There were only 2 possibilities: either his own level was too low to view their stats, or they were simply invincible. Based on his gaming experience, Wang Dong guessed that these blade-wielding guards were indeed invincible. Looks like we can't stay here. After observing for a while, Wu Bing shook his head. I'd rather find a villa in a monster nest than stay here. There were more than just 2 blade-wielding guards. They were stationed at other hospital exits and every major gate inside. They could communicate and interact with humans. Their role here was simply to maintain order around the job transfer temple. People could only stay in designated wards, and open spaces areas related to the temple had to be kept clear. By now the place was already packed with people. Not only the hospital wards, but even the open ground in front was covered with makeshift bedding. Everywhere were people's daily necessities, leaving no room for them. Although the living conditions were poor, it was still quite friendly to ordinary people who hadn't awakened a profession. At least there were no monsters to disturb them. People only had to worry about internal human conflicts and food sources. It hurts, damn it, be gentle. Well, Mama, I'm scared. Don't be scared, Mama is here. Screw you, look how much space you're taking up. Move over. Wang Dong led his 5 companions deeper into the hospital, hearing the whispers, cries, and curses of the survivors all along the way. When they reached about halfway through the front yard, a few old men sitting on roadside bedding glanced at them. Oh, a few more youngsters. Little brother, you're too late. There's no more room here. No more room. Looking at the walkway beneath his feet, Wu Bing was puzzled. The old man seemed to understand his confusion and quickly spoke up. Don't be fooled by the empty spots around. If you dare to stay in those places for more than half an hour, a blade-wielding guard will come to drive you away. And what if I refuse to leave? Refuse to leave? Huh. One of the old men was taken aback, then chuckled, pointing to a few bloodied corpses lying against the hospital wall. See that? That's what happens to those who don't leave. They were killed just at noon. Oh, and they'll be buried after 7 p.m. My God, even the safe zone is this terrifying. Terrifying. This is nothing. Earlier someone was urinating carelessly over there, and the blade-wielding guard chopped him down. Wang Dong. Fortunately, he was only here to pick up the job transfer quest, not to compete for betting with these people. Continuing forward, they reached the outpatient building. Qin Shiji sent another message. Wang Dong, have you found the job transfer temple yet? Just found it. Uncle Chun has brought people to the school. He heard you're a hidden profession elementalist and wants to meet you. I definitely can't come back today. Let's talk tomorrow. Speaking of this, Wang Dong was a bit speechless. He had planned to go back tonight and torment Deng Yuding properly, but finding a job transfer temple turned out to be so troublesome. Alright, no rush. Uncle Chun will level me up first. He won't leave the school for a while. Okay, I'll be as fast as I can. According to the fate-altering system's data, the thick fog of the apocalypse would only last for a week. Today was the 6th day, meaning after tomorrow night the fog would gradually dissipate. And Qin Shiji wouldn't be killed by Yi Feng until the 2nd night after the fog lifted. So Wang Dong, with 3 days left, wasn't too anxious. Meanwhile, inside the school's male dormitory, Qin Shiji turned to look at the burly middle-aged man beside him clad in heavy armor. He said he can't come back today. The middle-aged man, named Chen Zhong, standing 1.8 meters tall, had a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, clearly not an ordinary person. Hearing this from his young master, Chen Zhong was puzzled. Can't come back. What does that mean? He's not at school. Qin Shiji nodded. He went out with Wu Bing this morning to find the job transfer temple. Probably delayed by too many monsters on the road. Oh, I see. Wait, what did you say just now? Job transfer temple. Yes. Just the 2 of them dared to go out and look for a job transfer temple. Hearing Qin Shiji's words and glancing at his own attribute panel, Chen Zhong could hardly believe his ears. Everyone knew that class change required level 10. But he had been training his combat skills for over 30 years, yet he was still only at level 8 and a bit. What? Why could your 2 students reach level 10 and wander around at this time? Was the gap between hidden classes and rare classes really that huge? Actually, the gap wasn't as big as Chen Zhong imagined. Wang Dong leveled up so fast simply because he was a cheater. Among all combat classes, mages and summoners were widely considered the least skill-intensive. One had a wide attack range and only needed to aim roughly and keep casting skills. The other could send its combat pet to tank, while the players slowly finished off monsters from behind. Once powerful pets were summoned, there was no need to even finish them off. Wang Dong alone combined both classes. Not only could he one-shot monsters with class traits, but his teammates were all laborers who didn't fear injury. It looked like a team leveling up, but in reality, it was one person soloing. Even if a player was strong, how many dared to solo? Even if Chen Zhong was strong enough to solo, the speed of killing monsters alone was different from that of a group. However, the class Chen Zhong awakened was Blade Soul, similar to Sword Spirit. It was just a bit slow in leveling up, but its combat power was no less. Moreover, most classes that leveled up quickly in the early stages would start to weaken in the mid-game, and in the late game, without special opportunities, they would basically become tools. So leveling fast early on didn't mean much. Brother Dong, are you in the dorm? Meanwhile, Wang Dong was unaware of Chen Zhong's thoughts. He had just closed the system when he saw another friend message. He glanced quickly. Zhong Lina. No, I'm outside. Wow, you're already so strong, and you're still working so hard. Wang Dong frowned. Do you need something? The other party was silent for a moment, then sent a message. Are you sure you don't want me to be your girlfriend? I can wear black stockings for you. Wang Dong. I'm busy now. Talk later. After replying, Wang Dong directly closed the chat window. Zheng Lina was indeed pretty decent, but this was the apocalypse, and Wang Dong truly didn't want to be swayed by emotions. But on the other side of the chat, Zheng Lina didn't seem to think so. She was staring at Wang Dong's reply with a look of astonishment. Is this Wang Dong even a man? I've been so forward and he doesn't react at all. Could it be? Am I ugly? Zhao Qinya, who was nearby, casually comforted her. You're not ugly, he has no taste. If I think so too. Ding. Zhao Qinya has developed a favorable impression of you. The plot has been slightly affected. You have received 200 fate-changing points. Wang Dong. What was up with this woman? She had come once before, and now she came again. Helplessly, he led the group along the path left by the system, continuing deeper. Along the way, they saw two blade-wielding guards at every interval. Wang Dong ignored them, and soon reached the depths of the hospital. The other buildings inside the hospital were the same as before the apocalypse: outpatient department, inpatient department, emergency department. Everything was there. Only the innermost inpatient building had turned into a palace-like structure. Wang Dong led the group to the palace entrance. Wu Bing and the others were immediately stopped by two blade-wielding guards at the door. A cold voice rang out. Inside is the class change temple. Non-human players are not allowed to enter. Hearing this, Wang Dong suddenly smiled and turned his gaze to Wu Bing. These blade-wielding guards seem invincible. What do you think would happen if you fought them? You would become a red name, and I would kill you. Before Wu Bing could speak, the blade-wielding guard coldly stated the outcome. But this result was somewhat unacceptable to Wang Dong. Damn, it wasn't me who attacked you, so why would I become a red name? In legend, when training a dog, the blade-wielding guards only attacked the dog, right? Well, game rules. Wang Dong had to comply. Helplessly, he let Wu Bing and the others wait outside while he entered the class change temple alone. The temple covered an area of at least 500 square meters. It was empty inside except for a dozen players sightseeing and 8 pillars that 2 people could barely embrace, supporting the hall that was over 10 meters high. At the far end of the temple, there was a row of exquisitely designed counters that looked expensive. To Wang Dong's surprise, there were quite a few female staff members with beautiful faces inside the counters. They had black hair tied up, wore black professional suits, and their figures were slim and slender. However, no one was conducting business at the counters, making each of them look listless. Are they NPCs or humans? Wang Dong wondered. Neither the apocalypse system nor the fate-changing system had any information about them, so Wang Dong didn't know. He quickly walked to the counter and politely asked, "Hello miss, is this where class changes are done?" Class change. The black-haired girl's eyes lit up as she looked up at Wang Dong. You're level 10. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. You leveled up pretty fast. Let's record your info first. Saying that, the black-haired girl took out a very delicate instrument that looked like a thermometer gun from the counter. Seeing this, Wang Dong immediately became alert. The black-haired girl seemed to sense Wang Dong's concern and quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's not an offensive weapon." Then before Wang Dong could react, she pointed the thermometer gun at him and beeped it. This thing really was just like a thermometer gun, and Wang Dong indeed didn't sense any danger. Perhaps because Wang Dong was decent-looking, the black-haired girl actually spoke a few more words to him. Although the safe zone doesn't forbid player fights, it's absolutely forbidden inside this temple. Every player who comes here is protected by a special force. If anyone attacks a player recklessly, the attacked player won't be harmed, but the attacker will become a red name. I see. As long as someone became a red name, they would be killed by the blade-wielding guards. That went without saying. However, after hearing this, Wang Dong carefully sensed and indeed felt a layer of special energy enveloping his body. So the girl was probably not lying. Oh my god, you were actually a student before the apocalypse game descended. That scanner seemed truly advanced, capable of identifying a player's pre-apocalyptic identity. Jiang Chun grew curious at the black-haired girl's exclamation. What's wrong with being a student? At this time, though, the number of players undergoing class change in Xia Kingdom isn't small, it's far from huge. I've never seen a player whose pre-apocalyptic identity was a student. Your documents are in order. Follow me. The black-haired girl produced a white jade card, stood up, and walked toward the other side of the counter. Jiang Chun quickly followed. On the side of the hall, there was a large door engraved with numerous ancient patterns. The girl swiped the white jade card on a card reader beside the door. The ancient door swung open automatically, and Jiang Chun hurried after her. By the way, Beauty, are you an NPC or a human? I've been observing you, but I can't tell. I'm human, of course, the black-haired girl replied matter-of-factly. Would an NPC talk to you this much? Human. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had felt all along that this girl talked too much, unlike beings like the Blade Guards. So she really was human. The girl smiled and explained, on the first day of the apocalypse, I awakened the profession class change temple attendant and was teleported here to start working. So you're here 24 hours a day? Not at all. Though there are staff here around the clock, we work in 3 shifts. 8 hours a day, weekends off. Food and accommodation are provided by the class change temple. Can you get married and have children? Of course. Hearing this answer, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Though they didn't wield great power, they didn't have to face danger either. They had stable jobs and enough food. Only 8 hours a day. Weekends off. In the pre-apocalyptic era, how many workers dreamed of such a schedule? Indeed, capital was more terrifying than the apocalypse. Come place your hand on this crystal ball. The girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and glanced around. The room wasn't as large as the main hall, at most 200 square meters, but it was far more luxurious. On the walls, every 2 meters there was a partition. In the middle of each partition, instead of an 8 stood a pillar engraved with ancient patterns. The pillars were about half a meter in diameter and 1.2 meters tall, each topped with a crystal ball the size of a basketball. The crystal balls contained moving star patterns, mysterious and vast. Jiang Chen slowly placed his hand on one of the crystal balls. In less than a second, the crystal ball's energy connected with Jiang Chen's spiritual power instantly, pulling his consciousness into a vast, brilliant starry sky. Detected player's current class, Elemental God. Player's current level, LV10. Conditions for class change met. Beginning Black Iron class change quest. Quest has been released. Please check for yourself. Black Iron class change quest, Black Wolf Lair. Description: deep in the jungles of Yashan village lies a black wolf lair exuding a terrifying aura. The wolf pack within has been corrupted by dark energy. Proceed immediately to the Black Wolf Lair, slay the Black Lair Wolf King, obtain the Black Iron class change token, and complete the quest. Quest time limit 24 hours. The quest will automatically fail if not completed within the time limit. Quest difficulty 5 stars. Black Wolf Lair data loaded. You have received special items: Black Wolf Lair entry token X1, Black Wolf Lair teleportation scroll X1. This thing can detect my real class. Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to reality and he gained some understanding of the crystal ball's power. Before he could react, the black-haired girl spoke again. Class change quests range from 1 star to 5 stars. 1 star is the easiest, 5 stars the hardest. The difficulty doesn't affect the outcome of the class change. It's a matter of luck which difficulty you get. What star level did you get? The difficulty doesn't affect the result. It's all luck. Jiang Chen frowned at her explanation. In other words, those who got a 1-star quest could change class easily, while those who got a 5-star quest were just unlucky. Damn, was his luck that bad? Or was it related to his class? 2 stars. Jiang Chen lied casually. This girl didn't seem to know his class or quest. Since that was the case, it was better to be cautious. The black-haired girl didn't suspect anything. A 2-star quest isn't too hard. Since you're here so early for class change, your strength should be more than enough. Still, I'd recommend completing it in one go. If you fail 3 consecutive class change quests, you'll never be able to change class again. Alright, thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. It's my duty. I'm off to do the quest. Goodbye. Jiang Chen didn't have time to think further. He thanked her and quickly left the class change temple. 24-hour time limit. He had to hurry. At that moment, Jiang Chen didn't notice the black-haired girl watching his retreating figure, sighing repeatedly with a sense of loss. Sigh, I thought if I talked a bit more I could add this handsome guy as a friend. But her reason wasn't that Jiang Chen was exceptionally handsome, but that only a few days had passed since the apocalypse began. Players who could come to the class change temple for class change at this time had a high chance of becoming elites in the future. Plus, Jiang Chen was indeed good-looking, so if she could use her position to get closer to him, even if she couldn't marry him, a brief encounter would be a win-win. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest interest in that direction. Meanwhile, outside the class change temple, Jiang Chen had no idea what the black-haired girl was thinking. His attention was entirely on the Black Wolf Lair's data. Black Wolf Lair level 10 class change exclusive dungeon. Entry requirement: at least 1 player in the team must possess a Black Wolf Lair entry token. Level restriction below level 20. Party limit 10 people. Black Wolf Lair teleportation scroll teleports you directly to the teleportation array in front of the Black Wolf Lair. Note: monsters in dungeons and secret realms are not affected by day-night cycle. Party limit of 10. Looks like you'll need to revive another person. At this point, how many players were qualified to team up with Jiang Chen? Thus, Jiang Chen had to solo it again. Though the puppets resurrected via Huitu Zhuan Sheng couldn't change class, even with offerings and many advanced skills required class change to learn. Aside from that drawback, they were superior to actual players in other aspects. Especially in terms of durability. They didn't need priests or healers to stay alive. So soloing was still fine for Jiang Chen. However, since the rest of the team were too weak, he decided to revive 1 more person before entering for safety. Level 10, 330 spiritual power. He could revive 6 people. But where do I find the 6th person? Jiang Chen muttered to himself, glancing at the human corpses in the hospital corner that had been killed by the blade guards. Ordinary people can handle low-level monsters, but they're not even qualified to be cannon fodder in a secret realm. Quick, get out of the way. Healer. Is there a healer? Come quickly, save someone. You have to save him. While Jiang Shun was thinking, a man in heavy armor with a special black helmet carrying a wounded soldier in similar attire who was covered in blood rushed in from outside the hospital. His voice was frantic as he ran, calling for help from the survivors in the safe zone. The wounded man's clothes were soaked in blood and his breath was faint. Seeing this, most of the survivors in the safe zone remained indifferent, perhaps accustomed to death. Only a few kind souls stepped forward to help. Jiang Chun glanced at the wound on the injured man's back that was still bleeding profusely and quickly made a judgment. A single stab through the back into the heart. Even a healer probably can't save him. Let's go check it out. Both men wore the specially crafted black helmets of the Xia Kingdom's official military. From the design of these helmets, Wang Dong could deduce that they had belonged to the national armed forces before the apocalypse. If his team could recruit a military man, their combat effectiveness would surely improve significantly. How is this possible? The wound on his back is so deep. As Wang Dong's mind raced, a medic had already finished examining the man's injury. He was a doctor from this hospital who had also awakened as a healer, earning him great respect from everyone. Can he be saved? The uninjured man ignored the medic's question, urgently pressing for the man's condition instead. The healer shook his head helplessly. His heart has been pierced. That he survived this long is already due to the player's enhanced physiques. Hearing this, the man's heart trembled violently. Gazing at his former comrade and close friend, he clenched his fists and ground his teeth. Why? How did this happen? Those bastards. They'll make them pay. Help! Help! The wounded man on the ground spoke in a broken voice. The man quickly bent down. Take care of my wife and child. With those words, the wounded man passed away. The living man held his corpse, weeping bitterly. Other survivors witnessing this sighed helplessly. Another one gone. In just a few days they had seen such scenes far too often. Many had grown numb. After an unknown time, the living man hoisted his friend's body onto his back once more. This was his best friend. He couldn't leave him to rot in the wilderness. Wang Dong quickly led Wu Bing and the others to follow him. At the hospital entrance, he caught up. Excuse me, are you from the National Armed Forces? What do you want? The man, still deep in grief, spoke with a cold tone. I can save your friend. What? Tang Yuanfeng was taken aback. Wang Dong repeated himself. I said I can save your friend, but first tell me what class he is. Are you sure you're not joking? Staring at the heavily armed young man with traces of immaturity, Tang Yuanfeng could hardly believe his ears. As a player, he knew some classes had resurrection skills. But weren't those skills only learnable at levels 40 or 50? How could this youth possibly have them? Do I look like I'm joking? But my version of saving isn't true resurrection. If you're interested. Wang Dong paused, glancing around. We can find a quieter place to talk. Hearing this, Tang Yuanfeng knew he shouldn't trust Wang Dong, but his brother was already dead. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he had to try anything. After a few seconds of hesitation, he nodded firmly. All right, where to? Wang Dong naturally wouldn't reveal his trump card, but he could still explain the simple pros and cons. When they found an empty shop by the roadside, Tang Yuanfeng was stunned again. You mean you can resurrect my brother through summoning? But after revival he has to go with you. Exactly. It might go against nature, but the world has changed. Does nature still matter? After hearing Wang Dong's words, Tang Yuanfeng fell into thought. Only moments later, he made the decision on his brother's behalf. You're right. The world has changed, so nature doesn't matter anymore. Tang Yuanfeng. And you, brother? Wang Dong. Wait. Wang Dong paused, suddenly recalling something. You said your name is Tang Yuanfeng. What's wrong? Tang of the Tang dynasty. Yuan as in 1 yuan. Feng as in wind. Exactly. Do you have a sister named Tang Yingxue? How do you know? Tang Yuanfeng was shocked. You know my sister? How could he run into an acquaintance in this vast apocalypse? Wang Dong quickly recovered and made an excuse. We've met once. I see. Wang Dong's lie came effortlessly, and Tang Yuanfeng didn't suspect a thing. After all, few knew he had a sister. Knowing this soldier was Tang Yuanfeng, Wang Dong was overjoyed. Tang Yuanfeng was a character in Yi Feng's story. Although Yi Feng was the reborn protagonist of the apocalypse in his past life, he had been constantly hunted by the Qin family. Though he had met a few genuinely helpful people during his escape to avoid trouble, their contact was fleeting. That meant in this life, Yi Feng didn't intend to have companions. He was a decisive lone wolf. Even the female lead Zhao Qinya only ended up with him at the finale. So using emotions against him wasn't realistic for Wang Dong. However, one advantage was that Wang Dong was merely a lackey. In the original story, he was a lackey who awakened no abilities, was abandoned by Qin Shiji, and starved to death in the apocalypse. Yi Feng didn't know of his existence, so he wouldn't take measures against him. Thus Wang Dong had plenty of time to develop in the shadows. This Tang Yuanfeng was a benefactor who helped Yi Feng in his past life. In this life, Yi Feng would encounter and assist him. If Wang Dong could change his fate, he would earn fate-altering points. But that wasn't the main reason for Wang Dong's joy. The key was that lone wolf protagonists often got entangled with the state for mutual benefit. Tang Yuanfeng's sister Tang Yingxue was a snob who looked down on Yi Feng initially, but slowly fell for him during his interactions with the state. Yes, it was cliché. Though Yifeng didn't end up with Tang Yingxue in the finale, she was undoubtedly the second female lead in his story. If he could meet her through Tang Yuanfeng, wouldn't that open another channel for fate-altering points? By the way, how did your brother die? He was. Because Wang Dong claimed to know Tang Yingxue, Tang Yuanfeng trusted him a bit more. Gritting his teeth, he recounted their ordeal in detail. His brother was named Yang Ping, a Bladian shield warrior. As Wang Dong had guessed, both were from the National Armed Forces. With the sudden apocalypse and their inability to use modern weapons, many had died. Their squad was reduced to just the two of them. At a survivor base, they couldn't stand by as some thugs bullied others and intervened. But after offending them, their pre-apocalypse identities prevented them from eliminating the threat completely. So the thugs ambushed them while they fought monsters. The wound on Yang Ping's back was from that attack. So if you offend someone, either finish them off or stay far away. Wang Dong sighed inwardly. In the apocalypse, it wasn't the offending or the failure to eliminate that was dangerous. It was staying close to the enemy afterward, giving them a chance. These two might have known that, but whether out of a desire to help others or overconfidence in their abilities, they ended up capsizing in a ditch. How many are they? Where? 6 in that Jia supermarket ahead. What's the leader's name? Lei Xiong. Alright, let's add each other as friends. He'll take care of them while there's still time. Before Tang Yuanfeng could react, Wang Dong had already walked away. 10 minutes later, at the Jia supermarket base, facing over 50 survivors, Wang Dong bellowed, "Who here is Lei Xiong? Who the hell are you? The Qin family is handling business. Everyone else clear out. Go, don't kill the monsters in the instance are not affected by the day-night cycle. That is to say, their attributes do not double at night, nor do experience points half." Therefore, Wang Dong was not in a hurry. Taking this opportunity to capture a sacrifice to revive Yang Ping would be a sweet deal, wouldn't it? After all, he was not an official, so he didn't need to follow any people-oriented game rules. As for why he mentioned the Qin family, he just wanted to use the Qin family to boost his own prestige, nothing else. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Dong shout, Lei Xiong and the others at the supermarket base were dumbfounded. The Qin family? Which Qin family? Before they could think it over, Wu Bing and the others were already charging at them with weapons. They reacted quickly and began to counterattack with their own weapons. Damn it, you're asking for death. Lei Xiong's team of 6 were all seasoned thugs from nightclubs and bars. What kind of situation hadn't they seen before? Although their actual combat prowess was inferior to Tang Yuanfeng and the other, they were still not something that Wang Dong and his students could handle. However, they never expected that these students were like monsters. Not only were they faster in strength and reaction, but their fighting style was also reckless and desperate. If you slashed at him, he wouldn't even dodge, relying on his equipment advantage to strike back hard. Even if you cut his chest, he would slash your thigh without the slightest flinch. Who the hell could withstand that? After a few exchanges, several of the underlings were all killed by Wang Dong, and Lei Xiong was knocked unconscious by Liao Jun, who carried him on his shoulder and threw him in front of Tang Yuanfeng. Tang Yuanfeng was somewhat surprised by Wang Dong's strength upon seeing Lei Xiong. When Lei Xiong was awakened and saw Tang Yuanfeng, he realized who had hired these guys. Damn it, you soldiers are bullying civilians. Aren't you ashamed? Shut up, he's a soldier, but I'm not. Wang Dong shot an ice spike into Lei Xiong's thigh, causing him such pain that he almost fainted again. Ignoring him completely, Wang Dong drove Tang Yuanfeng out and immediately began the impure world reincarnation. I said this morning I would use fewer sacrifices, but I didn't expect to break my resolve so soon. Wang Dong muttered helplessly. A few minutes later, when Tang Yuanfeng saw his brother who had just died standing alive in front of him, tears once again moistened his eyes. Ding, congratulations. You have used impure world reincarnation to revive the passerby Yang Ping and gained 100 fate-changing points. Blade and Shield Warrior is not a rare class, but a high-level class like Shield Knight. He can use shields in the game for defense. Since the level of the impure world reincarnated cannot exceed the user's level, and only one person can gain experience when others kill monsters. Therefore, in Wang Dong's entire team, apart from Wang Dong himself, the others were not high in level. Wu Bing was only level 9, and Liao Jun and the other 3 were level 7. And although Yang Ping was only level 6, his attributes were even higher than Liao Jun's. Is this talent? Seeing Yang Ping's attribute panel, Wang Dong muttered to himself. People who were awesome before the apocalypse would not fare poorly after it either. This Yang Ping was purely an accident. Was it you who revived me? Yang Ping, who had finished catching up with Tang Yuanfeng, regained his usual calm. Yes. Wang Dong nodded without hesitation. If you are not satisfied with this revived state after you help me complete this mission, I can release you from the binding. Although impure world reincarnation was cruel, it could sometimes make up for people's regrets. That was also a feature of this skill. Let's talk about that later. Yang Ping then turned his gaze to Tang Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng, you'll leave my wife and child in your care. Leave it to me. Let's go. Watching Yang Ping follow Wang Dong away, Tang Yuanfeng had mixed feelings. However, as long as Wang Dong didn't force Yang Ping to do things he didn't want, he thought being alive was better than being dead. I hope this Wang Dong won't let me down. With that, Tang Yuan Feng also disappeared into the thick fog. Tang Yuan Feng and Yang Ping did not know at this moment that the body of someone revived by impure world reincarnation was invincible. But even if they knew, it wouldn't matter. The world had become such a mess. Was it strange for strange abilities to appear? Not at all. However, after parting with Tang Yuan Feng and taking Yang Ping, Wang Dong did not go to the instance immediately. Instead, he first took the group to look for the auction house. The auction house was not like a real-world auction house. It was a place that appeared alongside the job change temple where players could consign equipment. The beginner equipment in his backpack was a bit too much, and he needed to clear it out before entering the instance. Although they were just beginner equipment, they could only be obtained by killing monsters, so they could still be sold in the early stages. The auction house was not far from the job change temple. Wang Dong walked along the road and soon found his target. Inside, like the job change temple, it was spacious and filled with female staff members in uniforms. "Hello sir, are you here to sell equipment?" The staff member was very polite, at least much better than some bank tellers. "Yes. Currently beginner equipment sells well. According to current sales data, weapons are priced at 2,000 copper coins, clothes and pants at 1,000, helmets, boots and bracers at 800. This price is easy for everyone to accept. Equipment can be sold at a fixed price or auctioned off with players bidding within 24 hours. The auction requires 24 hours. So to save time, most players set a fixed price. Alright, let's sell it that way." Wang Dong didn't want to waste time. He equipped Yang Ping with full armor, gave him a machete and a wooden shield, and then threw all the iron swords, octagonal hammers, bracers, and leg guards he had obtained earlier to the staff. There were 3 weapons, 8 pieces of clothes and pants, and 13 pieces of helmets, bracers, and boots. "Your nickname is what? AI Tiao Chai?" Wang Dong was a bit embarrassed. "Yes. Consignment charges a 5 fee, you should know that." "Yes." After deducting the 5 fee, selling everything would yield 23,180 copper coins. Wang Dong didn't care much, they were just junk anyway. Monsters below level 10 would all drop equipment, so for most players, equipment above black iron rank was considered rare. After a series of efficient operations, the staff member handed over a white jade card. "This is your consignment card, please keep it safe. After the items are sold, the copper coins will be directly deposited into this card. You can use this card to purchase other items from the auction house, and also check your own consignment information." "Okay, thank you." Buying things didn't require going to the auction house, but picking up and selling things did. Wang Dong didn't mind. He took the consignment card and casually tossed it into his system. This thing was like a bank card, but even safer since it was produced by the Apocalypse game. When he came out of the auction house, it was already dark. Fortunately, the area around the safe zone was almost cleared of monsters. Wang Dong casually found an empty shop, summoned the 6 people back using the coffin, and then directly took out the Black Wolf Lair teleport scroll. The teleport scroll was simple to use. You just hold it in your hand and silently recite use in your mind. With a burst of light, filled with many white runes, Wang Dong disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in a mountain range with dense forests. Wang Dong looked around. Beneath his feet was a teleportation array about 8 meters in diameter, surrounded by many ancient runes. Golden light flowed on the ancient runes, giving it a mystical appearance. Behind him was an elliptical light curtain about 3 meters high with silver specks. This elliptical light curtain with silver specks was familiar to anyone who had played online games. The instance entrance. Without a second thought, Wang Dong reached his hand toward the elliptical light curtain. With a feeling of weightlessness, Wang Dong felt his vision blur, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. The originally lush green forest turned into a huge cave illuminated only by fluorescent stones. Tip: you have entered the Black Wolf Lair. The current environment is a cave secret realm with very low visibility. It is recommended that players explore in a team. Recommended to explore in a team. Wang Dong smirked and summoned Yang Ping and the others again. "Come on, same as before, you guys go first." Changing classes is not unfamiliar to players of apocalyptic games. However, players who can reach level 10 in just 6 days and smoothly proceed to the class transfer shrine are exceedingly rare. Wang Dong didn't know how many people were ahead of him since he was 3 days late, but he could be certain that Yi Feng would definitely be one of them. Yi Feng had been reborn just 24 hours before the apocalypse arrived. He had stockpiled a lot of supplies, enough for himself to eat for 2 years. The landlord had also turned into a zombie, and no one would ask him to leave this house. So he had indeed completed the class transfer task long ago. At this moment, he was lying on his bed holding a toothpick in his mouth, checking the latest items in the auction house through the consignment card. As expected, it's still too ahead of its time. This nationwide chain auction house is almost empty. However, this I Love a Stick is a bit impressive. They actually registered so many new player equipment by themselves. Even if the new player equipment at this time can't be used up, they should at least give it to teammates or companions. Why did they register so many by themselves? Moreover, I don't remember this person from my last life. Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled, then thought of something. That's not right. In my past life, I was still a nobody and had no idea what the auction house was like. So seeing this unfamiliar name now doesn't really mean anything. It should be like that. Yifeng muttered to himself, nodding slightly after saying this. He looked at the layout of his room, preparing to cook some self-indulgent hot pot to eat. Just then his gaze was suddenly attracted by a photo of a girl on the table beside him. The photo was framed in glass, indicating that he had once valued it highly. The girl in the photo was also very beautiful, with long arched eyebrows, round big eyes, a high nose, and a small mouth. Such a stunning girl was beyond the reach of ordinary people, yet she remained in everlasting pain in Yifeng's heart. Slap! A glint of cold light suddenly flashed in Yifeng's eyes. The powerful strength in his hand crushed the glass of the frame into pieces. The sharp shards of glass, however, did not cut his hand. I worked hard to send you through college, and you ended up with that stupid rich second generation behind my back. Very well, you like that stupid rich second generation, right? He'll soon send him down to keep you company. Whoosh. Boom. In the Black Wolf's lair, Wang Dong was still striving to complete his class transfer task. A frost shard followed by a fireball combined with Wu Bing and the others took down a gray wolf over a meter tall at the shoulder. Successfully killed the Black Nest Coyote. LV9 Elite Experience Overflow stored 360. Although the Black Wolf's lair was a cave secret realm, the cave was at least 4 to 5 meters high, looking very spacious inside. At a glance it looked like entering a stone forest. The only drawback was the poor lighting inside. Without light magic, even with plenty of glowstones on the walls, Wang Dong still needed to frequently use fireballs for illumination. Moreover, name Wu Bing, profession warrior. Level 9 physique. Strength 116, agility 82, spirit. This is Wu Bing's current attribute. Black Nest Coyote. LV9 Elite Physique 135, Strength 89, Agility 109, Stamina 27. This is the attribute of the Black Nest Coyote. The monsters in the secret realm are all elite monsters. Not only do they have higher defense, but their stats are also significantly higher than those of ordinary monsters outside. Don't be fooled by Wu Bing's combat stats being somewhat similar. If two individuals with comparable physiques fight with knives, one must die. It is guaranteed that one will die while the other is severely injured. So when 5 or 6 wolves appear together, even fully armed, the level 7 Liao Jun and his companions would struggle to hold on. Scenes of 2 or 3 people being mauled by a pack of wolves are common. Fortunately, Wang Dong's output was high enough. Hitting 23 skills could usually kill one. The newly summoned Yang Ping was also very capable. Even at level 6, he could hold off an elite monster alone. Otherwise, with their lineup, any number would just mean handing out free meals. The monsters in here have no distinction between day and night. The experience is 5 times that of outside monsters. Even if we lose 20, a level 9 elite monster still gives 360 points of experience. That's really good. This 5-fold experience might just be the consolation prize for this 5-star task. Oh wait, there's still a dungeon boss. Wang Dong clenched his fist and continued forward. Successfully killed the Black Nest Mountain Wolf. LV11 Elite Experience Overflow stored 440. Successfully killed the Black Nest White-Eyed Wolf. LV10 Elite awarded Copper Coin 21. Experience Overflow stored 400. Since Yang Ping's combat power was higher, Wang Dong primarily focused on training him, trying to let him strike first whenever they encountered monsters. This operation led to 1 or 2 teammates getting bitten and dying every few monsters. If they were bitten too badly, it would take about 30 seconds to fully recover. Therefore, everyone fought while resting along the way. After 3 hours of exploration and hard fighting, Wang Dong finally defeated more than 200 elite monsters in this dungeon, with 6 undying teammates and an infinite energy supply, earning around 100 experience. Yang Ping was also forcibly raised to level 10 by Wang Dong. Come on, let's take down the boss. Wu Bing, you take the first hit on the BOSS. Yang Ping, help him hold the BOSS, and the rest of you deal with those small monsters with me. The Black Nest Wolf King stood on the ground, taller than a human, with its head at least 2 meters off the ground, surrounded by 4 level 13 Black Wolf guards. Its robust physique, coupled with its ferocious glinting eyes, exuded an unparalleled intimidation. In Wang Dong's team, aside from Yang Ping and Wu Bing, the others were still at level 7, making it quite difficult to fight without any support. However, they were, after all, undying beings, and Wang Dong's output did not disappoint. 5 minutes later, the gigantic body of the Black Nest Wolf King crashed to the ground. Successfully killed the Black Nest Wolf King. LV15 awarded Copper Coins 624, Black Iron Class Transfer Certificate 1, Experience Overflow stored 2,400. Buzz. After defeating the BOSS, a light blue portal opened, and Wang Dong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I resurrected Yang Ping before entering, otherwise it would have wasted at least 2 more hours. The experience from the dungeon boss is 20 times that of the small monsters outside, and the equipment is also much better than the small boss outside. Moreover, the Black Iron Class Transfer Certificate appeared directly in Wang Dong's backpack. Looking at the 2 copper orbs, 5 black orbs, 3 white orbs, and 6 transparent orbs on the boss's corpse, Wu Bing couldn't help but admire. Tsk tisk, this dungeon boss drops a lot more than outside. Indeed, it drops quite a bit more. Wang Dong also smiled, reaching out to touch those orbs. You have obtained Spellcaster Robe Black Iron 1. You have obtained Falcon Longbow Bronze 1. You have obtained Spellcaster Pants Black Iron 1. You have obtained Green Jade Staff Bronze 1. You have obtained Bone Cutting Dagger Black Iron 1. You have obtained Mage Skill Book Quicksand. After picking up the items, Wang Dong saw the robe and pants suitable for himself, and his smile widened. As a mage, wearing heavy armor to fight monsters is indeed a bit strange, and heavy armor is quite burdensome, greatly affecting his mobility. It was fine against goblins and slow-moving halforcs. However, dealing with elite monsters in this dungeon was a bit strenuous. Previously, he had been bitten in the thigh by a black wolf guard due to moving too slowly in heavy armor, wasting a bottle of primary healing potion for nothing. Now it was great. Wearing the Spellcaster robe not only looked elegant, but also quite mysterious. Spellcaster Robe Black Iron required level LV7, Physique 6, Physical Damage Reduction 2. Spellcaster Pants Black Iron required level LV5, Physique 4. Green Jade Staff Spirit 50. Attached Skill Magic Enhancement Beginner. Weapon Grade Bronze required level LV12 Job Restriction Mage Class. Durability 2020 Magic Enhancement Beginner. All magic attack skills will increase in power by 3. Magic Enhancement. This attribute isn't very useful for me, is it? Black Iron equipment is for levels 110, while Bronze equipment is for levels 1120. The weapon level suffix ends in 2, 4, 6, 8. The bracers, boots, pants, chest armor, and helmet level suffixes end in 1, 3, 0, 5, 7, 9. This Green Jade Staff is level 12. Wang Dong awakened as the elemental god, boasting not only exceptionally high magic damage, but also doubled base spirit power and energy reserves 10 times that of an ordinary mage. By allocating all free attribute points from leveling into spirit, he would never lack damage or sustain, even without a weapon. Thus, the spirit bonus from weapons was merely icing on the cake for him, unlike other mages who relied heavily on it. The same applied to the bonus damage attributes from weapons. A slight increase in damage had little effect. What he desired most was the weapon's bonus attribute Spell Vamp. Spell Vamp could absorb monsters' life energy to replenish oneself, thereby restoring vitality and healing injuries. If he possessed a weapon with Spell Vamp, he could become an eternal motion machine with infinite vitality and infinite mana. Even injuries would cease to be a concern. Unfortunately, such Spell Vamp equipment was extremely rare. Obtaining it from a single dungeon boss was clearly unrealistic. Forget it, let's head back to turn in the quest first. Wang Dong didn't bother thinking further. Having something usable was already good enough. How could he demand so much? He led Yang Ping and the others through the teleportation portal, vanishing from the Black Wolf lair. When they entered, they had no teleportation scrolls, so Wang Dong had brought them in using an early recall method. When leaving, there was no such restriction. They only needed to follow him out of the portal. But after stepping out of the portal, Wang Dong was stunned. Damn, where is this? Real-life games were still somewhat different from online games. At the very least, players in reality needed to find a place to sleep. When Wang Dong exited the dungeon, it was already nearly 11 p.m. The place before his eyes was unfamiliar. He had never been here before. However, the patterns of the ground teleportation array and the surrounding people spreading out bedding in droves confirmed to him that this was also a safe zone. He casually found a middle-aged man to ask, "So this is the Yashan village mentioned in the Black Wolf lair data? Uncle, where is the teleportation master in this town? Follow this road all the way to the end and you'll see it." "Thanks. You're welcome." The middle-aged man waved his hand, watching them leave with a look of envy. These people appeared directly here, so they must have been to that dungeon, just like the soldiers earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't become a combat type awakened, or I damn well want to visit that dungeon too. Wang Dong didn't overhear the man's muttering. Leaving the spot, he headed straight for the teleportation master's location. The dungeon entrance clearly existed in reality. After exiting the dungeon, Wang Dong directly returned to the nearest safe zone. And the teleportation master, like the receptionist girl at the Job Change Temple, was just an employee of the Apocalypse game. They themselves possessed no teleportation ability. They were merely staff members guarding the teleportation arrays. Moreover, this kind of teleportation array could only send you to safe zones you had visited before. You could not teleport to unfamiliar safe zones. For example, Wang Dong had been to the north safe zone of Moda City, so he could only teleport back there from this array. Going to the south of Moda City was impossible. Other towns were even more out of the question. Besides this restriction, copper coins were also required, and the fee varied depending on the teleportation distance. Teleporting from Yashan village back to the north safe zone of Moda City, a distance of less than 100 kilometers, cost him a full 1000 copper coins. You didn't come back tonight. Upon returning to the teleportation array in the north of Moda City, Wang Dong received a message from Chen Suzhen. I should be back tomorrow. Outside, be careful. Got it. It's late now, you should go to sleep. On the other side, in the 6th floor of the boys' dormitory. Chen Suzhen looked at Wang Dong's reply. The usually strong-willed girl for some reason suddenly felt a sting in her nose and tears streamed down uncontrollably. As for Wang Dong, seeing that she didn't reply, he didn't ask further. He had Yang Ping and the others lead the way, and they traveled through the night to the job change temple. Upon reaching the temple entrance to avoid unnecessary trouble, he put away his weapon and changed into heavy armor before walking in. That black-haired girl's shift was from 4 p.m. to midnight. Seeing Wang Dong arrive, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up to greet him. Wow, you finished the job change quest so quickly, and you did it overnight. How amazing. Completing a quest overnight. Even for an ordinary class, it might not be possible even at level 15, right? Just lucky. Is it to go to the same place to turn in the quest? These staff members could only see the basic pre-apocalypse data of the player, and whether the player was qualified for the job change, they did not know the player's class or the quest they had taken. So Wang Dong didn't bother to explain the misunderstanding. Yes, follow me. The girl with high professionalism warmly led Wang Dong to the place where he had accepted the quest yesterday. The familiar room, the familiar starry crystal ball. Wang Dong pressed his hand against it, and his consciousness appeared in the vast starry sky. The job change certificate in his backpack instantly vanished. Congratulations on completing the job change quest. Detecting that your profession, elemental god, cannot be changed to another class. Starting job change. In the vast starry sky, Wang Dong's consciousness was enveloped by a mass of pitch-black energy. This black energy, like a gentle hand, caressed every inch of his skin. It was an indescribable sensation, even more comfortable than the warm currents during leveling. To indulge in this feeling, Wang Dong subconsciously closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the black energy dissipated, and Wang Dong's consciousness returned to his body. Congratulations on completing the job change. You have received the job change rewards, free attribute points 50, a basic leveling map 1. Congratulations on becoming an official player. You have obtained the elemental god's exclusive talent skill, Glory of the Mage God. Glory of the Mage God leveling speed is the mage's proudest asset. This skill allows you to maximize the advantage of a mage's leveling speed. When the total number of party members does not exceed 5, you will receive full experience from killing monsters. For every 10 levels gained, the party size limit increases by 5. A party can have at most 30 people. What the hell, I don't lose experience when partying. Seeing the exclusive skill of the elemental god at level 10, Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. Before he could think further, ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 11. You have received all attributes 5, free attribute points 20. Ding, congratulations on leveling up to level 12. You have received all attributes 5, free attribute points 20. As usual, he allocated all free attribute points to Spirit. Class Elementalist. Level 12. Experience 126,570,000. HP 670,730. Energy 14356,016,0500. Constitution 73. Strength 7010. Agility 69. Spirit 535. Since he had switched back to his previous equipment, the bonus attributes from his gear were the same as before. However, the energy value was already 16000, and leveling up required 7000 experience. The experience accumulated from killing monsters yesterday afternoon, plus the experience from the dungeon last night, directly pushed me from level 10 to level 12. After level 10, the free attribute points per level increased from 10 to 20, plus the 50 points from the job change reward. The gap in attributes before and after the job change is enormous. Awesome. Now among the monsters in the city, except for bosses and a few defensive types, I can one-shot any monster. Wang Dong completed a 5-star class change mission and successfully advanced, greatly enhancing his strength. He casually found a changing room in a shopping mall to meditate for a night, and early the next morning, he headed towards his school. That afternoon, in room 302 of the faculty dormitory at Beauties University, Qin Shiji lay on the lap of a beautiful girl while another girl was massaging him. Uncle Chun, where are they now? They've already arrived downstairs and will be up shortly. Alright, you two go out first. Qin Shiji stood up and casually said to the 2 student girls who had been attending to him. The 2 girls dared not speak much and quickly nodded. Yes, Master Qin. Before Qinzhong brought people to the school, Qin Shiji was just a wealthy second generation with some background. He had no trusted confidence of his own. Though he acted arrogantly, he dared not go too far, fearing he might capsize in the gutter. Not to mention Wang Dong, he didn't even have enough confidence in front of Tao Lin and others. But now that Uncle Chun had arrived, all his confidence had returned. Not only did he proactively tell Wang Dong that Uncle Chun wanted to see him, but he also brought along 2 girls he had slept with to the faculty dormitory for pleasure. Thump thump thump. Young master. Come in. Click. A heavily armored bodyguard pushed open the door and entered, closing the door behind him. Seeing this bodyguard, Qin Shiji frowned and said, I heard you found Jiang Man. Young master, we did find her, but she's dead. What? Dead? The heavily armored man said as he handed a fully charged phone to Qin Shiji. Qin Shiji took the phone and looked immediately feeling nauseous. Based on the information you provided, young master, we found her rental apartment and discovered her body on the bed. Judging from the condition of the body, she neither turned into a zombie nor was killed by monsters. She was tortured to death slowly by a human with a knife. Tortured to death with a knife? Yes, each cut shattered the woman's muscle tissue. The killing method was extremely brutal, as if the murderer bore a deep-seated hatred for her. Moreover, we also found this under the bed. The bodyguard hurriedly handed over a partially charged iPhone 14 with a pink female case. Qin Shiji took the iPhone 14 and looked. This is Jiang Manman's phone. Yes, based on the chat content in the phone, we have reason to suspect that the murderer is her boyfriend, Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Hearing this name, Qin Shiji was visibly stunned. He was a super wealthy second generation with many beautiful girls willingly playing with him. The two pretty student girls just now were only two of them. Apart from Zhao Qinya, whom he hadn't managed to pursue before the apocalypse, his favorite woman was Jiang Manman. She was beautiful, sensible, and had a great figure. She would never bother him unnecessarily. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, he had once thought of this woman, but his strength was limited. Even though she wasn't far away, he couldn't go to find her. After Uncle Chun arrived yesterday, he eagerly asked Uncle Chun to send people to look for her. As a result, they found her, but he never expected to receive such news. Not only is she dead, but she also had a boyfriend named Yi Feng. How could I not know? The rescue team, led by Chun Zhong, including Chun Zhong himself, totaled 10 people. They came fully armed with all sorts of equipment: cold weapons, flashlights, bulletproof vests, binoculars, etc. They had fought their way through, and naturally, they were not lacking in beginner gear. The battery of Jiang Manman's phone had been charged by them using a power bank. Because Qin Shiji had a close relationship with Jiang Manman, they knew the phone's lock screen password. Now unlocking the phone, the chat records quickly came into Qin Shiji's view. Yi Feng, where the hell have you been? Didn't we agree last night that you'd go with me to buy that LV bag today? Coming, he'll be right there. He'll give you 20 minutes. If you're not here by then, don't bother coming. Here, open the door. The apocalypse struck on May 20th at 10 a.m. The first 3 of these 4 messages were sent on May 20th at 9 a.m. The 4th was sent at 9:30 that same day. That is to say, half an hour before the apocalypse, Yi Feng was with Jiang Manman. And Jiang Manman was killed in her rental apartment before the apocalypse. Therefore, there is a 90% probability that the murderer is this guy named Yi Feng. Damn, how can this Yi Feng be so ruthless? Glancing again at the photo in the phone gallery showing Jiang Manman's body tortured beyond recognition, Qin Shiji felt nauseous once more. From these 4 messages, he could barely guess the general picture. This Jiang Manman had a boyfriend named Yi Feng, which he was unaware of. But Yi Feng seemed to have discovered her relationship with him, and thus killed Jiang Manman. Hearing the conversation between Qin Shiji and the bodyguard Chun Zhong, subconsciously picked up the phone photos on the table and started browsing. When he saw the wounds on Jiang Manman's body, he couldn't help frowning and quickly flipped through several more photos. He's not only ruthless, but also a master. Chun Zhong's voice was low. A master? No way, Uncle Chun. Hearing this, Qin Shiji was surprised. This Jiang Manman might have been a school beauty in college, but after graduation, she was just a car model in our company. A woman like her, how could she find a master as a boyfriend? And he's even a simp. Yes, from just these few messages, Qin Shiji could tell that Yi Feng was Jiang Manman's backup and simp. He even felt that Yi Feng might not have even held Jiang Manman's hand, let alone known such private things as the phone lock screen password. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong's face remained solemn. Young master, please believe me, this Yi Feng is definitely a master. Look, every one of his cuts is aimed at the most painful acupoints on the human body. Forget it, I can't look at this. Chun Zhong wanted to give Qin Shiji a lesson on human anatomy, but the sight of Jiang Manman's decaying corpse made Qin Shiji nauseous, and he quickly turned his head away. Chun Zhong gave a helpless wry smile, and was about to say something more when the system suddenly popped up a friend message. He instinctively put down the phone, greeted Qin Shiji, and told the bodyguard to leave the room. Qin Shiji casually waved his hand, not really caring. After a moment, Chun Zhong's brow furrowed again. Uncle Chun, what's wrong? The team sent to rescue the madam has been trapped on the way by an orc legion and can't break free in the short term. Mr. Qin wants us to see if we can send someone to look for the madam first. Then just go. But Yu Liang's team hasn't arrived yet. If we split the current team, we won't be able to maintain sufficient combat strength and might be unable to handle unexpected situations. Then what should we do? Thump thump. The room door was knocked again. Master Qin, that Wang Dong is here. Oh, the class change big shot is back. Hearing Wang Dong's name, Qin Shiji's eyes lit up. Hurry, let him in. Wang Dong currently lacked area effect skills. However, having already advanced to level 12, his spellcasting speed was fast, and his damage was exceptionally high. As a result, his movement speed was slightly faster than yesterday. Yet since his own level exceeded the monsters by 10 levels, each kill only yielded 1 experience point, and killing level 1 or 2 monsters no longer gave him any experience. Therefore his level remained at 12. On the way he received a message from Qin Shiji, and without having time to find the earlier woman with the pale legs hurried back. After returning, he tossed his backpack to Cui Liangping and the others on the 3rd floor, and came directly here. Wang Dong, you're finally back. Come, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Chun whom I told you about. Uncle Chun, this is Wang Dong. After Wang Dong entered and closed the door, Qin Shiji immediately made the introductions. Seeing the well-trained bodyguards, Wang Dong couldn't help but marvel at the power of these wealthy families. Training bodyguards to such a level was something ordinary families could not achieve. Chen Zhong stared at Wang Dong and spoke coldly. You are Wang Dong. His tone was harsh, carrying a hint of condescension. If it had been before, Wang Dong would have felt intimidated when facing a manager from such a prominent family. But now, even without his weapon, his reaction speed, based on 530 spirit points, was still formidable. Even though he was only a mage, he was confident he could exchange a few moves with Chen Zhong at close range. So, Uncle, any advice? Wang Dong's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, completely devoid of the timidness of a lowly underling. Chen Zhong paid no attention and continued staring into Wang Dong's eyes. I heard from the young master that you not only awakened a hidden class, but also completed the class advancement quest with just 2 people. Exactly. What about the other young man, Wu Bing? He went home after completing his class advancement. Wang Dong lied casually. The monsters in the city gave too little experience. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he had only 2 choices. Either find a location with higher level monsters or grind dungeons. Earlier on the way back, Wang Dong had calculated that on the 2nd day after his awakening, excluding rest time, he had spent about 10 hours leveling. Because of the thick fog, finding monsters also took time, so his average experience per hour was only around 4400 points. That was equivalent to 110 level 4 monsters. Although dungeons also required finding monsters, and elite monsters were harder to kill, he could kill about 80 monsters per hour, earning around 330 experience points. Therefore, whether for leveling up or farming equipment, dungeons were far faster than the outside world. However, that class advancement dungeon required an entry token to enter. If Wang Dong wanted to go in a second time, he could only team up with players who had accepted the dungeon's class advancement quest. To avoid affecting his ability to team up with others, he had to make Wu Bing disappear from public view. Went home. Chen Zhong was momentarily stunned, but then didn't suspect anything. That's right. After gaining enough strength, one should go find their family. My name is Chen Zhong. You are the young master's friend. From now on, just call me Uncle Chun, like the young master does. Chen Zhong put away his cold expression. The act of introducing himself was a recognition of Wang Dong's status. Wang Dong also stopped putting on airs. Okay, Uncle Chun. Chen Zhong nodded. Although I don't know what your family did before, if you are truly willing to work for the Qin family, as the young master said, I can assure you that the Qin family will never treat you poorly. Another empty promise. But although it was a hollow promise, it sounded much more pleasant than before. Thank you for your recognition, Uncle Chun. Men like Chen Zhong were veterans of the world and disliked hearing grandiose flattery. So Wang Dong didn't say any flattering words like being willing to go through fire and water for the Qin family. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Zhong nodded slightly. Alright, then you go back first. Uncle Chen, why not let Wang Dong help rescue my mother? Chen Zhong was about to tell Wang Dong to go rest, when Qin Shiji suddenly spoke. Hearing this before Chen Zhong could react, Wang Dong frowned. Let me rescue your mother. What's going on? Oh, it's like this. Seeming to see Wang Dong's confusion, Qin Shiji quickly explained. A few minutes later, Wang Dong had a general idea. The rescue team sent by Qin Guangyao to save Qin Shiji's mother was trapped in a hotel by over 1,000 orc soldiers. They dared not act rashly, and could only have Chen Zhong send people to search first. Chen Zhong's team, after all, were flesh and blood, not like Wu Bing and his group, who were unafraid of death. If the team was split up, they would face a shortage of combat power and risk casualties. It might even fail to bring Qin Shiji back. Therefore, in Yifeng's storyline, Chen Zhong did not leave Qin Shiji immediately to search for his mother. Instead, he waited until the follow-up troops were about to arrive before preparing to split forces to rescue her. However, before the follow-up troops arrived, Yifeng wiped them all out. As for Qin Shiji's mother, Yifeng's storyline did not elaborate much. Wang Dong only knew that her name was Yi Qianro. After the Qin family's downfall, Yifeng once encountered her by chance. At that time, she who should have been the glorious mistress of the Qin family had been tormented by other high-level players beyond recognition. When Yifeng saw her in that state, he didn't bother with her anymore. How about it, Brother Dong? Just do a favor for your buddy. Qin Shiji patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and called him Brother Dong again. Seeing this, Chen Zhong quickly spoke up to remind him. Young master, this form of address is inappropriate. He didn't say it was inappropriate to let Wang Dong rescue people, but rather that calling him Brother Dong was unsuitable. Come on, you are the young master of the Qin family, the future helmsman. And now you are calling a subordinate Brother Dong. How improper is that? But Qin Shiji understood Chen Zhong's meaning and didn't care much. What's inappropriate? Brother Dong is 2 months older than me. What's wrong with calling him brother? Besides, he saved me before. Well, fine. Chen Zhong was left speechless by Qin Shiji's words and could only sigh helplessly. Wang Dong, what do you think? Without that self-healing warrior named Wu Bing, can you complete this mission? I have no problem with it. Anyway, there's no better place to level up right now. But I don't know Mrs. Qin. As a wealthy man in the magic capital, Qin Guangyao could often be seen on TV. But as for Yi Qianro, Wang Dong truly had no memory of her. Even in Yi Feng's storyline, there was only a brief textual description, no photos or anything. It's fine. Although we haven't brought the latest information either, I can send 2 people to go with you. When Yu Liang's follow-up troops arrive, I'll send additional reinforcements. They won't hold me back, will they? Hearing this, Chen Zhong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was the first time he had seen someone dare to question the strength of the Qin family's bodyguards. But on second thought, this kid had already successfully changed class, so he seemed to have the right to question. Don't worry. One is a knight, and the other a priest. Although they don't have the endurance of a self-healing warrior, their combat ability is definitely not lacking. If you really encounter a life-threatening danger, you can abandon them directly. When necessary, they would also abandon him, right? Wang Dong smiled, but didn't mind. After all, his own trump cards were very powerful. Even if 1 or 2 people were to die, it would never be him. Then it's settled. Thanks, Brother Dong. You're welcome. By the way, Brother Dong, did you kill Liao Jun and the others before you left school yesterday morning? They tried to kill me first, so No need to explain. Uncle Chen already said that even if it's the apocalypse now, or even in peacetime, if you killed them, the Qin family could help you make a big deal small. After saying this, Qin Shiji proudly patted Wang Dong on the shoulder. How about that? Brother Dong, it's the right choice to follow me, right? Indeed. And that Deng Yuding, don't you want to sleep with her? Huh. Don't be shy. That woman is indeed good looking. For a normal man, it's normal to want to sleep with her. After saying this with a laugh, Qin Shiji paused, then pretended to be mysterious and leaned close to Wang Dong's ear, whispering, I'll tell you a secret. Go directly to room 602 in this teacher's dormitory building later. I've already sent someone to arrange everything for you. Holy crap, really? Why would I lie to you? Have you used it? How is that possible? You know I like Zhao Qinya. Heh. Seeing the 2 young men like this, Chen Zhong smiled helplessly. Indeed, only young people have common topics. Wang Dong, go up and rest first. They'll have my subordinates meet you tomorrow morning. Okay. Wang Dong nodded, turned around, opened the door, and went upstairs directly. After Wang Dong went upstairs, Chen Zhong smiled and looked at Qin Shiji. Hey, young master, you've really found a treasure this time. Youth with talent are not to be feared. What truly worries one is youth without weaknesses. Wang Dong's awakened ability was extremely powerful. If he were a tough nut, impervious to both soft and hard measures, and excelled in both character and study, the speaker would have little recourse. But now Wang Dong not only lacked any background, but his awakened ability was more oriented toward monster slaying. Most importantly, he was so interested in women. If the Qin family could exploit these weaknesses, Wang Dong would undoubtedly become a sharp blade for them. Thus, even Chen Zhong, who was usually taciturn, couldn't help but praise Qin Shiji. Hearing Chen Zhong's praise, Qin Shiji looked smug. Of course, after all these years of exposure, even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run, right? Haha, the young master is right. On the other side, Wang Dong, however, didn't care about what Qin Shiji and Chen Zhong thought. After all, the relationship between an employee and the boss was just a cooperative one. As long as he worked smoothly and received a satisfactory salary, everything was fine. But if he was unhappy, then sorry, quitting the job was the least of it. The teacher's dormitory building had only 2 suites per floor. Arriving at 602, Wang Dong directly raised his hand and knocked on the door. He had kept Deng Yuding solely for his own release. Since Qin Shiji had prepared everything, why not take advantage? Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman's cautious voice sounded. Wang Dong felt a bit puzzled but still replied, I am Wang Dong. Click. The door opened, and a female bodyguard in light armor appeared before Wang Dong. She wasn't particularly attractive, but her short hair was very neat. The short-haired female bodyguard sized up Wang Dong expressionlessly before speaking indifferently. So you are Wang Dong. Well, would anyone impersonate me? Please come in. The female bodyguard didn't hesitate much, but remained impassive. However, after she opened the door and let Wang Dong in, she actually left and closed the door behind her. And she didn't go far, just stood straight at the dormitory entrance. Wang Dong paid her no attention as he was already stunned by the scene before him. The teacher's dormitory was naturally cleaner than the student dormitories. Now not only was it clean and tidy, but the air also carried a faint scent of perfume. By the bedside sat a fair-skinned girl with bunny ears, wearing fishnet stockings and a low-cut top. Seeing Wang Dong enter, she quickly trotted over, knelt before him, and handed him a pair of slippers. Master, please change your shoes. The pale cleavage was faintly visible, making Wang Dong exclaim repeatedly. Tisk tisk, these rich people really know how to have fun. Deng Yuding was originally a mage player, but she had clearly followed the wrong person. Her biggest mistake was not eliminating Wang Dong once and for all. As a result, Wang Dong successfully awakened and counterattacked, killing 4 of the 5 in her party, leaving only her alive. When Qin Shiji learned of this, even he, no matter how dense, knew that Wang Dong had designs on her. So today, with a grand gesture, he had 2 bodyguards bring Deng Yuding to this teacher's dormitory and instructed the female bodyguard to help her bathe, dress, and tidy the room. Satisfy Wang Dong, and you might truly find a way to survive. That was Qin Shiji's exact words to her. If it had been before yesterday, Qin Shiji's words might not have carried such authority. She had also considered seeking help from other major forces. But after Qin Zhong brought his people yesterday, Qin Shiji became the most powerful force in this school. To survive, she, with the help of the female bodyguard, washed herself thoroughly and sprayed some perfume on her body. This bottle of Chanel perfume was a gift from her sycophant Feng Zhou before the apocalypse, which now became her means to please Wang Dong. Wang Dong had originally planned to take a shower and then study the gains from the past 2 days before doing anything else. But seeing her in fishnet stockings showing off her fair legs and looking so frightened, how could he hold back? He skipped the shower, directly changed into slippers, and lay down on the sofa. Come over here. Deng Yuding timidly walked up to Wang Dong and knelt respectfully on both knees. Wang Dong confirmed again. Has Qin Shiji touched you? No. Very good. Having said that, Wang Dong removed all his heavy armor, grabbed Deng Yuding by the hair, and pushed her down. Wang Dong had returned to the school around 4 in the afternoon. Qin Zhong would not have allowed him to set out to find someone at that time. So he stayed in teacher's dormitory 602 for over 2 hours before coming downstairs, slowly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. For this gold-digging woman who, like himself, enjoyed bullying others, he showed no pity. The entire process was brutal. Damn, I should have been looking for a boss to farm at this time, but instead I wasted the whole afternoon on that woman. Indeed, a gentlewoman's boudoir is a hero's grave. Brother Dong, congratulations. Transferred profession, big shot, please carry me. Brother Dong, please accept my worship. As soon as he returned to his dormitory, Cui Liangping and the others showered him with flattery. They had added Wang Dong as a friend so naturally they knew he had successfully changed his profession. Earlier, when Wang Dong returned, he had thrown his bag to them and gone straight to find Qin Shiji, so they hadn't found a chance to flatter him. Now, stop the flattery. By the way, what levels are you all at? How can we compare to Brother Dong? Exactly, I'm exhausted every day and am only at level 5.5. Me too, barely reached level 6. That's good enough. Leveling slower allows you to get more novice equipment. Wang Dong teased. For an ordinary 10-person team, leveling from 1 to 2 requires killing 1,000 level 1 monsters, while Wang Dong solo only needs to kill 100. So theoretically, ordinary teams can obtain more novice equipment. However, the more people there are, the more equipment they need, so ordinary people just have strength in numbers and find it easier to gather a set suited for their class. Want more equipment? That requires time in exchange. Who would want novice equipment? I'd rather level up faster. Exactly, Brother Dong is speaking without feeling the pain. You guys chat, I'm going back to rest. Take care, Brother Dong. Wang Dong waved his hand without looking back. After physical enhancement, the internal organs naturally strengthen. But since combat-type players need to fight monsters, Wang Dong didn't spend too long with Deng Yuding. A bedmate was not trustworthy, so he naturally wouldn't stay overnight there. Returning to his own dormitory, Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door of Chun Sujin next door. He had brought this girl back, and it seemed inappropriate to completely ignore her. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Hearing the knock, Chun Sujin's voice sounded a bit nervous. It's me, Wang Dong. Hearing it was Wang Dong, Chun Sujin was momentarily stunned, then quickly opened the door. White shirt, jeans, still so plainly dressed. Brother Dong. After the previous night together, Chun Sujin had grown a bit closer to Wang Dong and followed the others in calling him Brother Dong. Wang Dong didn't stand on ceremony, walking straight in and sitting on the bed. Has anyone bullied you these 2 days? Chun Sujin silently closed the door and shook her head slightly. No. Is there enough food? Enough. Sit down, don't just stand there stupidly. Wang Dong motioned to her, then ignored her and turned his attention to his newly learned skill. Mage Skill Book, Sand Trap, Advanced Earth-type skill for mages, learnable at LV10. Turns the target area into loose sand, slowing enemies by approximately 30 movement speed. Attack range 10 points of spirit power equals 1 meter. Sand Trap radius 100 points of spirit power equals 1 meter. Note this skill can only be used on relatively dry land, ineffective on water, snow, metal, and other surfaces. With my current spirit power without a weapon, my attack range is 53 meters. Sand Trap radius is 3 meters. That seems acceptable. No matter how strong one's strength, one needs to borrow force to run. This skill can not only be used to kite monsters, but also to prevent warriors and assassins from charging in. No matter how strong one's strength, one needs to borrow force to run. This skill can not only be used to kite monsters, but also to prevent warriors and assassins from charging in. When Wang Dong defeated the dungeon boss, the Black Nest Wolf King, he obtained 6 transparent orbs. These transparent orbs were consumable items, and skill books were also among the consumables. Thus, among the 6 orbs, aside from a bottle of primary mental potion and 3 bottles of primary healing potions, there were also 2 skill books. The Assassin skill book Thrust and the Mage skill book Sand Trap. Both of these skill books could only be learned after reaching level 10. As for the fate points, Lei Xiong and the others did not appear in Yifeng's storyline, nor were they teammates with Tang Yuanfeng. So there were no fate points. That is to say, resurrecting Yang Ping cost 100 points, binding Qin Shiji cost 100 points, and Zhao Qinya's part cost 200 points. Wang Dong only had a total of 400 points. Even after midnight, he would only have 500 points. Forget it, I'll just keep it for now. Wang Dong muttered to himself. I just don't believe my luck is always this bad. In reality, mages during the early stages of leveling up weren't actually much faster than warriors. The reason they appeared faster was because they were ranged attackers, making hunting monsters safer. Taking less damage than warriors naturally saved them time on healing. The period when mages truly pulled ahead of warriors in leveling speed was after they learned area effect skills in the mid to late game. In the Apocalypse game, mages generally needed to be at least level 20 to learn area effect skills. Taking less damage than warriors naturally saved them time on healing. The period when mages truly pulled ahead of warriors in leveling speed was after they learned area effect skills in the mid to late game. In the Apocalypse game, mages generally needed to be at least level 20 to learn area effect skills. Therefore, using the basic lottery when the initial skills were sufficient was not very meaningful. After researching his own skills and equipment, Wang Dong chatted a few words with Qin Suzhen. This girl had a natural sense of inferiority and didn't like to talk much. In Yifeng's storyline, there wasn't much information about Qin Suzhen either. Aside from the fact that she was reasonably good-looking, was bullied by other girls upon her appearance, and committed suicide not long after there was nothing else. The night before last, Wang Dong hadn't communicated much with her. However, since he had nothing to do today, Wang Dong asked a few more questions. You said, your parents divorced. They divorced when I was 2 years old. Perhaps out of gratitude to Wang Dong, or perhaps because she had been lonely for too long. Under Wang Dong's persistent questioning, Qin Suzhen told him her life story in full detail. She was a girl from a mountain village. Her parents divorced when she was 2, and within a few months both of them formed new families. In the Xiaguo of this world, the preference for sons over daughters was far more severe than on Earth, and this phenomenon was particularly common in mountain villages. Under such a patriarchal atmosphere, Qin Suzhen was like an extra burden. Her parents were indifferent to her. After living with her mother for 2 years, she was sent to her father. After living with her father for a few months, she was sent back to her hometown. From the age of 4 or 5, she lived with her grandmother. The tuition for elementary and middle school was only given after her grandmother begged her father several times. Because of her family background, she was bullied by classmates in elementary school, called a child without parents. This fostered her inferiority and withdrawn personality. She kept everything bottled up inside because she knew no one would stand up for her. High school and college, she barely managed to get through with generous scholarships, her own work study, and the support of a kind-hearted person. So your only living relative now is your grandmother? No. When mentioning her grandmother, Qin Suzhen's tears instantly welled up from her eyes. My grandmother. On the morning of the apocalypse, she had already. The steamed buns and pickled vegetables in that canvas bag were brought by her grandmother when she came to visit her. The moment she took that cloth bag from her grandmother, the apocalypse arrived. This was also the reason why she cherished the food in that canvas bag so much earlier in the girls' restroom. Qin Suzhen still remembered how her grandmother desperately urged her to run away before she died. Sorrow, helplessness, despair. Just like me, an orphan. After listening to Qin Suzhen's story, Wang Dong remained silent. He had seen a reflection of himself in Qin Suzhen earlier, but he really hadn't expected her background to be like this. Watching one's only relative die tragically before one's eyes. Even he had never experienced that. Dong. Brother Dong. Can I follow you from now on? Am very diligent, or I can make tea and pour water for you, do laundry, and cook. I promise I won't hold you back. After finishing her story, Qin Suzhen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her gaze toward Wang Dong was filled with pleading. This was also the most she had spoken since Wang Dong met her. Qin Suzhen was not yet 19 years old. After her grandmother died, she became a solitary orphan. Already deeply insecure, she lacked the courage to survive alone in this cruel apocalypse. In the original storyline, Yifeng's appearance gave her hope to live, making her feel that there were still good people in this world. However, Yifeng's cold-bloodedness disappointed her. The disappointment after hope turned directly into despair, which was why she chose to end her life after being bullied once again. Now Wang Dong's appearance replaced Yifeng's position, so she placed her last thread of hope on Wang Dong. Hearing Qin Suzhen's words, Wang Dong did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment, then looked up into her eyes. Actually, with your figure and looks, you could easily find a man to rely on and live a good life. Qin Suzhen's hair had been cut by those girls before, but her bangs still covered half her face. Wang Dong still couldn't see her features. However, from the original story, he knew that she shouldn't be too bad-looking. But their intentions are impure, Qin Suzhen said timidly. She was already insecure in college. Not only was she bullied by Huang Zhejier and others, but she was also once almost drugged and sold by her roommate. So she had a scale of her own in her heart. Wang Dong wanted to deny that he was a good person, but facing Qin Suzhen, whose circumstances were even worse than his own, he simply couldn't find any reason to refuse. Huff, all right. Wang Dong let out a long breath. It's fine if you want to follow me, but not now. And your weakness is definitely not acceptable. I'm busy these 2 days as well. Once this period is over, I'll teach you how to survive in this apocalypse. That's it. You rest while I'll head back now. Having said that, Wang Dong didn't say anything more and simply got up and left the dormitory. Qin Suzhen was neither the heroine nor a female villain. However, Wang Dong still decided to give her some proper lessons in a couple of days. Qin Suzhen, inherently self-conscious and socially anxious, found no boredom in staying alone in the dormitory without companionship. Yet upon seeing Wang Dong rise to leave, she yearned to ask him to stay to sleep across from her for the night. However, as someone never adept at articulating her thoughts, how could she utter such words? She could only watch helplessly as Wang Dong closed the door. Returning to his own dormitory, Wang Dong paid no heed to other matters. Instead, he first checked the junk he had auctioned earlier. Unsurprisingly, everything had been sold. With over 20,000 copper coins from the auction plus the coins earned from grinding monsters, his total now exceeded 30,000 copper coins. Falcon longbow, bronze, fine iron leg guards, black iron. They'll find time to deal with these items. After saying this, Wang Dong stood up, took a basin, and went to the bathroom to wash using water magic. Upon returning to the dormitory, he sat on the bed and began to meditate. The night passed without incident. The next morning, just after 5, the sky was barely light, and the thick fog gradually dissipated. By 7 o'clock sharp, the dense mist had completely vanished. The fog is gone. Haha, it's really gone. Damn, finally we don't have to fight monsters cautiously. Hey, why are there so many monsters outside? Holy crap, they're attacking. Quick, get on alert. Wake them up, damn it. Stop sleeping, get up now. The monsters are charging in. Cries of alarm erupted among the human survivors. Humans in the apocalypse never slept deeply anyway, and upon hearing these shouts they scrambled out of their slumber. The thick fog would dissipate 7 days after the apocalypse began. This was information from the fate change system unknown to ordinary people. Now with the daylight, human survivors were initially delighted to see the retreating fog and restored vision. But they soon discovered that the monsters too had regained their sight. Moreover, the number of monsters in the fog was several times greater than what they usually encountered. Goblins, halforcs, zombies, mutated beasts, and various flying creatures in the sky. As far as the eye could see, they were countless, dense, and overwhelming. Driven by hunger, they relentlessly assaulted human buildings, ramming, pounding, climbing. Swish, swish. Thump, thump. 5 kilometers from Moda University, a young man clad in green chainmail armor wielding 2 short swords was engaged in battle with these monsters. Holding the short swords in reverse grip, if the number of monsters was small, he would charge in and slay them. If too many, he would avoid their edge and pick them off one by one. His running speed and sword strokes were exceptionally fast. Each swing nearly claimed a monster's life. Whether it was a goblin, a zombie, or a mutated beast, they almost all fell to a single strike. Only the thick-skinned halforcs could withstand a few more blows. The day the thick fog completely disperses, the monsters will riot. Yifeng, having swiftly dispatched 2 goblin warriors, hid behind a wall and curled his lips into a cold smile. Though the rioting monsters are numerous, the chaos only lasts an hour, and killing low-level monsters suffers no experience decay. So this riot is a nightmare for ordinary players, but for high-level players, it's an excellent training ground. Besides, after the fog lifts, the Qin family's guards are bound to let their vigilance slip. With this thought, Yifeng clenched his fists. Despite his formidable combat prowess before the apocalypse, he had been just an ordinary employee in a small company. Feng Xiaolong, however, was not only the strongest among the Qin family's guards, but also one of the future 10 battle gods of the Xia Kingdom. Thus, if both were in their initial states, even with 10 years of apocalyptic combat experience, Yifeng could never defeat Feng Xiaolong and the Qin family's numerous bodyguards. To seek revenge, Yifeng had to first raise his skills and level. Leveraging his past life experience and combat power, he was now ahead of Feng Xiaolong. Moreover, with the expanded field of view, the Qin family's guards would become less alert than before. Therefore, the night after the fog dissipated was the perfect time for his vengeance. Meanwhile, as Yifeng began moving toward the Qin family's residence at the Moda University male dormitory area, many humans have been found here. So much delicious food. The scent of human women is intoxicating. The goblins, in a language unintelligible to humans, shrieked, roared, and bellowed as they mercilessly swung their weapons at the humans they encountered. Faced with the overwhelming flood of monsters, human players could only rely on their armor and weapons to fight desperately. Damn it, kill them. Don't let them in. Quick, close the door. Fortunately, the defensive power of the armor was not poor and the concrete buildings provided decent resistance. Otherwise, even with their elevated levels, the players would have suffered heavy casualties. Who was having the easiest time killing monsters now? Undoubtedly Wang Dong. His shortest range magic attack was the initial skill Fireball. This skill had no growth attributes with a maximum attack range of only 30 meters. However, the distance from the 6th floor to the ground was merely about 15 meters. Thus, he could simply stand on the 6th floor balcony and continuously bombard the monsters below, easily dispatching them. At this moment in Wang Dong's own dormitory, Yang Ping Wu Bing and others were poised for action. On the balcony of Chun Suzan's dormitory, for her safety, Wang Dong had turned that balcony into a turret position and formed a team with Xiao Yong and the others. Team formation provided team protection, whether using game weapons or skills. Attacks on teammates caused no real damage. Moreover, the Elemental God's talent skill after level 10 was Glory of the Mage God. As long as the team size did not exceed 5, killing monsters yielded full experience. Thus, teaming up was highly suitable for Wang Dong. The team members, Chui Liangping, Xiao Yong, Tian Hongwei, and Tao Lin, would not hinder his leveling speed. With a flick of his hand, he cast sand trap on the ground at the dormitory entrance, transforming a large area of concrete into sand. As the monsters' feet sank into the sand, their movement slowed, greatly reducing the pressure on the players. Wang Dong raised his green jade staff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs rained down one after another into the crowd of monsters below. One skill killed a monster instantly. Even the thick-skinned Halfrek warriors could not withstand a single fireball's scorching heat. For Wang Dong to need a second fireball, the monster would have to be a level 7 or above tank type. Successfully killed Mutant Poodle LV4, gained EXP 40, Copper Coins 12. Successfully killed Goblin Soldier LV3, gained EXP 30. Successfully killed Half-Orc Axe Fighter LV7, gained EXP 70. Successfully killed Half-Orc Spear Thrower LV8, gained EXP 80 Copper Coins 2. Watching the monsters fall one by one, a smile spread across Wang Dong's face. No experience decay when killing monsters in a team. Extremely satisfying. Too bad I can't learn an area effect skill, yet group killing would be even more thrilling. Holy crap, Sand Trap. That's a skill mages learn at level 10. Dong is awesome. Experience rising so fast. Truly worthy of Dong. This is the power of an elementalist. Terrifying. Wang Dong marveled while the players in the same dormitory building were astonished. Especially his 4 teammates on the balcony below. Previously, with the thick fog, they could hardly perceive the speed at which Wang Dong cast skills. Now they saw it clearly and felt it profoundly. While an ordinary mage could release a basketball-sized fireball, Wang Dong would have already unleashed 3 fireballs, each a meter in diameter. With such disparity, their combat capabilities were simply incomparable. Even Shin Suzhen, who was not a combat class, could easily discern the difference between Wang Dong and other mages. He is truly formidable. While Wang Dong marveled, the players in the same dormitory building were astonished. Especially his 4 teammates on the balcony below. Previously, with the thick fog, they could hardly perceive the speed at which Wang Dong cast skills. Now they saw it clearly and felt it profoundly. While an ordinary mage could release a basketball-sized fireball, Wang Dong would have already unleashed 3 fireballs, each a meter in diameter. With such disparity, their combat capabilities were simply incomparable. Even Shin Suzhen, who was not a combat class, could easily discern the difference between Wang Dong and other mages. He is truly formidable. The weapons of mages are divided into 4 types: short stave spellbooks, dharma rings, and banner staves. The level's last digit restricts the equipable level, which happens to be 2, 4, 6, and 8. For weapons of the same level, the higher the level's last digit, the more spiritual power they generally provide. However, the exact amount of attribute points added by a weapon, as well as its additional effects, are entirely a matter of luck. For instance, a bronze weapon for mages typically increases spiritual power by 41 to 80 points. But a level 12 bronze short staff is not necessarily inferior to a level 14 bronze spellbook. The main differences among these weapons lie in their appearance and additional effects. Different weapons give different feels to each user. Some believe that wielding a spellbook truly defines a mage, while others find the dharma ring more aesthetically pleasing. Everyone chooses their weapon based on personal preference. Wang Dong personally favors the short staff. Though it lacks prestige, it is light, handy, and very convenient to use. The green jade staff is a short staff similar to the novice wand, only smoother and more exquisite. The straight short staff is thinner at the bottom and thicker at the top, with its tip entirely composed of emerald green jade. Watching Wang Dong attack monsters with the green jade staff, Chen Suzhen felt a genuine sense of security, despite the oddness of seeing him cast spells in heavy armor. Unfortunately, Wang Dong had no time to pay her any attention. He noticed that the monsters downstairs were not endless either. Although there were indeed far more monsters than usual, and they charged toward human buildings where living beings were present, eliminating the need to actively seek them out. But after he had killed over 300 monsters, the number of charging monsters significantly decreased. Damn, I finally get experience from low-level monsters, and you give me just this. Barely enough to fill my teeth. Hey, you guys downstairs, dare to charge out with me? Why not? Hell yeah, Donggu, I've been waiting for you to say that. Haha, follow Donggu, and you won't stumble. Great, grab your weapons, and follow me. He quickly pushed open the door, and on the 6th floor corridor, many goblins had already appeared. Although Wang Dong attacked swiftly, and there were other players in the dormitory, building the sheer number of monsters made it impossible for players from just one building to clear them all. Some slip-through was inevitable. A few goblin warriors, upon seeing Wang Dong exit, simultaneously lunged at him. But before they could reach him, they were smashed into pulp by the flying stone spell, their green limbs shattered, and their green blood splattering everywhere. Occasionally one or two managed to get close, only to be kicked away by Wang Dong, and then finished off with a fireball. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Dong single-handedly cleared the entire 6th floor corridor. Seeing him about to leave with his staff, Chen Suzhen quickly called out, "Donggu, be careful." Got it. After conveying an order for Yang Ping and the others to follow, Wang Dong waved his hand without looking back. By now most players had acquired 2 or 3 pieces of novice armor. Wearing identical game equipment, they were indistinguishable at a glance, so it was perfectly fine for Yang Ping and the others to fight monsters mixed in with the crowd. As long as the two teams were within 500 meters of each other, Wang Dong's team could absorb all the experience from Yang Ping's kills. Kill them all. Damn, you've got some nerve. Husky, go bite them. Healer, heal me quickly. Seeing the number of monsters decreasing and the astonishing combat prowess of Wang Dong and Yang Ping's squad, other players grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the dormitories. Admittedly, with clearer visibility, the players' fear had significantly diminished. With powerful players leading the charge, more and more dared to leave their rooms. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 13. You have gained all attributes 5, free attribute points 20. An hour later, monster experience had returned to normal, but their numbers had become even fewer than before the fog lifted. Looking around, they were sparse and barely visible. In that hour, Wang Dong had led his team to kill over 1,000 monsters, obtaining quite a few novice equipment pieces and over 60,000 experience points. Combined with the experience gained on the way back yesterday, these points allowed him to smoothly advance to level 13. Yang Ping reached level 11, Wu Bing and Mao Nian reached level 10. Even Shui, Liangping, Tao Lin, and the others were forcefully boosted to nearly level 7. Fortunately, the intense and thrilling battles kept them from noticing the abnormal growth of their experience. He quickly glanced at his system panel. Level 13 to 14 required 800 experience. He then checked other details. Originally, the university had over 20,000 students, but the surviving combat-type players numbered at least 3,000. Now the lawns, pathways, and playgrounds were filled with leveling parties, making monsters seem like a rare commodity. Indeed, it was the unknown that was most terrifying. Earlier, the apocalypse had struck suddenly, and the thick fog had obscured vision, so players dared not roam freely, fearing they might encounter a monster horde and be wiped out. Now that visibility was restored and players' levels and equipment had improved, it was ironic that there were more players than monsters in the game. I'd better go to work. Since these monsters yielded little experience, Wang Dong saw no need to compete with other players. After greeting Tao Lin and the others, he left the party. He mentally commanded Yang Ping and the rest to enter an empty dormitory, and then recalled them quickly walking toward the direction of Qin Shiji. With the fog gone and visibility clear, given his current combat strength, Wang Dong no longer needed to be as cautious as before. He could start attacking monsters from 30 meters away. What monster could get close to him? He proceeded along the road. Before Wang Dong even reached the teacher's dormitory building, he spotted Chen Zhong and his group. Qin Shiji also saw Wang Dong and laughed as he walked over to tease him. Haha, Donggu is truly formidable. After all that monster onslaught, you're as composed as ever. I'm a mage, Wang Dong emphasized. Mages fight from a distance, consuming little stamina. That's the advantage of a ranged class. Now that the fog has cleared, safety should be much higher. Without wasting time, Qin Shiji gestured to the two men beside him. Come, Donggu, let me introduce you to the two teammates for this mission. Wang Dong glanced in the direction Qin Shiji pointed. Both were stalwart men in heavy armor, well-trained bodyguards. After introductions, he learned their names and classes. Yue, a knight. Li Liang, a priest. Hello. Hello. After exchanging greetings, Yue immediately formed a party. Ding, player Qin, family guard 26 invites you to join the party. Accept, project. Yue, a knight. Li Liang, a priest. Hello. Hello. After exchanging greetings, Yue immediately formed a party. Ding, player Qin, family guard 26 invites you to join the party. Accept, project. Just as Wang Dong was about to set off with the two, Qin Shiji called him back. Were you partying with Tao Lin and the others? Yeah. Damn, why did you take them, but not me? Partying can only be done face-to-face. You didn't sleep in the dorm last night. Then party with me now. They'll go with you to save my mother. Hearing this, Chen Zhong immediately objected. Young master, no. Outside is extremely dangerous. Even if we must leave the school, we should. What's so dangerous? What danger could there be with Dong Go? But, it's settled. Yue am leaving the party. Invite me quickly. Ahem. Wang Dong coughed dryly. You'd better listen to Uncle Chun. I can't take you with me now. Can't take me. What do you mean? Dong, are you not giving me face? Or do you have some prejudice against me? Of course not. I'm level 13 now. Killing monsters in the city gives me almost no experience. Qinzhong. Qin Shiji. The bodyguards. 13. Level 13. Wang Dong's words undoubtedly shattered everyone's composure. Especially Qinzhong, the bodyguard behind Qin Shiji. With his formidable combat prowess, he was only at level 9 or so, yet Wang Dong, a poor student with no martial arts foundation or background, had already reached level 13. What the hell is going on? Didn't he just successfully complete his job transfer yesterday? Well, Uncle Chin, I have some information I forgot to mention yesterday. Seeming to read the doubt in everyone's minds, Wang Dong quickly explained the matter of the job transfer dungeon. After listening to Wang Dong's account, Qinzhong narrowed his eyes. You mean the experience in the job transfer dungeon is 5 times that of the outside? As long as someone obtains an entry token, they can bring others in to level up quickly. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Dungeons are divided into many types: experience dungeons, gold dungeons, PvP dungeons, welfare dungeons, and dungeons specifically for farming equipment and materials. But these dungeons are not something you can enter whenever you want. They either have strict level restrictions, strict time limits, unfixed entrance locations, or require tokens for entry. Aside from obtaining tokens from the job transfer quest, they can also be acquired from defeating monsters and from chests in some welfare dungeons. Needless to say, welfare dungeons also require luck. As for monster hunting, it must be monsters above level 10. Although these monsters do not drop equipment, they drop some quest items and consumable props. Like welfare dungeons, there is no specific probability of whether you get them or not, depends entirely on luck. Some people can get them after killing a few dozen monsters, while others might not see any even after killing tens of thousands. Although Qinzhong did not know how many monsters were in the dungeon or how difficult it was, Wang Dong teaming up with Wu Bing was equivalent to the combination of 2 professions with the least technical skill. By monopolizing the dungeon experience plus the 1 hour this morning, it was entirely possible to reach level 13. Very good, this information is very useful. They'll send it back right away and have them open the road to Yashan village. Qinzhong was only a little over level 9 and had not yet been to the job transfer dungeon. Even if someone reached level 10, those who could receive the same 5-star job transfer quest were extremely rare. So this news was still very useful for the Qin family at present. As for Wang Dong, collecting tokens and farming dungeons on his own was nowhere near as fast as having the entire Qin family help gather them. After they collected the tokens, he would then lead them to level up. Both sides win-win, okay. But in that case, young master. Qinzhong let out a long breath and looked at Qin Shiji. You'll have to stay with us. When a team of people parties up to hunt monsters and level up, the monster experience is calculated based on the highest level person in the team. Given Wang Dong's current level, joining any team would yield no experience from killing level 3 monsters, and the experience from killing monsters level 8 and below would be halved. Moreover, the monsters in the city were mostly below level 5 or 6, and there weren't particularly many level 8 or 9 monsters. Qin Shiji teaming up with Wang Dong would hardly get any experience. Alright. Qin Shiji couldn't help muttering inwardly, I don't know how you level up so fast. But Dong, we've agreed. Once you become awesome, you have to take me leveling. Of course. If it were before, Wang Dong would never have agreed so readily. Even if he reluctantly agreed, he would find an excuse to brush it off later. But now with the skill Arcane God's Glory, Wang Dong was no longer afraid of partying. It's settled. Qin Shiji reluctantly agreed, and Wang Dong also shouldered his backpack and set off with Yue on the path to find someone. For Wang Dong at present, he didn't really have any major life goals. His only goal was to keep getting stronger, strong enough to be in control of his own destiny. But to become stronger, Qin Shiji must not die, otherwise the system would stop functioning. Therefore, preventing Yifeng from killing Qin Shiji became a necessity. Wang Dong had originally thought that according to Yifeng's plot, Qin Shiji would only be killed by him tomorrow night. If he moved quickly, he should be able to return before tonight. But after leaving the school, he realized that he might have been overthinking. Although after the thick fog dissipated, there were more players leveling outside. However, the monsters now with clear vision also learned to unite. Along the way, they often encountered monster squads of more than a dozen to 20. Moreover, ordinary players found it really difficult to find trustworthy teammates to party with. Most player teams lacked proper configuration and couldn't even defeat ordinary goblin squads. Therefore, they might take even longer to reach their destination. Forget it, I'll leave the party first, otherwise you two won't get any experience from killing monsters. Alright. Yue twitched his mouth, feeling a bit discouraged. Though unwilling to admit he was weaker than Wang Dong, he was only a little over level 7. And having Wang Dong in the party dragging their experience was indeed uncomfortable. By the way, which direction should we go now? After killing a few monsters, Wang Dong asked. Yue quickly replied. According to the information we gathered before the apocalypse began, the madam was at the company negotiating a cooperation with Mr. Ho. If we go to the madam's company, we should be able to find her. Then shouldn't we go through the front door? Why are we going this way? Wang Dong had complete memories of this world, so he knew that most of the Qin family's companies were in the west and south of the Demon City. And the place they were now was exactly the direction of the back door he had used when he transferred jobs 2 days ago. This direction was north on the map, completely opposite to the other 2 directions. Hearing Wang Dong's words, the priest Li Liang quickly explained, the Qin family has many businesses. The place we're going to is the madam's own cosmetics company. Okay. Hearing this, Wang Dong couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the glory of the Qin family before the apocalypse. However, he didn't say much and silently followed behind the 2, providing support for them. Wang Dong was too lazy to deal with monsters that Yue and the other could handle. He only stepped in to solve those that were truly beyond them. After all, these monsters gave little experience. Wang Dong found that these bodyguards were indeed much stronger than ordinary people. For ordinary people, if they awakened as a priest, most would only stand behind other teammates and provide support. When faced with a monster of the same level up close, they would dodge awkwardly. But this Li Liang could not only heal teammates, but also wear heavy armor and chop monsters with a blade like Yue. Although not as strong as Yue in combat, his movements were clean and efficient, much better than ordinary warrior players. The 2 of them together, aside from not being able to block blows for him physically, could kill monsters much faster than Wu Bing alone. Of course, the main force in killing monsters among the 3 was still Wang Dong. After all, both Yue and Li Liang were melee fighters. When encountering too many monsters, they needed Wang Dong to first reduce the monster numbers with ranged attacks. When the number of monsters was sufficiently reduced, the 2 would then engage in close combat. At 2:30 p.m., relying on their superior combat strength, the 3 fought their way to the bottom of an office building. Yalan International Cosmetics Co., Ltd. This was the name of Yi Qianru's company. However, the office building was already in a terrible state, with most usable furniture looted. Documents and such had been burned in a fire by someone unknown. The room was filled with scorch marks everywhere, with shattered tables and chairs, computers and teacups scattered all over the floor. Seeing this, Yue and the others frowned deeply. Fortunately, after clearing the small monsters, they found 2 female employees barely alive in the general manager's office. Yue gave them some food and learned from them the whereabouts of Yi Qianru. The commercial street opposite. Yes. The female employee nodded. After President Yi finished her cooperation talk with Mr. Ho, she said she hadn't gone out shopping for a long time, so she took some people and went over there. Alright, take your time to rest. They'll come back to rescue you after I save President Yi. After leaving an empty promise, Yue led Wang Dong and the other hurrying wearily to the commercial street. By the time they cleared monsters all the way and arrived at the commercial street, it was already past 5 p.m. Wang Dong glanced around at the surrounding buildings, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wang Dong. Yue's voice interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts. This place is huge. Well split up. Here, take this. He handed Wang Dong a walkie-talkie. You know how to use this, right? When it's inconvenient to send messages, use this to communicate. Alright. They'll be with Li Liang. You be careful yourself, and remember to call for help if you encounter danger. Along the way, they had gained a clear understanding of Wang Dong's abilities. Therefore, they knew it was perfectly fine for him to act alone. Wang Dong didn't mind. He took the walkie-talkie and began searching the commercial street alone. The commercial street was really huge. The doors of the shops nearby had almost all been destroyed by monsters. Sometimes a seemingly inconspicuous small shop would have a large group of monsters rush out as soon as you approached. For his own safety, Wang Dong would first use noise to lure the monsters out, then kill them one by one in an open area. However, the deeper he went, the more familiar the place felt to him. This glass door must have been smashed by Halforks. Wang Dong muttered to himself as he looked at a shop next to him with a completely shattered glass door. After speaking, he subconsciously looked up at the shop sign. A Yiming Western restaurant. Isn't this the place where that white-legged woman was? I remember her subordinates also called her madam. Maybe she might know Yi Qianru. Thinking this, Wang Dong picked up a piece of glass and threw it into the restaurant. Smack! A crisp sound. Several goblins heard the sound of breaking glass and rushed out, only to be met by a fireball flying toward them. I hope you're still alive. There were many monsters on the streets, but there were also quite a few surviving players. With the fog dissipating, visibility was now clear. As long as players reached level 5 and had a full set of novice equipment, they generally wouldn't face life-threatening danger. If they could find some trustworthy teammates, the danger factor would be greatly reduced. As for Wang Dong, there was no need to mention. Without the fog hindering vision, the advantages of ranged classes were truly demonstrated. At level 13, he walked through the city as if strolling through a novice village. Even without Wu Bing leading the way, he had enough confidence to survive encounters with groups of monsters. The Yiming Western restaurant before Wang Dong was a relatively well-known Western restaurant in Modu. The restaurant had 3 floors in total. The first and second floors were kitchen and dining area, while the third floor housed offices, storage rooms, rest areas, and changing rooms. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor were almost all shattered, and the ground was littered with glass shards. After Wang Dong killed those monsters, as soon as he entered, he smelled a strong odor of blood. He quickly glanced around. In the corners of the disheveled restaurant, there were large amounts of bloodstains and human remains. Some monsters had probably been killed as well, but their corpses and blood had already disappeared. There should be no survivors on the first floor. They'll have to search upstairs. Wang Dong murmured to himself, stepping on the broken glass shards as he carefully made his way upstairs. Damn it, you bitch, still putting on airs in front of me. At this moment, on the third floor corridor of the Western restaurant, a burly man with slicked back hair and a thick gold chain was pressing his size 43 foot onto a woman. The woman was clad in light armor, her abdomen soaked with blood, her weapon carelessly scattered nearby, and her dust-covered face full of unwillingness. The other survivors, to avoid trouble, had long retreated to their rooms, not daring to show their faces. Bastards, you scum, dare to. Bang. Up. Before the woman could finish, the man heavily stomped on the wound on her abdomen. The woman screamed in pain, clutching her wound, sweat pouring down. She instinctively glanced at her companion out of the corner of her eye. That companion was lying on the ground by the doorway, staring at her with unblinking eyes. From her dilated pupils, it was clear she had already stopped breathing. A single slip could lead to eternal regret. She never imagined that someone as well-trained as herself would fall into the hands of these hooligans along with her companion. Still stubborn even at death's door, the man cursed disdainfully, no longer paying attention to her, but instead smirking and turning his gaze to the woman with fair legs ahead. The woman had delicate features and an enviable figure. Her fair jade-like feet exposed under the hem stirred the imagination of any man who saw them. It was precisely because of this woman that he had been so ruthless to the other two. Beauty, your two subordinates are now, one dead and one severely injured. If you have no other trump cards, then just give in obediently. As long as you become my woman, I promise to treat you well. His name was Li Wei, a man of the same ilk as the previous Lei Xiong. As he said this, his smile and tone were filled with lecherous intent. Behind him stood 7 or 8 lackeys wielding baseball bats, axes, longswords, and other weapons. Hearing Li Wei's words, they quickly chimed in. Yeah, Beauty, as long as you become our sister Wei, we promise we won't lay a hand on you. Fighting and killing are men's affairs. You're so beautiful, why bother resisting? Beauty, just give in to our brother Wei. Tisk tisk, such a rare woman. Truly a bunch of worthless scum. The woman with fair legs remained haughty, her tone laced with intense contempt. But anyone with eyes could see that she was now at the end of her rope. Many survivors had taken refuge in this Western restaurant. Li Wei and his group arrived later. Upon arriving, they took a fancy to her, and once it was safe, they couldn't resist making lewd remarks. Li Wei and his men had been taught a lesson by the female bodyguards and behaved themselves for a while. However, although the 2 female bodyguards were skilled, they had no experience dealing with such thugs. Li Wei and his men merely pretended to comply, while actually looking for an opportunity to strike at them. After the monster riot ended today, everyone cleared the monsters that had broken into the Western restaurant. Then Li Wei used the excuse that there is a monster too strong, we need help, to separate the 2 female bodyguards and defeat them one by one. At this point, how could the woman with fair legs not see the current situation? But she had no other choice, as she could only feign calm. Li Wei, of course, was not stupid. Upon hearing her words, he did not get angry, but instead laughed even more brightly. I might have been a waste before, but now. Here I'm the one who calls the shots. If I say you'll accompany me, you will. If you refuse, those 2 are your fate. Madam, run. Seeing Li Wei's expression grow more ferocious, the short-haired female bodyguard lying on the ground shouted through the pain. Her mission was to protect her master. But now she had lost her combat capability and could no longer protect her master, so she could only shout out a warning. Unexpectedly, as soon as she shouted, Li Wei kicked her in the chest again. Shut up, damn it. You bitch, you're really a nuisance. Li Wei cursed, then turned to look behind him. Shen Hong, Haozi, this woman is yours. Do whatever you want with her. As soon as he said this, Shen Hong and Haozi's eyes lit up. Really? Boss is awesome. The 2 were overjoyed with gratitude, then looked at the woman in light armor with lecherous grins. Although the woman in light armor had a fiery personality, her facial features under the helmet were passable, and her exposed figure was also decent. To be able to have some fun with this woman under these circumstances was not a loss. As for whether she would die from her injuries, they didn't care at all. Ha ha ha, come on baby. We'll take good care of you. Bastard, let me go, let me go. The man named Shen Hong lifted the woman onto his shoulder, ignoring her curses and struggles. After all, she had no strength or weapons left. Li Wei, seeing this, no longer intervened, and turned to walk toward the woman with fair legs, a playful look on his face. For someone like her who was used to a life of luxury, her awakened ability was barely enough to fight monsters, let alone face a villain like Li Wei. Just as she began to panic and was about to abandon her usual, for someone like her who was used to a life of luxury, her awakened ability was barely enough to fight monsters, let alone face a villain like Li Wei. just as she began to panic and was about to abandon her usual dignity and flee at all costs. Bang! A loud noise startled everyone on the third floor. Before anyone could react, the angry voice of a young man reached their ears. "Damn it, I'm just here looking for someone, and you're over there yapping away like crazy. I don't know which idiot trained such a brain-dead piece of trash. And you even dared to block me. Looking for death." Wang Dong dusted off his clothes, said impatiently. Then he left the emergency stairwell and arrived at the third-floor corridor. "Yo, Beauty, you're still alive. Perfect, I need to ask you about someone." "Who the hell are you?" Interrupted in his business, Li Wei immediately cursed. Wang Dong looked the other over carefully. Seeing that the other man was ferocious and exuded displeasure, his own temper flared up instantly. "I'm your father." The Yimin Western restaurant had 3 floors in total. The elevator was out of service due to a power outage, forcing people to use the fire escape to go up and down. Each floor's fire escape had a safety door. The safety doors on the first floor, second floor, and underground garage had been destroyed by monsters, so Wang Dong judged that the survivors should be on the third floor. However, as soon as he reached the third floor, he was stopped by 2 guys on guard duty. Wang Dong pleaded through the door, but the 2 idiots guarding it refused to let him in. In a fit of rage, he kicked the door. Though he was just a mage, he was already at level 13A, and with the boost from the strength necklace, his strength attribute had reached 85 points. With the strength of 8 adult men behind that kick, how could the safety door, already loosened by monster attacks, withstand it? He kicked the safety door open. Now Wang Dong stood at the corner of the third-floor corridor with Li Wei and his men blocking the path ahead, and the white-legged woman at the far end. Seeing Li Wei's tacky nouveau riche look, slicked back hair, and a thick gold chain, Wang Dong felt a deep disgust, so he spoke without any courtesy. Hearing Wang Dong's words, Li Wei's face darkened even further. "Kid, looking for death, are you?" Kicking open a safety door was no big deal. With his own strength, he could easily do the same. But the act of kicking the door was a direct provocation to them. "These guys are heartless, call your teammates quickly." The white-legged woman's anxious voice suddenly rang out, making Wang Dong frown. Seeing Wang Dong appear here, she clung to him like a lifeline. But Wang Dong was alone, which filled her with despair. And her warning seemed redundant. Because the moment Li Wei spoke, his underlings had already surrounded him with weapons. The 2 men Wang Dong had knocked down with the door quickly got up and retrieved their weapons. Wang Dong's gaze had been on the white-legged woman, but hearing her words and seeing the formation of the men, he immediately understood the situation. "Brother Wei, don't waste words with him. He came up alone." "What? Alone? Alone? Damn, and he's still this arrogant. Then let's beat him down first and deal with the woman later. You little bastard, die." One of the underlings behind him, not a player, grabbed a kitchen cleaver. Already pissed off by Wang Dong's door-breaking entrance and emboldened by their numbers, he wanted to show off in front of Li Wei and charged first. "Watch out!" the woman cried. Bang! In a flash, the underling was sent flying. Wang Dong had no martial arts skills, but with his 580 points of mental strength, the underling's movements seemed like an ultra-slow-motion movie to him. Coupled with the body coordination from 75 points of agility, he easily dodged the attack and kicked the man into the wall at the corner. "Not a player, and you dare fight me? Who the hell gave you the guts?" "This." Seeing Wang Dong knock the thug unconscious with one kick, the white-legged woman was stunned. Before she could think further, whoosh! A crossbow bolt whistled through the air, heading straight for Wang Dong. At the same time, Li Wei charged with an axe. "Goodbye, you little bastard." Wang Dong had already noticed a man with a crossbow in the crowd. In the Apocalypse game, mages had relatively fragile bodies. Archers with their range and damage type countered mages. Plus, the enemy outnumbered him. So to avoid any mishaps, Wang Dong didn't hesitate. The moment the man raised his crossbow, Wang Dong activated his skill. Boom. Thud. The bolt struck a wooden plank that appeared out of nowhere. On the plank was a character Wu. Everyone stared in shock, and Li Wei halted mid-charge. "Is that a coffin? Holy shit, using a coffin to block a bolt. What's going on? This guy's ability." Boom, 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 boom. As their exclamations faded, 4 more coffins, each bearing a name, rose from the ground around Wang Dong. The restaurant corridor was wide, but the 5 coffins nearly blocked the hallway on both sides of Wang Dong. The next second, the coffins vanished, and 5 fully armed corpses with backpacks opened their eyes. Wang Dong's cold voice reached everyone's ears. "Kill everyone in the corridor except that woman. No, leave one alive." "Okay, understood. Got it." Damn. The 5 reincarnation puppets, having received their orders, charged at the group with their weapons, whether willing or not. Zombies. Fuck yeah. Come on. Holy crap. These guys. Monsters, they're all monsters. Don't kill me, ah. Initially, Li Wei and his men thought they could take down Wu Bing and the other zombies, but they soon realized something was wrong. These guys were not only fully armed and strong in combat, but they also had no fear of deaths. Since the beginning of the class change dungeon, Wang Dong had focused on training Yang Ping and Wu Bing as his reincarnators, with the thief Mao Nian as a secondary. The first 2 had no grudge against Wang Dong since their deaths weren't his fault, making them more willing and efficient in carrying out tasks. A subordinate who only follows orders is completely different from one who takes initiative. As for the thief Minion, Wang Dong intended to use him against the protagonist, but even so the lowest level Feng Zhou and the others were nearly level 9. Now 5 fearless and pain-immune level 9 monsters were slaughtering Li Wei's group like cutting through vegetables. Screams and blood filled the air. Witnessing such a bloody scene, even the white-legged woman turned pale with fear. Boss, what's wrong? Holy shit. Shun Hong and Hao Zi, who had carried the armored woman into the room, were about to get down to business when the commotion outside irritated them. They reluctantly gave up on the woman, put on their clothes, and opened the door. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw Liao Jun slashing one of their own comrades to death. Blood splattered everywhere. The floor walls, and even Liao Jun's face were stained with their comrade's blood. The underlings rewarded with women by Li Wei were also players. Seeing this, they didn't hesitate, pulling out a cleaver from the system and slashing at Liao Jun's back. Slash. The blade cut into his body, but the heavy armor absorbed most of the damage. Liao Jun turned around, his icy gaze sending chills down their spines. Slash. Liao Jun retaliated, and Shun Hong screamed in pain. Ding killed passerby. Shun Hong gained 100 fate change points. Hao Zi tried to close the door, but was intercepted by the thief Mao Nian, who plunged his dagger into his chest. Ding killed passerby. Li Wei, seeing the tide turn, grabbed his weapon and charged at the woman. He intended to take her hostage to blackmail Wang Dong. But Wang Dong, having decided to act, wouldn't give him that chance. Before Li Wei could get halfway, several flying fruit knives blocked his path. The next second, thud thud thud, a sharp pain shot through his knees, and he uncontrollably fell to his knees. Then a chilling sensation struck him from behind. His eyes widened as he saw a blood-stained ice spike protruding from his chest, his face filled with disbelief. His body temperature and strength rapidly drained away with the appearance of the ice spike. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground. Ding killed passerby. Li Wei gained 100 fate change points. Wang Dong scanned the floor. Killed 3 ordinary people, and 8 players got 400 points. That means 4 of these 8 players appear in Yifeng's storyline. Forget it, I have more important things to do. Slightly puzzled, Wang Dong didn't dwell on it, and quickly clapped his hands together. Clang clang clang. Except for Liao Jun and Feng Zhou, the other 3 were sealed into coffins that appeared out of thin air and vanished from the corridor. Letting out a long breath, Wang Dong stepped over the blood-soaked corridor and walked slowly to the white-legged woman. Hey, I have a question. Well, what is it? Do you know Yi Qianro from the Yalan Company across the street? Wang Dong had no storage ring, so he couldn't store real-world food. But he found another way to store it, by packing food into backpacks and having Wu Bing and his men carry them. When they carried the food and were summoned back to the other dimension, the coffin would pack the backpacks inside as well. However, this only worked for one backpack. Adding more accessories would hinder their combat effectiveness. Storing food alongside corpses was also inappropriate. Moreover, backpacks were neither close-fitting clothing nor in-game equipment. If damaged by monsters, they couldn't be automatically repaired by the power of Dirty Earth reincarnation. Thus, Wang Dong only regarded it as a temporary storage method. Now, as he stood before the white-legged woman wearing heavy armor, and having just killed Li Wei and his men, using the summon coffin ability, she had yet to recover from her shock. Were those people he summoned? How could this be? Wasn't this guy a mage? Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing the white-legged woman still staring blankly at the blood on the floor, Wang Dong waved his hand before her eyes. Yi Qianro of Yalan. The white-legged woman came to her senses and looked at Wang Dong with a strange expression. What do you want from her? That's not your concern. Just tell me if you know her. Do you think I would know her? The white-legged woman regained her usual calm and noble demeanor, meeting Wang Dong's gaze with a question instead of an answer. Wang Dong didn't mind and casually explained, I heard your subordinates call you madam, so I thought you might be someone of high status and might know her. That's why. I see. I do know her. Upon hearing this, the white-legged woman directly confessed. Not only do I know her, but I also know where she is. You know where she is. Wang Dong was stunned instead. Was this mission going so smoothly? Of course. But she's my friend, so to prevent you from harming her, you have to tell me why you're looking for her first. You'd better not be lying to me, or he'll rape you and then kill you. You little hooligan. The white-legged woman instinctively wanted to flare up, but seeing Wang Dong's fierce and serious expression, she swallowed her words. Wang Dong ignored her and recounted his mission. So, you're just Shiji's classmate. The white-legged woman's face was filled with surprise as she looked at Wang Dong. The outside is so dangerous now, and you risked your life to save your classmate. None of your damn business. Just take me to her. Wang Dong grew impatient. Besides having no other place to level up for now, he came here hoping to score some more fate-changing points before the protagonist arrived. He wasn't as noble as this woman imagined. But of course he wouldn't say that. The white-legged woman didn't waste time either. My people are injured here. Have your teammate come and treat them. You. Why are you so troublesome? Wang Dong cursed angrily, took a walkie-talkie from his backpack, adjusted the frequency, and said, hey, how's it going over there? Yu Wei's voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. No leads yet. I found a woman who claims to know Madame Qin, but her companion is injured and needs treatment. Tell me your location. Wang Dong was annoyed. I don't know the exact location. Come to the 3rd floor of the Yimen Western restaurant on the main road. Okay, Li Liang, and I will be there soon. After hanging up the walkie-talkie, Wang Dong turned back to the white-legged woman. You'd better pray you can help me find Yi Qianrou, or I really don't know what'll do to you. After delivering this threat, he ignored her and quickly scanned the corpses in the hallway. Pointing at them, he said to Liao Jun and Feng Zhou, you two move these corpses into that open room. At level 10, he had 330 spirit energy, enough to reincarnate 6 people. Now at level 13, he had 580 spirit energy, enough for 11. This showed the vast difference between having a class and not having one. Damn. Despite their resentment, Liao Jun and Feng Zhou could only act as corpse movers. The open room was not the one where the light-armored woman was, but Li Wei's room, which was originally a changing room. After assigning tasks, Wang Dong asked the white-legged woman where her subordinate was and followed her there. Game equipment could also be removed in reality, but the woman's light armor was only half unfastened, exposing her shoulder and abdomen. Looking at the disheveled, barely breathing female bodyguard, Wang Dong couldn't help but taunt Tisk. I thought you were so formidable, but it turns out you're nothing special. You. The light-armored woman wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. Though severely injured and unable to move and unable to see outside, she had heard the battle through the open door and knew Wang Dong had saved them, so she had no mind to argue. Wang Dong didn't care. After leaving the room, he said to the white-legged woman who followed him out, my teammates will be here soon. Rest here for a while. As for the ability I just used, you'd better forget it. In truth, the Dirty Earth reincarnation skill didn't matter if others knew about it, especially strangers who didn't know him. In the Apocalypse game, players had all sorts of bizarre abilities, though a resurrection summoning skill was hardly surprising. Necromancers could summon skeleton soldiers from corpses, so what was strange about him summoning zombies? Not only would ordinary people not know the specifics of the skill, even if they did, it was an invincible ability. What impact could it have if someone who didn't even know your name or where you lived knew you had a zombie summoning ability? None. If they bragged about it, others might not even believe them. That's why Wang Dong hadn't hidden his resurrection of Yang Ping from Tang Yuanfeng. But this white-legged woman was different. She had not only witnessed the summoning firsthand, but also knew Yi Qianrou. If Yi Qianrou found out about his ability, could he still stay in the Qin family? Even if he could, would the Qin family constantly be wary of him because of his bizarre power? Most importantly, would the protagonist notice him when dealing with the Qin family? That was Wang Dong's main concern. Making this woman keep her mouth shut would save him a lot of trouble. But upon hearing this, the woman was displeased. Are you threatening me? Can I? Wang Dong pointed coldly at Li Wei's corpse. If I hadn't come, you'd have been slept with by that guy. What right do you have to bark at me? You. The woman was about to lose her temper again, but a thought struck her and a hint of playfulness flickered in her eyes. Fine. You'd better not come begging me later. With that, the white-legged woman entered the light-armored woman's room and slammed the door shut. Wang Dong sneered dismissively. Me come begging you? Ridiculous. In this world, the one with the bigger fist was the boss. If anyone was going to beg, it would be her. But he didn't bother arguing further and went to another room. After Liao Jun and the others moved the corpses, he closed the door and activated the Dirty Earth reincarnation technique. Although resurrecting those he killed wouldn't earn him fate-changing points, and their levels weren't high, every extra combatant helped. He first used a reserved yellow-haired sacrifice to resurrect the mage Feng Ming, then reincarnated Li Wei and his 3 men, and finally collected the gene sample of the dead female bodyguard. After completing the reincarnation and summoning everyone back, Yu Wei and the others arrived. Seeing the blood everywhere, they were astonished. Wang Dong, where's the woman? In the room ahead. We'll take you there. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Dong led Yu Wei and Li Liang to the door opposite. The white-legged woman opened the door. Both Yu Wei and Li Liang were stunned at the sight of her. Madam. Hearing this title and seeing their respectful demeanor, Wang Dong was momentarily confused. He instinctively turned to look at the white-legged woman. Ding altered the fate of female supporting character Yi Qianrou, causing a certain impact on the storyline. Obtained 300 fate-changing points. This is impossible. The final link in altering Yi Qianrou's destiny was to have her meet her 2 subordinates Yu Wei. But that was impossible. It made no sense at all. How could this woman be Qin Shiji's mother? In his past life, Wang Dong had not learned much, but he was exceptionally skilled at reading people. Qin Shiji was also 21 this year, so his mother must be at least over 40, right? No matter how well a woman in her 40s maintained herself, she could not possibly look like she was only 24 or 25. This was why Wang Dong had never considered the possibility before. Not to mention those hot moms who looked like young girls. Even if such women had a youthful figure and appearance, Wang Dong could easily distinguish them by their speech, demeanor, walking posture, skin, pelvic bone, and hip shape. But now, no wonder Li Wei and the others had fate change points. It turned out they were the advanced players who tortured Yi Qianrou in Yi Feng's storyline. You've come at the right time. Xiao Qiong still has a breath left. Go in and save her. Yi Qianru's calm voice interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts. Yu Wei and the other man snapped back to reality and nodded respectfully. Yes, madam. After saying this, they glanced at Wang Dong, but said nothing more, walking straight into the room. Yi Qianru did not follow them in. Instead, she turned and closed the door, looking at Wang Dong with a playful expression. You're Wang Dong. Yes. Wang Dong's mind was swirling with thoughts, but he still nodded instinctively. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Yi Qianru's lips deepened. She walked over to Wang Dong on her fair, slender legs and whispered softly, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? You even said you would rape and kill me. What do you have to say now? Her breath was fragrant, as orchid, her voice gentle. Wang Dong even detected a hint of seductiveness and teasing in her tone. He found it unbelievable, but seeing her playful smile, his chaotic thoughts suddenly cleared. His incredulous gaze gradually turned cold. Compared to his own ability to reincarnate from the soil, his attitude toward Yi Qianru earlier was clearly more problematic. But could he beg for mercy now? No. Since he had already offended her, what did he have to fear? At worst, he could just switch to a different master. So, if you dare to leak my ability, you'll follow through no matter who you are. You can try if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianru was momentarily stunned. Ever since she had been with Qin Guangyao, she had encountered many arrogant young men. But no matter how insolent these youths were, they always treated her with utmost respect. As for thugs, they didn't even have the right to look her in the eye. But what was up with this kid? Although it was an apocalypse where strength mattered more now and he had saved her, wasn't he a bit too bold? Knowing her identity, he still dared to be so arrogant. I didn't expect you to be quite interesting. Recovering from her daze, Yi Qianru not only failed to get angry, but returned to her previous seductive smile. Seeing this smile, Wang Dong frowned slightly. Don't worry, I'm not a gossipy woman. They'll keep your ability absolutely secret. However, you must tell me what exactly is your ability. Wang Dong. Since it was Yi Qianru, of course, he couldn't kill her directly. Unless she wanted to make things difficult for him, killing her would bring more harm than good. But now, what was this woman up to? Seeing Wang Dong silent, Yi Qianru did not force him. She just looked at him quietly, the smile on her lips becoming even more intriguing. After an unknown amount of time, Ding Yu saved the life of passerby Sun Xiong, gaining 100 fate change points. As soon as the system notifications sounded, the room door was opened by Yu Wei. Madame Xiao Qiong's injuries have been healed, but she's lost too much blood and needs to recuperate. Have the other survivors come out to clean up. Yi Qianru said lightly, as if the bloody slaughter had nothing to do with her. Hearing this, Yu Wei wasted no time and quickly set to work with Li Liang. It was already past 6 in the evening, and they couldn't leave this stronghold at this hour. The corridor was reeking of blood. If they didn't clean it up, monsters might be attracted by the scent. The survivors of this Western restaurant had been locked in other rooms, while Li Wei and his men were acting. Now that Wang Dong's appearance had turned the tide, they naturally became the cleanup crew. Ding player Yi Qianru requests to add you as a friend. Accept reject. When everyone had arranged all matters and allocated restrooms, a message suddenly popped up in Wang Dong's system. He instinctively glanced at Yi Qianru not far away. The woman's seductive yet playful smile once again caught his eye. Damn it, what does this woman want? Wang Dong cursed inwardly as he found a room and closed the door. Not only did Yi Qianru not make things difficult for him, but she also promised not to leak his ability. And she even added him as a friend. This was completely incomprehensible. Was she just lowering his guard so she could kill him when they returned to the Qin family? That didn't make sense either. Even if he revealed his ability, he was still Qin Shiji's man and had saved her. The Qin family might not give him a high position, but they wouldn't treat him as an enemy and kill him. Besides, he had dared to threaten Yi Qianru herself, so why would he care if she settled scores later? As long as Yi Qianru wasn't a fool, she wouldn't easily use the Qin family's power against him. But, if not that, then what could it be? Donggu, I heard you found my mom. While Wang Dong was racking his brains, Qin Shiji's message suddenly popped up. Then you don't need reinforcements anymore. Reinforcements aren't needed, but I want to ask, how come your mom looks so young? Of course she's only 30 this year. Wang Dong, are you kidding me? Why would I kid you? It's the truth. Seeing Wang Dong's reply, Qin Shiji was completely baffled. Anyone with common sense knows that a 30-year-old woman can't have a son as old as you. Qin Shiji was a bit embarrassed. Forgot to tell you, she's my stepmother. What? Your stepmother? Then what about your biological mother? She died in a car accident when I was 6. Didn't I tell you? When did you ever say that? Say what? Wang Dong wanted to curse. In Yifeng's storyline, the past life was barely mentioned. It only wrote about being chased by Qin Shiji and his father along with a group of bodyguards without a single word about Yi Qianru. And in this life, Yifeng's description of Yi Qianru, aside from her being tortured beyond recognition after the Qin family's downfall, had nothing else. So Wang Dong had no idea that Yi Qianru was Qin Shiji's stepmother. It's not too late to know now. Wang Dong decisively ended the conversation with Qin Shiji and lay on the bed, letting out a long sigh. From now on, when dealing with people, whether in or out of the storyline, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise he would end up as awkward as today. However, this also proved that Wang Dong's ability to read people was not flawed. This woman was actually Qin Shiji's stepmother and only 30 years old. That was an unexpected piece of information. Ding dong. While Wang Dong was pondering, a message from Yi Qianro popped up again. Come to my room. Seeing this, Wang Dong frowned once more. What was this woman up to now? After thinking for a moment, Wang Dong still got up and opened the door. When he had arranged for the other survivors to clean up earlier, he had learned that Yi Qianro was in the restroom on the 3rd floor. So he found her room precisely. The door was ajar, not closed. Candlelight flickered inside, illuminating that seductive and charming figure. No need to knock, just come in. Yi Qianro seemed to sense Wang Dong standing at the door and spoke first. Wang Dong pushed the door open, looked at the woman and frowned. What do you want so late? Yi Qianro was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the restroom, examining her system panel with her fair legs crossed. Seeing Wang Dong come in, she quickly withdrew her system. Close the door first. Wang Dong entered and closed the door. The atmosphere has been too tense and oppressive lately. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. Come over and give me a massage. After saying this, she didn't wait for Wang Dong's agreement and directly lay her alluring, curvaceous body face down on the sofa. Wang Dong. Was this woman damn at seducing him? The lounge where Yi Qianro was located was not meant for employees to rest, it was for the leaders to sit and drink tea. Therefore this lounge was not only spacious, but also fully equipped. Inside there were tea tables, chairs, and bookshelves, everything one could need. The leather sofa was also very comfortable to sit on. At that moment 2 candles were lit in the room, casting a light that was not too dim. By the candlelight, Wang Dong saw that Yi Qianro was not wearing a robe, but a dark brown tight-fitting dress. Lying on the sofa, her hips naturally arched upward, her upper body compressed, and her raised fair feet were a delight to the eyes. A chair had been deliberately placed beside the sofa for him. Such a tempting scene instantly made Wang Dong, who had seen countless scenes in his past life, know exactly what this woman wanted. It was the damn apocalypse, and she was asking a man she had just met for a massage. This was no longer a hint, it was a blatant invitation. I don't do massages. Wang Dong said bluntly. He was not a man who would be paralyzed by the sight of a woman. On the contrary, he was very rational. In his mind, whatever he did, he should weigh the pros and cons. If the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, it was not worth it. Just like when Liao Jun had tried to seize his food earlier. Seeing that he couldn't resist, he simply chose not to fight back. Because no matter how difficult it was to find food, it was still better than risking one's life. The same applied to the current situation. No matter how beautiful Yi Qianro was, she was just a woman. If she were a woman from another faction, it would be fine, but she was Qin Guangzhou's woman. If you don't want to fall out with the Qin family, it's best not to touch her. It's fine, just press casually. Yi Qianro continued. Xiao Qiong was seriously injured today and hasn't fully recovered, otherwise I wouldn't have called you. Wang Dong, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Hearing Yi Qianris urging, Wang Dong's thoughts raced again. No, this was Qin Shiji's mother and also Qin Guangzhou's wife. If he wanted to borrow the Qin family's influence in the future, he absolutely could not touch his wife at this time. But thinking was one thing. Wang Dong's body had already honestly sat down and placed his hands on her soft back. The fragrance, the touch. TSK. Madam, does Mr. Qin know you're doing this? I'm just the young master's attendant. If the young master knew you were like this, what would he think? These 2 exclamatory remarks from Wang Dong, combined with the force coming from his hands on her back, left Yi Qianro completely dumbfounded. This kid, how could he be so shameless? He kept saying he was a mere attendant, addressing her as madam, yet his hands never stopped moving. But thinking of how this kid had treated her before, Yi Qianris' vengeful spirit also rose. What? Are you scared? Scared? Do you think I'd be scared? Wang Dong said disdainfully. With the cards he held now, he was not afraid even of the entire Qin family. But he wasn't the protagonist. Oh, wasn't it better to hide behind the Qin family and bully others with their power? Why should he push himself to the forefront and oppose the protagonist and the Qin family? So you mean I'm not beautiful enough? Yi Qianro suddenly turned around and looked into Wang Dong's eyes, asking back. Wang Dong didn't understand this logic and instinctively stopped his hand movements. Unexpectedly at that moment, Yi Qianro suddenly extended her jade-like arm and hooked it around his neck, bringing her vermilion lips to seal his mouth. Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Is Qin Shiji's mother this direct? Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door, and Xiao Qiong's voice came from outside. Madam, the hot water you asked for is ready. Hearing this, Wang Dong quickly pushed Yi Qianro away. A silver thread connecting their lips slowly stretched and broke. Pull. A strand. Seeing Wang Dong's bewildered expression, Yi Qianri's playful intent grew stronger. She wiped her mouth, adjusted her dress, and sat up. Come in. Click. The door opened. Xiao Qiong was still in light armor, but without a helmet, her face covered in dust, looking somewhat unwell. She was standing at the door holding a basin of hot water. She saw Wang Dong in Yi Qianri's room and was momentarily stunned, but said nothing. You go back and rest first, Yi Qianro said to Wang Dong. When you leave tomorrow morning, you'll have someone inform you. Okay. Recalling the sweet and soft sensation just now, Wang Dong was still not fully recovered, but he couldn't say anything at this moment. He could only nod respectfully, turn around, and leave Yi Qianru's room. After Wang Dong had gone far, Xiao Qiong came to Yi Qianru's side, put down the hot water, and spoke. Madam, this Wang Dong. What about him? His ability is more than just an elementalist. Although she had been in the room earlier and hadn't seen the battle outside, she had heard the cries of Li Wei and the others. Coupled with the battle traces at the scene and the intelligence provided by Yu Wei and the other person, anyone with a sound mind could tell that those guys were killed by swords, not by psychokinesis or other elements. Of course, Yi Qianru did not deny it, but sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Yes, I spoke too much. Go down and rest well. As for Xiao Ping's matter, accept my condolences. Xiao Qiong understands. They were well-trained warriors. For them being killed by others meant only that one's skills were lacking and no one else was to blame. As for the question of Wang Dong's ability, without Yi Qianru's word, they dared not gossip. This feeling was like working in a company. If you bypassed the manager to report to the boss, the manager would be fine, the person you reported would also be fine, but you would be marginalized or even fired. They had been trained in this from a young age and would never make such a low-level mistake. On the other side, Wang Dong back in his quarters, although he didn't know what had gotten into Yi Qianru, he would deal with it as it came. His current abilities were sufficient to handle all kinds of emergencies. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. His mind quickly turned to how he could raise his current level. As long as his strength was great enough, everything else was just floating clouds. After each person successfully transferred jobs, the job transfer temple would give them a basic leveling map. This map was of the entire Xia kingdom, marking some of the most basic leveling locations. According to the map's annotations, monsters in towns were mostly level 17, with very few level 810 monsters. Occasionally, a high-level monster or boss would appear as rare as winning the lottery. Therefore, leveling beyond level 13 became extremely slow. Although there were also high-level monsters in the wild, their numbers were a problem. Sometimes you could walk for half a day and only encounter one, and other times a huge group would appear. Moreover, the levels of wild monsters were not fixed. Players had to figure them out on their own. What if you encountered a level 40 or 50 monster in the wild? Therefore, venturing recklessly into the wilderness was not a wise choice. After level 10, if you want to continue leveling besides the job transfer dungeons, the best places are the Ant Cave and the Skeleton Mountain Range. Wang Dong muttered to himself, looking at the marked leveling spots on the map. The Ant Cave and the Skeleton Mountain Range were leveling areas specifically provided by the Apocalypse game for human players. There were many more such places marked on the map, but they were all for level 20 and above. Wang Dong was only level 13 now. No matter how awesome he was, he couldn't go to level 20 areas. Therefore, going to the Ant Cave and the Skeleton Mountain Range was a good choice. The monsters in the Ant Cave were level 1015, while those in the Skeleton Mountain Range were level 1620. There were 2 of each location in the Xia Kingdom, located in the 4 directions east, southwest, and north. There's a Skeleton Mountain Range near Modu, but it's 120 kilometers west of Modu. Going there? I'd damn well rather take others through job transfer quests. There are so many survivor players in Modu. There must be some unlucky ones who got the Black Wolf Lair quest right. That dungeon, just a few runs would be enough to reach level 20. And at Yashan Village, I can even teleport directly. Thinking of this, Wang Dong had already made up his mind. After rescuing Qin Shiji, he'll go check out Yashan Village. For now, let's use the fate alteration points first. Wang Dong had 500 fate alteration points before leaving this morning. Killing Li Wei and the others gave him 400, and saving Yi Qianru and Xiao Qiong gave him another 400. For a total of 1,300 points. Intermediate summoning, let's go. Summon successful. Choose one of the following rewards. 1. Free attribute points 20. 2. Talent skill universal danger perception. Danger perception, a universal skill for all professions, learnable at level 1. It allows you to sense the approach of danger in advance. When mastered, it can even sense attacks from blind spots. Damn, a god tier anti-ambush skill. Wang Dong was no stranger to danger perception. It was the essential starting skill for many protagonists in post-apocalyptic novels. This ability allowed the protagonist to sense impending danger in advance, making it to some extent more practical than certain offensive skills. In the post-apocalyptic game, it was also a divine skill among common abilities. The concept of perceiving attacks from blind spots was remarkable. It meant that archers and assassins could no longer launch surprise attacks on him. Thus, Wang Dong decisively forewent 20 attribute points in favor of danger perception. I'll also use the remaining 300 fate-altering points. A box of instant noodles for 1 attribute point. That's trash. Upon seeing the first low-tier summoned reward, Wang Dong couldn't help but frown. However, since he no longer lacked food, he chose the 1 attribute point instead. He added it to agility to make it a round number. The other 2 reward options were decent. One was the mage's level 5 water arrow spell, and the other was the healer's level 10 blood supplement. The post-apocalyptic game was a digitized reality, so one couldn't rely solely on data to judge situations. For instance, when a person was injured, bleeding often accompanied it. After losing a certain amount of blood, even if the wound was healed, the player would suffer from dizziness and fatigue due to excessive blood loss. This severely impacted combat effectiveness. The function of blood supplement was to immediately enhance the body's hematopoietic ability. As long as the injured player drank enough water, their blood could be promptly replenished. In simple terms, it was a healing skill. Good. Another productive day. Wang Dong stretched comfortably, ready to sleep soundly. But then he reconsidered. Better meditate instead. Since I'm out and about, sleeping doesn't feel safe. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Yue burned all the corpses, including that of the female bodyguard, with a single fire spell. Wang Dong had almost fully recovered. The group began discussing the day's itinerary. Through the exchange of information, the previous afternoon, Wang Dong learned about the classes awakened by Yi Qianrou and her companion. Yi Qianrou's class was light mage. Although the name contained mage, she wielded no elemental skills like fire, water, or earth. She only possessed light magic, dealing double damage to dark and undead creatures, but reduced damage to others. Strictly speaking, she was a rare support class. The light-armored woman named Xiao Qiong had awakened a special class boxer. It was a variant of the warrior type. Since she had no boxing gloves, her combat style was currently similar to an ordinary warrior. Both were only at level 6. Those levels were earned through the relentless slashing of the two female bodyguards, having little to do with Yi Qianrou herself. Wang Dong, we're heading back to the Qin family estate. No need to pass through the school. Uncle Chun said we can go straight there. Yue seemed to have already discussed this with Yi Qianrou. He found Wang Dong and stated the outcome directly, with Li Liang by his side. Though the three bodyguards were formidable fighters and unlikely to face danger, without Wang Dong as the main damage dealer, they lacked the ability to handle unexpected situations. Therefore, Wang Dong had to stay with the team. Hearing this, Wang Dong was momentarily stunned. Go straight to the Qin estate. What's wrong? Is there something you haven't settled? Wang Dong quickly came up with an excuse. I still have many things to retrieve. Supplies and daily necessities are all available at the Qin base, and they're brand new. If you have any important items, just tell young Master Qin, and he can have them brought back. Wang Dong. Why hadn't he noticed before that this guy was so sharp? That won't work. My girlfriend is still at the school. Wang Dong offered another excuse. Your girlfriend. This time it was Yi Qianrou, who spoke, approaching with Xiao Qiong, her slender waist swaying. The recovery abilities of combat-type players increased with higher constitution. After a healer treated their wounds, as long as they consumed enough food and rested overnight, their bodies would recover to a considerable extent. This was the case for Xiao Qiong now. Don't worry. Chun Zhong is capable. If he's at the school, he can definitely ensure your girlfriend's safe return. Safe my ass. If I don't go back, Qin Shiji and Chun Zhong will be dead by tonight. But Wang Dong wouldn't say that either. How can that be? I should protect my own woman. Letting someone else do it doesn't feel right. Everyone. Seeing their silence, Wang Dong quickly added. That's settled. It's not much of a detour anyway. We can just kill monsters and level up along the way. This. Yue couldn't decide and looked at Yi Qianrou with hesitation. Yi Qianrou didn't hesitate long. Do as Wang Dong says. Yes, madam. Yue responded respectfully and began assigning tasks. Xiao Qiong and I will lead the way. Li Liang, you cover the rear. Wang Dong, you protect the madam. Wang Dong. Protect Yi Qianrou. 2 melee fighters in front, 1 bodyguard healer in the back, and 2 mages in the middle. The formation was reasonable, yet something felt off. Arriving on the first floor of the restaurant, some goblins were scavenging for food among the shattered glass. Wang Dong, hidden behind the cash register, used fireballs to pick them off one by one. He then deliberately made a noise to lure out monsters hiding in blind spots and killed them all. The group soon reached the street. Hey Yue, why isn't that guy joining the party? At the front of the line, the hot-tempered, light-armored female bodyguard finally voiced her confusion. Party formation offered protection, regardless of whether you used game weapons or skills to attack teammates. No actual damage would be dealt. Thus, if a team walked together without forming a party, they risked hurting each other. He's level 13. Joining would drag down his experience gain, Yue replied casually. What? Level 13. Hearing this, Xiao Qiong was stunned, and her gaze toward Wang Dong changed. But after seeing Wang Dong casually kill a goblin with a fireball, she sneered. The mage class really has no skill involved. How you said it. Yue laughed too. Clearly a hierarchy of contempt had emerged. Although Wang Dong was powerful, killing monsters several times faster than them, and they had acknowledged him as one of their own in the eyes of these skilled fighters, he was still a noob. His fast killing was purely a gift from the heavens that had nothing to do with his ability. If they were of similar levels, they were confident they could close in and eliminate Wang Dong instantly. So in their minds, Wang Dong's status wasn't higher than theirs. Wang Dong probably knew what they thought, but there was nothing he could do. He was originally just an ordinary person, nowhere near matching these trained fighters in physique or skill. If he had had their skills from the start, he might not have had his food stolen and awakened the system. However, even a common skill like danger perception can be drawn from the system, so there must be other melee skills too. Though Wang Dong was a mage and couldn't learn warrior or assassin skills, the kind of close combat ability from before the apocalypse should be learnable. Thus Wang Dong was full of confidence about his future. Is your girlfriend very pretty? Yi Qianro suddenly asked out of the blue. Wang Dong was baffled. What did his girlfriend's beauty have to do with her? Wait, based on Yi Qianro's behavior last night, could it be that Qin Guangyao was impotent? In that instant when Yi Qianro spoke, Wang Dong's mind raced with thoughts. He recalled the first time he met her. That woman gave him the impression of being seductive and feminine, yet haughty and aloof, exuding an aura that screamed, we are not of the same class. Thus, when he met her the second time, his temper was foul, deliberately aiming to make her face reality. But instead of anger, she made a move on him last night. This was something Wang Dong never anticipated. As she posed that question, the cliché plot of a wealthy housewife cheating with her own driver instantly surfaced in his mind. Yi Qianro was Qin Guangjiao's second wife. Qin Guangyao was too busy with business to attend to her, or perhaps he was simply incapable, leaving Yi Qianro feeling lonely and cold. So she sought solace with her bodyguard or driver. Tisk tisk tisk, just the thought of it was thrilling. Not as pretty as you, Wang Dong replied casually. He had no girlfriend, it was all an excuse to get back to school. Is that so? Yi Qianro responded faintly, but said no more. She merely walked silently beside Wang Dong, lost in thought. As time passed, around 4 in the afternoon at Magic City University, Wang Dong used the fate-changing system to learn most of the apocalypse's details. He also knew all the character names and endings in Yifeng's storyline, but not the specifics of Yifeng's development. Thus, in combat experience and detailed apocalypse intelligence, he was still inferior to Yifeng. Damn, that kid has Qin Shiji backing him, it's really tough to deal with. At the front gate of the school on the playground, Bao Wei was leveling up with the student team. Wang Dong's act of taking away Chen Suzhen infuriated him. Having the woman he fancied snatched right before his eyes was grating for any man. But with Qin Shiji protecting Wang Dong, and Bao Wei trusting Pan Lei's judgment, he truly dared not trouble Wang Dong. If only I could awaken a rare thief class, Bao Wei muttered to himself. From Pan Lei's intel, Wang Dong's awakened class was at least a rare mage. No matter how rare a mage once approached, they are easy to finish off. In other words, excluding the support and the mage, the other 4 of the 6 basic classes pose a threat to mages. However, due to skill mechanics, knights and warriors find it hard to close in on a mage in a heated fight, and even if they do, a one-hit kill is difficult. Once the mage creates distance, there is a chance of being killed in return. So the only classes that truly counter mages besides the archer are the sneaky thief. If he awakened a rare thief class, he could definitely assassinate Wang Dong. But alas. Hey Wei, go look. That guy is so strong, he took down so many halforcs alone. Damn, that's impressive. His teammates' chatter interrupted Bao Wei's thoughts, and he quickly followed their gaze. At the school gate, a young man in heavy armor, wielding a crescent moon blade, was dueling several halforcs. As everyone knew, halforcs were thick-skinned and immensely strong, a nightmare for melee classes of the same level. Normal player teams needed to whittle them down with ranged attacks first, then send in melee fighters. An ordinary level 45 player team would struggle against more than 3 halforcs. Yet this young man was facing 7 or 8 halforcs alone. Though clad in heavy armor and carrying a medium-sized black backpack, his steps were light, and his crescent moon blade was razor-sharp. He not only dodged the halforcs' attacks with ease, but also made each strike leave deep wounds. In just a few minutes, all 7 or 8 halforcs lay on the ground. This kid must have trained, and his level is at least 9 or above, Bao Wei quickly judged. The warrior's initial skill was basic sword technique. That skill only taught basic sword moves. Using other cold weapons wasn't as effective. Relying on those basic moves alone couldn't achieve such results. Wei Gu, he's coming this way. Bao Wei, are you students of this school? The cold, commanding voice made Bao Wei and his team uneasy. But having witnessed the young man's combat prowess, they dared not talk back. Especially now that no one had learned skills, and everyone fought on instinct, they were even more cautious. Yais, brother, what can we do for you? I'm looking for someone at this school who knows the campus well. I should. Bao Wei volunteered. But if it's about finding someone, help me find him, and this blade is yours. The young man said, directly handing over his crescent moon blade. Seeing the gleaming broadsword, Bao Wei's eyes lit up. Given the damage it dealt to the halforcs, this blade was definitely stronger than a starter weapon, likely a black iron weapon. Though melee weapons inherently offered strong attack power, without as many stat bonuses as artifacts. Black iron weapons only dropped from bosses. As a warrior, how could Bao Wei not be tempted? Who are you looking for, brother? The young man glanced at Bao Wei's teammates, who took the hint and left. When the area was clear, the young man spoke. Qin Shiji. Bao Wei froze. Qin Shiji. Undoubtedly the young man was Yifeng. Wang Dong had never interacted with him, so the butterfly effect from his reincarnation hadn't affected Yifeng. Following the storyline, Yifeng was on his way to the Qin family. When he passed by the school, remembered that Qin Shiji supposedly studied here and came looking. Hearing the target was Qin Shiji, Bao Wei's mind raced. Why was this man looking for Qin Shiji? Could he be a bodyguard? But then again, Qin Shiji's bodyguards had already come, and they usually traveled in groups, not alone. So this man couldn't be a friend of Qin Shiji. Not a friend, yet looking for Qin Shiji. Bao Wei's eyes lit up as a bold plan formed in his mind. What? You know him? Of course, I've even had dinner with him. Are you close with him? Yifeng's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering. If the man showed any sign of being close to Qin Shiji, he would kill him without hesitation. But Bao Wei was now hostile to Qin Shiji. So, close. Not really, but I know where he is. Want me to take you to him? Not yet. First tell me about the current situation at the school. Knowing yourself and your enemy is a basic apocalypse survival rule. Even though Yifeng was already powerful, he clung to his past life methods. Bao Wei didn't hold back. He left his team to level up on their own and chatted with Yifeng alone. As time passed, Yifeng got a general picture. Hearing that Qin Shiji's bodyguard was also in the school, he remained calm on the surface, but inwardly seethed with murderous intent. Are you sure Qinzhong is in the school? Qinzhong. Bao Wei was startled again. His name is Qinzhong. I only heard them call him Uncle Chun. I don't know his exact name. Good. Lead the way. Yifeng said, then coldly added in his mind, Qinzhong. In your past life you chased me the most relentlessly. In this life we'll see how you die. The Qin family boasted 4 major combat powers. Besides Feng Xiaolong, who possessed the strongest battle prowess, there were also 3 top-tier experts, Chunzhong Zhao Wu and Steward Tian. Feng Xiaolong and Steward Tian always operated around Qin Guanyao, while Chunzhong and Zhao Wu handled troubles that arose around Qin Shiji and Yi Qianrou. Thus in his past life it was Chunzhong and Zhao Wu who were tasked with hunting down Yifeng. In his previous existence, Yifeng only found Jiang Manman a few months after the apocalypse began. When he discovered her affair with Qin Shiji, he sought an explanation. Yet Jiang Manman not only mocked him mercilessly, but also openly flirted with Qin Shiji. Influenced by her, Qin Shiji subjected Yifeng to all kinds of humiliation. Enraged, Yifeng intended to kill them both. But how could Qinzhong, who was always by Qin Shiji's side, allow that? Although Yifeng was no match for Qinzhong at the time, he managed to escape thanks to his hidden class, which awakened due to his protagonist halo. What followed was a game of pursuit and counterkill. Now reborn into a new life, Yifeng had returned with formidable strength. Knowing that Qinzhong was at this school, the combat instinct within him was instantly ignited. Bao Wei, seeing that Yifeng had asked him to lead the way to his dormitory without immediately seeking out Qin Shiji, became even more convinced of his assumption. This young man was undoubtedly an enemy, not a friend to Qin Shiji. If he truly came to deal with Qin Shiji, might there be a chance for him to take Qin Suzhen back from Wang Dong? Bam! As Bao Wei pondered, a cold gleam suddenly approached, forcing him to stumble back in retreat. Don't kill me. To prevent you from alerting Qin Shiji, Yifeng said coldly, pressing the arc moon blade against Bao Wei's neck. Sorry, but I have no choice. No, brother, we're on the same side. I'm also an enemy of Qin Shiji. Cornered against the wall, Bao Wei thought quickly and blurted out. What? Hearing this, Yifeng squinted and studied Bao Wei's eyes intently. Bao Wei dared not lie. It's true. A subordinate of his named Wang Dong, relying on Qin Shiji's backing, not only beat up my girlfriend's sister, but also killed several of our companions. If you don't believe me, I can have my girlfriend and her sister come and testify. Upon hearing this, Yifeng found Bao Wei's words somewhat credible. After sheathing the arc moon blade and agreeing to let Bao Wei summon his girlfriend, he became even more certain that Bao Wei wasn't lying. Having spent 10 years in the apocalypse, Yifeng could see through people like Bao Wei and Huang Jejia instantly. They were incapable of deceiving him. It's hardly surprising that Qin Shiji's lackeys would stoop to such deeds. With a cold laugh, Yifeng ignored Bao Wei from then on. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so naturally he had no reason to kill Bao Wei. Seeing that the man had no further moves, Bao Wei let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize his back was soaked with cold sweat. After hustling Huang Jejia out and closing the door, Bao Wei mustered his courage again. Brother, you're here to get revenge on Qin Shiji, right? You talk too much. No, I mean, I don't need your weapon, but after you've taken your revenge, could you help me deal with that Wang Dong? Wang Dong. Yifeng frowned, then shot a cold glance at Bao Wei. Do you think I have time to bother with your petty affairs? But this Wang Dong is a subordinate of Qin Shiji, and his awakened class seems quite strong. If you go after Qin Shiji, hell, definitely. That's not your concern. Yifeng cut him off coldly. Wang Dong. He had never heard of him in his past life. Such a person was likely a nobody. Yifeng had no interest in such a minor character. Of course, if the fool dared to obstruct his attack on Qin Shiji, he would dispose of him without a second thought. Yes. Bao Wei nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. In his mind, he already pictured Wang Dong overestimating his own abilities, stepping in for Qin Shiji, and getting cut down by this formidable figure. Show me your system's friend list. Yes. Bao Wei dared not disobey Yifeng's command. After seeing that Qin Shiji wasn't on Bao Wei's friend list, Yifeng finally felt reassured. As the two chatted casually, time slipped by. By a little past 6 in the evening, nightfall began to descend, and numerous players who had been leveling up gradually returned to their strongholds. To better integrate into the team and prevent a repeat of the monster riot from the day before yesterday, Qin Shiji had moved back to the student dormitory building. Moreover, he was on the same floor as Wang Dong. Wang Dong, Chen Suzhen, Shui Liangping, and others lived in the dorm rooms to the right of the stairwell entrance, while Qin Shiji and his bodyguards occupied the left side. Everyone else lived on the 6th floor and below. Taking some food from his black backpack, Yifeng gazed out the window. Seeing that the time was ripe outside, he warned Bao Wei a couple of times before leaving the room. Once outside the dormitory building, he pretended to be a student and greeted the players from Qin Shiji's building. The lighting was dim at this hour, and most players were still wearing helmets. Not all students in the school knew each other. Thus, with his impeccable acting skills, Yifeng easily blended in and entered the building. There are guards on the 1st floor, plenty of empty rooms on the 2nd and the 6th floor, and above are restricted. That's probably where Qin Shiji and his people are staying. After infiltrating, Yifeng quickly familiarized himself with the layout. Once he had a good grasp, he returned to an unoccupied room on the 2nd floor and hid himself. As an Avenger who had roamed the apocalypse for 10 years, Yifeng possessed ample patience. Although the building had patrolling guards, they were still students and utterly incapable of detecting him. With Yifeng's disappearance, time quickly passed to 1 in the morning. Before the apocalypse, many would be staying up late gaming or scrolling through short videos. But in this post-apocalyptic world, people had already gone to sleep to recover their strength for the next day's survival. This was the window Yifeng was waiting for. Other players don't have night vision now. That's my advantage, he murmured to himself. Swiftly, he changed from his novice heavy armor into the chain war armor black iron light armor and swapped the arc moonblade for a short sword. After donning a black mask from his backpack, Yifeng slowly rose and, taking advantage of the pitch black surroundings, cautiously made his way toward the 6th floor. His footsteps were so light that they made no sound on the ground. The chain light armor, which was originally a fixed grass green color, had been painted black with dye to blend into the night. He could easily merge into any dark corner, becoming nothing but a black shadow. The players on guard above the 3rd floor were all in their rooms, and no one patrolled at this hour. So, leveraging the characteristics of his class, Yifeng reached the 6th floor without any trouble. The 6th floor was different from the others. There were 2 dedicated sentinel players on duty, even at night. Yifeng had already pinpointed Qin Shiji's location. If he could silently eliminate those 2 sentinels, Qin Shiji would be as good as dead. As for Chen Zhong, a little maneuvering, and Yifeng was confident he could toy with him. So, clack, clack. Hidden at the corner of the stairwell, Yifeng picked up a small pebble and tossed it forward. The sound immediately alerted the 2 sentinel players. What was that noise? A noise? I didn't hear anything. Damn it, let's go check it out. As their conversation ended, a dark figure quickly appeared before Yifeng, holding a glow stick. Yifeng was swift. He lunged forward. Thud. Muffling the mouth, slitting the throat, catching the glow stick, and dragging the body away. The entire process was seamless and fluid. The players stationed on this floor were all in cahoots with Qin Shiji, so Yifeng showed no mercy. But why does the feeling of the short sword cutting through the neck feel different from usual? It was evident that the hidden class Yifeng had awakened was a thief type. Like warriors, thieves could choose among 3 paths after level 10: Thief, Assassin, and Monster Hunter. Thieves excel in stealth and theft, assassins specialize in player assassination, and monster hunters are adept at tracking bosses. All 3 paths use short swords or daggers, and without practice before the apocalypse, leveling up would be extremely difficult. However, the hidden class Yifeng had awakened was called Ghost Assassin. The Ghost Assassin not only integrated the strengths of all 3 paths, but also received considerable enhancements on top of the original foundation. Combined with his battle experience from his past life and the special talent skills awakened after rebirth, his combat prowess was ridiculously exaggerated. Moreover, as a Ghost Assassin who had spent 10 years in the apocalypse and been hunted by the Qin family for over 9 years, Yifeng had killed countless players and survivors. He had great trust in his instincts. The feeling of the short sword cutting through the other's neck was clearly wrong. But at this moment he had no time to think too much. He quickly dragged the body aside, picked up a glow stick, and walked toward the other person. Zhou Peng, what's the situation? Nothing serious, probably just a mouse. The relieved voice of Zhou Peng reached the other person's ears. The Ghost Assassin's exclusive skill, at level 5, voice mimicry. Zhou Peng had only said one sentence, and Yifeng, relying on his experience, mimicked that voice. The other person, upon hearing Zhou Peng's voice, immediately relaxed a lot, but soon realized, and a look of alertness appeared on his face. You're not Zhou Peng. You're too late. The words had barely left his mouth when Yifeng's short sword, carrying a cold gleam, thrust into the other's heart. Level 10 Assassin Skill Thrust. It can double the user's forward sprint speed in an instant. Although the skill lasts only 3 seconds with a cooldown of about 1 minute, it is extremely effective for such short-range assassinations. Yi Feng acted swiftly. The moment his short sword pierced the other's body, he covered their mouth. Before the other could press the alarm, he pulled out the sword and slit their throat. The alarm looked like an electric bike, a small gadget used by the Qin family's bodyguards for warnings. The other end was connected to the rooms of other bodyguards. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but once the alarm was pressed, the other bodyguards could react immediately. However, what Yi Feng hadn't expected was that he had killed the two before they could press the alarm, yet the alarms in other rooms still sounded. What's going on? Ula ula. Hearing these irritating sounds, Yi Feng frowned deeply. He had long known that the Qin family's night watch bodyguards carried alarms. Before striking, he had guarded against this, but now. Although he didn't know how the alarm was triggered, Yi Feng was someone who had seen great things. The entire process was tense, but not chaotic. He threw the glow stick to the ground, turned around, and kicked open the door guarded by the 2 sentry players. Bang! As long as he could kill that useless Qin Shiji, everything would be fine. But the next second, Yi Feng froze in place. No one in the room. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. What's going on? The 2 sentry brothers were taken down. What? Protect the young master immediately. Chaotic voices sounded outside the door. Yi Feng snapped back to reality and quickly retreated to the corridor. In the apocalypse, when the surrounding area was not absolutely safe, most players slept fully clothed. And Qin was a true expert. To protect Qin Shiji, he lived near the staircase. Hearing the alarm, he immediately rushed out with his crescent moon blade and happened to encounter Yi Feng retreating from Qin Shiji's room. Who are you? By the faint light of 2 glow sticks on the ground, Qin saw a dark figure. Yi Feng, seeing the newcomer, was not alarmed, but pleased and decisively charged at Qin. The one who wants your life. The cold shout had barely faded when Yi Feng was already in front of Qin. Sensing danger approaching, Qin's face paled with horror. So fast. Die. Uft. The short sword slashed through Qin's armor, drawing a spray of blood. Qin's combat prowess was originally quite formidable. Before the apocalypse, if everyone was unarmed, unless he was exhausted, no matter how many ordinary people came, they wouldn't be his match. Even some martial artists, 3 or 5 of them, couldn't get close to him. But now in just one exchange, the opponent had cut his arm with a short sword. Yi Feng struck swiftly, each move aimed at Qin's vital points, while Qin, due to poor lighting, could only keep retreating. Fortunately, the other bodyguards were not too slow to react. Within less than 10 seconds of the fight, a mage bodyguard came out to light up the area. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Yi Feng reacted even faster. The moment the mage bodyguard lit a fireball, Yi Feng abandoned attacking Qin and appeared before him. Swish! The flame extinguished, and the mage bodyguard collapsed slowly, clutching his throat. Seeing this, Qin's heart turned cold. These bodyguards were at least well trained. Even he would need some effort to take them down. Yet this person had instantly killed him before the other could react. This meant that the person before him was stronger than himself. Who the hell are you? How has the Qin family offended you? Qin gritted his teeth, clearly having guessed the other's intention. But Yi Feng had no intention of answering his question. He continued to harvest the lives of other bodyguards who tried to block him wielding his short sword. 2 of the bodyguards only saw a dark shadow flash, but before their weapon-wielding right hands were controlled. Just as they were about to retaliate, their throats were slit. Yi Feng's figure was like a ghost, and the bodyguards, due to insufficient light, had no power to fight back. Just as Qin was at his wit's end, and the other bodyguards were being quickly reaped by the dark shadow. A white orb of light suddenly flew out from behind Qin. The orb was only the size of a basketball, not particularly bright, but it lasted a very long time. Once it appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire 6th floor corridor. This is illumination of a light mage. Seeing this orb, Yi Feng was taken aback, his mind briefly blanking. How could there be a light mage among Qin Shiji's bodyguards? Although a light mage in the early stages has a holy light orb that can be used as an attack, it's not as effective as a fireball against goblins. Therefore, a light mage is only a god of support in the later stages, useless in the early stages. This kind of class is usually placed in leveling teams to be slowly nurtured. How could it appear in Qin's rescue team? However, Yi Feng had no time to ponder this. He quickly knocked back a bodyguard in front of him and charged at Qin again. Although an assassin, when assassinating an enemy, should retreat immediately after a failed strike, Qin was now injured and weaker than him. As long as he killed Qin, the others would be no cause for concern. Yi Feng thought this, and Qin also felt he might not survive the night. But just as Qin was about to make a desperate last stand, a young figure in light armor suddenly rushed out from behind Qin. His forward speed was very fast. Even Yi Feng was not much faster. You also know thrust. Sensing the ability used by the opponent, Yi Feng was very surprised. A thief can only learn the thrust skill after level 10. That meant there was another thief over level 10 in Qin's team. What the hell? In an instant, Yi Feng's mind was flooded with a myriad of thoughts. His attention had been entirely focused on Chun Zhong, and among the 4 experts of the Qin family, only Zhao Wu was an assassin. It was almost impossible for 2 experts to act in concert, so he had never imagined that Chun Zhong's team would include a high-level assassin like himself. A high-level assassin was one thing, but to have also mastered the stab skill at this stage. How could that be possible? At this moment, Yifeng, already charging forward, had no room to dodge. He could only avoid vital areas, exchanging a minor injury for the possibility of heavily wounding his opponent. They stabbed each other simultaneously. Yifeng pierced the opponent's chest with his short sword while the opponent drove a dagger into his collarbone. "Get away!" Yifeng shouted, coldly gritting his teeth against the pain. The moment he steadied himself, he flung his other short sword. Mother-child twin blade, strength 7, agility 12. Attached skill cut. Weapon grade bronze, required level LV 12, class restriction, thief type classes. Durability 2630. Cut has a 10 chance to directly cut through a player's armor. Note: if the armor level exceeds the weapon level, this skill is ineffective. If the weapon level exceeds the armor level, the skill effect is increased to 20. This was Yifeng's weapon. A pair of bronze grade twin short swords, one long and one short. The longer one was slightly shorter than a sword, while the shorter one was slightly longer than a dagger. He had developed 3 days more than Wang Dong, so his level was by no means lower than Wang Dong's, and as a protagonist his personal strength and luck were certainly superior. He had obtained this weapon from a class change dungeon. Except it was not the Black Wolf's Nest, but the Goblin's Lair. Although the 2 dungeons were of the same level, relying on his formidable strength and extremely high movement speed, he solo cleared this dungeon in just 4 hours. The cold weapons of melee classes naturally had high damage, so the attributes added were not as many as those of magical artifacts. But Yifeng did not care about that. After all, for physical attack weapons, one first looked at the grade, and then the attributes. At this moment, while throwing out the second short sword, he quickly leaned back and finally saw the opponent's face clearly. Sure enough, it was not Zhao Wu. Bang! Swish! Without time to hesitate, Yifeng kicked out, while throwing another sword. The assassin who ambushed him not only had his chest slashed by Yifeng's sword, but was also kicked flying to the stairwell entrance. Fortunately, Chun Zhong was a true expert, seizing the fleeting opportunity with the restored vision from the illumination spell. He took 2 quick steps and leaped into the air. Tiger slash! The crescent moon blade swept toward Yifeng with a terrifying aura. Yifeng was not made of steel, as seeing this he thought to himself, "Not good," and quickly sidestepped and bent down to dodge the attack. Swish! The crescent moon blade sliced down almost right past his face. Yifeng's expression slightly changed, and he quickly performed a backflip with one hand on the ground to create distance. The initial skills of a warrior besides basic sword art also include valor and courage. The latter 2 skills, one increases strength by 10, the other increases courage against enemies, and 10 resilience. Blade Soul also has these 2 skills, but basic sword art becomes basic blade art, and there is an additional tiger slash. Chun Zhong, who was skilled with blades even before the apocalypse, upgraded basic blade art to blade and sword mastery proficient level. Moreover, when Tiger Slash was unleashed, it not only carried the aura of a fierce tiger, but the blade also emitted a shockwave in the shape of a tiger. Therefore, even though this slash did not hit Yifeng, it still caused his blood to surge. Just as Yifeng steadied himself and was about to catch his breath and try to kill Chun Zhong again, a heavy armored warrior, holding a cleaver and a wooden shield, suddenly stood beside Chun Zhong. His gaze was cold, his step steady. He clearly was no ordinary opponent. Blade and shield warrior. Seeing this person's stance and class, Yifeng frowned deeply. Although he was strong enough, assassins were not good at frontal combat, especially against multiple opponents. Now, with the illumination spell at the top of the corridor and the appearance of a defensive class that most countered assassins, plus the injury to his shoulder and the impact of Tiger Slash's shockwave, he had lost the opportunity to assassinate Qin Shiji. Damn it, we'll meet again. Although Yifeng was extremely unwilling, only an idiot would gamble with their life. So he decisively rushed into the adjacent dormitory of Chun Zhong and jumped from the 6th floor balcony. Melee players above level 5 could jump from 3 or 4 stories without injury. Yifeng, now nearly level 14, naturally would not be hurt jumping from here. After Yifeng fled, Yi Qianris' illumination spell also lost its effect. On the other side, Qin Shiji finally came running over with Wang Dong and Cui Liangping making a racket. Holy shit, Uncle Qin, what's going on? What happened here? By the light of the fire, seeing the blood all over the corridor, Qin Shiji looked dumbfounded. Ding, you saved Qin Shiji and preserved the lives of Chun Zhong and his 6-man bodyguard team. The main storyline has been affected. You gained 2,900 fate-changing points. Ding, due to the effect on the main storyline, you have obtained the revised storyline. Please go to the fate-changing system to view the revised storyline. The process of Yifeng's assassination attempt on Qin Shiji, though described slowly, actually took less than 3 minutes from the time he reached the 6th floor to the end of the fight. The frontal battle lasted less than a minute. In such a short time, it was perfectly normal that Qin Shiji and the others on the other side of the 6th floor had not reacted. Seeing this system prompt Wang Dong, who was following Qin Shiji, could not help but admire in his heart. This Yifeng was truly amazing. To have killed so many people under such circumstances. And with one failed assassination, he had contributed 2,900 fate-changing points. It must be said the protagonist was the protagonist. Wang Dong was just Qin Shiji's follower. To quickly improve his strength, he had chosen the mage class, which was vulnerable to assassination. But in frontal combat, a mage could kill an assassin with a combo. Therefore, without a sure way to kill the protagonist, he naturally would not let the protagonist notice him. However, as a man with a system, it was easy to save Qin Shiji, if not to kill Yifeng. He simply followed Yi Qianro and Xiao Qiong back to school, then found an excuse to make Qin Shiji stay in the dormitory opposite his own. He then had Zhou Peng warrior and Feng Ming mage guard the entrance to Qin Shiji's previous dormitory, creating the illusion that Qin Shiji was still living in that dormitory. Then he summoned Yang Ping blade and shield warrior and Mao Nian robe to his own dormitory in advance, ready to support at any time. That was all. Yi Qianru's illumination spell was cast by Xiao Qiong, who was beside her after hearing the fighting sounds outside. It had nothing to do with Wang Dong. He had originally planned to have the mage Feng Ming throw a fireball to illuminate after recovering. Are you alright? I'm fine. I'm fine too. These two are dead, and this one seems to be beyond saving. Seeing that Yifeng did not return, the bodyguards began to stand guard with flashlights and clean up the battlefield. Apart from Xiao Qiong, beside Yi Qianro, among the 9 bodyguards brought by Chunzhong, 3 were dead, 1 was seriously injured, and 2 were lightly injured. Zhou Peng and Feng Ming were already dead without breath. After being killed by Yifeng, they were naturally erased by Wang Dong's consciousness and became 2 corpses. Chunzhong glanced at their bodies and paid no more attention to them. But looking at the blood all over the floor and the wound on his shoulder, he frowned deeply. Where is the young brother who risked his life to save me? We did not find his body. The high-level assassin who saved him was naturally Mao Nian, resurrected by Wang Dong. Although under Wang Dong's deliberate cultivation, he had reached level 10 and learned the stab skill, his level equipment and combat skills were far inferior to Yifeng's. Even ambushing, he was killed by Yifeng in a single exchange. To avoid trouble, Wang Dong had him recover and sneak downstairs to hide. Chunzhong could not find Mao Nian for the moment and was very puzzled, but when did he have time to care about such details? Clean up the battlefield. Yes. Understood. Sorry, Uncle Chun, I have not slept in a long time. I was sleeping a bit deeply just now. Wang Dong came to Chunzhong, scratching his head awkwardly. Life is like a play, all about acting. In his previous life, Wang Dong had struggled at the bottom of society from childhood, witnessing many dark sides. To survive, besides the ability to read people, he had also developed some skills of saying one thing and doing another. So at this moment, Chunzhong not only did not suspect anything, but even comforted Wang Dong. It's fine, the opponent was an expert. You're a mage not good at close combat. Even if you came out, you would just be another corpse. In Chunzhong's mind, no matter how formidable the abilities awakened by Wang Dong and Tao Lin might be, they were fundamentally still students. The assassin from earlier, however, was a true master. A master whom even he and these bodyguards could not handle. What use would Wang Dong and his companions be? Thus he truly had no intention of blaming Wang Dong. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong nodded with a hint of gratitude, unconsciously glancing in Yi Qianru's direction. After Yifeng's assassination attempt, everyone on the 6th floor had lost all desire to sleep, and the corridor was now illuminated by various lights. By the glow of the light, he saw Yi Qianro staring at him as well. This woman. Could she have seen something again? Wang Dong felt a flicker of doubt, and quickly averted his gaze. Yi Qianro said nothing more, but her look at Wang Dong grew increasingly complex. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? After assigning tasks, Yu Wei came over, cursing, completely oblivious to the exchange of glances between Wang Dong and Yi Qianro. Li Liang, who followed, also spoke with lingering fear. If it weren't for Madame's illumination spell, would have been wiped out by him just now. You're not wrong. Judging by his trajectory, he was targeting the young master. Chunzhong turned to Qin Shiji. Young master, have you offended any major figures recently? Hearing this, Qin Shiji was baffled. Who could I have offended? The only one I crossed was Liao Jun, and Wang Dong already took care of him, didn't he? At that, a thought seemed to strike Chunzhong. Could it be him? Who? Yifeng. That's impossible. Qin Shiji denied loudly. First of all, we don't even know if Yifeng is a master. Even if he is, I've never met him. How would he know him here? This? Chunzhong was at a loss for words. Their young master had never met Yifeng, nor had they ever dealt with him. How could the man possibly come to the school at this moment to assassinate them? It truly didn't make sense. But if not Yifeng, then who? Chunzhong fell into confusion. None of them could have imagined that Yifeng was a reincarnator. Who is Yifeng? Wang Dong asked, feigning ignorance. He's Jiang Manman's boyfriend. Qin Shiji didn't hide it, and briefly recounted the story. Afterward, he handed Wang Dong Jiang Manman's phone, which displayed a photo of Yifeng. Wang Dong studied the photo for a moment before quickly reaching a conclusion. Since he killed Jiang Manman, he must have investigated the Qin family before the apocalypse, right? It's not surprising that he knew you were here. Huh. At Wang Dong's reminder, Chen Zhong instantly snapped out of it. Indeed, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Whether it's this Yifeng or not, we can just capture him and find out. Hedonga, you saved my life again. The sudden gratitude drew everyone's attention and startled Wang Dong. Could this Qin Shiji have figured something out too? Unaware of the other's thoughts, Qin Shiji simply looked at Wang Dong with excitement. If you hadn't invited me to play Do Diju at your place tonight, I'd have been killed by that guy. Hearing this, Chen Zhong and the others were speechless. Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Hey, it's just that you weren't meant to die. No. I feel like you're my lucky star. Qin Shiji excitedly draped his arm over Wang Dong's shoulder, acting like a loyal brother. Wang Dong pushed him away in disgust. Keep your distance, I'm not into guys. Neither am I. Want me to call over a couple of girls and share one with you? Wang Dong. Calling girls was obviously a joke, but it was undeniable that Wang Dong's unintentional act had saved Qin Shiji. Thanks, friend. Seeing the immediate danger resolved, Chen Zhong turned to the Bladian Shield warrior Yang Ping. Yang Ping had appeared at the school as Wang Dong's friend, while Zhou Peng and Fang Ming had joined Qin Shiji's team. The condition for the latter two joining was standing guard tonight. Apart from Pan Lei and Wang Chao, no one else knew they were already dead. Unfortunately, they were killed by Yifeng on their first day. Just their bad luck. No need to thank me, it was nothing. Yang Ping waved dismissively. He was a military man and had originally been dead. Although Wang Dong didn't need his consent, Wang Dong chose to respect his wishes to preserve his own humanity. Yang Ping, however, did not choose to leave this world. Not for any other reason. He simply couldn't bear to part with his wife and daughter. Even if he couldn't live with them, being able to watch over them from the shadows as they grew up was enough. Thus, he now had a cooperative relationship with Wang Dong. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone returned to their dormitories. Damn it, a light mage, a high-level assassin, a Bladian Shield warrior. Where the hell did these guys come from? On the other side, Yifeng did not leave the school directly, but returned to Bao Wei's dormitory. After downing a low-grade healing potion, he began to replay the details of his assassination attempt. His mission tonight should have gone smoothly. But aside from the Bladian Shield warrior, whose class was relatively normal, the other two classes shouldn't have been there. Yet now, Yifeng couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door made Yifeng alert. Who? It's me, Bao Wei. Bao Wei announced himself in a low voice. Yifeng opened the door, and after Bao Wei entered and closed it, he asked cautiously, Funga, did your mission go smoothly? Yifeng gave him a cold glare, unwilling to reply. But then, as if a thought struck him, he said flatly, that Wang Dong you mentioned earlier. What class is he, yo? Wang Dong. Bao Wei paused, then blurted out, a mage. Why? A light mage? No. Bao Wei explained instinctively. He uses fireballs to attack monsters, but his fireballs are bigger and have a shorter cast time than ordinary mages. Bao Wei kept rambling about Wang Dong's abilities, but Yifeng had clearly lost interest. He had initially thought that Wang Dong might be either the high-level assassin or the light mage, and that overlooking him had caused the assassination's failure. But now it seemed Wang Dong was just a student who had awakened a rare mage class with nothing to do with his failure. Funga, did you actually fail, eh? Seeing Yifeng's expression, Bao Wei asked the one thing he shouldn't have. The question infuriated Yifeng. Get out. Find him out. Bao Wei wanted to say more, but seeing Yifeng's icy glare and recalling the man's strength, he quickly shut his mouth. However, after leaving the dorm and closing the door, he couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn, I thought you were someone special, but you're just another loser who can't even get past Qin Shiji's bodyguards. All you do is show off in front of me. What a joke. Having witnessed Yifeng's formidable combat prowess firsthand, Bao Wei's hope of reclaiming Qin Sujin was reignited. Yet upon realizing that Yifeng's revenge had failed, he instantly lost all interest in him. If not for his fear of Yifeng's strength, he would have dearly loved to curse him to his face. This pathetic loser is nothing but a tadpole pretending to be a frog, putting on airs. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Dong frowned deeply as he studied the system's data. After saving Qin Shiji, Wang Dong had altered the main storyline for the first time. The reward for modifying the main storyline, aside from a hefty amount of fate-altering points, was the revised plot data. According to the corrected data, Yifeng was originally supposed to find Qin Shiji's location through Liao Jun and Pan Lei, and after eliminating Qin Shiji, smoothly recruit them as his underlings. But after Liao Jun and Pan Lei's fates were altered by Wang Dong, that person became Bao Wei. Bao Wei had not appeared in the original plot. If I go and kill Bao Wei tomorrow, will I get fate-altering points? Side characters in the revised plot will not provide fate-altering points. Well, it seems I can't farm fate-altering points by killing revised plot characters. But Yifeng is quite cautious, giving up his original plan after just one failed assassination. In the original plot, Qin Shiji and Chen Zhong died on the second night after the fog cleared Zhao Wu on the 5th night, and Feng Xiaolong, Steward Tian, and Qin Guangyao on the 10th day. In other words, Yi Feng wiped out all of Qin's main forces in just 10 days. Now after his first assassination attempt failed, Yi Feng did not immediately launch a second one. Instead, he planned to strike at Qin Shiji when the Qin family's vigilance waned. In the meantime, he would enter secret realms, kill off Qin's minor minions, and divert their attention. The next attempt on Qin Shiji should be a week later. Seeing the detailed data in the system, Wang Dong was speechless. After studying the plot data for a long time, he realized that while he had no leveling guide, he did have a guide on how to deal with the protagonist. Wouldn't this allow him to endlessly leech off the protagonist? The protagonist is an ATM. The more you withdraw, the stronger you get. This is indeed a path to power, and with this much time I have enough to prepare. For now, I'll use the fate-altering points first. Wang Dong stretched lazily, looking thoroughly pleased. Having just obtained so many fate-altering points, he naturally wanted to strengthen himself first. The 2900 points from earlier plus the 200 from the past 2 days of check-ins totaled 3100 points. He didn't intend to spend them all on intermediate summons. With so many points, balanced allocation was the way to go. 2 intermediate summons, 11 basic summons. Let's go. Summon successful. Choose one of the following 2 abilities. Knight skill book, immovable as a mountain, and thunder mage skill book, rare lightning strike. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, then chose lightning strike. Although the knight skill book was impressive, granting invincibility-like effects, most classes required mastering low-level skills before learning advanced ones, especially for mages. Moreover, to summon a low-level rare skill from a basic summon, one must first awaken that rare element in an intermediate summon. So choosing a lightning skill was a no-brainer. The 2 items from the second summon were canned fruit box X10. Talent skill special unarmed combat max level. This time Wang Dong didn't hesitate at all. He was a mage weak in close combat, and couldn't learn other melee class skills. He had long wanted to draw a skill that enhanced his close quarters ability, and now that it finally appeared, how could he hesitate? Unarmed combat max level, a skill that other players cannot learn from skill books. It encompasses pre-apocalyptic martial arts techniques. In close quarters combat without any weapons, skills, or treasures, when both parties have similar equipment and attributes, you are invincible. Invincible, though not truly, so as many factors influence the outcome of battles in the Apocalypse game. Still, Wang Dong was satisfied. After learning the skill, scenes of fighting with various masters immediately flooded his mind. Those combat techniques became ingrained in his genes, granting him a wealth of muscle memory in just a few minutes. So this is the power of max-level unarmed combat. Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Dong swung his fist to test it. Now even warriors and assassins of the same level with slightly higher strength and agility would find it difficult to take him down. The remaining 11 basic summons yielded 3 mage skill books, level 5 Guardian Flame, level 10 Water Mist, and level 15 Great Fireball. The other 8 items were Lunson Pure Milk Box X1, Archer Skill Book, Mark Knight Skill Book Tenacity, Swordsman Skill Book Shadow, Sword Life Preservation Talisman X1, Basic Mental Potion X1A, and Basic Healing Potion X2. Guardian Flame summons a fist-sized concentrated fireball that follows behind the caster. If a monster attacks from behind, it automatically turns into a fireball and strikes the target. If no monster attacks, it can follow for up to 10 minutes. It only attacks monsters, not human players. It's a defensive skill to protect one's back. The other 2 skills are self-explanatory from their names. However, the Life Preservation Talisman is nice, but these skills will become useless later on. Many of a mage's initial skills overlap. For example, Water Ball, Fireball, Wind Ball, Ice Spike, Flying Stone, etc. When fighting low-level monsters, any one of them suffices, the rest are just decorations. If not for the need to learn the advanced skills of these elements later, many skills would be unnecessary. President Qin, if this man is not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat in the future. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Chen Zhong spoke gravely to Qin Guangyao. After hearing Chen Zhong's account of the assassination attempt, Qin Guangyao immediately changed his plan. Yes, go investigate first, then bring Xiao Jie back. Yes. Chen Zhong nodded and prepared to lead the team, willing to follow Qin Shiji back. With a single command, everyone began packing their belongings. Brother Dong, you're not taking me with you. In the dormitory, after hearing Wang Dong's explanation, Chen Suzhen could hardly believe her ears. Hadn't he promised to let her follow him? Why was he going back on his word now? It's not that I don't want to take you, but I can't take you. Wang Dong looked at Chen Suzhen seriously. You saw what happened last night. Being with me means facing life-threatening danger at any moment. Are you afraid I'll hold you back? Chen Suzhen understood the implication in his words, and her expression dimmed. She was a self-deprecating person, easily seeing herself as a burden. Chen Suzhen, if you keep this up, I really won't care about you anymore. Seeing her demeanor, Wang Dong grew somewhat irritated. You can be insecure, but if you don't even have basic trust in me, what's the point of following me? I'm sorry. Chen Suzhen lowered her head again. Wang Dong was very annoyed. Don't apologize to me. If you still trust me, listen to me from now on. Alright, I'll listen to you. Come with me. Before we leave, I'll give you a lesson. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Wang Dong, whether following the protagonist or the antagonist, would inevitably make many enemies. In such a state, he couldn't keep her by his side at all times to protect her. So before obtaining an awakening scroll, Wang Dong needed her to develop the ability to handle things on her own. An hour later, looking at Chen Suzhen, who was holding an iron sword covered in blood and bruised all over, even Shui Liangping, who had been following and healing her, couldn't bear to watch. Brother Dong, she's only awakened a life profession. Killing monsters doesn't give her experience. Is this really necessary? I'm having her fight goblins not to level up, but to teach her how to face danger. Well, you have a point, Shui Liangping said, then cast a heal spell on Chen Suzhen. Wang Dong handed him a basic mental potion. A basic mental potion cost 500 copper coins and restored 100 energy points, while a single heal spell only cost 20 energy points. So he didn't hesitate to use it. Go call Tao Lin and Xiang Fei over. What do you want to do? Let's go have a chat with Bao Wei. Whether Bao Wei had allied with Yifeng or not, Wang Dong intended to leave a lasting impression on him before leaving. 10 minutes later, in the empty lot in front of Bao Wei's dormitory building, facing a dozen fully armed players, Bao Wei was dumbfounded. Wang Dong ignored him instead, turning his gaze to Chen Suzhen. That woman Bao Wei's ex-girlfriend brought people to bully you, right? Go ahead. Whoever bullied you, you beat them back. And if anyone dares to help or resist. Wang Dong paused, then swept his cold gaze over the crowd. No mercy. What does it mean to bully others by relying on one's power? That's exactly what Wang Dong was doing now. Since Qin Shiji had gathered too many high-level players and promised to help them find their relatives, the dozen or so players Wang Dong brought were all voluntarily following Qin Shiji. They knew Wang Dong's position in Qin Shiji's team, and upon hearing that he needed help, they came without a second thought. Brother Wei, I'm scared. Huang Zhejia, who had been cheering for Bao Wei at the stairwell, shrank behind Bao Wei in fear after seeing Wang Dong's icy gaze. The other girls who were cheering on the sidelines also moved closer to Bao Wei. Don't be afraid, your big bro is here. As a man, Bao Wei naturally had to step up at this moment. But when he saw that his other teammates were all keeping their distance from him, he knew that today might not end well. Wang Dong, what do you mean? Your girlfriend led a group to beat Chen Suzhen before. I'm letting her get payback. Isn't that fair? You say she hit her, but where's the evidence? Bao Wei argued fiercely, and Huang Zhejia also mustered her courage. Exactly what gives you the right to say I led people to beat her? I'm not a cop. I don't need evidence to act. I'll give you 3 seconds to put down your weapons, or else. Wang Dong extended his hand in a claw-like gesture. Boom. A fireball appeared above Wang Dong's palm. Damn, I should have left with that guy this morning. Seeing the fireball and the dozen or so fully armed players around him, Bao Wei felt a pang of regret. Since Qin Shiji's team had a light mage and a shield warrior, and last night's attempt had already alerted the enemy, it would be very difficult for Yifeng to succeed in a second assassination under these circumstances. To avoid wasting time, he left the school before 7 o'clock this morning. As a ghost assassin, Yifeng did not care whether Bao Wei would expose him after the failed assassination. Moreover, he believed that with the Qin family's capabilities, they would soon suspect him. So he not only spared Bao Wei, but also kept his promise and gave him the Crescent Moonblade. However, Bao Wei, looking down on this big shot, because of Yifeng's failed assassination last night, did not follow Yifeng out of school. But now, Wang Dong, you don't go too far. How dare you go too far? Before Wang Dong could speak, a young and arrogant voice came from afar. Everyone turned to see Qin Shiji walking over from behind, Wang Dong accompanied by his 2 bodyguards Yu Wei and Li Liang. After arriving, he didn't pay attention to Bao Wei, but instead looked at Wang Dong. Brother Dong, aren't you done yet? Uncle Chun said it's almost time to leave. Almost done. Bao Wei, hurry up and make these women kneel down and take a beating so we can finish. Don't waste my time. Qin Shiji's expression was extremely impatient, making Bao Wei very uncomfortable. However, he wasn't a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and turned his gaze to Huang Zhejia. Zhejia, maybe you. What a waste. Before Bao Wei could finish, Huang Zhejia gave him a contemptuous look. After saying this, she glanced at her companions behind her, then without a word walked out and knelt down. Come on, do whatever you want. Kill me or cut me up. Seeing Qin Shiji step in, Huang Zhejia knew she couldn't escape this ordeal today. However, her tone showed no sign of submission, and Wang Dong could see the seeds of hatred in her eyes. Unfortunately, Wang Dong didn't care. He just turned to glance at Chen Suzhen. Although Chen Suzhen's external injuries had been healed by a healing spell, she had lost too much blood, and her lips were pale. She understood very well what Wang Dong's look meant. Originally being chronically timid and insecure, she would never have done such a thing as bullying others by relying on power. But after the psychological conditioning during this period and the recent battle with monsters, she realized that to survive in this world, she had to change. So she quickly gritted her teeth and took her first step. Chen Suzhen exhausted her strength, beating up all the women who had once bullied her. Slapping, kicking, and punching. She was just a girl. Having awakened a life-class profession, her strength hadn't increased much. Even when she used all her strength and exhausted herself, she couldn't cause much damage to the other girls. Wang Dong never stepped in from start to finish, because some things could only be done by Chen Suzhen herself. As for Bao Wei, he had already formed a connection with Yifeng, and killing him would yield no fate-changing points. So to avoid attracting Yifeng's attention, Wang Dong decided to leave this matter to Qin Shiji. Brother Dong, come with me to a place first. After finishing Chun Suzhen's matter, Qin Shiji didn't return immediately, but pulled Wang Dong in the opposite direction. Wang Dong didn't need to be told where he wanted to go. You want to go find Zhao Qinya. You know me well. No need to go. She left early this morning. How do you know? Zheng Lina told me. Wang Dong said casually. Brother Dong, Qinya's bodyguards arrived. I decided to leave with them tomorrow morning. Brother Dong, after we leave you should be able to move around freely with your abilities, right? Remember to come find me at Qinya's place when you have time. These were 2 messages Zheng Lina had sent him. The first was sent last night, and the second at exactly 7:00 this morning. It was already almost 9 o'clock, it would be too late to catch up now. Zheng Lina. So that's it. Damn, I was going to ask Qinya to come with us. Hearing Wang Dong, Qin Shiji was very frustrated, and quickly sent a message to Zhao Qinya with a look of grievance. Upon seeing Qin Shiji's message, Zhao Qinya was even more annoyed. Hadn't she left the school quietly precisely to avoid Qin Shiji's pestering? And now he was asking her why. Use your brain, okay? Wang Dong had no time to deal with this sycophant Qin Shiji and directly said, Young Master Qin, I have something to tell you. What is it? On my way here I heard a classmate say that last night they saw a suspicious figure coming out of Bao Wei's dormitory building. A suspicious figure? What do you mean? Qin Shiji was confused, not understanding why Wang Dong was telling him this. After a moment he realized and immediately showed a surprised expression. Holy crap, you mean the assassin from last night? This guy was so slow to react. Wang Dong curled his lip. I just heard about it, I can't be sure. But that dormitory is jointly managed by Bao Wei and Pan Lei. Why don't you have Uncle Chen call them over and ask? Yeah, makes sense. He'll notify Uncle Chen right away. Qin Shiji didn't think much and directly sent the message to Chen Zhong. Last night he hadn't thought much of it, but when he woke up this morning thinking about how he almost got killed last night, cold sweat broke out on his back. So this matter had to be resolved. However, he wasn't very skilled in interrogation, so handing them over to Chen Zhong was the most appropriate. Wang Dong's kill with a borrowed knife was done, and he didn't ask further about the matter. He turned and took Chen Suzhen back to the dormitory. On the other side, Chen Zhong, who had been frowning because he hadn't found any useful clues, immediately rushed over with his remaining subordinates after seeing the message Qin Shiji sent him. In Bao Wei's dormitory building. Call Bao Wei and Pan Lei out. What's the matter? Seeing Qin Shiji and his group appear in their dormitory, Pan Lei and Bao Wei were both dumbfounded. What does this mean? That guy Wang Dong just left, and now you Qin Shiji come with bodyguards. You can't bully people like this. Chen Zhong gave them a cold stare. Last night, did a suspicious person from outside the school appear here? Upon hearing this, Pan Lei was bewildered, but Bao Wei's heart trembled. What suspicious person? Facing Chen Zhong's interrogation, Pan Lei was completely baffled, while Bao Wei dared not speak. Chen Zhong stared intently at their expressions, and his brows furrowed even tighter when he saw the crescent moon blade in Bao Wei's hand. He pointed at Bao Wei with a cold face. You come with me. Thump. Before Qin Shiji's bodyguard could act, Bao Wei was so frightened that he knelt on both knees. It's not my fault he forced me with a knife. Hearing this, Yu Wei and Li Liang quickly stepped forward and subdued Bao Wei. Qin Shiji took out Jiang Manman's phone and showed Bao Wei a photo of Yifeng. Look at him. Yes. Fuck. Qin Shiji cursed and kicked Bao Wei hard. You almost killed me last night, do you know that? Having obtained the accurate answer, Qin Shiji, regardless of his own image, started punching and kicking Bao Wei. Obviously, although Yifeng's assassination was very covert, the Qin family also found it difficult to find clues about Yifeng at school. However, he concealed the fact that he had wanted Yifeng to kill Wang Dong. So Qin Shiji, seeing that he was coerced and actively cooperated with the investigation, did not kill him immediately. Take this kid back, maybe he'll be useful later. However, he concealed the fact that he had wanted Yifeng to kill Wang Dong. So Qin Shiji, seeing that he was coerced and actively cooperated with the investigation, did not kill him immediately. Take this kid back, maybe he'll be useful later. After beating Bao Wei severely, Qin Shiji directly gave the order. Meanwhile, Wang Dongding, shortening the time for the Qin family to investigate Yifeng, the plot was affected to some extent, gaining 300 destiny-changing points. Killing Bao Wei didn't give destiny-changing points, but making Bao Wei provide Yifeng's information to the Qin family did. Indeed, destiny-changing points are not something you can get by just killing, as sometimes you need to use some strategies. He turned his gaze to Chen Suzhen in front of him. You just hit them, they won't let it go easily. They might even find someone to take revenge on you after I leave. But don't worry, I'll have Yang Ping take you to follow the main force and find a safe place to settle down. Yang Ping is my friend. He used to be in the National Armed Forces. His character and strength are completely trustworthy. Yang Ping is now level 11. Although he can't deal with large monster groups, it's completely fine for him to just take one person to find a place to settle down. Brother Dong. Seeing that Wang Dong had arranged everything so well for her, Chen Suzhen's nose tingled again. Her eyes looking at Wang Dong were already filled with tears. Don't cry, crying won't solve any problem. But Wang Dong suddenly smiled as he spoke. We've known each other for so many days, and I've never seen your true appearance. Can you let me see? The way Chen Suzhen covered her face with her hair was actually not ugly. It's just that her inferiority complex and her habit of always lowering her head made it hard for people to notice her. Chen Suzhen answered with tears in her eyes, lowering her head. Wang Dong didn't waste time, either slowly raising his hand to lift her hair. The next second Wang Dong was completely stunned on the spot. Oh my god, is the difference between the whole face and half a face really this big? Wang Dong had been busy leveling up before, and his understanding of Chen Suzhen's appearance only existed in Yifeng's storyline. He also knew that Chen Suzhen might be very beautiful, but he didn't expect her to be this beautiful. As delicate as a flower with eyebrows and eyes like a painting, her exquisite features had no flaws. Most importantly, there was actually a hint of seductiveness on her stunning face. This was not a coquettish personality, but innate from her peach blossom eyes. She was only 19, dude. Are you sure a girl with such breathtaking beauty isn't the female lead? When I used to scroll through short videos, I often saw people saying that a mouth could save a face, or a pair of eyes could save a face. But now, what saved her face? Born with an alluring bone. Brother Dong. Seeing Wang Dong in a daze, Chen Suzhen called out weakly. No. Nothing. Wang Dong snapped back to reality and quickly put down his hand. After I leave, take good care of yourself. He'll give you these things. He placed 2 backpacks full of food in front of her and handed her a healing potion. After doing all this, Wang Dong called Yang Ping from the next dormitory. Brother Ping, he'll trouble you to take care of her during this time. Leave it to me. I'm leaving. Wang Dong waved his hand, and without waiting for Chen Suzhen's reaction, shouldered his backpack and left the dormitory building. In this apocalyptic game, no matter how strong a person is, they need a place to stay. The school was definitely unsuitable, and the safe zone was chaotic and messy, so the Qin family was a good place. Not only did they have many villas, but also plenty of bodyguards. If he didn't have to worry about daily necessities, he could devote all his energy to improving his strength. The reason he didn't take Chen Suzhen with him was firstly to better temper her, and secondly to prevent himself from developing too deep feelings for her. Chen Suzhen's experience was very similar to his own, and Wang Dong could clearly feel a strong desire to protect her. Falling in love with her wouldn't be a big deal. But Wang Dong was just a lackey, and she was only a life profession player. If one day he took the wrong path, and someone used Chen Suzhen to deal with him, the outcome might not be so pleasant. So to prevent any mishap, Wang Dong didn't plan to have much contact with her until she grew stronger. Arriving at the dormitory building, people were bustling about, ready to set off. In the team, besides Yi Qianro and the female bodyguard, there were also a large group of student players. Deng Yuding was also arranged to join by Qin Shiji. Seeing Wang Dong appear, Deng Yuding quickly stood up and stood behind him. Today she was wearing a tight, cyan green robe. Following behind Wang Dong, smelling the shampoo fragrance emanating from him, she involuntarily recalled the scene from that afternoon. That guy Wang Dong didn't look particularly strong, but that was really too exaggerated. I really don't know how long I'll be used by this guy. Deng Yuding couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Wang Dong, on the other hand, didn't know what Deng Yuding was thinking, and in fact he didn't care about this woman's thoughts. For him, Deng Yuding existed only to satisfy his needs. Once he got tired of her, he would just discard her. As for Yang Ping and Chen Suzhen not following the team, would Chen Zhong and Qin Shiji suspect anything? Probably not. Everyone has their own aspirations. In this apocalypse, unless your strength is outrageously strong, who would care whether you are willing to join the team? Having 2 fewer people also means 2 fewer mouths to feed. Wang Dong didn't wait long in the crowd before Chen Zhong returned with his people. Yue was holding a nylon rope, dragging behind him a bruised and swollen Bao Wei. After finding Wang Dong in the crowd, Qin Shiji warmly wrapped his arm around Wang Dong's shoulders. Haha, brother Dong, I told you you're my lucky star. What's wrong? Wang Dong pretended to be confused, looking at Bao Wei in the distance. Could it be? He really knows that assassin. More than just knowing. He's even friends with that assassin. Well, take him back, maybe he'll be useful later. Aren't you afraid he'll use the friend system to tip off that assassin? He wouldn't dare unless he doesn't want to live. Friend messages in the system are automatically cleared once a week with no manual deletion option. Moreover, Bao Wei and Yifeng were not dear friends or sworn brothers. There was no reason for him to sacrifice his own life for Yifeng. Thus Qin Shiji was convinced that Bao Wei would not dare to send word. Hearing this, Wang Dong said no more. After all, Yifeng would seek revenge on the Qin family, first posing little threat to him. At the Qin residence, he would simply adapt to circumstances. As time passed, the group finished their rest and set off. Wang Dong moved swiftly with the main force toward the Qin family's direction. Meanwhile, Yang Ping, accompanied by Chen Suzhen, left the school via the path cleared by the others. At the same time, in the western part of Maching, Yifeng remained unaware that his exposure would come so soon. Or perhaps he knew but did not care. As a lone wolf with the profession of ghost assassin, he operated in the shadows while the Qin family stood in the light. What did he have to fear? Thus, he had already encountered Zhao Qinya along the original storyline. In the normal course of events, Zhao Qinya would not have left the school so early. Yifeng was supposed to meet Zhao Qinya at the school after eliminating Qin Shiji. However, with Wang Dong's interference, the storyline had been forcibly corrected. Now, under the arrangement of fate, the two met on a deserted street in western Maching. Gazing at the vibrant, sunny, and lively young girl before him, Yifeng's frozen heart felt as though something had tugged at it, and memories gradually surged forth. In his past life, he had encountered her once. He recalled a clash with the Qin family where he was gravely wounded by a mercenary group led by Zhao Wu. Though he managed to escape, his injuries were so severe that even basic healing potions were ineffective. Without timely treatment, death was inevitable. Yet the protagonist always stood apart. On the brink of death, Zhao Qinya, who was out on a mission with her team, discovered him unconscious behind a massive boulder. She promptly used the light healing art to cure him. However, in his past life, Yifeng was not a figure of note. He could never have formed a relationship with a noble lady like Zhao Qinya. Thus, he had kept this matter buried in his heart. Yet now, hey, haven't you stared enough? Zhao Qinya was furious at being fixedly gazed upon. This man was insufferable. Not only had he snatched her BOSS, but he was also ogling her so blatantly. Did he think she had no temper? Compared to Zhao Qinya's anger, Liang Jianjun and his several bodyguards guarded her protectively, as if facing a formidable enemy. Liang Jianjun was Zhao Qinya's bodyguard, holding a position in the Zhao family similar to that of Chen Zhong in the Qin family. However, his awakened profession and combat prowess were slightly inferior to Chen Zhong's, and his distance from the school was greater. Thus, he arrived at the school 2 days later than Chen Zhong. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Yifeng sheathed his weapon and dropped several pieces of equipment on the ground. These are the drops from the goblin captain, returning them to you. Unlike regular monsters, a boss would still drop equipment even if the player was 10 levels higher and earned no experience. So Yifeng, upon seeing someone fighting a BOSS, could not resist snatching it. What do you mean? Zhao Qinya was taken aback. You snatched the boss, but don't want the equipment. I only took what I needed, and I didn't realize it was you before I grabbed the boss. Do you know us? Of course. Yifeng lied casually. I was once an orphan and received help from Elder Zhao. Is that so? Zhao Qinya frowned. Her grandfather Zhao Qinyin was a great philanthropist. Whether for fame or profit, he had sponsored many welfare homes. And every time he visited, he brought along this bodyguard, Liang Jianjun. So Yifeng's claim of knowing her was plausible. If you don't believe me, fine. The items are here. Take them yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Yifeng turned and left without further explanation. Though he had to repay a debt from his past life, the protagonist's aura must be maintained. Moreover, with the Qin family still unvanquished, he had no spare time to waste on Zhao Qinya. Zhao Qinya looked at the 8 or 9 pieces of equipment on the ground, puzzled. Did that boss really drop that many items? Definitely not. Zheng Lina nodded affirmatively. I remember clearly. There were only 6 light orbs in total. Could he truly be an orphan my grandfather once aided? Zhao Qinya was utterly confused, unable to fathom the connection between them. Sigh. After parting ways with Zhao Qinya, Yifeng breathed in the murky air of the apocalypse and looked up at the gloomy sky. It was an overcast day. The already chaotic city was cloaked in gray under the dull heavens. Though his first assassination attempt had failed, surprising him, he had spent over 9 years in the apocalypse maneuvering against the Qin family. How could 1 or 2 setbacks crush him? Moreover, this life was different from the last. In his previous life, he was merely prey hunted by the Qin family, forced to flee and barely survive under their relentless pursuit. In this life, leveraging the power and experience of his past, he had forged ahead of most players, possessing the capital to contend with the Qin family. What happens when a powerful guild offends a formidable assassin? If you don't dismantle their guild, you dishonor the very meaning of formidable. After all, in reality, killing someone means 1 less person. So who is the hunter and who is the prey? It's impossible to say. Qin family, I'm truly curious to see whether you can nurture talents faster than I can kill. Yifeng was truly formidable, yet the Qin family had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps Wang Dong's actions had drawn their attention to Yifeng's existence, and Chen Zhong also recognized Yifeng as a master. However, deep down they still dismissed Yifeng as insignificant. The Qin family being such a colossal aristocratic clan teeming with experts, how could they possibly care about some nobody who appeared out of nowhere? Besides, it was always easier to guard against thieves for a day than for 1,000 days. Thus, upon receiving the intelligence, Qin Guanyao only cared about whether Qin Shiji could return safely, showing little concern for Yifeng or what would happen afterward. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the main force led by Chun Zhong rendezvoused with Yu Liang's team. With both bodyguard rescue squads clearing the path ahead, the group's marching speed increased significantly. By 6 o'clock the next evening, after 2 full days of travel, Wang Dong finally arrived at the Qin family villa. Due to the halved experience gain, Wang Dong needed to kill 2,000 level 8 monsters just to level up. So even while traveling with the group, he was still under level 14. Now gazing at the luxurious villa complex before him and the dozen heavy trucks used to transport supplies, the student players gasped in awe. Tisk tisk, this is the Qin family after all. So this is the might of a great clan. I never thought I'd get to live in the southern suburbs of Magic City in my lifetime. I think I made a very wise choice. The student players willing to follow Qin Shiji had grown from the initial 30 or 40 to over 50 now. Including the ordinary friends they brought along, there were more than 70 students in total. Their method of advancement involved sending combat-type players ahead to clear monsters and scout, then regrouping and moving forward once a new shelter was found. This repetitive cycle wasted a lot of their travel time. Fortunately, Wang Dong's monster clearing speed far surpassed everyone else's, otherwise they would have needed an extra night's rest before returning to the Qin estate. Hearing the exclamations around him, Wang Dong quickly glanced over. This was a villa area in the southern part of Magic City with over 400 standalone villas neatly arranged. Before the apocalypse, the prices here weren't the highest. However, the Qin family owned 2 properties here, and stockpiling supplies and building a team was easier in this location. Thus, Qin Guangyao had led his people to occupy this place. Madam, young master. The guards at the entrance greeted Yi Qianro and Qin Shiji as they returned. Yi Qianro nodded, cast a glance at Wang Dong in the crowd, and then walked into the villa complex with Xiao Qiong. Fui finally arrived. I'm exhausted. Ignoring his stepmother, Qin Shiji let out a long sigh of relief at the villa entrance. After exchanging a few words with Chen Zhong, he pulled Yue along and approached the student players. Everyone, this is Yue. Just follow him and he'll arrange your accommodations. Got it, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. Master Qin is awesome. Everyone follow me. Yue wasted no time and led the student players into the villa. Brother Dong Tao Lin Xiao Yong, you guys hand your luggage to Li Liang and come with me. I'll go see my dad first. Alright. My god, this place is huge, isn't it? It's indeed a bit over the top. After tossing their luggage to Li Liang and the others and following Qin Shiji into the villa complex, Chui Liangping couldn't help but exclaim. Tian Hongwei chimed in agreement. Inside there were lawns, gardens, rockeries, swimming pools, basketball courts, everything one could imagine. As they walked, the roads were also very spacious. Even with their pace, they couldn't see the end after 10 minutes. However, since Magic City's villa districts were where the wealthy lived, Wang Dong was unimpressed. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was, why aren't there any monster corpses in this villa complex? The Qin family's defenses were formidable, with guards posted every few steps. The villa area seemed to house many people. If not for Yifeng being a looming threat, this place could truly be considered a post-apocalyptic paradise. But the absence of any monster corpses or bloodstains seemed unreasonable. Even if the Qin family had a dedicated cleanup crew, it shouldn't be this spotless. Moreover, monster spawns were random, and they hadn't seen any teams fighting monsters along the way. That's because this is a safe zone. Hearing Wang Dong's mutter, Chen Zhong, standing nearby, chuckled and explained. A safe zone. Wang Dong was taken aback. It was common knowledge that no monsters appeared in safe zones. It was also typical for major factions to seize these zones before other players could react. But was the Qin family's main stronghold really in a safe zone? This detail wasn't mentioned in Yifeng's storyline. Indeed. Chen Zhong nodded and continued. However, this safe zone is one we created ourselves, different from the safe zones at the job change temples. Hearing this, Wang Dong suddenly understood. As of now, only one profession could turn a dangerous area into a safe zone. The Barrier Master. Barrier Masters were a rare support class. These players had no direct attack abilities and had to rely on others to level up. The higher a Barrier Master's level, the wider their barrier range and the more abilities they could wield. Initially, their barriers might only serve as safe zones, but as their level and power grew, they could use more abilities within that area. With so many bodyguards in the Qin family, finding a few Barrier Masters to work for them while searching for supplies and other teammates wasn't difficult. Based on current player levels and the size of this villa complex, turning the entire southern suburbs villa area into a safe zone would require at least 4 Barrier Masters. For Barrier Masters, just finding them alone would be a monumental task. This showed the true power of the Qin family. We're here. Wait for me a moment. As Wang Dong pondered, the group arrived before the most luxurious villa in the complex, and Qin Shiji stopped. This villa belonged to the Qin family themselves, with guards stationed all around. Qin Shiji moved with practiced ease. Qin Guangyao wasn't just an ordinary classmate's father, so Wang Dong and the others naturally couldn't follow him inside. Under the guidance of Chen Zhong and a few guards, Qin Shiji pushed open the villa's door. The guards remained outside while Chen Zhong went in to report and then came out. He glanced at Wang Dong, but said nothing, leading his men away until they vanished from sight. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Shiji also opened the villa door. But when he stepped out, his expression toward Wang Dong was somewhat awkward. Brother Dong, my dad wants to see you. Wang Dong raised an eyebrow at this, then noticed Qin Shiji standing there dumbfounded, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Aren't you going to take me in? My dad wants to see you alone, and he won't let me take you in. Just go ahead. He's in the living room. We'll go take a bath together when you're done. Curious about what Qin Guangyao was up to, Wang Dong saw no sign of deceit in Qin Shiji's expression, so he steeled himself and pushed open the door to enter. The villas in this complex were all spacious and lavishly decorated. In the vast living room, aside from a burly bodyguard, only Qin Guangyao and Yi Qianruo were present. At that moment, Qin Guangyao was sitting on the sofa chatting with Yi Qianruo about something. Seeing Wang Dong enter, they immediately stopped their conversation. Once Wang Dong stood before him, Qin Guangyao spoke. So you're Wang Dong? Yes. I hear you not only helped my son, but also led people to rescue Xiaoro. Xiaoro. Wang Dong was momentarily puzzled before realizing he was referring to Yi Qianruo. Rescued. More than that, they've been practically inseparable. Love is a light that leaves you green with envy. Qin Guangyao was unaware of what had transpired between Wang Dong and Yi Qianruo. Yet as a former titan of the Magic City, his mere presence exuded an imposing aura of authority. Despite his sufficient strength and mental preparedness, Wang Dong could still distinctly feel the oppressive force emanating from the other's words. I was merely fortunate. Snapping back to reality, Wang Dong replied with neither humility nor arrogance. He wondered why Yi Qianruo had seduced him at the Western restaurant. Yet from the morning he returned to school until this journey to the Qin residence, the woman had behaved impeccably. As if that night's events were but an illusion. Wang Dong was glad for the respite, for being discovered entangled with her would lead to unpleasant consequences. In this world, luck is also part of one's capability. Qin Guangyao concluded with a smile, your ability to save Xiaoro with Chun Zhong using your awakened powers proves this point. You're right, President Qin. Not wanting to argue with his boss, Wang Dong simply agreed. Unaware of Wang Dong's thoughts, Qin Guangyao gestured to the sofa across the coffee table. Have a seat. Wang Dong nodded and sat down. Qin Guangyao reached under a cushion, retrieving a dagger and sliding it across the table. Take this. It may prove useful. The dagger was exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate dragon patterns, and engraved with the character Qin on the hilt. Even Yi Qianruo and the bodyguard behind Qin Guangyao showed surprise. Though not among the Qin family's 4 great experts, this bodyguard was Qin Guangjiao's personal protector, his status and skill considerable. When Feng Xiaolong was absent, he ensured Qin's safety. Seeing the dagger bestowed upon Wang Dong, his shock rivaled that of the apocalypse's onset. Before Wang Dong could speak, Yi Qianruo explained. This dagger, while not a divine weapon, holds immense significance in the Qin family. Aside from core members, any Qin retainer seeing it must obey your commands. Hearing this aligned with his system's storyline, Wang Dong narrowed his eyes. In essence, this was the Qin family's imperial sword, granting half their authority to its bearer. Beyond the Qin bloodline and top experts, all other guards and subordinates would answer to him. Yet this was his first meeting with Qin Guangyao. Why such a grand gift? Take it, and be quick. Qin Guangyao despised defiance from his underlings and never retracted gifts. Fearing Wang Dong would breach protocol, Yi Qianruo urged again. Thank you, Uncle Qin and Aunt Yi. Wang Dong was no fool. This dagger signified both his proximity to the Qin family and Qin Guangjiao's endorsement. To not seize this chance to strengthen ties would render him unworthy of his role. Yet as Wang Dong spoke, Qin Guangyao remained stoic, but Yi Qianruo's eyes flashed with irritation. This brat dared call her aunt. He must be courting death. Unfortunately, with Qin Guangyao present, she couldn't retaliate. Qin Guangyao then turned to the bodyguard. The man obediently produced a set of keys and handed them to Wang Dong. Take this villa as your residence. When I have tasks, I expect your prompt arrival. Of course, Uncle Qin. Just give the word. Wang Dong's words were sincere. Receiving such gifts, power, and a villa on their first meeting was overwhelming. Who could resist? Though villas were worthless in the apocalypse and the safety zone, they held value, and had done nothing yet. Where else could one find such a generous boss? After a few more words, Qin Guangyao dismissed Wang Dong with the dagger and keys. Once Wang Dong left, Qin Guangyao gazed at Yi Qianruo with affectionate eyes. Satisfied now? What? I'm planning for the Qin family's future. Don't imply there's something between us. But I never expected you'd give him that dagger. What of it? Objects are lifeless, its power is mine to define. Hearing this, Yi Qianruo paused, but said nothing more. After exchanging pleasantries, she excused herself to rest. Qin Guangyao remained in the living room with his bodyguard, pondering the Qin family's future. Meanwhile, outside the villa, it seems Yi Qianruo is no simple woman. The dagger proved she hadn't betrayed him or sought revenge. She harbored her own secrets. Glancing at the villa keys and dagger, Wang Dong smirked. No wonder so many men live off women. This feels incredible. Attached to the keys was an access card labeled 99, likely the villa's number. In his past life, Head toiled endlessly for a modest apartment. Now, after only 10 days in this world, someone gifted him a villa. The contrast was staggering. "Hey, are you Wang Dong?" A displeased voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Dong looked up to see a male bodyguard about 178 centimeters tall, around 30 years old. Though unfamiliar, the man's tone and expression suggested a high rank among the Qin family guards. Indeed, Wang Dong's guess was correct. Each of the 4 great Qin experts had 1 or 2 favored subordinates. This man was Ding Chong, the most trusted aide of Zhao Wu, one of those 4. Given his status, he could bulldoze through the lower and mid-tier Qin underlings. His resentment toward Wang Dong stemmed from his affection for Sun Xiong, Yi Qianra's female bodyguard. Even trained soldiers were not immune to emotion. After Sun Xiong returned, Head sought her out with concern. But she remained aloof, remarking that even after all his training, he couldn't defeat a student like Wang Dong. Unable to swallow his pride, Head tracked Wang Dong down. "You have business?" Wang Dong asked curiously. "Do you dare?" Ding Chong's words died in his throat as he spotted the finely crafted dagger in Wang Dong's hand. That was the boss dagger. The next second, his earlier hostility vanished. He swiftly lowered his arms to his sides and bowed respectfully. "Brother Dong, young Master Qin, is at the indoor pool in the villa complex. He asked me to bring you there after you finished." Watching the guard's complete turnaround in seconds, Wang Dong smiled. Qin Guangzhou's dagger was indeed useful. In movies, Head always despised lackeys who bullied others, never understanding their refrain, "Do you know who my boss is?" Now he realized the joy of wielding power was beyond ordinary comprehension. Stepping before Ding Chong, he patted his shoulder with a smile. "Be friendlier to strangers next time, or you'll scare them." Ding Chong's mouth twitched, but he replied respectfully, "You're right, Brother Dong." "What's your name?" "Ding Chong." "Lead the way." "Brother Dong, this way please." In the early stages of the Apocalypse game, for ordinary people it was hell. For life-type players it was a nightmare. For ordinary combat-type players it was an opportunity. But for players like Wang Dong who awakened powerful professions, it was paradise. After arriving at the Qin family, Wang Dong not only obtained a villa of his own, but also gained Qin Guangzhou's favor. Although he didn't know the reason, he knew life here would be comfortable. Supplies would be found, water delivered, meals cooked, rooms cleaned, and clothes washed. Although the Apocalypse game's equipment had automatic cleaning functions, everyday clothes still needed washing. Moreover, while many teams outside lacked water, he could already soak in the swimming pool with Qin Shiji and the others. "Brother Dong, you're finally here. Disposable swim trunks are over there, go change yourself. Hurry up and get in, Brother Dong. Let's compete in swimming." Led by Ding Chong, they arrived at the indoor swimming pool of a villa. Watching Qin Shiji and the others frolicking in the pool, Wang Dong relaxed and laughed. How was this the Apocalypse? Even in peacetime he had never enjoyed himself so much. "I'm an elementalist, are you sure you want to compare swimming with me?" Once a mage learned water magic, they had a strong affinity with the water element. Even with a slight use of energy, their swimming speed was beyond ordinary people. So hearing Wang Dong say that, Shui Liangping, who wanted to compete, instantly deflated. I was just joking." Wang Dong couldn't be bothered with him, went to the changing room, took off his armor, put on disposable swim trunks, and jumped straight into the water. The cool sensation instantly enveloped his whole body. The indoor pool water was very clear, neither cold nor hot, perfect for a bath in the June weather. He swam forward a distance, surfaced, and wiped the water from his face. One word: awesome. Xiao Yong saw this, and asked Qin Shiji with a smile, "By the way, Master Qin, isn't this kind of bathing a bit wasteful of water?" "Waste? Bullshit. This villa area is surrounded by rivers, there's no shortage of water. But the pool water is clean, transporting it must be troublesome, right? You don't need to worry about that." Qin Shiji said casually, "I just asked Uncle Tian. In this base, there are plenty of generators, solar panels, water pumps, and water purifiers. A level 1 water purifier can purify 10 tons of water daily. It's more than enough. And if you think it's wasteful, just invite more people in to wash." "Oh, are there others coming?" I've already arranged it." Qin Shiji smiled mysteriously, raised his hand above the water, and clapped. Pat pat. A woman dressed as an assistant by the pool understood, turned respectfully, and left. Within 2 minutes, she returned with over a dozen beautiful girls. These girls wore various swimsuits, each with model-level figures and looks. Such a spectacular and alluring scene made Tao Lin and Shui Liangping swallow their saliva. "Come on, one person picks 2. Brother Dong is the strongest, Brother Dong picks first." Wang Dong was not a man of aloofness. At such a time, of course, he would follow the local customs. However, he didn't know the names of the 2 girls he chose. He only knew they were very beautiful and had top-notch figures. To survive in the Qin family's safe zone, they tried every way to please him. They even followed him into the restroom while he was using it, and gave him a verbal education. That education lasted over an hour. Even with Wang Dong's strong will, he couldn't help but sigh that the rich truly lived a damn decadent life. That night, Wang Dong did not go to see his own villa, but rested in the room of the villa with the pool. Eating and sleeping were attended by the two girls. That night, he forgot about Yi Feng, forgot about the apocalypse, and forgot about Chen Suzhen and Deng Yuding. That night Yi Qianruo sent him a message asking, "Are you asleep?" He didn't even reply. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. The next morning a hurried knocking woke Wang Dong from his sleep. He glanced at the system time, it was only 7 a.m. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, can't you let people sleep? Wang Dong shouted irritably. Since the apocalypse began he hadn't had a single good night's sleep. The first few days were spent in fear and uncertainty, and the following days in meditation. Now that he had arrived at the Qin family's safe zone and witnessed its security forces, he completely relaxed. After finally getting some sleep someone came knocking at dawn. Didn't they know that disturbing someone's dreams was the most immoral act? Open the door. A woman's cold voice sounded outside. This voice not only jolted Wang Dong's mind awake, but also quickly woke the two beautiful girls beside him, who looked panicked. Wang Dong glanced at them and signaled them to get dressed. He casually put on a pair of shorts, got up, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the woman in a white mage robe pushed in with her female bodyguard. They ignored Wang Dong and walked straight into the room. Madam. Seeing this woman, the two girls who had just dressed stood timidly side by side at the edge of the bed, as if they had committed a grave mistake. Yi Qianruo coldly glanced at the two girls. Get out. Yes. The two girls, as if pardoned, didn't even bother to straighten their disheveled clothes. Holding their high heels, they ran out of the room barefoot. You go out too. Seeing the two women leave, Yi Qianruo turned to Xiao Qiong and said, close the door on your way out. No one is allowed in without my order. Yes. Xiao Qiong respectfully exited and closed the door. You have something for me? Watching Yi Qianruo's arrangements, Wang Dong asked in confusion. He leisurely took a cigarette from the nightstand, put one in his mouth, and lit it with his index finger. Seeing Wang Dong smoking as if no one else was there, Yi Qianruo slightly frowned. I sent you a message last night, why didn't you reply? No time. Wang Dong took a puff and answered casually. Last night, he had just come out of Qin Guanzhou's room, and then went to soak with Qin Shiji and the others. After soaking, he started soaking with the girls. How could he have time to reply to Yi Qianruo's message? Because of those two women. Isn't it obvious? If you don't reply to my messages from now on, I'll go tell Qin Guangyao that you tried to take advantage of me. TCH. Hearing this, Wang Dong sneered. If you have the guts, go ahead. I'd really like to see who dies more miserably. You? Yi Qianruo hesitated, then suddenly thought of something, and a playful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll send someone to kill those two women right now. You? Fine, I'm scared of you. Hearing this, Wang Dong felt a headache. Next time, no matter how busy I am, I'll reply to your messages, okay? That's more like it. Yi Qianruo's expression softened a bit. I bring you two messages, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad one. We haven't encountered any players who accepted your class change instance quest yet. That's normal. Wang Dong thought for a moment. There aren't many players who can change class, and even fewer who can pick up that quest. What's the good news? Our people have received another class change instance quest. Another class change instance. Yes, also 5-star difficulty. It's called Goblin's Lair, located in Jingxi ancient town west of Modu City. They've already gone to open the teleport. If you want to go, put on your clothes and get up quickly. The basic leveling map was truly rudimentary. Not to mention dungeons and secret realms, even ordinary monsters were not fully marked. Only a few common leveling spots were indicated. Thus, for secret realms, aside from Yi Feng, who could rely on his memory, others could only grope their way forward. At that moment, hearing Yi Qianruo mention the western part of Modu, Wang Dong felt a flicker of doubt. Yashan village lay to the north of Modu, while Jingxi ancient town was to the west. Could a first-tier city really have two 5-star class change dungeons? What? Of course I want to level up, but missions like this usually have time limits. If we go now, will we still make it? Activating the teleport was a term specific to the Apocalypse game. Because to teleport to a location, one had to first personally visit the safe zone of that place. Thus, the first visit was called activating the teleport. If the mission assigned to the other party was the Black Wolf Nest, Wang Dong could naturally teleport directly there. But since he had never been to Jingxi ancient town, he naturally couldn't use its teleport function. Walking would be too late, but flying there works. Fly. Wang Dong was taken aback. As Yi Qianruo explained, he recalled that the Qin family were wealthy. Although thermal weapons were unusable in the Apocalypse game, vehicles like cars and helicopters could still be used. Earlier, with dense fog present, flying monsters could appear in the sky at any time, so helicopters dared not fly. Now that the view was clear, the Qin family's bodyguards had scouted the flight routes. Procuring 2 transport helicopters as a means of transportation was entirely reasonable. Of course, trains and high-speed rails were still unusable because the tracks had long been destroyed by earthquakes and large monsters. By the way, you had a pretty good rest here last night, didn't you? After finishing the important matters, Yi Qianruo glanced around the messy room and remarked sarcastically. The rooms in the Qin family's villa were cleaned regularly, even the lounge was no exception. At this moment the room was in disarray with a strange odor. As a 30-year-old adult woman, how could she not tell that the battle here last night had been intense? It was fine. Do you like women? As Yi Qianruo said this, she had already walked over to Wang Dong. Wang Dong didn't take it seriously, which normal man doesn't like beautiful women. What about me? Do you like me? Yi Qianruo said as she sat down in Wang Dong's arms. Her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, catching him off guard. He had always thought that at the Western restaurant the other day Yi Qianruo was just having a sudden fit when she acted that way. But now it seemed this woman had done it on purpose. Auntie, please don't. At this Yi Qianruo was instantly angered. Don't call me Annie anymore. I haven't settled accounts with you for calling me that yesterday. Wang Dong muttered. You're Qin Shao's mother, what else should I call you? I'm only his stepmother, not his biological mother. But President Qin. He's not here now. Fine, I won't call you Annie in private anymore, but this between us really isn't appropriate. Then why don't you push me away? Yi Qianruo's playful reply left Wang Dong speechless. Push her away. He wanted to, but he was a normal man. After all, Yi Qianruo was the woman Qin Guangyao had chosen. Her figure and face were extremely exquisite. Standing about 172 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful, with a curvaceous figure, full chest, slender waist, and long legs. Based on Wang Dong's estimate, her bust was at least an E cup, if not a G. With such a stunning woman sitting in his lap, his mind simply couldn't control his body. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, let the smoke fill his lungs, then stubbed out the remaining half in the ashtray beside him, finally calming his emotions a little. His gaze and tone turned cold. I'm grateful that you didn't get back at me and that you made Qin Guangyao give me authority, but now, kindly stay far away. Wang Dong was no fool. Thinking back on the dagger Qin Guangyao had given him yesterday, he could easily guess that Yi Qianruo had help from behind the scenes. But the word lust was a blade over one's head. Without knowing this woman's true intentions, Wang Dong had no intention of provoking her. Yet seeing Wang Dong's cold expression, Yi Qianruo didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled sweetly. At least you have some conscience. But she gently pulled Wang Dong closer with her jade-like arms. She planted a kiss on Wang Dong's cheek. I like it when you get fierce with me. After saying that, she straightened her white mage robe, rose with a dignified gait, walked to the door, and pushed it open. Get dressed, and meet me at the helipad. With that, Yi Qianruo disappeared from Wang Dong's sight. Wang Dong. Was this woman crazy? This was the Qin family's private swimming pool lounge, and a female bodyguard was still standing outside the door. There was no way Wang Dong would get involved with Yi Qianruo, especially when he didn't know her motives. The boss wife wasn't someone to trifle with. Seeing Yi Qianruo leave, Wang Dong had no time to dwell on it. He quickly changed into his cursed mage robe and pants, went outside, and found Deng Yuding. This woman had been left alone after arriving at the villa area yesterday, and had squeezed into a room with a few other girls who had come from school. When Wang Dong found her, she was chatting enthusiastically with the girls. Seeing Wang Dong approach, she immediately fell silent and stood up respectfully. Wang Dong didn't care. He handed over the villa key. Go fetch my belongings and bring them to this villa, then clean the rooms here. Having said that, he turned and left without checking if she understood. But as soon as Wang Dong left, the 4 or 5 girls behind Deng Yuding crowded around. Oh my god, is that a villa key? Don't only managers have villa keys? And we're staying in villas 263 and 264. What does no 99 mean? Come on, Yuding, let's go check it out together. After all, this was the apocalypse. Naturally, a villa couldn't house just a few people. Even in the Qin family's territory, a typical small 3-story villa had to accommodate at least 50 people. So when they saw the key to villa no 99 that Wang Dong had given, their curiosity was piqued. But when they followed Deng Yuding to villa no 99 and found no other players living there, they were utterly dumbfounded. Heavens, is this villa Wang Dong's own? Didn't he come with us yesterday? How did he get a whole villa? Unbelievable. So this is what it's like to have connections. So jealous. Yuding, why don't you ask him if we can move in too? He can't use all those rooms by himself. Yeah, Yuding, do us a favor. You and him now. The women chattered on, all wanting to move into Wang Dong's villa. Although where they lived now was also a villa, there was a difference between sharing a villa with 50 people and sharing it with 5. So naturally they were tempted by the empty villa. But hearing the women's pleas and cajoling, Deng Yuding's face was full of fear. She was nothing more than Wang Dong's plaything, without the right to speak to him on equal terms. How would I dare say such things in front of him? Then ask him if sleeping with him would let us move in a... One of the girls made a startling remark, leaving the others utterly dumbfounded. Though the apocalypse had arrived, it had only been a little over 10 days, and most humans still clung to their moral boundaries, especially those players who possessed the means to survive. For this girl to utter such words at this moment undoubtedly revealed her insight into the future of this world, as well as Wang Dong's destiny. However, Wang Dong paid little heed to her thoughts. With so many women vying for his attention lately, how could he possibly keep track? After asking a bodyguard for the helipad's location, Wang Dong arrived to find Yi Qianruo. His earlier detour to find Deng Yuding had caused some delay, so Qin Shiji Chui Liangping and the others were already present. Brother Dong, what took you so long? We've been waiting for ages. Had to grab something which slowed me down. Alright, let's board the chopper. We'll head to the south and west districts to activate the teleporters first, then go to Jingxi Ancient Town. Qin Shiji wasted no time reaching out to pull Wang Dong onto the aircraft. The Qin family's helicopter was a transport model procured from some unknown source. Apart from the two pilots, it could seat over a dozen people. It was Wang Dong's first helicopter ride, and he found the experience quite novel. The blue sky, white clouds, the abandoned city, and the countless leveling parties and monsters sprawling across the ground all lay before his eyes. Occasionally, a few military helicopters would brush past. As for safety concerns about this helicopter, Wang Dong wasn't overly worried. In the Apocalypse game, monster spawns were fixed, even in the air. As long as they steered clear of these airborne spawn points, the ground monsters posed no threat. Unless one was incredibly unlucky enough to encounter wandering mutated birds. But after the fog lifted and humans regained their sight, such odds were slim. Plus, Wang Dong had a life-protecting talisman. Life-protecting talisman, place it in the system backpack. It grants the player immunity from one fatal blow. Upon activation, the player gains an invincible shield lasting 10 seconds. With this item, Wang Dong essentially had an extra life. Jingxi Ancient Town was a tourist destination west of the Magic City, about 60 kilometers away. After the apocalypse, everything outside the safe zone had turned into a barren wasteland. This town lacked any class change temples, it only housed a teleportation master and a public shop. At the entrance of an antique store 500 meters from the Jingxi Ancient Town safe zone, a burly man with a stern face frowned at the two corpses lying before him. Didn't you see who did it? The man was taller than Qinzhong but younger. Clad in black iron heavy armor, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, and 8 subordinates stood behind him. Indeed, he was the Qin family's top fighter, one of the future 10 war gods of Xia country, Feng Xiaolong. Hearing his subordinates report, Feng Xiaolong found it hard to believe. These were all well-trained bodyguards of the Qin family, possessing adaptability far beyond ordinary people in the face of this sudden apocalypse game. Yet even so, their people had been killed without a trace. This defied logic. I didn't see clearly, the bodyguard said guiltily. They were on night watch last night. When I heard a noise, their names on my friend list had already turned gray. In reality, players had no option to log off. Thus, a grayed-out name on the friend list signified death. It seems we've run into an expert. Feng Xiaolong squinted. Could it be that Yifeng that Qinzhong mentioned? No. According to Qinzhong's intel, that Yifeng is targeting the young master. But if it's not Yifeng, then who could it be? The Li family. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Feng Xiaolong pondered, a helicopter with spinning rotors came into view. The rooftop of a building in the town could serve as a helipad. With Xiao Yong and another summoner using their summons to scout ahead, the group advanced smoothly. Uncle Feng, Madam Young Master. Seeing Yi Qianro arrive with Qin Shiji and a group of bodyguards, Feng Xiaolong showed deep respect. Yi Qianro looked at the two corpses on the ground. What happened here? It's like this. As Feng Xiaolong gave a brief account, Wang Dong frowned. This Yifeng was getting really annoying, wasn't he? Though losing a few bodyguards wouldn't cripple the Qin family, these guards were still its foundation. If all the bodyguards died, leaving only the Qin family's key members, what use would they be? With this thought, Wang Dong made up his mind. He had to find a way to actively strike at Yifeng, otherwise letting him develop unchecked would eventually affect Wang Dong himself. Leave this to your men. This threat must be dealt with as soon as possible. Understood. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Dong. So you're Wang Dong. Hello, I'm Feng Xiaolong. Feng Xiaolong seemed aware of Wang Dong's relationship with Qin Shiji and his abilities, so unlike Qinzhong's initial condescension, he extended his hand generously. As one of the Qin family's core forces, this gesture showed Wang Dong considerable respect. Without hesitation, Wang Dong shook his hand. Hello, Uncle Feng. I hear your magic skills are superior to ordinary mages, and you can cast spells without channeling. Yes. Excellent. Feng Xiaolong nodded approvingly, and said bluntly, to boost leveling efficiency, we need to minimize the team size. But with fewer people, the monster killing speed drops. If you're as strong as Qinzhong described, we can form a fixed team. From now on, whether leveling or tackling dungeons, it'll be more efficient. Warriors, assassins, and archers had stronger physiques, but their combat relied heavily on weapons. How many players currently possessed powerful melee weapons? Mages, though frail, dealt sufficient damage even without weapons. Thus, for Feng Xiaolong to level up quickly, it was best to team up with a powerful mage early on. The other mages in the Qin family didn't meet Feng Xiaolong's standards, but Wang Dong perfectly filled that gap. I have no problem with that, but the team should be no larger than 5 people, or leveling will be too slow. Naturally. By the way, when you went to that Black Wolf lair last time, did you only bring a self-healing warrior? Yes. Wang Dong casually replied. Too bad his weapon and combat skills were lacking, otherwise the efficiency would have been much higher. This wasn't entirely a lie. Wang Dong could handle it with just Wu Bing. But back then, with a larger group, Wang Dong found it troublesome and simply had the whole team charge heat-in at monster packs with little strategy or kiting. But now, no worries, will be your frontliner this time. Feng Xiaolong brandished his spear. Adding a priest should be enough, but someone else is handling this quest, so the team will have 4 members. How about adding one more? After all, no one knows what future instances will look like. Bringing one more person along would benefit the team. The team size limit in Glory of the Archmage was 5, so Wang Dong didn't mind adding another. Hearing this, Feng Xiaolong didn't suspect anything. Alright, add me. They'll be the extra. Upon hearing the team needed one more, Qin Shiji grew excited. After all, the last spot was for a dispensable role. He could just coast along. But Feng Xiaolong disagreed. Young master, we're preparing for the Qin family's future. Please don't cause trouble. How am I causing trouble? If we must add another person, it should be a team-oriented class. Huh. Madam, join the team. Qin Shiji, Yi Qianrou, Wang Dong. Feng Xiaolong would become one of the 10 war gods of Xiaoguo in the future and would pursue Yi Feng from the early stages to the later stages. His personal strength and class intensity were indispensable. Hidden class Dark Knight. Level 12. This was his class and level. Although in the early stages the hidden class and ordinary class did not show much difference, his original strength was already strong, and with the enhancement from the hidden class, how could his leveling be slow? Moreover, the class change quest he received was 3-star. So it was only natural that he had reached his current level. At this moment, when Qin Shiji heard Feng Xiaolong say he wouldn't bring him along, he was originally a bit displeased. But upon learning that the person to be brought was his own stepmother, he couldn't say anything else. His relationship with this stepmother, Yi Qianrou, although not particularly good, was not as hostile as it often was in TV dramas. After promising to bring him in next time for sure, he took several bodyguards, and Shui Liangping, and others using the teleportation array to return to the south of the city to level up. However, Feng Xiaolong's behavior made Wang Dong suspect whether this guy had something going on with Yi Qianrou. Following the group as they advanced toward the goblin lair, Wang Dong occasionally observed the two. The goblin lair was located in the jungle about 1 kilometer north of Jingxi Ancient Town. Players who had received the level 10 dungeon class change quest could use the dungeon teleportation scroll to directly teleport there, but other teammates could not. To test the combat power of this team, everyone chose to walk. The team's priest was still Li Liang, and the player who received the Goblin Lair quest was a summoner from the Qin family named Feng Shuping. The formation was still the same: Feng Xiaolong, and Feng Shuping walked at the front, Li Liang at the back. Wang Dong and Yi Qianrou were in the middle. The road was fairly easy to traverse, about wide enough for a car. But after leaving the town, Wang Dong did not notice any unusual behavior between Feng Xiaolong and Yi Qianrou. Could it be that Feng Xiaolong really just did it for the team? Wang Dong muttered in confusion. There's a monster. The sudden exclamation startled Wang Dong, and then he felt his left arm tightly grasped by someone. Coming back to his senses, Wang Dong quickly looked in the direction Yi Qianrou was pointing. He saw a huge black shadow covered with tentacles crawling toward them at an extremely fast speed. The shadow was about half a meter long and crawled very quickly. Before Wang Dong had even finished condensing his fireball, he impatiently flung it out. Boom! A scorching fireball half a meter in diameter exploded beside the monster. After the black shadow was caught by the great fire, it let out a series of squeak sounds and quickly curled up into a ball. Successfully killed Black Centipede LV11, obtained EXP 110, copper coins 20. Killed in 1 skill. Seeing this, Feng Xiaolong, who was about to turn back to rescue, couldn't help but be stunned. He completely ignored the gesture of Yi Qianrou grabbing Wang Dong's arm. Yi Qianrou, however, let out a sigh of relief. As she released Wang Dong, she habitually patted her exaggerated bust with her hand. Phew, that was close, so close. Good thing you're here. The slight trembling of her bust under the padding of her jade-like hand instantly caught Wang Dong's gaze. Sensing Wang Dong's gaze, Yi Qianrou not only made no attempt to cover up, but instead smiled playfully and deliberately thrust out her body. Damn it, this crazy woman. Flirting with him in public as if afraid others wouldn't notice. Fortunately, Feng Shuping was clearing the way ahead. Feng Xiaolong's attention was entirely on the monsters, and Li Liang behind them couldn't see. Otherwise it would have been really bad. Wang Dong, can you one-shot monsters of the same level? Staring at the black centipede corpse on the ground, Feng Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Damn it, that was a bit hurtful. Although he could also easily kill these monsters, he needed to concentrate a bit. He couldn't achieve Wang Dong's effortless ease at all. Wang Dong withdrew his gaze and casually replied, it depends on the monster type and skill type. For creatures like this centipede with relatively high physical defense and small size, using skills with physical attacks like Ice Spear and Flying Stone is a bit difficult, but high damage elemental skills like Fireball should be fine. This is really... Feng Xiaolong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. His abilities, honed through a hail of bullets and rain of blood, were actually inferior to a casual gesture from someone else. What the hell? Fortunately, Wang Dong was a teammate. The higher his skill damage, the faster he himself would level up. So he stopped thinking about it, and led the group to continue advancing toward the secret realm. Successfully killed young poison scorpion LV-12, obtained EXP 120. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants along the road were also spawned by the Apocalypse game. Young poison scorpions were about the same size as black centipedes, half a meter long excluding the tail. They were highly venomous, and without detoxification skills or potions, players of the same level needed to be very careful to deal with them. However, although they were a bit troublesome to deal with, their numbers were limited. Along this 1 kilometer stretch, there were only about a dozen of them. So leveling up here was almost impossible. Successfully killed silver ring snake LV-13, obtained EXP 130. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Wang Dong was following Feng Xiaolong to the goblin lair in the safe zone of the Mo Du City West auction house, Yi Feng, who had killed 2 bodyguards of the Qin family, was also searching for his own opportunity according to his memory. Although he was reborn and remembered many leveling spots, there were many places he couldn't go to yet. So for now he was still a little short of level 15. The Qin family has many enemies. After I killed 2 of their bodyguards, they should be somewhat distracted. As long as I reach level 15, I can use level 15 skills, and then even if I confront Feng Xiaolong, he'll have enough confidence to win. It's a pity that there are too few players who can receive the dungeon class change quest during this time, otherwise I could follow them to leech some experience. Thinking of this, Yi Feng took a deep breath, glanced at the bustling survivors in the safe zone, gripped his short sword, and walked toward the place in his memory. In his memory, there was an upgrade secret realm near the sports square. The entrance to the upgrade secret realm was generally not fixed. Moreover, the difficulty of the secret realm varied depending on the region. For secret realms appearing within Mo Du City, the difficulty was generally not very high, and the experience reward was normally between 200 and 500. As long as he could enter that secret realm, he could quickly level up to 16 or even 17. As time passed, Yi Feng soon arrived at a location more than 3 kilometers from the West City safe zone. As so many half-beast corpses. Looking at the large number of half-beast corpses on the ground, Yi Feng frowned deeply. This was on a side street next to a 5-star hotel, where half-beast corpses lay scattered in all directions. Half-beast corpses were nothing special, but such a dense concentration was abnormal. Is it a half-beast legion? Yi Feng wondered, quickly advancing forward. Before long, he heard sounds of fighting ahead. After approaching the sounds and seeing the situation, Yi Feng's pupils contracted. So it's just a half-beast commander. And the one fighting the commander is... Haha, is this fate? A colossal monster towering at least 2 meters tall and brimming with strength roared furiously outside a hot pot restaurant. Despite being covered in wounds, it slammed its massive spiked club heavily toward a player holding a wooden shield. Watch out! A deafening crash echoed as the shield-bearing player was sent flying. The shield shattered into pieces, and the player spat blood. Half-orc chieftain LV-10 BOSS. Constitution 200. Strength 150. Agility 72. Spirit 28. Skills roar iron body. Description: a nightmare for melee fighters. Kiting with ranged attacks is not easy either. It's best to have sturdy defensive gear and form a balanced team of ranged and melee players to take it down. Qinya, save him. Liang Jianjun's urgent shout had barely faded when a white orb of light flew precisely onto the bleeding player. The others didn't idle. Some healed while others attacked the boss. Already battered and bruised, Liang Jianjun didn't hesitate. Gripping his spear tightly, he charged at the monster. With a sharp thrust, the spear pierced into the creature's flesh, but upon closer inspection, the tip had only sunk in an inch. An inch might be dangerous for an ordinary human, but to this 2-meter tall, a muscular halforc, it was merely a scratch. Damn it, is this beginner's spear not strong enough? Liang Jianjun cursed, but before he could pull the spear out, a thunderous roar shook the air. Liang Jianjun's mind went hazy for a moment. When he snapped back to reality, the halforc chieftain's spiked club was already swinging toward his face. His expression shifted, and he quickly sidestepped to dodge. Though he barely avoided his head and vital spots, the blow struck his shoulder and sent him flying. Fortunately, his sturdy constitution and beginner armor absorbed most of the damage, otherwise that hit could have crippled half his body. Boom, 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 whoosh. The others kept up their assault. Fireballs and arrows relentlessly harassed the boss. After about 5 minutes of concerted effort, the halforc chieftain finally collapsed to the ground. Surprisingly, though they earned the first kill reward for this halforc chieftain, the boss only dropped a glowing orb with a silver vortex. At the sight of that orb, Yi Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. Qinya, go check what it is. Liang Jianjun, heavily injured, called out quickly. Zhao Qinya nodded and dashed over, casting a light healing on Liang Jianjun along the way, then grabbed the silver glowing orb. You have obtained Secret Realm Key 1. Tisk, what luck, huh? Sometimes fate is truly mysterious. The protagonist and the heroine, the protagonist and the antagonist and the heroine. No matter how far apart they are, they always spark something under fate's design. But Wang Dong was just a lackey. When the protagonist came knocking, the antagonist would shield him first. So while Yifeng discovered Zhao Qinya had obtained the secret realm key, he was also leveling up quickly with the antagonist team. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 14. Gained all stats 5, free stat points 20. Successfully killed Goblin Elite Warrior, LV9. Gained EXP 450, copper coins 15. Successfully killed Goblin Elite Archer, LV10. Gained EXP 500, copper coins 7. Successfully killed Goblin Strongman, LV11. Gained EXP 550. Ding! Congratulations, you've reached level 15. Gained all stats 5, free stat points 20. Haha, leveling up in here is amazing. Watching the Goblin Elites fall one by one, feeling the familiar warmth surge through him twice, in quick succession, Wang Dong broke into a long-lost smile. The copper coins were split 5 ways, so they weren't much. But this was a secret realm. The monsters here were stronger than those outside. The Goblin Elites in the dungeon were as tall as a Goblin Captain, and the Goblin Strongmen even reached 8 meters in height. Except for the Goblin Strongmen, the other Goblin Elites were nearly crippled by just one of his skills. Archers were instantly killed. With Yi Qianris' illumination spell aiding him, Wang Dong felt this run was much faster than his first time in the Black Wolf Nest. It probably wouldn't take more than an hour and a half. However, the Goblin Nest seemed to have more monsters, around 260 in total. With a 20 experience bonus from reduced deduction, Wang Dong earned about 130 EXP in one run. Already close to level 14, he jumped from level 13 to level 15. Feng Xiaolong and Yi Qianro each got around 2600 EXP. Players below level 10 gained a level and a half, while those at level 10 gained nearly a full level. As for the dungeon boss, the Goblin King, its combat power was similar to the Black Wolf King, standing 2 meters tall, with 3 skills: Flame, Jet, Tactical Sweeper, Pulse. Fully armed, it faced one of the future 10 war gods, Feng Xiaolong, and the high-damage Wang Dong. With Feng Shuping, a summoner, helping to pull aggro, the boss fell in less than 3 minutes. Successfully killed Goblin King, LV15. Gained EXP 3000, copper coins 200. You have obtained Goblin King's Crystal Core. You have obtained Rift Stone Battle Axe Bronze 1. You have obtained Summoner Skill Book Brown Bear. You have obtained. A flood of experience and equipment followed. The monsters in the secret realm are indeed tough, but if I learn the level 10 skill and get a bronze weapon, I should be able to solo it, Feng Xiaolong summarized after leaving the secret realm. Though the Goblin King was strong, for experts like them, one encounter was enough to figure out its attack patterns. If Yifeng could solo it at level 10, so could he. But Yifeng had better gear and skills plus more apocalypse experience, which was why he dared to go in directly. Feng Xiaolong played it safe and didn't rush. Yi Qianro, being a support, didn't care about soloing. She was just curious about the excised sparkling green stone in her system inventory. What's this Goblin King's Crystal Core for? I'm not sure. Maybe a craftsman uses it to make a ring. Wang Dong said casually. Chen Suzhen's life profession was a craftsman. Professions like tailor, blacksmith, craftsman, and alchemist unlocked recipes for low-tier items after awakening. He recalled something called the Goblin King's Ring that required this crystal core to craft. A party ventured into a secret realm where everyone could pick up equipment, and whoever picked it up owned it. In other systems, they could only see what you had picked up, but could not force you to relinquish it. Therefore, one should not easily join a dungeon with strangers, as there is a risk of having your equipment snatched away. Wang Dong's party belonged to the villainous faction. What were villains? United in harmony, bound by loyalty. When a junior was struck, a senior would come forth with all subordinates utterly devoted to their master. This was unlike the protagonist, who encountered schisms and internal strife wherever he went. Thus no one in the party objected to Yi Qianro being the one to collect the equipment. Make a ring. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianris' eyes lit up, and she turned her gaze to Feng Xiaolong. Do we have any skilled craftsmen at home capable of forging rings? Yes, Feng Xiaolong replied respectfully. But this profession requires vast resources to nurture. For now, they likely cannot craft such a ring. The black iron ring could be worn at level 4, the bronze ring at level 14, and the Goblin King ring was level 20. Just by looking at the levels, one could tell this ring was extraordinary. How could an ordinary artisan possibly forge it? I see. Then leave this with me, and you all may divide the rest of the equipment. Yi Qianro said nonchalantly. Could anyone object? No. She was Lady Qin, the highest authority here. Thus Wang Dong received his share of equipment, a pair of cursed magic boots black iron, and a cursed magic hat black iron. The rest did not belong to the mage class, so Wang Dong did not take them. It takes 900 experience to go from level 14 to 15, and 1500 from 15 to 16. Indeed, every 5 levels is a watershed. Every 5 levels, the experience required for leveling up undergoes a dramatic increase. However, it seems I can learn an area effect skill. Mage Skill Book, Great Fireball, a mage's advanced fire skill, releasing a great fireball to strike multiple enemies. It can only be learned after mastering Fireball to its pinnacle at LV 15. Cooldown 10 seconds. Attack range 1 meter per 10 points of spirit power with a maximum range of 50 meters. Great fireball diameter 1 meter per 100 points of spirit power. At level 13, Wang Dong had 580 spirit power unarmed. At level 15, he would have 680 plus 50 from the green jade staff. This meant Wang Dong's great fireball had an attack range of 50 meters, and with his weapon the fireball's diameter was 3 meters. Although it has a 10-second cooldown, a fireball 7 meters in diameter would incinerate dozens of monsters, wouldn't it? Returning to Jingxi ancient town, Feng Xiaolong once again acknowledged Wang Dong's abilities. Of course, this was limited to monster-slaying capabilities. In his mind, he always believed that as long as he stacked elemental resistance, defeating a mage would be easy. Wang Dong did not care about his thoughts. Upon returning, he joined the others and spent 1500 copper coins to teleport back to the southern city safe zone. The Qin family wielded great influence. Before other players could react, they had already established a stronghold in the southern safe zone dedicated to receiving their own players. This safe zone was originally a high-end kindergarten with only 2 teaching buildings, one at the front and one at the back. The front building had been converted into the Awakening Temple, while the back one was transformed by the Qin family into a temporary strategic point. Wang Dong did not return here with Feng Xiaolong and the others. Instead, he first went to the vicinity of the Job Transfer Temple, found Qin Shiji, who was leveling up, and gave the Knight Skill Book Toughness to Tao Lin. He then handed over all the surplus equipment in his backpack to Qin Shiji, including the Warrior Skill Book Basic Blade Art and the Swordsman Skill Book Shadow Sword. Holy shit, Dongga, you got all this good stuff from one dungeon run. Of course not somewhere from before, but you couldn't use them then, so I never gave them to you. Qin Guangyao had given him so much, Wang Dong was willing to part with this equipment. Why give him swordsman skills? Because according to Qin Shiji himself, after level 10, he would transition from Storm Warrior to Storm Swordsman. Thus, after level 10, he could learn swordsman skills. After giving away these items, Wang Dong's system backpack only contained consignment cards, food skill books, and a few novice daggers. Of course, there was also the Bronze Falcon longbow and a life-saving talisman. The novice daggers were deliberately saved for using the telekinesis skill. After several tests, these daggers combined with telekinesis had decent lethality. Keeping a few on hand was a precautionary measure. Awesome. I feel like all of the Qin family's bodyguards together can't farm high-level equipment and skill books as fast as you alone. This is just the beginning. Once they figure out the boss's respawn patterns and timings, they'll have to rely on you, young Master Qin. Haha, no problem. We're brothers, aren't we? Alright, you guys keep training. I need to go buy some things. After bidding farewell to Qin Shiji, Wang Dong headed to the auction house. The Qin family currently lacked a formidable archer, and Wang Dong couldn't reserve everything for them. With his backpack space running low, he decided to trade or sell the archer-related items. The auction house in the southern city was far more extravagant than the one in the north. Located within a 5-star hotel, all 52 floors of the building fell under the auction house's safe zone. Brother, where are you headed? As he arrived at the entrance of the hotel housing the auction house, 8 or 9 men clad in leather armor wielding swords, blades, daggers, and short bows emerged from all directions, encircling Wang Dong. The leader, a man with a scar on his face, carried a large blade over his shoulder and chewed on a straw. He looked at Wang Dong with a sinister grin. A mage wandering around in full black iron gear. Aren't you afraid of getting robbed? The mage robe was like a tailcoat, noble, flowing, and mysterious. The cursed magic robe was longer than the novice robe with a magic array pattern of white lines on its back. If you stared at it long enough, you could occasionally see black halos swirling through the white patterns. Thus, they could easily discern the tier of Wang Dong's equipment. Come on, hand over your gear, and well, spare your life. Seeing this scene and hearing their words, Wang Dong instantly understood the situation. Are you tired of living? Do you know who I am? Who are you? Hearing Wang Dong's words and seeing his calm demeanor, Scarface frowned. Within the auction house's safe zone, many other player factions were present, so they only dared to seek wealth, not go too far. In their minds, no matter how good a mage's equipment or high their level, they still needed to channel their spells. At such close range with numerical superiority, and given their evolved reflexes and speed, they could beat the mage half to death before he could cast a skill. However, Scarface was no fool. At this time, certain factions had already risen in power. It would be unwise to provoke someone they shouldn't over a robbery. Have you heard of the Qin family? If not, I'll give you this as a greeting gift. With that, Wang Dong pulled out his green jade staff and held it out to Scarface. His movements were casual, his face expressionless, as if the item were mere trash. Holy shit, boss, it's different from the black iron bone joint staff. Could it be a bronze grade staff? I think so. Scarface's underlings murmured among themselves. This bronze grade green jade staff was worth far more than Wang Dong's entire set of cursed magic robes. With it, they could trade with major factions for some decent survival supplies. But when Wang Dong mentioned the Qin family, while displaying the bronze staff, Scarface hesitated. The Qin family? Which one? How many Qin families are there in the southern city? Are you really from the Qin family? If you don't dare take it, then why are you wasting my time? Get lost. You? Young man, you claim to be from the Qin family. Scarface was about to retort when a booming voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a man in his 30s accompanied by 4 guards appear at the auction house entrance. Among the 4 guards were 2 strikingly beautiful women. One was noble and cold with a fiery figure and long shapely legs. The other was warm and generous with a voluptuous form and fashionable attire. Looking at the first, one's mind was filled with thoughts of her legs. Looking at the second, one's mind was filled with. Looking at the first, one's mind was filled with thoughts of her legs. Looking at the second, one's mind was filled with. 2 stunning beauties were escorted by 5 guards. This must be the young mistress of some wealthy family again. It had to be said that the genes of these aristocratic clans were indeed excellent. Any random girl they brought out was curvaceous, fair-skinned, and beautiful. Unlike the children of the poor or nouveau riche whose good looks relied entirely on ancestral blessings or genetic mutations. However, with the experience from last time with Yi Qianro, Wang Dong didn't directly confront him this time. I've never seen you before either. May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Hearing Wang Dong's words before the lead guard could speak, the scar-faced Su Bao flew into a rage. Damn, you don't even know Master Zhao, and you still claim to be from the Qin family. Are you messing with me? Messing with you? You think you're worthy? Then, why don't you know Master Zhao? Insulted by Wang Dong, Su Bao was furious, but dared not act out with Master Zhao present. The man addressed as Master Zhao furrowed his brow upon hearing Wang Dong's words. Kid, the name of the Qin family can be used, but not by just anyone. So let it slide this time, but if I see you using our name again, don't blame me for being rude. After delivering this cold remark, Master Zhao ignored Wang Dong and headed toward the auction house with the 2 beauties and 4 bodyguards. But before they could take 2 steps, Wang Dong called out to him. Hey! Zhao Wu instinctively turned around. Whoosh! A hidden weapon flew toward him at lightning speed. Zhao Wu dodged swiftly while drawing his short sword. The other 4 guards also raised their weapons, shielding the 2 women and staring warily at Wang Dong. However, the hidden weapon didn't strike Zhao Wu but stopped right before him. Wang Dong's lazy voice rang out faintly. You must be Zhao Wu, right? Recognize this dagger. At this, Zhao Wu, who was about to teach Wang Dong a lesson, realized the object in midair was no weapon but a finely crafted dagger engraved with the character Qin. Seeing this dagger, even the 2 beauties surrounded by guards showed surprise. This is Chairman Qin's. How is this possible? Guang Yao actually gave him this dagger. Zhao Wu caught the dagger from the air and stared at Wang Dong in disbelief. How do you have this dagger? What do you think? Still unable to believe it, Zhao Wu then thought of something. Wang Dong. Perfect, let's have a fight. Wang Dong. This Zhao Wu looked younger than Feng Xiaolong, but he was shorter and smaller in build. His words caught Wang Dong off guard. He had even shown Qin Guanjiu's dagger, and this guy still wanted to fight him. What was going on? Seeming to read Wang Dong's confusion, Zhao Wu explained, this dagger holds special meaning for the Qin family, but it means nothing to me. Let me see if you're worthy of possessing it. Brother Wu, isn't this inappropriate? Before Wang Dong could speak, the voluptuous, fashionably dressed woman intervened. Guang Yao said, Wang Dong is just Shiji's classmate. This is like bullying the weak. It's fine, I'm just testing his abilities. With that, Zhao Wu sheathed his short sword and turned his gaze back to Wang Dong. Wang Dong, blades and swords are ruthless. Let's keep it to fists and feet to avoid hurting each other. Don't say I'm bullying you. It'll allow you to use any weapon or ability. If you can last 3 rounds against me, you win. And what if I accidentally hurt you? The 2 women, the guards and Su Bao. After a long moment, everyone recovered. Was this kid out of his mind? He actually claimed he could hurt Zhao Wu. After all, Zhao Wu was one of the Qin family's 4 top experts. Before the apocalypse, he was a professional boxer. After the apocalypse, he awakened as a shadow assassin, a powerful PvP class. Even without weapons, relying solely on fists and feet, he was far beyond a student like Wang Dong. Moreover, based on the Qin family's intel and Wang Dong's attire, this guy had awakened as a mage, right? How dared he say such a thing? Yet unlike the astonished guards and Su Bao, Zhao Wu nodded approvingly at Wang Dong. Excellent. Fear before battle is a soldier's greatest taboo. Your confidence earns you some respect from me, but words alone aren't enough. You need real skill. Without further ado, Zhao Wu stepped forward and delivered a high sidekick. Having become a core member of the Qin family at 34, Zhao Wu's fist and foot skills were on par with Feng Xiaolong. The only reasons he was outshone were his height and build, as well as his awakened class. Assassins counter squishy targets and heavy armor warriors counter assassins. This was a widely recognized counter relationship in the gaming world. Besides, he was merely a rare assassin, while Feng Xiaolong was a hidden knight. The further they progressed, the more he fell behind. Still, defeating a mage like Wang Dong was more than enough. Not only Zhao Wu thought so, but everyone else did too. Unfortunately, they were terribly mistaken. A level 10 assassin versus a level 15 mage. If it were the old Wang Dong, being ambushed like this would have forced him to create distance to win. But now, Wang Dong had maxed out his hand-to-hand combat skills. He ducked and dodged, sidestepped into a lunge. Punches, elbow strikes, leg sweeps, knee strikes, spinning kicks. Not only were his movements clean and fluid, but each punch was wreathed in blazing flames. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid exchange left everyone dazzled. My God, what is happening? This guy is applying magic to close combat. Unbelievable. Can an ordinary mage achieve this? Most importantly, he's holding his own against Master Zhao. Tisk, no wonder Guan Yao gave him the dagger. This kid is really skilled. Amid the chatter, the fight in the arena had already reached a conclusion. Zhao Wu clenched his fist for another attack, but Wang Dong waved his hands in surrender. No more, no more. I'm just a student. How could I be your match? Hearing this, and seeing Wang Dong rubbing his arm, and panting heavily, Zhao Wu snapped back to reality. Damn, what was he thinking? Weren't they only supposed to fight 3 rounds? Why had he gone all out after 5? You're quite skilled. Trained before. A bit when I was young. Wang Dong rubbed his sore arm and replied honestly, but I could never integrate those moves into real combat. After awakening my class, my mind became much clearer. After a player's spirit increased, their memory and reflexes improved significantly. Many things that were once incomprehensible became clear instantly. Things they couldn't learn before now came quickly. Thus, although Wang Dong was lying, no one present could find a flaw. Ha, good, good. Hearing this, Zhao Wu burst into laughter. You're outstanding among the younger generation. We didn't settle this match, so let's spar again after you've trained more. Fighting you is quite enjoyable. Wang Dong. Was this guy a martial arts fanatic? Zhao Wu was indeed strong, but maxed hand-to-hand combat was no joke. If neither used weapons or skills, Wang Dong was confident he could KO him within a minute. But after all, he was just Qin Shiji's follower. If he trounced Qin Guangzhou's right-hand man right away, how would Zhao Wu save face? As a core member of the Qin family, if Zhao Wu lost face, would Wang Dong have an easy time with them? So holding back a bit was necessary. Yinran Jingxian. Amid the chatter, Yi Qianru's voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Oh, Wang Dong, you're here too. Madam. Zhao Wu and the guards bowed respectfully. Seeing everyone gathered in a circle around Zhao Wu and Wang Dong, Yi Qianru couldn't help but feel puzzled. You? What's going on? Zhao Wu gave an awkward smile. Oh, nothing. Wang Dong and I just had a little spar. You sparred with Wang Dong. Yi Qianru was taken aback, then looked at Wang Dong with concern. Wang Dong, are you hurt? Everyone. Wang Dong. Yi Qianru's words not only surprised the crowd, but also startled Wang Dong. Could this woman have no sense of restraint? At a time like this, instead of worrying about your own bodyguard, you care about an outsider. Fortunately, Yi Qianru quickly came to her senses and turned to look at Zhao Wu. Wang Dong only came to our Qin family with Shiji yesterday, and you as the senior bully the junior by sparring with him. Are you afraid the Qin family has too many talents? No. No, madam. Seeing Yi Qianru's reproach, Zhao Wu hastily explained, this Wang Dong is not so easy to bully. Zhao Wu was actually quite frustrated today. He had just brought the young lady back when he heard from his subordinate Ding Chong that President Qin had given the dagger to a lackey brought back by the young master. To be honest, he felt somewhat resentful. Even if the apocalypse had arrived and everyone's awakened abilities varied in strength, President Qin shouldn't be so kind to an outsider. So he wanted to use this opportunity to see just who this Wang Dong really was. Originally, he thought that as long as Wang Dong could barely exchange a couple of moves with him, he would acknowledge the man. But he never expected this kid to be so strong. From the earlier duel, he could clearly sense that Wang Dong's strength and agility were slightly inferior to his own. However, the opponent's combat skills were impressive, and with the added effect of his flame magic attack, it instantly compensated for the gap in strength and agility. If the opponent used such skills to create distance, and then threw spells at him, he probably couldn't even defeat him. No way you're saying you couldn't take down Wang Dong. After listening to Zhao Wu's brief explanation, Yi Qianru was astonished. Her gaze toward Wang Dong grew even brighter. She knew Wang Dong's elemental damage was high, and that he had a strange summoning ability. But she didn't know his hand-to-hand combat was this formidable. In a purely fist fight, even Zhao Wu couldn't overcome him. What was going on? Beside them, Su Bao was even more grateful that he hadn't attacked Wang Dong earlier. This Wang Dong was not only truly part of the Qin family, but also incredibly skilled. If they had fought Wang Dong, wouldn't they all have turned into roasted suckling pigs by now? Truly shameful. This is too unbelievable. Yi Qianru was very surprised, but Wang Dong had no time for her. He focused his gaze on the woman in the crowd, with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Her winered hair was casually draped, and her female novice leather armor, leather pants, and boots all looked quite appealing. Yi Qianru stood at 172 centimeters with perfect proportions and shapely legs. Her fair jade-like feet could stir the imagination of any normal man. But this woman seemed even taller than Yi Qianru. Such height, paired with tight black leather pants, made her legs appear even more slender. Zhao Wu was a member of the Qin family, so these two women naturally were as well. Coupled with Yi Qianru's earlier address to them, their identities became obvious. Qin Yanran and Zhou Jingxian. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes. Qin Yanran was Qin Shiji's elder sister. Zhou Jingxian was the aunt of the two siblings. Both women had names in Yifeng's storyline. Originally, when Qin Shiji and Chun Zhong clashed with Yifeng at school, although they were wiped out, they managed to send a message back to the Qin family. As a result, Zhao Wu was sent to investigate, but was ambushed and killed by Yifeng along the way. Thus, Qin Yanran didn't return to the Qin family in time. By the time she arrived with Zhou Jingxian and a few bodyguards, not only Zhao Wu, but even Qin Guangyao and Feng Xiaolong had already been killed by Yifeng. The two women had no choice but to embark on a path of revenge for the Qin family. During their journey for vengeance, they encountered a monster siege. The monster siege ignored ordinary safe zones. Zhou Jingxian died in that siege while Qin Yanran was fortuitously rescued by Yifeng. Following the typical trope, the protagonist's halo comes with a harem aura. It was only natural for Qin Yanran to fall in love with Yifeng during their time together. Later, by chance, she discovered that Yifeng was the one who had annihilated the Qin family. Unable to bear the shock, she ran off alone to grieve. Overcome by emotion, she lost her vigilance and was targeted by a group of cannibals. During the chase, a two-headed nether serpent suddenly sprang out and bit her to death. In other words, Qin Yanran was a tragic female antagonist who died for love. "Hey handsome, why are you staring at our Yanran like that?" Zhou Jingshuan's playful voice suddenly interrupted Wang Dong's thoughts. Her figure was striking, as if she could feed triplets without worry. Her personality seemed pleasant and her eyes sparkled with amusement as she looked at Wang Dong. Men are visual creatures. Wang Dong snapped back to reality and smiled as well. It's only natural to want to take an extra look at a pretty girl. Is that so? Then tell me, is Yanran prettier, or am I it? Aunt. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanran, who had been aloof and unsmiling, quickly interjected to stop her. It's fine, just casual chat. For beauties at your level, how can there be a distinction between strong and weak? Surely each has her own unique charm. You really know how to talk. Zhou Jingxian laughed heartily, her impressive chest heaving with her laughter. Wang Dong. Seeing Zhou Jingxian chatting animatedly with Wang Dong, Yi Qianro quickly interrupted. Why are you at the auction house alone? Aren't you going to level up? I came to clear out my backpack. Clear your backpack? Couldn't you leave that to the servants? You don't have to. Well, you just joined the Qin family, so you're not familiar with it yet. Yi Qianro paused to think. How about this, come back with me now, and I'll introduce you to the Qin family situation. As for the equipment, I'll find someone to help you later. With that, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin Yanran, and Zhou Jingshuan took the dagger from Zhao Wu to return it to Wang Dong, and then left with Xiao Qiong. Wang Dong could only put away the dagger and follow reluctantly. However, watching Yi Qianro's retreating figure, Qin Yanran's expression darkened. What a vixen. Yi Qianro was Qin Shiji's stepmother, and thus also Qin Yanran's stepmother. Like repels like. The relationship between the two women was clearly strained. To be precise, Yi Qianro wanted to get along with Qin Yanran, but the latter never gave her the chance. Zhou Jingxian was also aware of their discord, but family disputes were hard for an outsider to mediate. What did you say? Zhao Wu couldn't defeat him. While Wang Dong was returning to the Qin residence with Yi Qianro, Qin Guangyao was astonished inside the villa. He had given Wang Dong the dagger partly out of respect for Yi Qianro. Another reason was to cultivate a capable right-hand man for his son. After all, it was true that Wang Dong had helped Qin Shiji and saved Yi Qianro. Wang Dong's awakened class and humble background were also worth investing in. But he never imagined Wang Dong was this formidable in hand-to-hand combat. Even Zhao Wu couldn't gain an immediate upper hand. Yes, President Qin. A bodyguard tasked with reporting on Wang Dong's situation replied respectfully. Sitting on the sofa opposite Qin Guangyao was a man of no lesser age and presence. His name was Zhou Hongye, Zhou Jingshuan's elder brother and Qin Guangjiao's brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, old Qin, I never expected Shiji to have such a hidden master by his side. Now you don't have to worry about Shiji's safety, do you? You think too much. Qin Guangyao replied in a low voice. Sometimes a subordinate's exceptional ability isn't a good thing. You mean? This Wang Dong still needs to be observed for a while. After saying this, Qin Guangyao turned to the bodyguard. By the way, have you found that Yifeng yet? Not yet, but we've contacted him through Bao Wei, brought back by Brother Chun. Deal with this Yifeng as soon as possible to avoid complications. Yes. The bodyguard respectfully withdrew, and Qin Guangyao rubbed his temples, lost in thought. Little did he know that his wife was in a cake shop in a dangerous area, her fair arms wrapped around a man's neck. Am I prettier, or is Yanran prettier? What's there to compare? You're not even the same type. Then since I froze my tongue on the ice cream earlier, can I warm it up in your mouth? Wang Dong. What the hell was he supposed to warm up? Staring at the woman who had pinned him against the wall and was now clinging to him, Wang Dong felt a surge of impatience. Eating ice cream in June and freezing your tongue. Even girls from the north weren't that pathetic. Yi Qianro, what exactly are you trying to do? She had just used the excuse of introducing him to the Qin family to drag him away from the auction house. But after leaving, she didn't return to the Qin residence. Instead, she sent Xiao Qiong away and brought Wang Dong to the restroom of this cake shop. The place was secluded with no monsters or people around. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Yi Qianruo, like a seductive dodgy, enticing King Zhou, pressed against Wang Dong's chest, her face full of allure. Any man would have found it hard to resist holding such an exquisite woman, but Wang Dong was not just any man. However, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. My happy life has just begun. Wang Dong irritably pushed Yi Qianruo away, a hint of disdain on his face. This woman was truly insane. He was now just Qin Guanjiu's. No, just Qin Shiji's lackey. As the mistress of the Qin family, why did she have to provoke him? Noticing the disgust in Wang Dong's eyes, Yi Qianruo froze for a moment, a thought suddenly crossing her mind. Do you think I'm like this with other men? What else would I think? Wang Dong shrugged. Although he hadn't seen anything between her and Feng Xiaolong that morning, her behavior made it hard not to suspect. Wasn't there a saying? If you like a sexy, charming woman, you have to put up with her flirting with other men. Wang Dong didn't have a mental hygiene complex, but he didn't want to be led around by the nose by a woman like this. You've got it all wrong. Yi Qianruo hurriedly explained, I'm only like this with you. Like hell, I believe you. With that, Wang Dong turned and left, not wanting to deal with her. What a crazy woman. After leaving, Wang Dong felt the discomfort in his body and couldn't help but curse. He had no time to dwell on it and immediately headed back to the Awakening Temple. Although the Qin family's villa district was some distance from the Awakening Temple in the south of the city, the many servants and bodyguards of the Qin family had already cleared the roadblocks from the safe zone to the villa area with forklifts and tow trucks. So Wang Dong could use Qin Guanjiu's dagger to get a car there and drive back to the Qin family base. As for the purpose of returning to the Qin family base, before heading to the Awakening Temple, Wang Dong had already sent a message to Deng Yuding. By the time he returned to the villa area, Deng Yuding had already eaten lunch and was dressed and ready inside. A tight red dress, paired with black lace stockings. Seeing Wang Dong return, she stood timidly at the door. Master. Get on the sofa. Shutting the door, Wang Dong wasted no time. That's right. The fire Yi Qianruo had stoked, he would let this woman put out. Don't ask why, he was capricious. It had been around 8 in the morning when they took the helicopter to Jingxi Ancient Town. After exiting the secret realm and going through all that, it was already past noon when he returned to the Qin family. About 40 minutes later, around 1 in the afternoon, Deng Yuding fetched a basin of water to clean herself in the bathroom, while Wang Dong sat on the sofa eating the lunch brought by the Qin family servants. Shredded pork with green peppers, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried cabbage, and tomato egg drop soup. It had only been about 10 days since the apocalypse began, so fresh vegetables were still available. But soon fresh vegetables would become a luxury, even more precious than meat. However, Wang Dong wasn't too worried. Not only did he have the system to summon food, but the Qin family had also gathered many life-oriented players. Besides water purifiers, there were chefs who leveled up by cooking. They could tell which foods were edible and which were not. Farmers who leveled up by growing grain and vegetables could accelerate crop growth. Plus, there were veterinarians, breeders, geologists, and all sorts of other professions. As long as the Qin family stood, this villa area would never lack food. It feels so good to have stir-fried dishes in the apocalypse. After eating his fill, Wang Dong stretched and grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. Living without worrying about food and drink in the apocalypse. Ordinary people could never enjoy this. But I just offended Yi Qianruo. Will she give me a hard time? Wang Dong muttered to himself, wondering if he should send her a message to test the waters. But when he opened the chat window, he gave up. Damn it, let her give me a hard time. I'm so awesome, what do I have to fear? Who's messaging me? Opening the message, it was Zheng Lina. Brother Dong, we got a secret realm key. Do you want to come with us into the secret realm? Wang Dong. Zheng Lina's message left him stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. A secret realm key? Holy cow, was this for real? Do your teammates know you're telling me such important news? There were many types of secret realms. Most could be seen in reality, even if you couldn't enter. But those opened with a key were hidden secret realms. The treasures and equipment inside were generally better than ordinary secret realms. However, such keys were extremely rare. Without enough luck, an ordinary player might never encounter one in a lifetime. And now? Probably not right. Qinya and I are close. And according to the information we got, the secret realm opened by the key might be very dangerous. Isn't it right to find a couple more strong people to team up? I see. So are you coming? Zheng Lina quickly replied. If you want to come, tell Qinya. She should agree. After all, they were classmates. And Wang Dong's magic damage was higher than anyone she had ever seen. With Wang Dong joining, they would at least not worry about insufficient damage. However, Zhao Qinya. Seeing this name, Wang Dong suddenly thought of something. Zheng Lina was now with Zhao Qinya. In the revised storyline, Yi Feng would first go to a hidden secret realm with Zhao Qinya before dealing with the Qin family. From the current situation, this must be the secret realm Zheng Lina mentioned. Thinking of this, a smile curled on Wang Dong's lips. Tell Zhao Qinya that we can discuss the distribution of treasures inside. Zheng Lina was just a water mage. As a female mage, she was not only fragile, but also had long casting times. She couldn't fight monsters with a sword like other men. Only in the mid to late stages could she surpass other classes in leveling speed. So getting the secret realm key now was entirely thanks to Zhao Qinya. But Wang Dong really hadn't expected that simply adding Zhenglina as a friend would bring him such a big surprise. He had been thinking about how to sabotage the protagonist, and now the opportunity came so soon. Then, it's settled. Yeah, thanks. You've really helped me out this time, Wang Dong said sincerely. With the backing of the Qin family, he wasn't that concerned about the treasures in the secret realm. But if he could actively sabotage Yi Feng, just the fate-changing points would probably set him on the path to the top of the world. However, Zhenglina, thinking he was referring to the treasures, quickly spoke, as if taking credit. Really? So are you going to give me a reward? Wang Dong narrowed his eyes, and thought for a moment before typing a line. Do you drink milk? Zhenglina. After a long pause. Brother Dong, I didn't know you were so naughty. But I like it. The system chat cannot send real pictures or videos, it can only send game equipment attributes and emoticons. After this sentence, Zhenglina added a lecherous emoji. Seeing this reply, Wang Dong looked at the unopened carton of milk in his system backpack and was utterly bewildered. In the apocalypse, all industrial chains were shut down, making food extremely precious. I just wanted to give you a carton of milk. How is that problematic? Fujoshi. This Zhenglina is definitely a Fujoshi. After ending the conversation with Zhenglina, he glanced at Deng Yuding, who had just finished washing and came over in a white lace camisole nightgown, and Wang Dong couldn't resist again. He pulled her into his arms. You? What are you doing? Doing it. Deng Yuding. In no time, the villa's living room echoed with Deng Yuding's panting. An hour later, after finishing the battle with Deng Yuding, Wang Dong felt exceptionally pleased. His level had risen to 15, and he had also obtained specific information about Yi Feng. Wasn't this about to take off? He checked his backpack again. Since the system could not summon skills he had already summoned or learned, his backpack had no mage skill books below level 15. Currently, the only mage skill book left was Firewall. There were quite a few skill books for other classes: Rapid Fire, Mark, Resurrection, Curse, Blood Refill, etc. Resurrection, Curse definitely can't be traded. Firewall I have to keep for myself, but the other 3 skill books should be tradable. Ding dong. Another friend message suddenly popped up. Call me Queen Handsome. What level are you now? 15. Oh my god, you're already level 15. What do you want? I wanted to ask, since you're so high level, do you have any archer weapons or skill books? I can trade with supplies. After saying that, she added, or I can buy with copper coins. After level 10, archers can also be promoted to 3 classes: Archer, Knife Thrower, and Spear Thrower. Archers can use both bows and crossbows. Knife throwers use throwing knives. Although they attack quickly, their range, damage, and accuracy are all drawbacks. Spear throwers have strong attack power, but slow attack speed. Therefore, when archers are promoted at level 10, they usually don't choose to change to other classes. Hearing that she was an archer, Wang Dong quickly typed, Archer. What a coincidence. The remaining items in my backpack are all for archers. As thanks for your help last time, I can give you a skill book for free, but definitely not the weapon. Really? That's so kind of you. What does your weapon look like? Queen was delighted, and Wang Dong didn't waste time. He dragged the weapon into the chat box, and the stats of the Falcon Longbow instantly appeared on her system. Falcon Longbow, Strength 8, Agility 13, Attached Skill Pierce. Weapon grade bronze, required level LV 12, class restriction archer classes, durability 30 pierce. Each arrow you shoot with this bow has approximately 10 piercing ability, enhancing the arrow's power to a certain extent. B. Bronze. Seeing this weapon, Queen was slightly surprised. She had originally thought that having an iron longbow would be good enough, since the apocalypse began she had only encountered a small boss once. That boss didn't even have an iron longbow. Unexpectedly now, he directly came up with a bronze one. Although she couldn't use this bow yet, it was better to have it and not need it. How do you plan to sell this bow? I don't lack supplies or copper coins. OID prefer to trade for mage bronze armor or skill books above level 10. Yi Qianro had said earlier that she would help him deal with the equipment, but it was just an excuse. So it's better to rely on oneself than on others. Queen. I have none of those things. Sweat. Awakening scrolls or flying pet eggs are also fine. Wang Dong added. Although flying pet eggs and awakening scrolls were more valuable than the bronze longbow, trading was about mutual benefit. What if she had them and just didn't need them? But Wang Dong was clearly overthinking. I don't have those either. Then what do you have? I have money. Wang Dong. My dad's awakened class is merchant, so money is the last thing we lack. Seeing this message, Wang Dong was speechless. Indeed, capital was everywhere. The Apocalypse Merchant was a special class in the Apocalypse game. This class was useless in the early Apocalypse when the world was chaotic, but after order stabilized a bit, it became the richest class. Because they didn't need to kill monsters or grind for equipment to make money. All their income came from borrowing from the bank to do business. The loan amount was calculated based on one's pre-apocalypse net worth. For example, if you were worth 10 billion before the apocalypse, the bank might directly let you borrow 110 billion. But if you were dead broke before the apocalypse, even if you awakened the merchant class, you could only start from scratch. However, since she was a merchant, Wang Dong had some ideas. How about this? I'll give you the weapon and the skill book, and you have your dad help me collect awakening scrolls. Let me know when you get them, and it'll make up the difference. Qin Guangzhou's awakened class was also a merchant. But more people meant more strength. Of course I have no problem, but how do we trade? He'll put the items in the auction house, specify your name, set the price to 1 copper coin, and you can go pick them up. The auction house allowed specifying a player's nickname. Once specified, other players couldn't buy it. However, the purchasing player had to pay a minimum handling fee of 1,000 copper coins. Aren't you afraid he'll take the stuff and not honor the deal? You shouldn't be that stupid, right? Wang Dong was a good judge of character. After 2 brief conversations, he could basically determine what kind of person she was. To lose the opportunity to befriend a top powerhouse for a petty gain. Only a fool would do that. Only a fool would do that. If she actually did it, Wang Dong wouldn't care anyway. It wasn't a rare piece of equipment, and he could consider it as payment for the information last time. Although this payment was a bit expensive. After quickly confirming the trade method, Wang Dong sent a message to Qin Shiji. He planned to go grind at the Skeleton Mountain Range in the afternoon. To go to the Skeleton Mountain Range without teleportation or a flying pet, the only option was to use a helicopter. He couldn't borrow the Qin family's helicopter without Qin Shiji's help. Young Master Qin going to grind at the Skeleton Mountain Range this afternoon. Hearing that Wang Dong would take him to the Skeleton Mountain Range to grind, Qin Shiji was overjoyed. Damn, I've been waiting for you. But the Skeleton Mountain Range. I heard from Uncle Phone that the monsters there are levels 16-20. Can we beat them? The Qin family's intelligence was shared. So after returning to the Qin family, he naturally knew about the leveling maps. I'm level 15 now. Brother Dong, you're awesome. They'll have them prepare the helicopter right away. For other classes at level 15, Qin Shiji might have hesitated. But if Wang Dong was level 15, he could definitely take down those mobs. Prepare your supplies and wait for me at the auction house entrance. Okay. After ending the conversation with Qin Shiji, Wang Dong looked at the magnificent villa and stretched comfortably. This wasn't the apocalypse at all, it was paradise. He quickly tidied up and went out, finding a secluded place to summon Wu Bing and the others. Apart from the previous Yang Ping, the remaining Edo Tensei warriors formed a 10-man squad. Go grind on your own. Everyone follow Wu Bing's orders and don't come back without my command. Although beyond 500 meters, Wang Dong wouldn't get the experience from their kills, but they also wouldn't be affected by Wang Dong's level. So even killing level 15 monsters gave experience. After arranging everything, Wang Dong got into the car and drove towards the auction house in the southern part of the city. Qin Yanran was the elder sister of Qin Shiji. At 23 years old, she stood a full 174 centimeters tall. Not only was she noble and icy with fair skin, delicate features, and a slender waist, but her legs were long and graceful. After the apocalypse, descended her awakened class was the Frost Archer. Although the Archer class boasted the longest attack range and the highest physical damage, it was also the most dependent on weapons. For ordinary melee classes, even with subpar weapons, leveling up could still allow them to increase damage through skills and raw strength. But that was not the case for archers. Over the past few days of fighting Halforks, she had clearly felt that her compound bow was lacking in lethality. When facing a Halfork at a distance of over 20 meters, even if she drew the bow fully and struck the heart, the arrowhead could not penetrate. That was why upon returning today, she had headed straight to the auction house, hoping to see if any other players had better archer weapons. But at this point in time, even her own family lacked good archer weapons, so how could other players have them? After browsing for a while, she could only return in disappointment. Fortunately, on the way back, she recalled the earlier duel between her family's bodyguard and her brother's sidekick. Suddenly, the 5 characters what AI Tiao Chai flashed through her mind. She opened her friend list and contacted him. To her surprise, the other party actually had archer weapons. Sis, why are you here? A sudden exclamation rang out at the entrance of the auction house. Seeing Qin Shiji fully armed and accompanied by 4 teammates, Qin Yanran raised an elegant eyebrow. Why can't I be here? No, I mean, weren't you just out leveling with Uncle Zhao and the others? Why did you come back? Waiting for a friend, Qin Yanran answered casually. Waiting for a friend was a lie. Waiting for the other party to list the equipment was the truth, but she didn't want to explain too much. A boyfriend? Can't you get rid of that nosy habit of yours? That depends on who it is. Qin Shiji grinned, then put on a serious expression. If it's you, I have to remind you of something. Now that the world has become like this, if you're looking for a boyfriend, you can't just focus on his looks. What should I focus on then? Money. Strength. Qin Shiji said matter-of-factly. In this world, strength is everything. He doesn't have to be as strong as Uncle Feng, but at least he should be at Brother Dong's level. Brother Dong. Wang Dong. When Wang Dong was mentioned, Qin Yanran's mind involuntarily conjured the scene of his duel with Zhao Wu. His handsome and delicate face, his clean and crisp movements. Every silhouette seemed etched into her heart. If only he were a bit taller, it would be perfect. And why was she thinking about that? You've met him. I saw him at noon. Oh, but his abilities. Isn't he amazing? Qin Shiji grinned, cutting her off with utmost pride. The era of becoming strong through diligent training had become a thing of the past the moment the apocalypse arrived. Now it was all about innate skills. Some people awakened the same class, but due to different innate skills their combat power was worlds apart. Take Tian Hongwei for example. His awakened class was the Fire Mage. He was indeed far more formidable than ordinary mages, but compared to Wang Dong, it was like a pistol with 8 bullets versus a submachine gun with infinite ammo. The two were simply not on the same level. Seeing Qin Shiji's smug expression, Qin Yanran couldn't be bothered to engage him. What are you guys doing at the auction house? Brother Dong said he's taking us to the Skeleton Mountain Range and told us to wait for him here. The Skeleton Mountain Range. Hearing this, Qin Yanran's pupils contracted and a flicker of surprise crossed her usually calm face. As a member of the Qin family, she naturally knew about the Skeleton Mountain Range. But, was Wang Dong already that strong? Strong enough to take her brother to such a place? She wondered who was stronger, Wang Dong or what AI Tiao Chai. With these thoughts, Qin Yanran fell silent. A few minutes later, a black Audi A8 came into view. Yo, Brother Dong is here. Damn, driving in the apocalypse really doesn't work. Wang Dong complained as he got out of the car. The roads are full of monster corpses, can't go fast at all. Then we should get a mount. Mounts aren't that easy to get. Wait for me 2 minutes, I need to go in and list a couple of things. After all the fuss, it still came down to him coming to the auction house. Wang Dong finished speaking, and without waiting for a reply, he dashed into the auction house. A few minutes later, Qin Yanran received a message: the items are in the auction house, go get them yourself. Seeing this message, and then seeing Wang Dong emerge from the auction house, Qin Yanran was frozen in place. Oh my god, no way. The auction house was connected nationwide. If you listed something in any city's auction house, players from other cities could buy it. Thus, Qin Yanran had no idea who AI Tiao Chai was. But the fact that she received the message right after Wang Dong entered the auction house, could it be any clearer? Watching Wang Dong drive off with her brother, Qin Yanran snapped out of her daze, pondered for a moment, then turned and walked toward the auction house. The 5-star hotel where the auction house was located was entirely a safe zone. Players could not attack each other, nor could they reside there. Here players could only trade. They could trade in person or list items on the auction house for sale or exchange. In-person trading required a stall fee of 10 copper coins per day. Listing items on the auction house for exchange cost 1 gold coin per month, which differed from the 5 commission for selling. Miss, do you have any novice armor? They'll trade you a novice robe. Primary healing potions. Primary healing potions. Anyone need them? Cheap sale, cheap sale. Warrior hand axe for a bow. Anyone want to trade? Come find me quickly. Urgently need 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs. Anyone willing to sell? Name your price, thank you. When Qin Yanran entered the hotel lobby, it was already packed. A female staff member quickly approached. Hello ma'am, how may I help you? I'd like to pick up something. Certainly, please follow me. 10 odd minutes later. Staring at the falcon longbow and 2 archer skill books in her hands, Qin Yanran felt a bit dazed. Ding. A message from Qin Shiji popped up. Sis, what do you think of Wang Dong? What's up? He told me you're beautiful and wants you to be his girlfriend. Qin Yanran. Why don't you? Just go for it. It's better than some outsider. You're truly a wonderful brother. As Wang Dong's level grew higher and his strength became greater, his importance in Qin Shiji's heart also increased. Moreover, Wang Dong not only helped him level up, but also repeatedly saved him from danger. This made Qin Shiji believe that Wang Dong was his lucky star. To keep Wang Dong contentedly working for the Qin family, he unhesitatingly sold out his own elder sister. Just moments ago, Wang Dong had merely exchanged a few words with Tao Lin and the others, mentioning that Qin Shiji's sister was quite attractive. He then proactively suggested that Wang Dong become his brother-in-law, even sending the message right in front of Wang Dong. Young Master Qin, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Qin Shiji knew what Wang Dong was referring to and quickly patted his shoulder to reassure him. In the past you might not have had much background, but now you are a powerful mage. Have confidence in yourself. Exactly. Brother Dong, we're all relying on you to level up. Heh. Wang Dong gave an awkward smile. I almost had a story with your mother, and now you want me to mess with your sister. Do you have any idea how much you're screwing your own family over? Does your father know about this? But Wang Dong wasn't too bothered by it. After all, with enough strength, what woman couldn't he have? Hey Brother Dong, look at that thing. Is it a mystic realm? As they chatted, Tian Hongwei, who was sitting beside him, suddenly tapped his shoulder. It wasn't there before, but it just appeared out of nowhere. By now everyone was on the helicopter, each with a seatbelt fastened. The helicopter had not yet left the city limits of Modu. Hearing Tian Hongwei's words, Wang Dong instinctively followed his gaze. Damn, it really is a mystic realm. Young Master Qin, tell Lao Qi to turn around. Lao Qi was the pilot of this helicopter. He hadn't awakened any profession, but his piloting skills were excellent. He had been the one flying the helicopter when they went to Jingxi Ancient Town in the morning. Both times they encountered flying monsters, he and Wang Dong had worked together to turn danger into safety. Hearing their conversation, everyone in the transport cabin was astonished. Qin Shiji immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed over to Wang Dong. Through the window of the transport cabin, he saw an elliptical vortex of silver light. This vortex was not in some desolate wilderness or an empty playground, but on a street in front of a bank. The maximum diameter of the vortex was only about 10 meters. If they hadn't been on the helicopter, they would never have noticed it. Qin Shiji didn't have time to think too much. He quickly shouted through the helicopter's intercom to Lao Qi, turn left now. Roger. With the command, Lao Qi spotted the Mystic Realm as well. He immediately flew the helicopter toward the Mystic Realm. Mystic Realms come in many types. Ordinary ones usually involve completing tasks, obtaining equipment, and materials. But random Mystic Realms, and hidden ones requiring keys, often come with great fortunes. Wang Dong didn't know whose fortune this Mystic Realm originally belonged to. But since he had discovered it, he couldn't let it go. Young Master Qin, there are a few players heading toward the Mystic Realm. As they flew, Tao Lin noticed something amiss, and Shui Liangping on the other side also spotted the anomaly. There are some on this side too. Damn it, Lao Qi, fly faster. If someone else snatches the treasure, it'll hold you responsible. Young master, there are too many abandoned vehicles on the ground. I can't find a suitable landing spot. Just find a spot and fly lower. We'll jump down. Qin Shiji said anxiously. Although every player's system didn't have detailed descriptions of the Mystic Realm, everyone knew that Mystic Realms had a player limit. If too many players entered, even if they found the entrance, they wouldn't be able to get in. Meanwhile, at the crossroads in front of the bank in the southwest of Modu, there were some players leveling up on the street, and many survivors in the buildings on both sides. The silver vortex of the Mystic Realm was very distinctive, with a vertical column of light visible from the side, resembling a galaxy. So as soon as the entrance appeared, it attracted the attention of many surviving players. This should be a Mystic Realm, right? Whatever it is, we have to go check it out. Quick, brothers, grab your weapons and follow me. Stop messing around with that woman and get up. You guys hurry up. Boss, there's a helicopter coming over there. Who cares what kind of machine it is? Let's go check it out first. The apocalypse drove people to despair, but Mystic Realms drove them crazy. While other players were rushing toward the Mystic Realm, a young man in light armor, carrying a short sword accompanied by 7 or 8 guards, was sprinting madly in the same direction from a hotel not far to the left of the bank. Young master, way this way, quick. Hurry. You guys follow. They haven't come yet. Forget it, let's go in first. Seeing many players behind and in the distance heading toward the Mystic Realm, the running young Master Weiss' eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Damn, why are there so many people? It doesn't matter. We'll definitely get there before them. We must get there first, and anyone who dares to compete with us for the treasure will be killed. Understood. As they spoke, young Master Wei and his group had already reached the entrance of the Mystic Realm. Damn, those guys are fast. Seeing that a group had already entered, Qin Shiji couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, there weren't many lucky ones around the Mystic Realm. Thanks to the helicopter, they arrived only after young Master Weiss' group. Lao Qi, after we get off, go straight back to the Qin residence. Yes, young master. When the helicopter was about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, Qin Shiji couldn't wait and jumped off. Wang Dong and the others followed closely. With a crash, Tao Lin landed on the roof of a small car, instantly flattening it. But he acted as if nothing had happened, leaping a few times to catch up with Qin Shiji at the front. Wang Dong also kept up with the group, but at that moment he had no time to think about anything else. His eyes were fixed on the Mystic Realm. After the helicopter flew away and Qin Shiji disappeared from sight, Wang Dong's hand reached the entrance of the Mystic Realm. With a hum, a bright light inscribed with white runes flashed around Wang Dong. Then he felt a momentary darkness, followed by the familiar sensation of weightlessness. Feeling this familiar sensation, Wang Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Mystic Realm isn't full yet. Vision quickly returned, and a crisp electronic voice sounded in everyone's ears. Ding, welcome players to the Battle Mystic Realm. Battle Mystic Realm open only to human players. Requires a sufficient number of players to officially start the instance. If the number of entering players is insufficient, the Mystic Realm will automatically close after 24 hours, and all players inside will be forcibly teleported out. Entry requirements: none. Level restriction: none. Player limit: 32 players needed to start the Mystic Realm. 32. Current number of players: 14. Please wait patiently for the remaining players to enter. There are treasures within the secret realm. Players who obtain these treasures can not only greatly enhance their survival capabilities, but also see a marked improvement in their strength. In this world on the verge of order collapse, power is everything. Hence, players who catch sight of this realm rush forward like madmen, one after another. However, the number of players who can enter the secret realm is extremely limited. The entire realm can only accommodate 32 individuals. At this moment, only 2 teams have entered: Qin Shiji and Wei Xiao. Holy crap, this is... Are you kidding me? Upon entering, everyone was greeted by a vast expanse of blue light. 32 teleportation arrays, each 1 meter in diameter, were neatly arranged, each shrouded by a semi-transparent blue light barrier. Through the blue light barrier, Wang Dong could see Qin Shiji, Tao Lin, and a few others, but when he tapped on the barrier with his hand. Thump thump thump. Not only did it feel solid, but it was also as hard as iron. This was clearly a sturdy protective barrier. Without pausing to inquire further, Wang Dong quickly surveyed the surroundings. In front of the cluster of teleportation arrays lay a space roughly the size of a football field. The ground was remarkably flat, as if paved with concrete. Above their heads there was no obstruction, allowing players to easily glimpse the blue sky and white clouds. Most of the space within this football field was occupied by a square arena. The arena was about 64 meters on each side, also enveloped by a layer of blue semi-transparent light barrier. In front of the arena, there were 2 more teleportation arrays, each 3 meters in diameter, without protective shields. Before anyone could ponder further, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lights of the other arrays began to illuminate one after another. Within less than a minute, all 32 arrays were occupied by other players. Ding, detection of the required number of players for the secret realm has been met. The secret realm entrance is now closed, and the combat arena officially begins. Ding, detection of the required number of players for the secret realm has been met. The secret realm entrance is now closed, and the combat arena officially begins. The following are the rules of this secret realm. First, spatial type items cannot be used within the secret realm, and players are prohibited from attacking each other outside the arena. Violators will be immediately teleported out of the secret realm and stripped of all items obtained during this expedition. Second, after the protective shields of the teleportation arrays are deactivated, the secret realm system will select 2 players every minute starting from the end of the previous match to enter the arena for a 5-minute no-holds-barred life-or-death battle. The winner will gain the opportunity to open a secret realm treasure chest and automatically advance to the next stage. The loser will suffer a level reduction of 1 and be directly teleported out of the secret realm. A draw will result in both parties being deemed losers. Note 1. Players entering the arena may choose to surrender directly, but there will be a 5-second delay before surrender takes effect. Please choose your surrender time wisely. Note 2. The rewards from the secret realm treasure chests will vary with each stage of the competition. The later the stage, the better the rewards. The ultimate victor will obtain the secret realm's final treasure. Note 3. The teleportation portal to exit the secret realm will only open after the final match concludes. The rules have been announced. The protective shields of the teleportation arrays will be deactivated in 30 seconds. Please make your preparations. 30. 29. 28. No attacking inside the secret realm. Only able to attack once inside the arena. Isn't this just a fighting ring? Why call it so fancy? A rough-looking man directly voiced the essence of this secret realm. Having endured so many days of the apocalypse, everyone had grown accustomed to the game-like mechanics of this world. After reading the rules, the others agreed with the man's statement. Exactly, I thought it was something else. There are only 2 ways to get out, either lose the arena battle or become the final champion. At least there's no life-threatening danger in this secret realm, otherwise it would be a real headache. There's no danger to life, but the loser will drop 1 level. Dropping 1 level is better than losing your life, right? Indeed. Did you all come to the secret realm just to drop a level? An unusual voice made everyone turn their gaze involuntarily toward the speaker. It was a young man wearing glasses, clad in light armor, holding a crossbow. Seeing everyone staring at him, he added in a detached tone, "There are 32 of us, exactly the number for a standard competitive match. If winning doesn't raise your level, then only the champion of this secret realm will avoid dropping a level." At these words, silence fell. Then someone else thought of something. "But if you can get the treasures here, dropping a level is nothing, right?" Exactly. At this point, all players were at relatively low levels. Dropping 1 level would take a few days to recover, but treasures couldn't be obtained in just 2 or 3 days. So obtaining the secret realm's treasures would be a huge gain. If the treasures are mediocre, it's no big deal, but if they're too good... The bespectacled man smirked knowingly. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication made the relationships among all players suddenly delicate. The secret realm indeed forbade players from attacking each other. But what about outside the realm? Are you sure that after obtaining the treasure you won't be attacked by others when you leave? Brother Dong, what should we do? While everyone was chatting, the protective shields of the teleportation arrays were deactivated, and players quickly gathered with their teammates. Qin Shiji led Tao Lin and a few others to Wang Dong's side. Over the past few days, their strength had also improved significantly. Since Wang Dong had brought them out to level up today, he hadn't brought any bodyguards. In this situation, Wang Dong was his greatest reliance. Don't rush, let's see how things play out. Wang Dong squinted, quickly assessing the other players in the secret realm. The realm was large with considerable space beyond the arena. Among the 32 people present, almost all had a full set of novice equipment, but very few had full sets of black iron armor. Including himself and Qin Shiji, there were no more than 5. Meanwhile, the team of 9 that had entered earlier had already gathered together. The remaining 18 players were also huddled in small groups discussing something. Each group was separated by at least 10 meters. As time passed, Wang Dong hadn't found Yifeng, but he had identified 4 suspicious individuals. Apart from the young man in the 9-person team, 3 others appeared somewhat unusual. One was the rough-speaking man from earlier who had 4 teammates and 3 pieces of black iron armor. Another was the bespectacled man, just now. Although he only had novice armor and a novice crossbow, he seemed to have entered alone with no teammates around. As for the last one, it was a woman. She had 3 teammates, 2 men and 1 woman. She was tall, estimated between 176 and 178 centimeters, clad in a full set of black iron heavy armor, with her face painted in camouflage. From her stern expression and the similarly painted faces of her 3 teammates, Wang Dong suspected they were soldiers from the Xia Kingdom. He knew that the storyline in the fate-changing system was only from the perspective of the protagonist. Wang Dong couldn't see what other supporting characters experienced before encountering the protagonist. Random secret realms were opportunities only found by players with exceptionally strong luck. Thus, even if Yifeng wasn't in this secret realm, might there be other key plot characters? Ding, match time is up. Players with the nicknames Dragon Soul and Handsome Enough to be Slain must enter the arena via the teleportation arrays in front of the arena within 1 minute. Note: failure to enter the teleportation array within 1 minute will be considered forfeit. As Wang Dong was pondering, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. Hearing this, a man clad in novice heavy armor carrying a large blade stepped forward. It seems that to obtain the treasure a fight is inevitable, huh? The man had dark skin, a lean build, and was not particularly handsome. He walked to the teleportation array and warily glanced at the other one. When he saw his opponent's appearance, a look of surprise crossed his face. Your nickname is Dragon Soul. What's the problem? The other's voice was icy. The dark-skinned man looked puzzled. You're a woman, why do you call yourself Dragon Soul? You're not handsome either. After uttering this coldly, the woman ignored him and directly stepped onto the teleportation array in front of. Directly ahead of the arena stood 2 teleportation arrays, each 3 meters in diameter, spaced about 5 meters apart. 5 meters was a relatively safe distance. After all, while your speed might be swift, others could react just as quickly. To launch an attack across such a distance without any visual obstruction, you would need either blinding speed that left opponents unable to perceive your movements, or a skill with such a wide range that evasion became impossible. Otherwise, it would be difficult to succeed. However, the secret realm forbade private duels. Thus, the 2 individuals had not engaged in any physical conflict before stepping onto the arena. As a beam of light surged upward, the woman's figure vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already standing on the left side of the arena. Everything about her remained unchanged except for a wristwatch-like device that had materialized on her left wrist. The watch had no hands, only a single red button. Soon the man appeared opposite her, roughly 25 meters away, with an identical red button on his left wrist. He tightened his grip on the broadsword and spoke nervously to the woman. Don't think I'll be intimidated just because you're clad in that black iron heavy armor. After entering the secret realm, losing levels was almost inevitable. He knew well that with his skill, winning the championship was beyond reach. Thus, his only hope was to claim as many treasures as possible to justify the levels he had sacrificed. The woman, however, ignored him entirely. With an air of unruffled composure, she summoned a pear blossom spear from her system. Inshua, go for it. The players below the arena, to facilitate their ascent, had all gathered on the side where the teleportation arrays were located. But they kept considerable distance between themselves. Quiet whispers among them went unheard by others. The woman's team consisted of 2 men and 2 women. Wang Dong had not expected that the first to step onto the arena would be that woman in the black iron heavy armor. Hearing another girl from below shouting encouragement to the woman on the stage, Wang Dong narrowed his eyes. Yingxua. In Yifeng's storyline, there were quite a few female characters, but the ones who could truly be considered heroines numbered only 2 or 3. Among them, Tang Yingxua left a rather deep impression on him. For a woman to become one of Xia Kingdom's 10 war gods was in itself an astonishing feat. So, could this woman be Tang Yingxua? As Wang Dong frowned and thought the battle on the arena had already erupted, the swarthy man was no match for the woman. Whether in strength, agility, reflexes, or technique, he was completely overwhelmed. In the very first exchange, the man had his saber knocked away and the tip of her spear was pressed against his throat. You are no match for me. Surrender, the woman said, her expression still cold. The man was filled with reluctance, but the disparity in strength was too vast. He had no chance to snatch a surprise victory. So he pressed the red button on his left wrist. The red button was a surrender device. 5 seconds after pressing it, the man was directly teleported out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, a hexagonal star array 3 meters in diameter appeared at the center of the arena. The woman standing at the heart of the array sensed the magical fluctuations in the ground and swiftly retreated backward. The hexagonal star array lit up rapidly. A black chest adorned with ancient carvings rose slowly from the center of the hexagram. It was about the size of a suitcase. The players glanced at it almost in unison. Small confrontation, secret realm, top 16 treasure, chest. The chest was unlocked. The woman reached out and opened it. Upon seeing the treasures inside, her pupils contracted and she quickly stowed the contents into her system backpack. Damn, why is that woman being so secretive? Qin Shiji couldn't help but purse his lips. The crowd below the arena couldn't see what was inside the chest. So the woman's action made Qin Shiji itch with curiosity. That's normal. Everyone's treasures might be different, Wang Dong replied casually. Without knowing whether the rewards were the same, it was best not to reveal one's loot to others. Otherwise, if your treasure was superior, it could easily attract unwanted attention. Xiao Yong also chuckled. Brother Dong, what do you think is inside? Judging by her reaction, it's definitely not junk. So should we each rely on our own abilities or forfeit the arena and call for reinforcements? Space-type items were unusable within the secret realm. In other words, this realm was isolated from the outside world. Players inside could send messages to each other, but could not contact friends outside. To call for reinforcements, one had to leave the secret realm. But then, forfeit the arena and call for reinforcements. Will there be enough time? From the Qin family villa, taking a helicopter here, including preparation time, would take at most 15 minutes. The first round would last at least an hour. Players who obtain treasures will only be eliminated in the second round, so time is more than sufficient. Alright, but if we're calling for reinforcements, one person is enough. The rest of us should try to win the arena matches. Good. Whoever among us steps onto the arena first will directly surrender. Understood. Got it. Hell, I'd love to win, but the opponent might not give me that chance. Cui Liangping joked. This secret realm was a confrontation realm specifically designed for players to duel unknown on the arena. As a priest, how could he possibly defeat a combat class? No worries. Qin Shiji laughed comfortingly. Even if you're not the first to step up, no one will blame you for surrendering. Huh. Whoosh. Amid their banter, the woman was teleported to the foot of the arena, and the red button on her wrist did not disappear. It seemed she wouldn't be fighting again anytime soon. Ding, the first player confrontation has ended. Players with the nicknames Brothers Huge and Macho Agent, please prepare for the confrontation. 1 minute later, 2 more players walked toward the teleportation arrays. One of them, nicknamed Macho Agent, was a bodyguard from the young man's team. The other didn't look like a formidable expert either. But just as everyone thought this match would be utterly predictable, the bodyguard directly pressed the red button on his left wrist and declared decisively, "I surrender." What? What's going on? At these words, the expressions of everyone in the secret realm changed instantly. Not only his opponent, but even Wang Dong below the arena furrowed his brow. Watching the man being teleported out, Qin Shiji couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it, those bastards must be thinking the same thing we are. Fuck. Young Master Qin, what do we do now? How should I know? Asked Brother Dong. Wang Dong's recent performance had already earned Qin Shiji's trust. Besides, Qin Shiji never liked using his brain, so he naturally pushed the matter to Wang Dong. Brother Dong. Wang Dong raised a hand to stop Xiao Yong, then turned to Qin Shiji. They got out before us. If we call for reinforcements now, it'll be too late. How about you try to reveal your identity to them first? That could work. The Qin family was quite renowned in the upper circles of Modu. The other party seemed to have some influence as well. If they were wealthy individuals from Modu's upper echelons before the apocalypse, they would certainly know Qin Guangyao. And even if they didn't, they could probe the other's background. So upon hearing Wang Dong's suggestion, Qin Shiji only pondered for a moment before nodding. However, just as he was about to approach the young man for a discussion, a sudden change occurred on the scene. Hey, what do you mean by having your people surrender directly? A man from the woman's team stepped out before Qin Shiji. He was a Bladian shield warrior, also of considerable strength. Anyone with a modicum of common sense could guess the intentions of this group. But isn't this secret realm arena about fair competition where everyone relies on their own abilities? Why must you resort to such forceful plundering? What? Is surrender not allowed in this secret realm arena? The leading young man said disdainfully. Or did you set the rules of this secret realm? Not allowing my people to surrender? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. So what if I know? Who the hell do you think you are? I'm not a big shot, but I just can't stand your behavior. If you can't stand it, you have to swallow it, young master. If you dare say another word, believe me, you'll kill them all. You? Hearing this, the Bladian shield warrior instantly became furious, but luckily another man behind him grabbed him in time. Lu Ning, don't be impulsive. Damn, these aristocratic families really piss me off. Captain Tang, what should we do? Go out and reveal our identities. They probably won't dare to act recklessly. As for the others. The cold woman pondered here and couldn't help but take a deep breath. As long as no one dies, let them be. The apocalypse game had cut off communication and transportation on Shuelon Star. It also granted some ordinary people tremendous power. Under such circumstances, even they could only protect themselves, wanting to meddle and help others. At least for now, their abilities were insufficient. As the standoff continued, the third group of players soon took the stage. Due to the earlier incident, those players who lacked strength and had no backing directly announced their surrender. After all, even if they obtained treasures, they couldn't take them out. Of course, there were also some who refused to accept it. For example, the players in the fourth group who stepped up for the duel. The 2 players in this duel were the previous burly man and the young man's bodyguard. Hey, just surrender. You won't be able to take the treasures away. The bodyguard's expression was cold, but the burly man was completely unconvinced. Bullshit. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have numbers. I have people outside too. Not worth it for a few treasures. Then why don't you surrender? If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The bodyguard snorted coldly and engaged the burly man in battle. The burly man was named Zhang Deshan. He wasn't some plot character. Obtaining the black iron equipment was just a stroke of luck. Although his awakened class was decent, a shield knight like Tao Lin, he was just a mechanic before the apocalypse. As such, he was no match for this bodyguard. After holding out for just over 3 minutes, he was knocked out at the cost of serious injuries in exchange for minor ones. Young master, among these players present there aren't many strong ones. Taking advantage of the break after the fourth group's match, an older bodyguard surveyed the players in the secret realm and spoke to the young man. The only ones we need to be wary of are that woman's team and that team of 5 young men. That woman's team, I can see through them. The young man's voice was low. They're either soldiers or have served in the military. But those 5 young men, I can't figure them out. How do they have 2 sets of black iron equipment? Wang Dong's curse set was obtained from 2 class change dungeons. Qin Shiji's fine iron set was a combination of what Wang Dong had replaced and 3 pieces given by the Qin family. Thus, among the 5 of them, they had 2 sets of black iron armor. Maybe their awakened powers are strong enough, or maybe they're like you, young master. Oh, huh. The young man narrowed his eyes, then a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Because he saw the 5 young men walking toward him. Hey kid, do you know who I am? Such arrogant words. Not just the young man, but even Wang Dong was speechless. He told you to come over and reveal your identity. Why are you being so arrogant? But on second thought, this seemed to fit Qin Shiji's spoiled young master style. Looking at the guy who was even more arrogant than himself, the young man was also displeased. Who the hell are you? I'm Qin Shiji's son of Qin Guangyao. Qin Guangyao. The young man was taken aback at first, then sneered disdainfully. Never heard of him. Don't come here trying to suck up to me. I don't buy that. Suck up? Do I need to suck up to you? Seeing that the other thought he was trying to curry favor, Qin Shiji laughed in anger. I'm here just to tell you I don't care if you want to rob others, but you'd better not set your sights on us, or it'll make you regret it. Oh, you dare threaten me? Get the hell out of here. If you want to leave the secret realm safely, just surrender. Why are you blabbering here? You? Fine, let's see who laughs last. Qin Shiji was also enraged and left with his group, flicking his sleeves. Although Wang Dong didn't understand why the 2 rich young masters had fallen out, he knew the other party was likely not from the Magic City Shanghai. Even if they were probably not from the top circles of the Magic City. Otherwise, they would surely recognize Qin Guangyao. But since things had come to this, he had no other choice but to rely on force. Returning to their own open space, Tian Hongwei looked worried. Young Master Qin, what should we do now? Take as many treasures as we can. If they dare to rob us, I'll make sure they die without a burial place. As they chatted, the 5th group of players stepped onto the stage. The participants in this match were Xiao Yong from Qin Shiji's team and the burly man's teammate. The burly man's teammate was both a friend and a colleague of his. Since it was easier to find weapons in the auto repair shop earlier, their leveling speed wasn't much slower than Qin Shiji's group. With both sides at similar levels, Xiao Yong originally couldn't defeat him. However, Xiao Yong was a summoner, and by summoning a fierce wolf to fight 2 against 1, the opponent didn't have much chance. So 2 minutes later, Xiao Yong successfully secured his first victory. Xiao Yong, what did you get? As soon as he came down, Qin Shiji was somewhat impatient. Xiao Yong also suppressed his excitement and sent the treasures he obtained to the others via friend message. Teleportation Stone 10, Intermediate Healing Potion 1. Teleportation Stone, a stone with special energy. Take it to a teleportation array, and you can use the array to teleport to any town within the Xia Kingdom that has a safe zone and teleportation array. Intermediate Healing Potion not only has powerful healing and recovery effects, but can also cure most hidden ailments and internal injuries, including cancer. Seeing the message sent by Xiao Yong, Wang Dong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Just winning 1 match, and we get so many good things.